Chapter 301. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan interrogated the other detainees one by one. But they were just low-level thugs, possessing even less information than Zhao Chong, not even knowing whether the leader was male or female. By the time the interrogations ended, dawn had broken. Zhou Shuwan rubbed her aching temples, feeling utterly exhausted. The interrogation results were unsatisfactory. These people truly seemed to be just low-level thugs, completely ignorant of the cannibalistic gang's core members and leader. Leaving the interrogation room, Zhou Shuwan, Zhang Jia, and Chen Fan discussed their next plan. Zhang Jia, the team leader, after much deliberation, decided that aside from the survivors who had already left, there were still about 100 people remaining with them. To deter these remaining members, and to give an explanation to the fallen team members, they decided to execute Zhao Chong and his group as a warning to others. These men were members of the cannibalistic gang, having killed countless innocent humans. Giving them a quick death would be too lenient. The others all agreed. At midday, the sun was scorching, and the air was thick with heat. Zhao Chong and the others were led to an open area behind the gas station, bound hand and foot, and forced to kneel on the ground. With a command, gunshots rang out, and Zhao Chong and the others fell to the ground. Blood stained the ground, and the air reeked of blood. All the survivors stood there watching, their faces pale with fear. Li Yin, also bound behind them, dared not utter a sound. Some survivors with malicious intentions abandoned their plans upon seeing this. The convoy proceeded smoothly afterward. A month later, the convoy slowly drove through the gates of the new base. Inside, high-rise buildings stood tall, streets were wide, and order was maintained, a stark contrast to the desolate scene outside. Zhang Jia and the others were overjoyed. It seems the new base is being built very quickly. Compared to when we left, it's like night and day. Zhou Shuwan, gazing at the base that already bore a striking resemblance to her previous life, breathed a long sigh of relief. Qi Mingyu also looked at the impressive base before him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. They had been away for far too long, nearly 2 months. Zhang Jia jumped out of the driver's seat, walked to the front of the convoy, and shouted into the loudspeaker, "Everyone out of the vehicles, register and settle in." The survivors disembarked, their faces filled with anticipation and hope for their new lives. They lined up in several rows, and proceeded orderly to the registration area. Several uniformed staff members were in charge of registration, quickly verifying information and inspecting supplies in the trucks. They also had a special screening process for survivors seeking refuge. These people couldn't enter the base directly. They had to camp outside in tents until they were deemed safe and allowed entry. After a month together, Zhang Jia particularly admired Chen Fan's efficient and decisive work style. Without Zhou Shuwan's prompting, she specifically spoke favorably of her to the city guards. Zhou Shuwan then quietly gave them 2 packs of cigarettes, instructing them to arrange a decent place for them to stay temporarily, and to expedite the approval process. Chen Fan and her team got out of the car, looking around at their surroundings with surprise and relief on their faces. On their way here, they had been worried about what their new environment would be like, whether it would be as good as Zhou Shuwan and Zhang Jia had described. Some team members also worried that Zhou Shuwan's promises were like a trap set by cannibals to lure them in. They had traveled thousands of miles from south to north, only to find themselves facing utter ruin. They made the right bet. Looking at the brand new, well-organized base before them, everyone felt a surge of hope for stability. Zhou Shuwan came to say goodbye. Chen Fan was extremely grateful. "Thank you, Wan Wan. I can't repay your kindness now, but in the future, whatever you need, our Fanxia team will do our utmost without hesitation." Zhou Shuwan waved her hand. "Sister Fan, no need to be so polite. It's fate that we met. I just got back and don't even know where my family is staying now, but I've been living in the factory workshop." She wrote down the address and handed it to Chen Fan. "Come find me if you need anything in the future." Chen Fan nodded repeatedly and carefully put the note away. It wasn't until quite a while after Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu left that Sister Hong, who was packing her luggage, suddenly noticed 2 extra boxes of compressed biscuits in the car and quickly called Chen Fan to check. These compressed biscuits were exactly the same as the ones Zhou Shuwan had given her before. Chen Fan was deeply moved and whispered to Sister Hong, "We were so lucky to meet Zhou Shuwan and Zhang Jia this time." Sister Hong nodded hurriedly. "Wan Wan was so kind and trusting to us, always thinking of us the whole way. Even though supplies are so precious these days, she still gritted her teeth and set aside some for me. If there's such a thing as a past life, I believe we were destined to be together." Chen Fan paused, then slowly nodded. "Yes, the bond is very deep." Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan drove the truck to the vicinity of the workshop. Shang Tiyun and the others, having heard the commotion, had already come out. Seeing the two get out of the truck, they rushed over with beaming smiles. Wanwan, xiaoyu. Zhong Tiyun grabbed Zhou Shuan's hand, called out, and then couldn't help but gently pat her. You silly child. Why didn't you want to come back after just one trip? Although the two had been traveling for the past few months, it was only once a month. Their family wasn't too worried. This time, the agreed-upon return date had long passed. The family waited anxiously, frequently going to Xiao Xiao or Ming Mingwe for news. The latter two were also very worried, but they didn't know where they had gone, and couldn't even send someone to inquire. Zhou Shuan smiled and took Zhong Tiyun's arm. Mom, I'm sorry. It's our fault. Qi Mingyu also quickly apologized. In front of Grandma Pang, Zhong Tiyun only scolded her a couple of times. You two, you can't do this again. You made the family worry to death. Xiaoyu, you can't let Wanwan have her way too much. You have to scold her when necessary. Zhou Shuan pouted. It was rare to see her act so childishly. Knowing she had seen her parents and family, she couldn't help but show her affectionate side. Qi Mingyu nodded with a smile, then subtly hooked her drooping hand with his index finger. Grandma Pang, being an elder from a different generation, was even less inclined to scold her. She held Qi Mingyu's hand with her left and Zhou Shuan's with her right, her eyes crinkling with laughter. It's good you're back. It's good you're back. Come on, we made something delicious at home, perfect for a meal. This time, traveling with the convoy, they had been eating and sleeping together. Even if Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu could eat some good food privately in the truck, it was very limited. Therefore, both of them inevitably lost weight. Grandma Pang and Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Chapter 302. When they arrived at the workshop, Zhou Jianghai was already waiting at the door, leaning on a cane. Looking at his daughter's noticeably thinner face, Zhou Jianghai's eyes welled up with tears. Zhou Shuan hurriedly ran to him. Dad! Oh, it's good you're back. It's good you're back. Zhou Jianghai hugged his daughter tightly and patted her gently. Qi Mingyu looked him up and down, also pleasantly surprised. Dad, is your leg injury almost healed? It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. Zhou Jianghai is no longer young now. 5 months later, he can move freely with the help of crutches. He had wanted to go out earlier, but he was too slow, so he waited at the workshop door. Yes, much better. The doctor said that in another month or two, I should be completely normal. Zhou Jianghai spread his arms and spun around a few times. Zhou Shuan quickly asked, have you been taking your medicine and bone broth these past few days? The weather is currently in the mid-20s Celsius. Before they left behind a lot of vacuum-packed smoked meat and bones for Zhou Jianghai and the others to replenish their nutrition. There were also calcium supplements, bird's nest, and white fungus, among other tonics. Zhong Tiyun nodded repeatedly. They're fine at home. Your grandma and I are worried about them. Zhou Shuan was relieved, but also a little apologetic. She took Zhou Jianghai's hand. Dad, we won't go out this time. We stay home with you. Okay, the world is too chaotic now. We really don't trust you to go out. Zhou Jianghai said, leading everyone inside. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu then noticed that the workshop had been renovated and looked much newer. There were noticeably fewer people living in the workshop. Zhong Tiyun explained as they walked, the buildings at the base have all been built and allocated. Most of them have moved away. Living in those cramped, corrugated rooms in the workshop was incredibly stifling, especially for families. So, as soon as the houses were completed, most people moved out. The rest, like the Zhou family who couldn't easily move, stayed. Zhou Shuan hadn't even had a chance to see the Bay Center when she heard this, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Zhong Tiyun. The latter couldn't help but laugh. Our houses are finished too. Xiao Xiao personally delivered the keys and even took me, Grandma Pang, your dad, Mumu, and me to see them. They're really impressive. The hard furnishings are all uniformly decorated, but we have to do the soft furnishings ourselves. This was normal. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary families don't have the resources to find sand, paint, wiring, and other materials for renovations. It's much more convenient for the base to build them out and charge a percentage. Since you're back, let's eat first, and then we go take a look together, Zhou Jianghai said. Grandma Pang smiled and said, what Tiyun and I like most about the villa is its spacious courtyard. Not only is there a large terrace on the first floor, but the second and third floors are also huge, specifically for raising livestock and planting. We already planned it all out. Each terrace will have a different function. Unlike before, when it was always smelly going up and down the stairs. Raising livestock at home has this downside. It significantly impacts air quality. Zhou Shuan had asked Xiao Xiao and Ming Mingwei about the initial plan, and the central villa area was planned to be 3 to 4 stories high. Considering the impact of the upcoming extreme cold, Zhou Shuwan also hoped the villa area could be built even higher. She gave Xiao Xiao some hints at the time. She didn't know if the other person understood. Pushing open the iron door to their 2 small rooms, a long-lost sense of warmth washed over them. Inside, the once empty rooms were now furnished with a considerable amount of furniture, brand new tables and chairs, a clean bed, and even a small fabric sofa. 7 or 8 potted plants sat in the corner. It was much more vibrant than when they had left. Zhong Tian pointed to the plants and whispered with a smile, "Mingwa sent these." She said, "They're a mutant potato developed by the higher-ups, with exceptionally high yields. They're also easy to grow, just a little water and they thrive. I only had them for a little over a month. Look how well they're growing." Zhou Shuwan examined them closely. The mutant potatoes were slightly different from the plants given to the survivors in her previous life. Presumably, they had been improved in this life. But in her previous life, there were no cacti. Later on, humans did indeed rely on these mutant potatoes grown by every household to fill their stomachs. She nodded. "Once we move, we make use of the terrace." "Okay, sis, we're waiting for you and brother-in-law to come back and move in," Mumu grinned. Because they didn't know the 2 of them would be back at this time, the meal was simple: steamed rice, and a stew made with a vacuum-packed bag of smoked meat, dried bean curd, mushrooms, meatballs, cabbage, and sweet potato noodles. The portion wasn't enough for 6 people, so Grandma Pang quickly stir-fried some eggs, a dish of dried bean curd stir-fried with ham, and sliced some braised beef, then put them on the table. After quickly unpacking and washing up, Zhou Shuwan, Qi Mingyu, and their family sat down around the table. The rich aroma of the food filled the room. "Try some. These are meatballs we made ourselves. I didn't know if you could have them while you were away," Zhong Tian said with a smile, first placing a meatball on Qi Mingyu's plate, then on Zhou Shuwan's. A mother worries that her daughter might be mistreated by her son-in-law, and always hopes he'd be more tolerant. So, ever since the young couple got married, no matter what delicious food they made, Zhong Tian always served Qi Mingyu first, then Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Jianhai wasn't so particular, of course. He doted on his own daughter. He even gave his daughter several pieces of lean meat from the smoked meat. Grandma Peng also served food to her grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Zhou Shuwan ate while smiling and said, "Dad, Mom, Grandma, you don't need to worry too much. We went to the seaside this time, and we ate fresh fish, various shellfish, and shrimp, grilled, steamed, stir-fried. We had plenty of meat. The ocean isn't polluted?" The whole family was stunned by this news. In their minds, most land-based water sources were now polluted by floods and acid rain, and the ocean must be too. The ocean's self-purification ability is incredibly powerful. The bases located by the sea have also mastered more advanced and convenient seawater purification technology, so they have no shortage of food and water, Qi Mingyu explained. "Then they must be living better than us, right?" Zhou Jianhai sighed. "We used to say that living by the sea meant that with tsunamis sweeping across and the coastline rising, countless more people would die than inland. But ultimately, those who live off the land and the sea have it all, and after the apocalypse, their lives are still better." "That's true, but another tsunami or something like that would be unbearable," Zhong Tian said, still shaken by the memory of the devastating tsunami that wiped out nearly half the world's population. Chapter 303. Living by the sea is a way to make a living, but it's also fraught with danger, Zhou Shuwan said, then recounted her journey south. Qi Mingyu added, omitting some of the more perilous details and focusing on the cannibalistic gang and how they met Shinfan's team. "What? Cannibalistic gang? And tanks?" Zhong Tian's face paled, and she nearly dropped her chopsticks. "My God, that's terrifying. Are you all right?" She anxiously looked Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu up and down, as if afraid they were missing a piece of flesh. Grandma Pang was also terrified. She clasped her hands together and murmured, "Amitabha, Bodhisattva, please protect us. It's good that you're back safe and sound. It's good that you're back safe and sound." Qi Mingyu comforted her, "Mom, Grandma, we're all right, aren't we? Don't worry, we'd be more careful from now on." He took a sip of soup and continued, "The cannibalistic gang has been basically wiped out. Only a few scattered members escaped, nothing to worry about. It's much safer to head towards Xiangqing now." Zhou Shuwan added, "Yes, we even seized quite a few good things." Even so, the family was still filled with lingering fear. The thought of people being kept in cages and eaten alive, their limbs being cut off piece by piece to keep them fresh. Just thinking about it made them want to vomit. The whole family immediately lost their appetite. Zhou Shuwan immediately regretted that the two of them had gone into too much detail. Their intention was simply to ensure that the family had a clear understanding of the level of danger outside, so that they could maintain the highest level of vigilance and preparedness. So even inside the base, you have to be careful. There are too many examples of people playing the victim to gain sympathy outside. You can easily fall into their trap if you're not careful, Qi Mingyu said solemnly. Especially for Mumu, she's young and easily deceived. That's right. Mumu, you have to listen to what your sister and brother-in-law say. When you're outside, no matter how pitiful someone seems, don't linger, just walk away. Zhong Tian quickly suppressed her disgust and hurriedly instructed Mumu. Mumu nodded earnestly. Okay. After dinner, Qi Mingyu took out the captured acid rain suits. He and Zhou Shuwan had made the greatest contribution in eliminating the enemy, and Zhang Jia had asked for their opinions, giving them 6 acid rain suits, 1 for each member of the family. Grandma, Dad, Mom, these are acid rain suits. They're better than the ones we have at home, and they be safer when we go out, he demonstrated while reminding them of the precautions. This material looks better than ours. Zhou Jianghai's face showed doubt. Could it be from above? They had long heard that the higher-ups had developed a new material for acid-resistant rain suits, as effective as air-conditioned suits. However, until now, none of them had seen what the new acid-resistant rain suits looked like. There's definitely something going on here, but we haven't gotten anything out of them during the interrogation, Zhou Shuwan said. Didn't you also arrest a woman? Zhong Tian asked. We handed her over to Xiao Xiao and the others, Zhou Shuwan said. We also brought back a truckload of seafood this time, including dried fish, sweet, with a chewy texture and no fishy taste, as well as seaweed and other seafood. It replenished our supplies. Grandma Peng chuckled. We stockpiled a lot of salt. Otherwise, I'd be worried we become iodine deficient if we didn't eat seafood for years. They do produce salt over there, and the price isn't high, so we exchanged some for sea salt. The processing isn't as refined, the salt blocks are larger, and there are a few more impurities. But it doesn't affect the taste. Wan, let's unload all the supplies from the truck and pack them up later, Qi Mingyu said. Okay, brother-in-law, I help too, Mumu said sensibly. When they went to unload the supplies from the truck in the afternoon, the semi-trailer was completely covered with several layers of tarpaulin. But the tarpaulin also showed signs of acid rain corrosion. Although Zhou Jianhai couldn't carry 2 heavy loads yet, he came to help. Seeing this, he said, You guys traveled in the rain? The frequency and timing of rain differ between the north and south. Therefore, Zhou Jianhai and his family at home didn't know that Zhou Shuwan and her family had experienced several instances of acid rain while traveling. Just once, it started raining acid rain halfway through the journey. There wasn't a village or shop in sight. We ended up driving off the highway and stopping the car at the bottom of a roadside embankment, which was a relief. Otherwise, all the supplies in those 30-odd trucks would have been destroyed. Zhou Shuwan smiled helplessly. The weather during the acid rain season isn't as extreme as floods or high temperatures, but sleeping in acid rain is still a disaster. And acid rain is incredibly damaging to the land, water sources, and crops. I wonder when the acid rain will stop, Grandma Peng sighed. Whether it stops or not, neither of you are allowed to go out again. This time you've been gone so long, your mother hasn't slept at night, and your grandmother is worried too. We can't let the elders in the family worry like this, Zhou Jianhai said to the two of them. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance. The former then gently shook Zhong Tian's arm, saying softly, Okay, Xiaoyu and I discussed it when we came back. We won't go out anymore. Once the villa is finished, we can move in. Then we raise chickens and geese, cultivate the planting soil, and grow mutant potatoes. We try to make our lives prosperous in the new base. Great. Zhong Tian nodded with a smile. The entire truckload of supplies belonged to their own family. They didn't have to hand them over, making them the family with the most supplies in the convoy. As the family unloaded the supplies, the others in the workshop watched with envy. There wasn't enough space in the workshop. They first unloaded some of the coastal specialties, like smoked fish, kelp, and sea salt, neatly stacking them in the small hut. The workshop immediately filled with the smell of the sea. But fortunately, the other residents didn't mind. At this time, where could they find seafood? Seeing seafood now only brought them joy. They certainly didn't complain. Several people eagerly moved stools and lifted curtains as the Zhou family carried their supplies into the workshop, hoping to exchange them for some seafood. Zhou Jianghai's words were succinct. Okay, we organize our own supplies first, And then we take out some of the excess to exchange with our neighbors and friends. We can't eat that much ourselves. That's right. Brother Dahai is a straightforward person. I'm willing to offer a little more later, just exchange it for some fish, meat and seaweed. After unloading some supplies, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu drove the truck out of the base, returning empty more than 2 hours later. Everyone knew they had gone to hide supplies. But no one was so tactless as to ask. Chapter 304. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the slightly mottled walls of the village houses in a warm golden hue. The air was filled with the aroma of food. A batch of mutated potatoes had already been harvested, and with the rural courtyards, it was essential to plant some vegetables. Whether stir-fried or stewed, the long-awaited aroma of cooked food wafted from every kitchen. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, carrying 2 large bags full of seafood, 20 pounds of kelp, over a dozen sun-dried fish, over a dozen bags of dried octopus, and 5 pounds of sea salt, went to Xiao Zhao's house. Upon arriving home, Xiao Zhao's mother, a kind-looking woman slightly older than Zhong Tian, greeted them with a smile. "I'm so sorry, Xiao Xiao isn't here. Why don't you wait for him to return?" Zhou Shuan had just called out Auntie when a head peeked out from a side room. Their eyes met, and Ming Mingwei was first taken aback, then overjoyed. "Wanlan Xiaoyu, what brings you two here?" She hurried out to greet them, seemingly preparing to leave. Zhou Shuan was also quite surprised. "Mingwei, what are you doing here?" Xiao Xiao's mother asked. "Mingwei, do you know them?" Ming Mingwei smiled and took Zhou Shuan's arm. "Aunt Zhang, this is Wanlan, and this is Xiaoyu." "Oh dear, I don't recognize them either. I'm so sorry. Please come in." Aunt Zhang hurriedly welcomed the two in with a smile. "Xiao Xiao and Mingwei have been talking about you too. You're both amazing children." Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu greeted each other gracefully. Ming Mingwei then chided, "I was busy when the convoy returned today, and I was just thinking of going to see you. I just finished and came back, and I was going to change my clothes before I went to find you, but I didn't expect you to show up here so quickly." Glancing again at the things Zhou Shuan and her companion were carrying, she scolded, "You came all this way, but brought so much stuff. Supplies are so precious these days. Thank you so much for taking care of my parents and grandma these past few days," Zhou Shuan said sincerely. "These things are nothing, just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept them." She held Ming Mingyu's hand and looked at Aunt Zhang, her eyes filled with gratitude. Qi Mingyu chimed in, "Yes, without you, we wouldn't have felt safe leaving for so long." Aunt Zhang smiled repeatedly, "You're too kind, you're too kind." Ming Mingwei accepted the supplies, jokingly saying, "All right, you two have been out there making a fortune, so this little bit of supplies probably doesn't even matter to you. I accept it on Xiao Xiao's behalf." Zhou Shuan lightly punched her. "Make a fortune, huh? You almost lost your lives there. And you're making such sarcastic remarks?" As soon as the convoy returned, Ming Mingwei heard about what had happened, but she had a lot of work to do and had been busy until now. After changing her clothes, she wanted to visit Zhou Shuan and Aunt Zhang. She sighed softly. "During the handover, Zhang Jia told me that we have to thank you for stepping forward in that critical moment, otherwise our entire team would have been wiped out. If it weren't for that rocket launcher, they might not have returned safely." Zhou Shuan chuckled. "What's the big deal? If you were there, would you just stand by and do nothing? The cannibal gang attracted the enemy because Thun and I were going to wipe them out, so naturally we have an obligation to help eliminate them. I don't know where you two got your weapons, even anti-tank rocket launchers." Ming Mingwei glared at the two of them, and invited them inside. Aunt Zhang busied herself serving fruit and pouring hot tea. There was hot tea at home, but no fresh fruit, so she substituted boiled mutated potatoes. After steaming them, she cut them into chunks, and served them with a small dish of white sugar. They tasted quite good dipped in the sugar. Zhou Shuan quickly thanked her. "Aunt Zhang, please sit down. Don't be so polite, we're not guests. Since we come all this way, we should naturally treat you well," Aunt Zhang said with a smile. "We don't have much good food at home, but white sugar is a rare treat. You should all try some." Ming Mingwei felt the hospitality was rather simple, so she got up and brought out several jars of canned oranges from her room, opening one for each of them. "You just gotten back, haven't tried these mutated potatoes yet? Try them, and see what you think." Zhou Shuan and the others hadn't had a chance to eat them. They noticed the color was darker than their usual potatoes, almost black. They tasted alright, quite mealy, but the texture was rather hard, requiring some chewing to get through. It's also very filling. Eating 2 or 3 pieces makes you feel slightly full. "Can it be stir-fried too?" Qi Mingyu asked. "Stir-fried, pan-fried, steamed, boiled, you can do it all," Meng Minghua laughed. Now that the weather's cooler, the cacti grow slower. The yield isn't high, so we can only grind cactus powder every now and then to drink for breakfast. With this high-yield potato, we truly solved the problem of feeding the whole family. It can be a staple food or a side dish. As she spoke, she dragged a box out from the corner of the room. Look, this is the size of a ripe potato. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu both peered inside. The potato was actually the size of a grapefruit, with a hard, pitted skin, quite ugly. After peeling, the inside is full of good stuff, Meng Minghua said. The skin may not look nice, but it's tough enough to protect the flesh inside, and it won't spoil for a long time. Zhou Shuan nodded and sighed. With this, humanity has truly solved the problem of famine. Meng Minghua nodded again, and lowered her voice. Not only that, but the main ingredient in compressed biscuits nowadays is this kind of mutated potato. Seeing the young people talking so enthusiastically, Aunt John came out to cook dinner, thinking that since they had come all this way and brought so much stuff, they should at least eat before leaving. Once everyone else was in the house, Zhou Shuan whispered, "Why are you living here? Xiao Yu and I were saying that after seeing Xiao Xiao, we would come to your place to find you." Meng Minghua explained, "Don't mention it. I was doing just fine living there with my parents." She and Xiao Xiao had arrived early, and were assigned an empty house in the local village. But later, the area where we lived was all designated as a new area of the base. There were no more empty houses, and it was too crowded to go to the workshop. It wasn't convenient to live there. Luckily, Xiao Zhao's family consisted of just him, his mother, and his sister. He kept saying that it would be too lonely for just the two of them after he left, and he was worried about them. So he invited our family to move in too. Look, it's in a side room. It's enough for the three of us. Zhou Shuan winked at her. Just that reason. I don't think Xiao Xiao is the type to actively invite people to live in his home. Several years into the apocalypse, every household hides some supplies, keeping them secret from outsiders. Therefore, home is an even more private place than before the apocalypse, and generally, outsiders are not welcome, let alone actively invited to stay. When Grandma Pang and Qi Mingyu actively invited their family to live in the underground safe house, Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai were always very grateful whenever they mentioned it. Chapter 305. Zhou Shuan had only said it casually, but she hadn't expected Meng Mingyua's face to turn red instantly. Although Meng Mingyua's name was Minghua, a very poetic name, she had actually served in the military for many years, and possessed a decisive and resilient character. Therefore, Zhou Shuan was very surprised to see such a shy expression on Meng Mingyua's face. Looking at her closely, she noticed something amiss. "You and Xiao Xiao are..." Meng Minghua coughed lightly. "What? We're just ordinary friends and colleagues." "Shaw, I don't believe you," Zhou Shuan said. Zhou Shuan deliberately drawled out her words, winking suggestively at Meng Minghua. "Confess, and you be treated leniently, resist, and you be punished severely. Tell me honestly, how far have things progressed between you and Xiao Xiao?" Meng Minghua blushed at her teasing, her eyes flickering, but she feigned composure, taking a sip of the orange syrup from the can and vaguely replying, "No progress. We're just ordinary friends." Avoiding the curious gazes of Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, she lowered her head and poked at the orange segments in the can with a spoon, mashing them to a pulp, but still not putting them in her mouth. Zhou Shuan saw through her pretense immediately, laughing and teasing. "Ordinary friends? Ordinary friends can live together? Ordinary friends can blush like this? Minghua, you can fool others, but you can't fool me." Meng Minghua, exposed by her words, simply stopped pretending. "Oh, Wan, please stop teasing me. Yes, we do have feelings for each other. But in this world..." She hesitated, then sighed softly. Zhou Shuan understood her concerns. In the face of the apocalypse, survival was a problem. Romance seemed like a luxury. She took Meng Minghua's hand and said softly, "I understand, Minghua. But don't be too pessimistic. Life goes on, and if you meet the right person, you should cherish them even more. I thought the same way you did at first, but look at me and Xiao Yu now, we're getting along really well." The girls were eager to chat, so Qi Mingyu didn't want to interrupt and remained quietly seated. Hearing this, he smiled and gently took her hand. Meng Mingyua's gaze swept over their clasped hands, and she nodded gently, a relieved smile spreading across her face. "Thank you, Wan." She looked up, her gaze resolute. "Neither of us are cowards. Let's try our best to move forward. The base construction is at a critical moment, and we can't afford to be distracted." Just then, Aunt Zhang's voice came from the kitchen. "Dinner's ready." Aunt Zhang came out carrying steaming dishes, smiling and greeting everyone. "Wan, Xiao Yu, There's nothing fancy today, please don't mind. On the table were several simple vegetarian dishes, a plate of stir-fried potato shreds, a plate of cold seaweed salad, and a pot of fragrant potato porridge. Although the dishes were simple, they exuded a warm, homey atmosphere. This seaweed salad is the one you brought. I haven't had seafood in so long, I really missed it. Zhou Shuwan then asked about Xiao Zhao's sister, saying that she had been helping her brother, and would be coming back later. Meng Ningwei felt the food was a bit too simple. Aunt Zhang had always been frugal, having raised 2 children on her own. So Meng Ningwei didn't say anything to her, but just smiled and said, "You two have come all this way to visit, you can't just let Aunt Zhang cook for you. I go back inside, and get some more dishes." "No need, this is enough." But Meng Ningwei ignored Zhou Shuan's voice, and quickly brought out a vacuum-packed bag of braised beef, and a can of meat from her house. This counted as 2 meat dishes. During the meal, everyone ate and chatted, and the topic naturally turned to the construction of the new base. Everything at the base is developing in a good direction now. Xiao Xiao is busy every day, and Zhang sighed as she put food into Zhou Shuan's bowl, but there's too little water, and Xiao Xiao is worried about it. Hearing this, Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. She put down her chopsticks and said, "When we went to the seaside base this time, they mastered a very advanced seawater purification technology. It's not only efficient but also low cost. Xiao Yu and I discussed it, and we think there's a 70% chance it can also be used to purify inland water sources polluted by floods and acid rain." "Really?" Meng Ningwei and Aunt Zhang asked in unison, their eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. Zhou Shuan nodded, and recounted her experiences at the beach in detail. Qi Mingyu added his own explanations. Upon listening, Meng Ningwei excitedly slammed her hand on the table. "That's wonderful. If we can introduce this technology to our base, it will solve a huge problem." She looked at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. "You two have returned with only good news." She and Zhang Jia had only handed over the supplies they brought back, the casualties in the convoy, and the follow-up care for the wounded. They hadn't had time to discuss these other matters. Just then, Xiao Xiao and her younger sister Xiaoyan pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, they exclaimed with delight, "Wanwan, Xiaoyu, you're back." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Meng Ningwei eagerly told Xiao Xiao about Zhou Shuan's suggestion. Xiao Xiao readily agreed and immediately offered to submit the suggestions to the mayor together with Meng Ningwei. Hearing Zhou Shuan's description of the seaside scenery, Xiao Xiao explained, "Life is truly unpredictable. We used to worry that people living near the coast would suffer greatly from the disaster, but now it seems they're actually living better lives." "Yes," Aunt Zhang chimed in, "who would have thought that the safest place now is right on the coast?" Xiao Yin listened with rapt attention, her eyes filled with longing. "Mom, brother, I want to go to the beach someday." She was young and had lived inland before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse, she had only stayed within her own small plot of land, never having traveled anywhere else. Now, hearing about the beauty of the seaside, she longed for it again. "Didn't you hear what your sister Zhou Shuan said? It's chaotic over there. Although there's no shortage of supplies, the infighting is terrible. You're absolutely not allowed to go there again." Xiao Xiao was quite strict with her younger sister, one glare, and the latter dared not say anything. Meng Ningwei thought for a moment, and then said, "The convoy returned from the south today, with quite a few wounded. Xiao Yun, you come with me tomorrow to take care of the wounded." Hopefully, seeing the horrific condition of the wounded would dissuade her from going to the beach. Xiao Yun nodded sullenly. Xiao Xiao was very interested in seawater purification technology. After dinner, she called Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Meng Ningwei to her room, where they discussed it for a long time before reluctantly parting ways. Currently, J City has groundwater, but only one source is clean. For the base to develop healthily and sustainably, a stable and continuous water source is needed. Seawater purification technology can purify all groundwater and make full use of it. Chapter 306. By the time the four finished talking, it was already evening. Fortunately, the base was under construction, with work continuing day and night. There were streetlights along the road from here to the workshop, and workers were still toiling away, so it wasn't so lonely. Back home, warm light streamed in. Shong Tian was sitting at the table, sorting through the seafood supplies the neighbors had brought to exchange that day with Grandma Peng. Upon seeing the two return, Zhong Tian asked with concern, "Why are you back so late? Have you eaten?" "We ate at Xiao Zhao's house. We had freshly harvested potatoes, potato porridge and stir-fried potato shreds. It tasted pretty good," Zhou Shuan said, walking over to Grandma Peng. She picked up a piece of dried seaweed, sniffed it, and said, "This seaweed tastes really good. We make seaweed soup tomorrow." Grandma Pang smiled and patted her hand. "Okay, Grandma will make it." She pointed to several large bags on the table. "These are what we exchanged with the neighbors today. Most of it is potatoes and hydroponic vegetables, along with some canned goods and household items." The two workshops were too small. The supplies they brought back from the truck, plus what they exchanged with the neighbors, filled the house to the brim, but everyone was happy to see it. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhou Shuwen's family went to the villa area in the center of the new base. Throughout the journey, Zhong Tiyun couldn't hide her excitement, repeatedly saying, "We only went to see it once with Mingwei. The location and environment are excellent." Arriving at the villa area, they could see rows of brand new villas arranged neatly along the fresh cement road. The villas, 3 stories high, had their exteriors painted a simple white. Finding their villa and pushing open the gate, the first thing that catches the eye is a spacious yard. A cement paving stone is laid in the center, surrounded by barren land reserved for the owner's planting. Stepping into the villa, the interior is even more spacious and bright. It includes a living room, dining room, and kitchen, all simply decorated with white walls. Because of a prior agreement, the cement paving wasn't done during the initial renovation. It was left untouched, awaiting the Zhou family's finishing touches. The second and third floors each have several rooms, and each floor boasts a large, private terrace. These terraces were designed with the experience of the apocalypse in mind. The rooms were intentionally smaller, while the terraces for planting and animal husbandry were larger, allowing the owner to achieve self-sufficiency solely through this villa. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang were visiting for the second time, but they still couldn't stop praising the villa. "This house is so beautiful. It's so spacious. There's enough room for everything we need." Zhou Jianhai, leaning on his cane, slowly strolled around the yard, a long-lost smile on his face. "It's spacious, the air is fresh, much more comfortable than living in the workshop." He looked up at the third-floor terrace, the sunlight streaming in, warm and inviting. "This terrace is nice too. I have a place to put all my hardware." Seeing him still talking about the hardware stored in Zhou Shuwen's space, Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but laugh. "We might not even have enough space just for growing potatoes and raising chickens. Where would we find room for all your stuff?" "It's all right. We plan it out properly later." Qi Mingyu chimed in. Zhou Shuwen, supporting Zhou Jianhai, said with a smile, "Dad, from now on you and Mom can grow vegetables in the yard on the first floor." "Okay, I take charge of raising the chickens and geese on the terrace." "Let's divide the work," Grandma Pang said enthusiastically, planning. "That way, we have fresh vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, and poultry." Qi Mingyu looked around the terrace and suggested, "I think the third-floor terrace has the best sunlight and the largest space. Why not turn it into a greenhouse to grow vegetables? That way, even in extremely cold weather, we can eat fresh vegetables." He pointed to the pre-installed water pipe connection in the corner of the terrace. "We can connect water here, making irrigation convenient." Xiao Yu's idea is great. Zhong Tiyun agreed. Zhou Shuwen nodded. "I think it's feasible. The greenhouse can be made of glass, which will both keep it warm and let in light. Then let's use the second-floor terrace to raise chickens and geese," Grandma Pang continued. "It's big enough, and the terrace faces the back, so the smell won't easily reach the front." She squinted, as if she could already see the chickens and geese leisurely strolling on the terrace. Zhou Jianhai pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's plan out the land in the yard on the first floor. Besides potatoes, let's see what else we can grow. We can't waste it." Zhong Tiyun watched them discuss amongst themselves, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. "Okay, it's settled then. Let's not discuss what to plant yet. Let's first look at the interior decoration and furniture arrangement of the villa, and try to get our new home ready as soon as possible." Moo Moo, listening with great interest, pointed to the open space in the distance and asked, "Sister, can we install a swing there?" Zhou Shuwen smiled and patted his head. "Of course. Once we built the greenhouse, we install a swing for you right next to it." "Great." Moo Moo jumped up excitedly. Back home, Qi Mingyu discussed the renovation plans with Zhou's father. Qi Mingyu said, "We need to enclose the first-floor yard, and the terraces on the second and third floors entirely with glass. This will protect against impacts and extreme cold, without affecting sunlight." He paused, then added, "Ideally, double-glazed windows with a gap in the middle for better insulation." The Zhou family had initially bought over 100,000 yuan worth of glass for future use when moving, and since they had taken all their own and the Qi family's glass with them during the move, they nodded, "We provide enough glass." Qi Mingyu then took out a notebook and began organizing the detailed renovation plan for the villa. As he wrote, he discussed with Zhou's father, the terrace greenhouse is mainly for growing all-season vegetables. The chicken and goose coops need to be well protected from wind and heat. Besides the planned potato planting area in the yard, I suggest we plant some fruit trees, like grapes, which can be harvested in a year or two. Zhou Jianhai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I just don't know if Wanwan has any fruit trees. Zhou Shuan happened to come in and smiled. We discussed what fruit trees to plant later. Meaning, she didn't lack these things in her space. Qi Mingyu then wrote down building materials like cement, sand, wood, and glass, as well as various vegetable and fruit seeds. They didn't plan to hire anyone, the family would renovate themselves. First, they installed heating systems on the first, second, and third floors. The Zhou family had bought 2 sets when they purchased the property, one for the living room and one for their space. Qi Mingyu also installed one for his own home. Exactly 3 sets. Once installed, turn on all the equipment when the extreme cold arrives to ensure the entire villa stays warm like springtime, making it less unbearable. Chapter 307. Zhou Shuan took out some fruit tree seedlings from her spatial storage. Small watermelons, strawberries, blueberries, grapes, cherry tomatoes, kumquats, dragon fruit, etc. Except for grapes, the other fruits had relatively short growing seasons, making them suitable for planting in the precarious world of the apocalypse. Looking at these lush green plants, Grandma Pang's eyes lit up. Wanwan, where did you get these seedlings? They look so fresh. We found them on our journey south, but Grandma, Mumu, don't tell anyone outside. If anyone asks, just say you don't know, Qi Mingyu solemnly instructed. Nowadays, any plant with green leaves, no matter what it is extremely precious. Grandma Pang and Mumu understood the principle of possessing a treasure invites trouble, and quickly nodded. Grandma Pang even complained half-jokingly, you're treating me more and more like a child. Don't I know what's important? Qi Mingyu smiled good-naturedly. Grandma, I just want to remind you. No need for your reminder, Grandma Pang glared at him. The whole family laughed. Qi Mingyu coughed lightly, and continued discussing the materials they needed to prepare. Zhou Shuan, and he drove to the base's supply exchange office to exchange for building materials such as cement, sand, and timber, based on the prepared materials list. This exchange office, newly opened at the base, was an institution for exchanging supplies between the government and civilians. The prices were reasonable, and the variety was extensive. Each type of material had very detailed exchange standards. Therefore, even though it had only been open for half a month, it was already bustling with people. The queues at the food and daily necessities exchange windows were long, but the building materials counters were much less crowded. Most of the survivors currently living at the base were unable to renovate their allocated houses, and many didn't even own their own homes. However, once the main force from J City arrives, the building materials exchange window will be packed with people every day, and the materials will be snapped up at high prices. Currently, because the new base is still under construction, and the apartment buildings are mostly completed, the remaining building materials are temporarily being exchanged with the public at low prices. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan exchanged 50 kilograms of seaweed and 100 kilograms of dried sweet fish for half a truckload of building materials. The rest were taken from Zhou Shuan's spatial storage, covered with tarpaulin, and brought back, pretending they were found outside. After storing the materials at their villa, Zhou Shuan and her family took a stroll around the base plaza. The base's material exchange office is located at the far end of the plaza. The base plaza is the very center of the entire base, where speeches, training sessions, and activities are held. Therefore, the plaza is quite spacious, paved with clean cement, and has a platform in the center. The buildings surrounding the square had ground floor shops, most of which were still quite desolate, with only a few shops open for business. These shops were simply decorated, with white painted walls and simple counters and shelves, resembling the refined shops of a pre-apocalyptic shopping mall. One shop sold canned meat and compressed biscuits, its shelves overflowing with a dazzling array of canned goods and biscuits, attracting many customers to stop and browse. Next door, a shop sold clothing and fabrics, summer dresses, winter down jackets, spring and autumn sweaters, cashmere, etc., hanging there like old stock, their preservation undone by some unknown reason. Another shop sold mutated potatoes. The yield was high, and they were piled up in large heaps on the shelves, with several customers selecting them with bags. Walking past 2 more shops, they saw a store with a sign that read Daily Necessities. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went inside to take a look. Inside, they sold simple daily necessities, like toothbrushes, towels, soap, and laundry detergent. The selection wasn't large, but they were all essential items. They asked about the prices, and everything was quite expensive. The two walked out, and then further on, they saw a fruit shop. This was a pleasant surprise. Several bamboo baskets were displayed at the entrance of the fruit shop, filled with oranges, apples, and grapes. Although the appearance wasn't great, they were definitely real fruit. Passers-by, who hadn't had fresh fruit in a long time, stopped and greedily inhaled the unique fresh aroma. "How much is this fruit?" Zhou Shuan asked, pointing to the apples in the baskets. The fruit shop owner, a middle-aged man, looked at Zhou Shuan and held up 2 fingers, 10 compressed biscuits for 1. That price was certainly not low. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly. "Where's this bunch of grapes?" 20 compressed biscuits. The onlookers gasped. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. "These fruits are all grown in greenhouses. The cost is high. Look at these apples, so big and red, and so sweet. Just smell them. They smell so sweet. It took us a lot of effort to grow apple trees after the apocalypse. It's nothing like before the apocalypse." He rattled off his tale, and everyone fell silent, watching with envy. Zhou Shuan carefully examined the apples. Although the fruits weren't large, their color was indeed vibrant. She asked, "Were these fruits grown in a greenhouse? Were they treated with nutrient solution?" She hadn't asked intentionally. The shopkeeper gave her a wary look and lowered his voice. "We just moved the good fruit trees from before the apocalypse to a greenhouse. Why are you asking these questions?" Zhou Shuan's eyes flashed, and she pulled a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. "How about I trade this pack of cigarettes for an apple, a bunch of grapes, and an orange?" The shopkeeper took the cigarettes, smelled them, and seeing they weren't spoiled at all, his eyes lit up. He immediately took an apple, a bunch of grapes, and an orange from his basket, put them in a plastic bag, handed them to Zhou Shuan, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your patronage. Come again next time." Zhou Shuan took the fruit, smiled, and didn't say anything. Plants had extremely poor survival conditions after the apocalypse, and she didn't know how these fruits were grown. She didn't dare eat them easily. She just wanted to take them back to study. Seeing her casually offer a pack of cigarettes, everyone else cast curious and envious glances at her. Qi Mingyu squeezed her hand and said softly, "Let's go." Zhou Shuan nodded. They walked forward along the plaza, past the row of shops, until they reached 6-story buildings. From a distance, they looked quite impressive. Some residents had already begun climbing up and down the buildings to move their belongings. The new development was built entirely as a large community, including residential buildings, shops, hospitals, factories, and government buildings. The streets were neatly planned, and to prevent acid rain corrosion, the top floors of each building were 1 centimeter thicker than normal. The roofs and walls of the villas were also made of special materials to maximize protection against acid rain corrosion. Streetlights were installed along both sides of the roads, but they weren't yet installed. Workers were installing the wiring. Chapter 308. Qi Mingyu paused to observe for a moment, then said, "The cable's outer shell is also made of a special material. It shouldn't be corroded by acid rain." Zhou Shuan recalled her past life. Although the base back then wasn't nearly as beautiful and grand as it is now, the streetlights had always been there. When she arrived at the base, the extreme cold was approaching, and she hadn't noticed anyone had taken special precautions to protect the cables. It seemed that when the wiring was installed, lessons had been learned from the past, and materials resistant to high temperatures, extreme cold, and acid rain had been used. "This base is well constructed," Zhou Shuan remarked. "It's much better than before, and the area is twice as large." She recalled the base at this time in her past life. Although it had various facilities, it was far less well-planned and complete than it is now. Because of the existence of the prophet in this life, the government was well prepared. The death toll was half that of her previous life, and supplies were also prepared in advance. Qi Mingyu nodded, pointing to the roadside drainage ditch. Xiao Xiao put a lot of thought into it. "Look at this road planning and drainage system. It's very professional. These drainage ditches are all very large and deep. Even if it rains heavily, there shouldn't be any flooding." He paused, then said, "By the way, what did you mean by what you said to the fruit stall owner earlier?" Zhou Shuan's smile faded. "Actually, in my past life, I heard about a fruit shop that sold exceptionally good fruit. People were curious about what fertilizer they used, and it was only much later that they learned they used human corpses to cultivate the saplings, which is why the fruit grew so well. After the apocalypse, the world is truly full of wonders. There are people who eat human flesh, and there are people who cultivate plants using human corpses." Qi Mingyu sighed softly. gazing at the distant horizon, remaining silent for a long time. Looking at it this way, using dead people as fertilizer is much better than eating human flesh directly. Zhou Shuan smiled helplessly. Just then, four people approached, chatting and laughing. It was Chen-Fen and Sister Hong, along with two other members of their team. Wan! See you? Chen-Fen spotted them immediately, and exclaimed with delight, quickly walking over. Sister Hong and the other two team members followed, smiling. Sister Fen, Sister Hong. Zhou Shuan was also pleasantly surprised and rushed forward. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to run into you here. Both sides were very excited and hugged each other. Having traveled north together and experienced several battles, they had become very close and trusted each other. I was just saying, I was going to visit you after I settled in. Have you already moved into the base? Zhou Shuan asked. They got in last night, Chen-Fen replied. Thanks to you and Zhang Jia, our review process went very smoothly and quickly. We were the first in our queue. That's good, Zhou Shuan nodded in relief, then asked with concern, where are you staying now? Do you have enough supplies? Chen-Fen smiled. We don't have many supplies, and we can't afford a house, so we set up a few tents on the outer edge of the base to make do. She pointed in a direction. That was also where Zhou Shuan had stayed after the extreme cold weather. She knew roughly where it was at a glance. She and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, both understanding the situation of Chen-Fen's team. But helping others isn't about helping the poor. If Chen-Fen's team wanted to truly establish themselves in the new base, they needed to rely on their own strength. Temporary material assistance wouldn't last. We just settled in today, so we came in to take a look around and see what the base is like, Sister Hong chimed in. We checked out the supply exchange area, and then came to the plaza to see what shops were available. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the fruit Zhou Shuan was carrying. You bought fruit? Fruit is so precious these days, it's extremely rare to find it in the market. Zhou Shuan smiled and waved the fruit in her hand. Yes, we just happened to see some and bought some. She paused for a moment, then asked, Sister Fen, Sister Hong, what supplies did you exchange today? She paused again, then asked with concern. Sister Fen, Sister Hong, what supplies did you exchange today? Chen-Fen smiled and stretched out her hands, palms up. Nothing. She shrugged, her tone relaxed. We only brought some bows and arrows, which aren't worth much, so we can't exchange them for anything good. Let's see what we can find first. If it gets too bad, we go out and find supplies. Our Fenxia team may not have much else, but we have lots of manpower and strength. Sister Hong chimed in, yeah, what hardships haven't we endured? This little difficulty is nothing. Zhou Shuan felt a pang of unease looking at their feigned nonchalance. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Sister Fen, Sister Hong, how about we accompany you to see your accommodations? Sure. Chen-Fen readily agreed. Leading them across the central square, through several clean and tidy streets, they walked along the outer perimeter of the base for about 20 minutes, arriving at an open area. Rows of tents stood there, densely packed, like a giant refugee camp. Various odds and ends, clothes, pots and pans, and dilapidated furniture were piled up by the roadside, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of mildew and sweat. Ragged people occasionally moved in and out of the tents, their expressions blank and their eyes vacant. Children played on the muddy ground, their bodies covered in filth. Zhou Shuan looked at the chaotic scene before her and sighed softly. Although the number of people was still small, news of the new base had spread, and many ordinary survivors had brought their families here. Unable to afford houses, they had set up tents on the outermost perimeter for temporary shelter. There was no water or electricity, sanitation was extremely poor, and safety was not guaranteed. Chen-Fen's team's tent was mixed in among them, not particularly conspicuous. The gray canvas tent, patched in several places, looked tattered. Scattered around the tent were bows and arrows and tools, indicating the team's special status. However, since only women lived here, their comings and goings inevitably attracted the attention of some with ulterior motives. Chen-Fen followed Zhou Shuan's gaze to a lewd-looking man hiding behind a pillar, peering their way. The man was ragged, his hair disheveled, his face filthy, and his emaciated body looked as if a gust of wind could topple him, yet his eyes were filled with greed and lust as he looked at Chen-Fen and the others. He frequently rubbed his hands together, his gaze shifting back and forth between the team members. Chen-Fen sneered, her eyes icy. From last night until now, I don't know how many blind lecherous devils we dealt with. Knowing Zhou Shuan was worried about their safety, she said seriously, if others can stay here, of course we can too, and compared to outside, it's much safer here. Chapter 309. Zhou Shuan lifted the tent flap and saw it was very simple. There were only some mats laid on the ground as beds, nothing else. The air was stuffy and the light dim. Several women were sitting together, talking quietly. They were all pleasantly surprised to see her, Miss Zhou. Zhou Shuan greeted them and reminisced about their time together. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she looked at Chinfen. Sister Fen, we just brought some furniture from elsewhere. We can give you a few beds. A more comfortable place to stay will give you more energy. Chinfen hesitated for a moment, thinking of the team members' exhaustion over the past few days, but ultimately nodded and didn't refuse. While a few beds weren't expensive, in this environment, they would greatly improve their quality of life and allow the team members to get better rest and recover their strength. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. Then we'd bring them over tomorrow, Qi Mingyu said. Okay. Chinfen nodded. Zhou Shuan chatted with Chinfen and Sister Hong for a few more minutes, agreeing to meet again tomorrow, before turning and leaving with Qi Mingyu. Once outside the tent area, Zhou Shuan glanced back at the densely packed tents, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew better than anyone that this was just a microcosm of the apocalypse, and countless survivors were struggling to survive, living a precarious existence. She could only look after her own family. Let's go, Zhou Shuan said softly. Qi Mingyu took her hand, and the two walked side by side out of the tent area. Passing a small stall selling roasted potatoes, the air was filled with a sweet aroma. A little girl, dressed in tattered clothes, stared longingly at the golden brown roasted potatoes, occasionally licking her chapped lips. She was only 7 or 8 years old, very thin, making her head appear large. A typical little radish head. Children of this age haven't lost their unique innocence. Her blinking eyes held only a pure longing for food. The little girl's mother, a haggard woman with numb eyes, gently patted her head, whispering words of comfort. Zhou Shuan's gaze lingered on the mother and daughter for a moment, her steps faltering slightly. Qi Mingyu followed her gaze, paused, and took a compressed biscuit from his backpack, handing it to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan smiled, walked to the stall, and traded the compressed biscuit for 2 of the largest roasted potatoes. She handed the potatoes to the little girl, who glanced timidly at her, then at her mother. The mother smiled gratefully and humbly at Zhou Shuan, repeatedly thanking her. Thank you, thank you. The little girl then took the potato, carefully peeling off the crispy skin to reveal the golden flesh inside. She eagerly took a bite, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Zhou Shuan gently patted the little girl's head, then looked up at Qi Mingyu. Let's go. Qi Mingyu took her hand, and they walked forward together. Zhou Shuan glanced back at the little girl and her mother again. The little girl was handing one of the potatoes to her mother. Perhaps it was the setting sun, but the mother's face shone with a special light. The next morning, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu rode their tricycle to the shantytown. The area around Chinfen's team's tent was also neatly tidied up. Several team members were practicing archery, their movements skillful and powerful, their eyes resolute. Seeing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, Chinfen put down her bow and arrows and greeted them with a smile. You come. Sister Fen, Zhou Shuan unloaded the folding bed from the tricycle. You can use these beds for now, and we replace them with better ones later. Thank you so much. Chinfen looked at the brand new folding bed, a hint of gratitude flashing across her face, followed by a touch of embarrassment. Then I accept them on behalf of our team. They really needed them. The ground was cold, and the team was entirely composed of women. Most of them had to sleep on the floor, and even wooden planks were hard to find. This was definitely bad for their health in the long run. Sister Fen, don't be so polite. Zhou Shuan smiled, looking around at the surroundings. Are you settling in well? Chinfen nodded, much better than before. Last night, our team discussed it, thinking of trying to join the base's security team like Zhang Jia did. That way, we can have a stable income, go out to find supplies, and earn more to buy a new house. Applying to join the base's patrol team is definitely an option, Zhou Shuan agreed enthusiastically. Your team members are all skilled shooters, and have some close combat abilities, and they're all women. If they cooperate well, it would supplement the base's security team. The base's security team is mostly male. If there were a small team all women, things would be much easier, and I'm sure the base would be willing. Then please help us inquire about the situation, and see how we can apply. Chinfen said very politely. Don't worry, Sister Fen, I ask when I get back. Sister Hong came over and greeted them warmly. Wan Xiaoyu, you're here. Qi Mingyu took a stack of tarpaulins from the tricycle. I help you reinforce the tents to prevent acid rain corrosion. Okay, thank you. Chinfen quickly called a few team members to help. Zhou Shuan took another bag of compressed biscuits from the front of the tricycle and handed it to her. Sister Fan. Before she could finish speaking, Chin Fan repeatedly refused. Wan, we really can't take your supplies anymore. You brought us food several times along the way. We're all adult women, and there are quite a few people in the team. How much would it take you to provide enough? Zhou Shuwan, however, shoved a bag of compressed biscuits into her hand. Take it, Sister Fan, don't worry, I'm not giving it to you for nothing. It's just a temporary loan. I don't know the strength of your team. Once you establish yourself, you won't lack this little bit of food, and you can return it to me. Chin Fan knew that she was saying this on purpose to make them accept it, and she was overwhelmed with mixed feelings, not knowing what to say. After a long pause, she nodded emphatically. Don't worry, Wan, we will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Zhou Shuwan waved her hand, then picked up another bag. Chin Fan, not knowing what it was, assumed it was food and hurriedly tried to refuse. Zhou Shuwan, however, mysteriously opened it for her. Sister Fan, it's toilet paper and sanitary napkins. The team is all women, we can't run out of these things. These things were indeed extremely scarce in the team. Normally, without sanitary napkins, women on their periods would stay in their small rooms, waiting for their periods to end, a very difficult time. Even then, she had led the team members to various supermarkets to stock up on sanitary products in large quantities. But the apocalypse had been going on for several years, and these things were scarce everywhere. Chapter 310. Therefore, Zhou Shuwan's gift was a timely help. Chin Fan gripped her hand tightly, everything understood without words. Zhou Shuwan then went to help set up the tarpaulin outside the tent. Just as she climbed the ladder, she saw Zhang Jia riding a dilapidated tricycle towards them, presumably also delivering supplies to Chin Fan's team. The supplies she was delivering were also what she had saved herself. 20 kilograms of seaweed, 20 kilograms of dried fish, and a large bag filled with hygiene products. The seaweed and dried fish were clearly a reward from the base for her return from leading the convoy south. Seeing this, Chin Fan's eyes welled up slightly. Although their battle with the cannibal gang had cost them nearly a third of their population, they had also made acquaintances with Zhou Shuwan and Zhang Jia, which was a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Team leader Zhang, you're all alone, so you don't need to deliver any more supplies. Zhang Jia unloaded the seaweed and sun-dried fish from the truck, wiping the sweat from his brow. You just arrived at the base, and you're lacking a lot of things. Every little bit helps. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Jia looked at Chin Fan and her team's living conditions, pondered for a moment, and then, waiting for Zhou Shuwan to come down, asked her, Wan, do you think the workshop could be temporarily provided for Chin Fan's team to live in? People in the workshop are gradually moving out, and it's enough for Chin Fan's team to squeeze in. It's certainly more comfortable there than living in tents. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment and said, I reckon the workshop will soon be repurposed. But don't say anything, I asked Mingwei when I go to her place today. Okay. After saying goodbye to Zhang Jia, Zhou Shuwan went to Meng Mingyue's office. Because Zhong Tian had been helping Meng Mingyue with some logistical matters, she was very familiar with the place, and found Meng Mingyue easily without needing anyone to show her around. Wan, what brings you here? What's up? Meng Mingyue looked up from her tedious base affairs, and addressed Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan then began by mentioning Chin Fan's team's desire to join the base's security team. Meng Mingyue had already heard about Chin Fan's team and greatly admired their spirit of relying on themselves to survive in the apocalypse, without depending on men. She nodded and decisively agreed. Okay, I discussed it with Xiao Xiao. The service hall will be moving in soon, and the news about the new base has already spread. A large group of people will be arriving soon. We definitely need more security personnel to maintain order, that's one reason. Secondly, once the service hall is all moved in, the procedures will be complicated, and many things will be difficult to handle. It's better to decide in advance. Right, Zhou Shuwan nodded. Then you and Xiao Xiao have had a lot on your plate these past few days. Yes, that's why I wanted to ask you and Xiao Yu to come and help us. Meng Mingyue shook her hand, her voice slightly coquettish. I heard from Xiao Xiao that he wants to take you and Xiao Yu to his place to train the security team. But I need your help here too. You can't agree to him. Zhou Shuwan couldn't help but laugh. Meng Mingyue lowered her voice. Wan, I'm telling you this sincerely. The base is currently under construction, and Xiao Xiao and I have the final say on many things. But once the administrative hall and the military arrive, Xiao Xiao and I won't be of high enough rank and will definitely have to step down. So what I'm suggesting is that you and Xiao Yu join the management team now. Mayor Lu particularly admires Xiao Yu, and there will definitely be some preferential treatment later. However, we really need your help right now. She spoke sincerely. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then said, okay, I discuss it with Brother Yu when I get back. We're not interested in power or anything like that, but if it's convenient for doing things at the base in the future, it's good to make some preparations in advance. That's exactly what I meant. Zhou Shuan put that matter aside for now, and brought up the second matter concerning Chunfin's team. Mingwe, is the workshop we're currently living in going to be renovated soon? Mingwe looked up at her and said with a smile, you're quite well informed. That's right, there was a meeting at the base recently, and they said that everyone in the workshops would be required to move out within a month, and then the old workshops would be renovated. The workshops in the 2 newly built factories also need to be renovated. I can't give you more specifics, but this is also to prepare for future natural disasters. Isn't everyone saying that extreme cold weather is coming? Zhou Shuan understood. If the order of natural disasters in her previous life hadn't changed, after acid rain came extreme cold. In her previous life, when she arrived at the base, it was during extreme cold weather. The base converted the workshop into a heated facility, similar to an underground base, to accommodate survivors who couldn't afford housing or heating. That's why she didn't advise Chunfin's team to find a way to move into an apartment building first. Once the extreme cold weather arrives, they can all move directly into the workshop. Mingwe asked with concern, Wan, I heard the extreme cold weather is very cold, like the high temperatures, possibly tens of degrees below zero. People won't be able to go out at all. Does your family need anything? I can write down your names first, and you can choose a place in the factory later. Zhou Shuan shook her head. No need, we plan to renovate the villa, and we live in the villa area during the extreme cold. What about your family, and Xiao Xiao's families? Where do you plan to live if the extreme cold weather comes? Mingwe smiled and said, Xiao Xiao and I contributed a lot to the base's construction, and the government has allocated us housing. Of course, it's not like your luxurious multi-story villas. Xiao Xiao and I will be living in the staff quarters of the dedicated service hall, a 3-bedroom apartment that's quite spacious. The conditions and facilities are pretty good for the new base. Besides, heating will be turned on in the apartments in the quarters while the factory buildings are being renovated. It just depends on whether the residents can afford the heating fees. I think there are too many people in the factory, so I probably just stay at home. Zhou Shuan nodded. The summer resort was so noisy back then. Staying at home is better. She shared the same thought. Mingwe, could you please do me another favor and write down the names of Chunfin's team? Once the workshop renovations are complete, we give them priority in choosing accommodations. Mingwe readily agreed. No problem, they're all women, they deserve special treatment. As for joining the security team, don't worry, I talked to Xiao Xiao about it tonight. Wait for my news. Zhou Shuan smiled gratefully. Thank you, Mingwe. Mingwe winked at her. No need to thank me, we're practically family. She picked up a pen, wrote down the names of Finxiao's team, and then repeated, think carefully about what I just said when you get back. This truly showed that she considered Zhou Shuan a friend. Zhou Shuan nodded and solemnly replied, Okay, I give you an answer as soon as possible. Chapter 311. Okay. Mingwe nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Zhou Shuan smiled and said goodbye, leaving the office, hopping on her bicycle, and heading home. Back home, Zhou Shuan told her family about Mingwe's invitation. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were very happy to hear this, and encouraged her and Qi Mingyu to accept the invitation. Wan, this is a great opportunity, Zhou Jianhai said. You and Xiaoyu are both very capable. Joining the base's management team will give you more influence. Zhong Tiyun chimed in, yes, Wan, this is different from before. Before, you were just helping out, and then it was all forgotten. But now that Mingwe has said this, there will definitely be an onboarding process. It's more formal. Grandma Pang and Mumu also expressed their full support for her decision. After some discussion, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu decided to accept Mingwe's invitation. Early the next morning, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to the base's government building and found Mingwe. Mingwe smiled when she saw them. You're here. I talked to Xiao Xiao about this yesterday, and he's really looking forward to it. She paused, then continued, I originally thought I asked Wan to help me, but Xiao Xiao said they're currently setting up a base hospital, and the current hospital is just a small clinic. He said Wan has also studied traditional Chinese medicine and has some medical knowledge. Since neither of us is available, how about you help with the hospital's construction? Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised. She exchanged a glance with Qi Mingyu, whose eyes were full of encouragement. Okay, then I agree, Zhou Shuan nodded. Ming Ming was smiled and nodded, then said to Qi Mingyu, Xiao Yu, your abilities are outstanding anywhere. Xiao Xiao thinks you should train the security team, but we give you a formal position first. Is that alright? Qi Mingyu didn't hesitate much and nodded, sure. But we have a condition. What? Wan and I still don't like being tied down. If there are any special circumstances in the future, we hope that our resignation will be approved. He had a very difficult time retiring from the army. If it weren't for his superior's help, he would be in dire straits now. Therefore, Qi Mingyu wanted to confirm some things first. Ming Ming was smiled helplessly and nodded, okay. Back home, Qi Mingyu took out his notebook and pen and continued to complete the villa renovation plans. They already had a simple plan, now they needed to carry out the specific renovations based on these plans. He first drew the overall structure and layout of the villa, and then, based on his family's needs and suggestions, made detailed plans for each area. The ground floor courtyard was divided into a vegetable garden and an orchard, where various vegetables and fruits were grown. The terrace at the back of the second floor was converted into a chicken coop and goose shed, raising chickens, ducks, and geese. The third floor terrace was transformed into a greenhouse, growing off-season vegetables. Qi Mingyu handed the blueprints to Zhou Shuwan, pointing to each area and explaining his design concept in detail. Zhou Shuwan listened attentively, offering opinions and suggestions from time to time. After some discussion, they finally finalized the villa renovation plan. Based on the blueprints, Qi Mingyu then compiled a detailed materials list. The materials they exchanged at the base's exchange point last time, plus those they took from their spatial storage, basically covered everything. He circled the missing items with a pen, looking to see if they could exchange them elsewhere. The family of 6 began their routine of working from dawn till dusk. The villa renovation proceeded smoothly. Cutting wood, installing glass, building the greenhouse, running wiring, installing electric heating under the 3-story floor, installing air conditioning, a range hood, a refrigerator. Because they didn't trust outsiders, they decided to do the renovation themselves, without inviting anyone else. Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu both had a general understanding of renovations, and their current level was more than enough for them to do their job. Installing the glass and building the greenhouse frame were the most difficult tasks. Mu Mu ran around helping, handing over tools, while Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun measured the terrace dimensions and drew up the greenhouse construction plans. Zhou Jianhai carefully measured the length, width, and height of the terrace with a tape measure, while Zhong Tiyun diligently recorded the data with paper and pen. As they took measurements, they discussed the greenhouse's structure and materials, hoping to build a structure that was both practical and aesthetically pleasing. After completing the measurements, Qi Mingyu began cutting glass to prepare for building the greenhouse frame. He put on protective goggles, held a glass cutter, and along the drawn lines, carefully cut pieces of glass, which he then installed with Zhou Jianhai. To prevent theft, Qi Mingyu also considered installing alarm systems around the villa and setting up an electric fence on the courtyard wall. Fortunately, Zhou Shuwan's space was well equipped. Installing an electric fence on the wall was somewhat laborious, but it was ultimately completed perfectly. After they finished those tasks, they began the interior decoration. Sofa, bed, wardrobe, water dispenser, coffee table, writing desk, sheets, duvet covers, clothes. Zhou Shuwan took out clothes suitable for the family of 6 from her spatial storage and hung them in the wardrobe. The soil needed for the yard and terrace was all taken from her spatial storage, as if it had been found outside, and transported back by truck. In the blink of an eye, the villa renovation was nearing completion. The ground floor yard had become a rather overgrown vegetable garden. Of the family, Zhong Tiyun was the most skilled at planting. She felt the soil was a bit hard, so she spent the last few days leveling it. Wielding a hoe, she turned the soil over, then used a rake to carefully smooth out the clods, clearing away weeds and stones. The soil, all raw yellow earth collected by Zhou Shuwan from the fields, was of average quality, containing many weeds and stones, and needed careful preparation before planting. Within a few days, the once hard soil became soft and flat, suitable for planting. The second floor terrace was transformed into a chicken and goose coop. The chickens and geese that had been kept in the workshop were moved out and now leisurely strolled around on the second floor terrace. The third floor terrace became a vegetable greenhouse, where vegetables would be grown when there was free time. The interior decoration of the villa was also completed. The furniture was neatly arranged, the rooms were clean and bright, and everywhere exuded the warmth of home. In addition, they carefully studied the mutated potatoes. Zhong Tiyun planted the mutated potatoes for several months, observing their internal structure and recording their growth rate and yield, using different planting methods. After the soil in the yard was leveled, the whole family was excited. Nothing could make one feel safer in the apocalypse than a yard full of grain and vegetables. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang squatted down to measure the land, then stood up to gesture, discussing which plants were suitable for where to plant them, considering sunlight, water, soil, and so on. Grandma Pang, holding a small shovel, gently turned over the soil, feeling its moisture and texture, her face full of joy. This soil is great after being prepared. It looks fertile and loose. Everything will grow vigorously. Zhong Tiyun carefully planned each area. Tomatoes and peppers need plenty of sunlight, so we plant them on the south side of the yard. Cucumbers can be planted near the fence, so they can climb and grow. In the evening, the setting sun dyed the sky a golden red. Zhou Shuwan stood on the third-floor terrace, looking out with a contented smile. Qi Mingyu wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin gently on her shoulder, and said softly, "You worked hard, Wan Wan." Zhou Shuwan gently shook her head, leaning against him, feeling his warmth and presence. From downstairs came Grandma Pang's voice. "Wan Wan, Xiaoyu, come down for dinner." Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu smiled at each other. "Let's go," Zhou Shuwan said, taking his hand. "Let's go down for dinner." "Coming, Grandma." Qi Mingyu responded loudly, tightening his grip on Zhou Shuwan's hand. The two slowly descended the stairs. In the dining room, Grandma Pang and Zhong Tiyun had already set the table. The table was laden with various delicious dishes, including fragrant grilled fish, tender and delicious stir-fried potato shreds, and steaming rice. "Come on, let's toast to our new home." Cheers! The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the clean glass windows, casting a golden hue on the table and the delicious-looking food. Zhou Jianhai picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, and savored it. "This fish is really fresh, brought back from the sea, much better than what we usually eat." Zhong Tiyun also picked up a piece of fish, nodded, and agreed, "It's really good. If we can exchange supplies with the base on the coast in the future, then we won't lack fish." "That's difficult." Qi Mingyu analyzed rationally. "I asked Xiao Xiao, and right now, the higher-ups simply don't have the ability to control the coast or the various checkpoints set up by the dark forces along our journey. Although there was some advanced control for this apocalypse, there's really only so much that humans can do in the face of natural disasters. We lost too many people. Some entire cities have been destroyed. Now we're not only short of people, but also short of supplies. I wonder when the apocalypse will truly end." Zhong Tiyun sighed softly. They now have this base to call home, and although it has its share of shortcomings, compared to other places, it's already like paradise. 8 years into their previous life, the apocalypse showed no signs of abating. In this life, how long will they live? When will the apocalypse finally end? Will they even live to see the world return to peace? Zhou Shuwan didn't speak, only silently taking a sip of beer. After moving into the villa, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu quickly took up their posts. Zhou Shuwan was put in charge of the hospital construction, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Qi Mingyu was the same. As more and more people learned about the new base and moved their entire families there, the security team faced immense pressure. That day, Zhou Shuwan was inspecting the hospital's construction progress. Workers were busily working, some laying bricks, some installing doors and windows, and some painting. The clanging and banging of hammers and the roar of machinery mingled, creating a symphony of construction. Even she, who knew little about construction, wore a hard hat, holding blueprints, carefully checking the progress and discussing technical details with the engineers. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and large raindrops, carrying a sour smell, poured down. "Acid rain? Everyone take shelter!" a worker shouted. "To the clinic next door. Hurry! Quick!" Zhou Shuwan yelled, leading the construction team to the nearby clinic. The clinic consisted of only a few rooms, not very large, but fortunately, there weren't many patients, so it could accommodate the large group. Posters promoting medical knowledge were pasted on the walls, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Qi Mingyu was currently leading his security team on patrol around the base, maintaining order and directing the crowd. He was dressed in a black uniform, tall and straight, with sharp eyes. He held a walkie-talkie, issuing commands to his team as they dispersed the crowd and maintained order. Suddenly, large raindrops began to fall from the sky, pounding on the construction site with a loud patter. "Quick! Get out of the rain!" Qi Mingyu shouted, his expression changing. Everyone scrambled to find shelter. Qi Mingyu always carried his acid-resistant rain suit on his back, as did the security team behind him. 2 years of acid rain had instilled in people the ability to don acid-resistant rain suits, as quickly as possible in an emergency. Within 2 seconds, the members of the security team were all donning their acid rain protective suits. However, most of the survivors weren't so quick. Instantly, a cacophony of wails and screams erupted. "Help!" Chi Mingyu's hoarse voice rang out. 2 hours later, the acid rain finally stopped. The construction team and Zhou Shuwan, hiding in the clinic, breathed a sigh of relief. "We stopped construction for today," Zhou Shuwan said to the construction team. "The acid rain just started, and the buildings and materials outside are all covered in it. It's easy to get injured. It's already evening, so let's stop work for now." Before she could finish speaking, a commotion erupted outside, a cacophony of voices, cries, and groans. Zhou Shuwan's heart tightened. She exchanged a glance with the construction foreman and quickly left the clinic. A large crowd had gathered at the clinic entrance. They were ragged, their bodies badly burned by acid rain. Some had festering skin, others were mangled and bloody, and some even had exposed bone, a horrifying sight. "What happened?" a middle-aged doctor in his 50s asked anxiously as he stepped into the crowd. An elderly woman with gray hair, holding her grandson, cried, "We live outside the base. We have nowhere to shelter from the rain, and we all been soaked by the acid rain." Zhou Shuwan then saw Chi Mingyu running towards them, also carrying a child. She first swayed him, then put him down only after confirming he was properly dressed in acid rain gear. If she hadn't been so familiar with his build, she might not have recognized him under the suit. "What happened?" She rushed to his side, helping to support the child's head. "Don't look!" Chi Mingyu cried out, stopping her when he saw her looking down at the child. But it was too late. Chapter 312. Zhou Shuwan could see the child's face, covered in acid rain corrosion marks. Even one eyeball was missing. She could clearly see the stark white bone beneath the eyeball. The child's cries were already very weak. Zhou Shuwan wasn't frightened. She had seen far more horrific scenes in her previous life. Silently, she took a bandage from her backpack, placed it over the child's eyes, and then, together with Chi Mingyu, took the child to the clinic. After handing the child over to the doctor for emergency treatment, the two went outside the clinic. Everything was a mess, the air thick with a pungent smell of acid rain, mixed with the stench of blood and earth, making one want to vomit. Scattered on the ground were fragments of clothing corroded by acid rain, and some personal belongings. Several medical staff were busy treating the wounded, disinfecting and bandaging them, working frantically. Groans and cries rose and fell, creating a scene of hell on earth. "What happened?" Zhou Shuwan asked. Chi Mingyu clenched his fists, and after a long while, he explained in a low voice. It turned out that too many survivors had come to seek refuge at the new base. Housing was limited, and they couldn't afford to buy houses, so they had to pitch tents on the outskirts of the base or simply sleep outdoors. There were too many people, not enough buildings to provide shelter, and the acid rain came too suddenly, resulting in many injuries. Zhou Shuwan took a deep breath, suppressing the churning in her stomach, and quickly scanned the crowd. They were ragged, emaciated, and clearly had been struggling to survive in the apocalypse for a long time. An elderly woman with gray hair tightly hugged a child covered in wounds, crying heartbreakingly, "My grandson. He's only 5 years old." The child's skin was badly ulcerated, revealing raw, bloody flesh. He was on the verge of death. An elderly woman, her hands trembling, tried to touch the child's wound, but the doctor stopped her. "Don't touch it, disinfect it first." A young mother, holding an infant, stood helplessly in the crowd. The baby's cries were weak, almost inaudible. The mother's tears flowed silently, dripping onto the baby's face. "His father went to find food, and hasn't come back yet." She choked, her voice trembling. "What can we do?" Zhou Shuwan felt a pang of sorrow, and quickly went over, taking a clean towel from her backpack to wipe the rain and dirt from the baby's face. "Is the child all right?" she asked softly, her tone gentle. The young mother shook her head, her eyes vacant. "I don't know. He keeps crying. I don't know what's wrong with him." Zhou Shuwan checked the baby, and found that he was only slightly frightened and hadn't been soaked by the acid rain, then breathed a sigh of relief. "The baby's fine, just hungry." She hesitated, then took a cup from her backpack filled with warm milk. "Feed him some milk." There was even fresh milk. Since giving birth, this mother had been constantly on the move, fleeing from disaster, and hadn't had any nutritious food, so her milk had dried up early. There was no cow's milk for the baby, so the child had been drinking water-soaked compressed biscuit porridge. Therefore, the cup of fresh milk Zhou Shuwan casually offered was extremely precious. The young mother looked at her in surprise. That one glance made Zhou Shuwan realize that this mother was younger than she had imagined, probably around her age, or even a little younger. And the baby was only a little over a year old. She wondered how this mother had managed to raise her child amidst the hardships of the apocalypse. With a soft sigh, she gave the woman a kind smile. The mother took the cup, thanked her gratefully, and carefully placed it into the baby's mouth. The baby immediately stopped crying and greedily drank the milk. Zhou Shuan then realized that when the acid rain came, the mother had been hunched over, tightly holding her child in her arms, which was why the child had no wounds. However, her own back was a large, bloody mess. It was amazing that she had endured it all this time without uttering a sound. This was probably the power of maternal love. Zhou Shuan felt a deep respect. After the child had finished eating, she took the mother to the clinic. If you don't treat your back wound promptly, it will worsen. You need to get a doctor to treat it immediately. The clinic was short-staffed, and there were too many injured people, so Zhou Shuan quickly began emergency treatment. Qi Mingyu brought the injured here, and he had been directing the security team inside and outside to maintain order and prevent chaos or stampedes. Doctors who were overwhelmed also lent a hand. The most difficult part of treating acid rain-corroded wounds is quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately removing the necrotic tissue. Without anesthesia, all the injured could only grit their teeth and endure the pain. Those who couldn't bear it would scream. Those with minor injuries could be saved with simple surgery. However, the less severe injuries would leave deep wounds on their faces and bodies, while the more severe ones would suffer lifelong disabilities. But a third of those brought in were too badly injured to be saved. Zhou Shuan personally witnessed in the makeshift operating room a patient whose legs, waist, and back were severely corroded by acid rain, a bloody mess revealing the bare bone. With trembling hands, the doctor cleaned the necrotic tissue from the wound, disinfected it, and bandaged it, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Doctor, is there any hope for him?" Zhou Shuan asked softly. The doctor sighed and shook his head. "His condition is very bad. I do my best." Zhou Shuan didn't speak again. Time passed slowly, and darkness gradually fell. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from afar, growing louder and louder as it approached. "Someone's coming!" A security guard shouted excitedly. Everyone looked up in the direction of the sound. Several trucks and SUVs were heading towards the clinic, loaded with a large amount of supplies and medical equipment. Warning lights flashed on their roofs, making them highly visible in the night. The rescue team sent by the base had arrived, bringing a large quantity of medicine, medical equipment, tents, and food, as well as a hastily assembled emergency medical team. They quickly began rescue work, lifting the seriously wounded onto stretchers and transporting them to the base hospital for treatment. The clinic staff breathed a sigh of relief. They were desperately short-staffed, and even the construction crew remaining there had begun washing their hands to help treat the wounded. Xiao Xiao got out of one of the SUVs and walked over. He was wearing rain boots, his trousers covered in mud, clearly having rushed there. Seeing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, he quickly approached, looking exhausted. "How's the situation?" he asked, taking off his hat. Qi Mingyu shook his head. "The casualty count is still being tallied." He pointed to the clinic. "The clinic is packed with wounded, many seriously injured. About a third are dead or injured." Xiao Xiao closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, his voice hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. "This time it's my fault." Chapter 313. Large areas of the base are currently empty, but those seeking refuge cannot stay there, and must live in makeshift tents on the outskirts. Acid rain would cause irreparable damage. Especially in the past month or so, more people have come to the base than ever before. The casualties are enormous, and Xiao Xiao bears a heavy responsibility. However, Zhou Shuan understands his predicament. She pointed to the busy rescue workers nearby. All the lightly injured patients have been moved to the newly built tents, and the seriously injured are being housed in the clinic. Don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Xiao looked at her intently, something flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Qi Mingyu's tall figure suddenly stepped forward, blocking Zhou Shuan's path. His gaze held a faint warning. Xiao Xiao seemed to snap out of a daze, glancing at the bustling rescue scene around him, his brows furrowed. Zhou Shuan was completely unaware of their interaction. Qi Mingyu completely blocked Zhou Shuan's view. She peeked at Xiao Xiao and realized that from this angle, the other person's brows were furrowed and his jaw was tense, as if he hadn't slept well in a long time. Qi Mingyu patted her hand to comfort her, then said to Xiao Xiao, "This acid rain came too suddenly. Many survivors weren't prepared, and the tent area outside the base suffered heavy losses. We need to develop countermeasures as soon as possible to prevent similar incidents from happening again." Xiao Xiao nodded. "I'm worried about this too." He walked to a nearby bench, sat down, rubbed his temples, and said in a heavy tone, "The situation at the base is very serious right now. Food and medicine reserves are insufficient, housing is also in short supply, and with the continuous natural disasters, I'm really overwhelmed." He gave a wry smile. To be honest, managing this base is much harder than I imagined. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu sat down beside him, and the three fell silent for a moment. The clinic was filled with the groans of the wounded, and the soft comforting words of the medical staff. A young nurse emerged from the clinic carrying a basin of bloody water, her face pale, and her steps unsteady. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and broke the silence. "You should all know that although I'm nominally the head of the base, I don't have much say in many things. I can barely manage the base's construction and personnel management. But how to allocate housing, how the survivors should live, how much money to buy housing, these are all orders from the administration office. I'm severely hampered." He paused, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "There are many things I want to do, but I can't. There are many orders I can't issue. Otherwise, this serious accident wouldn't have happened. If the outer perimeter of the base, the survivors can all live inside the buildings, so how could they be harmed by the sudden acid rain? I previously suggested strengthening the base's perimeter defenses and building more shelters, but my proposal has been consistently rejected." Qi Mingyu frowned. "When will the administration office move here?" Xiao Xiao chuckled coldly, then quickly composed herself. "Now that the base construction is basically complete, they will naturally move here as soon as possible. Probably in a few days." He wore a military green uniform, his figure upright, a hint of fatigue on his face. The trials at the base had matured him rapidly. Qi Mingyu's brows furrowed as he gazed at the devastation outside the clinic, the air thick with the pungent smell of corrosive acid rain. His voice was low. "If we don't find a way to properly accommodate the survivors outside the base as soon as possible, similar tragedies will happen again." Zhou Shuwan frowned in thought, then her eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember. The base is preparing for breeding and planting. The breeding farms and vegetable greenhouses have already been built, right? They're all made of red bricks and concrete. Although the conditions aren't great, at least they can protect us from the acid rain. If we let people live there temporarily, it should solve their immediate problem." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao suddenly looked up and excitedly patted her shoulder. "Wanwan, your idea is brilliant." He rubbed his hands together, paced back and forth a few times, and said excitedly, "If I first move the homeless survivors to the breeding farms and vegetable greenhouses, even if they want to change things after they move, we have to consider public opinion. This would be a good deed I done." He took a deep breath to calm his excitement, then turned to Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu and said, "I go back and make arrangements first. You two should go back and rest early too." With that, he hurriedly left, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. Zhou Shuwan watched his departing figure, shaking her head with a smile. The next day, construction on the hospital continued at full speed. Due to the damage caused by acid rain, Zhou Shuwan and the construction team leader discussed the situation and decided to expedite the process to complete the hospital as soon as possible. This way, when acid rain returned, at least there would be wards where the injured could recover, instead of the current situation where most of those with minor injuries had to stay in makeshift tents. Meanwhile, the base's livestock farms and vegetable greenhouses were also undergoing basic repairs. The livestock farms and vegetable greenhouses were spacious and bright. Although there was no comfortable furniture or beds, the buildings provided shelter, so even if acid rain fell again, they wouldn't have to worry about getting wet. Their living conditions were much better than before. Workers were clearing the ground, setting up temporary partitions, and dividing the area to facilitate the survivors' accommodation. Xiao Xiao had already issued a notice that survivors could rent the space for a very small amount of supplies, then set up tents and settle down temporarily. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu returned home that evening, and the whole family discussed it and decided to do something for the survivors. Zhou Shuwan still had a lot of building materials in her storage space, so they decided to donate a batch of red bricks and cement. These were things they had collected before, a considerable amount, enough for the survivors on the outskirts of the base to build some simple shelters. Xiong Tiyun and Grandma Peng had both heard about what had happened that day, and they were still shaken and worried about the safety of the two who were out on the road. Seeing them return, they held their hands and asked them about it carefully. Hearing this, they both nodded. "Okay, if we can, we donate something. At least we do our part." Zhou Shuwan nodded, wanting to mention the young mother she had seen during the day protecting the baby, but then she thought of Qianqian. She knew her mother was worried about her second uncles and third aunt's families, so she swallowed her words. The news of the new base's construction should have spread throughout J City by now, with countless survivors moving there daily, but there wasn't a single word about her second uncle's and third aunt's families. Chapter 314. The next morning, Chi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan delivered a truckload of building materials, including red bricks and cement, to the base. Tall, brand new buildings lined both sides of the road. The morning sun shone brightly on the fresh cement, reflecting a dazzling light. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth, mingled with a faint, lingering smell of acid rain. Zhou Shuwan sat in the passenger seat, watching the ever-changing scenery outside the window, her heart filled with emotion. In just a few months, the base had undergone a dramatic transformation, from its initial dilapidated state to its current substantial size. This transformation was the result of countless hours of hard work and dedication. Upon arriving at the base, they found Xiao Xiao, explained their purpose, and suggested that any able survivors at the base could also donate to gather enough building materials to construct a temporary shelter on the outskirts of the base. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. Xiao Yu went on, "Your idea is excellent. Many of my subordinates feel guilty about yesterday's events, but they're powerless to do anything about it. This is a great solution." He paced back and forth a few times, his previous gloom vanishing, replaced by excitement. It doesn't need to be too complicated, just a temporary shelter. A frame, windows, and it can accommodate many people. The conditions don't need to be luxurious. It just needs to be like a vegetable greenhouse or a farm, providing survivors with shelter from the wind and rain. With Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu leading the way, Meng Mingwe, Zhang Jia, and others also generously donated supplies to the best of their ability. With their example, others in the base followed suit, contributing their own efforts to the base's construction. Even the impoverished Chen Fantine donated 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits. They then used these biscuits to exchange for building materials at the base's exchange point. Zhou Shuwan complained that they were being wasteful, but Chen Fan held her hand and said with deep emotion, "Without your and Zhang's help, how could our team have established itself here? Although we're not rich yet, we're at least better off than some people, so we help as much as we can." She herself was a leader with a broad mind and a compassionate heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to create the Finxia team with Sister Hong and persevere until now. Fan refers to Chen Fan, and Xia refers to Hongxia from Sister Hong's name. The name Finxia itself represents compassion, kindness, and courage. However, relying solely on donated building materials to build a shelter was still too much of a stretch. Survivors who were able to donate were, after all, a minority. Zhou Shuwan and the others also frowned in deep thought. Isn't there any other way? Meng Mingwe, impulsive by nature, gritted her teeth and thought to herself, why not just fence off one of the completed buildings and use it as a shelter? After returning home and explaining the difficulties, Grandma Peng pondered for a while, then suddenly spoke up. Actually, back when we were less developed, we couldn't afford red bricks either. Every household built houses with adobe bricks, which were sturdy and warm. Although there isn't much soil suitable for planting now, if we scrape off the layer of soil corroded by acid rain, we can probably make a lot of adobe bricks using only the soil underneath. Zhou Shuwan and the others looked at each other, bewildered. After a long while, Zhou Jianhai slapped his thigh, breaking the silence. Yes, how could we be so stupid? My family lived in an adobe house when I was a child. How could we not have thought of that? Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu were too young. They knew what adobe houses were, but they never imagined they could actually build them in real life. Chi Mingyu stood up, beaming. Building adobe houses is a good idea. I go to Xiao Xiao's place right now and tell her about it. Otherwise, she'd be up all night again. Zhou Shuwan chuckled. So many of us were brainstorming ideas. How come no one thought of building adobe houses? Because you're all young. You lived in concrete houses since you were little, or at least brick houses. You never seen an old-fashioned house before. Shang Tian recalled for a moment, then said, actually, there's still an adobe house at the village entrance, but it's abandoned and no one lives there anymore. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment, vaguely remembering where her mother had mentioned the dilapidated house. When they were laying the foundation for this building, they dug out quite a bit of soil, which we can use. Shang Tian, who had been helping Meng Mingwe, knew more about many things than she did. Hearing this, she smiled and said, touching this soil probably won't work. I heard they're using the deepest layer for planting soil. That's extremely precious. They definitely won't use it for building a house. Due to acid rain corrosion and seepage, a full half-meter deep layer of soil on the surface is no longer usable. To plant anything, they need to dig down to at least half a meter. The foundation for the building was very deep, and the soil they dug out was indeed the best they could find. Chi Mingyu said, "That's alright, we can just search around the base. It just take a bit more effort." "That's exactly right." Zhou Jianhai nodded in agreement. Zhou Shuwan was worried about Chi Mingyu going out alone so late, so she went with him to Xiao Xiao's house. The Xiao family had just finished dinner. Although they lived with Meng Mingwei, each family ate their own food and didn't cook together. Even though the Xiao family repeatedly invited them, Meng Mingwei firmly declined on behalf of her parents. Zhou Shuwan thought Meng Mingwei was right. Even with the best relationships, sharing food would inevitably lead to various conflicts over time, especially in this apocalyptic world of extreme scarcity. Seeing Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu arrive so late, Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwei were very surprised and quickly welcomed them into the inner workshop. Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. Although the adobe house isn't very aesthetically pleasing, it's warm in winter and cool in summer, very practical, and the construction method is simple and inexpensive, making it very suitable for our current situation. Meng Mingwei was also very happy. Finally, a major problem had been solved. He was swift and decisive. He immediately relayed the orders and organized a workforce to begin making adobe bricks. Furthermore, he established a new rule. Survivors arriving at the base could stay in the adobe shelters built on the outskirts of the base for a small rent. Those willing to participate in the base's construction, as laborers, could even have their rent waived. After the apocalypse, most people had lost their jobs and were struggling financially. Now, with the opportunity to exchange labor for shelter, many eagerly signed up. Xiao Xiao entrusted the shelter construction to Chi Mingyu, who readily agreed. He selected a group of young and strong men from among the applicants to form the main construction team, responsible for making the adobe bricks and building the houses. Chapter 315. For the elderly, women, and children who lack strength, Chi Mingyu arranged some manageable chores for them, such as moving clods of earth and cleaning the site, as long as they were willing to participate. The work wasn't much, and the rent payment was small, but it was better than nothing. Moreover, those who worked received 2 meals a day, which was undoubtedly a huge temptation for the hungry survivors. More and more people joined in the base's construction. The open spaces around the base were filled with busy figures, a vibrant scene of activity that made one feel as if they had returned to a bustling city before the apocalypse. Zhou Shuwan stood beside Chi Mingyu, watching the bustling scene of labor, and smiled with satisfaction. "Brother Yu, I used to be very impatient to participate in these things, always feeling that it was thankless work, but now, seeing their happy and fulfilled faces, I feel that my efforts haven't been in vain. In the apocalypse, we can finally do something beneficial for the survivors." "Yes." Chi Mingyu held her hand, their fingers intertwined. Zhou Shuwan turned to look at him. Sunlight shone on his face, outlining his sharply defined features, his eyes gentle yet resolute. She grasped his hand in return, feeling a deep sense of security. A month later, the shelter was completed. Rows of low, mud brick houses, though simple, were sturdy and durable enough to withstand wind, rain, and acid rain. Initially, it was said that only a framework would be built, but the survivors were so diligent, and pleaded repeatedly, that Xiao Xiao finally agreed to build individual rooms in the shelter, making it feel like home. The earth and yellow walls gleamed softly in the sunlight, creating a striking contrast with the surrounding gray buildings. Inside the shelter, simple little rooms were divided up, each with a small window letting in sunlight while protecting against acid rain. The rooms were unfurnished, containing only beds made of a few planks of wood, but for the survivors, who had been sleeping outdoors on the outskirts of the base, this was a dream home. The survivors moved from the farms and vegetable greenhouses to the shelter. Their faces beamed with smiles, their eyes filled with hope. Children chased and played in the open space in front of the shelter, their cheerful laughter echoing, as if the apocalypse had never arrived. While Shinfen and her team's tents offered some protection from acid rain, living in these simple mud brick houses was far better than a tent. They had all actively participated in the construction, so they were allocated several rooms without paying rent. Meanwhile, the relocation of the administration office finally began. Trucks and SUVs, fully loaded with office supplies and staff, drove into the new base in a long procession. The staff members wore weary expressions, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. They got out of the vehicles, looking around at the new base, their faces brimming with hope for their new lives. Several vehicles carried officials from the administrative office. Neatly dressed, with smooth skin and well-built figures, they stood in stark contrast to the ragged, emaciated survivors around them. The officials and their families alighted from the vehicles, where they were greeted and led to their assigned accommodations. Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu, seeing this from afar, avoided them. Seeing the arrogant attitude of this group, Zhou Shuwan frowned slightly. Jay's city suffered the fewest casualties in the apocalypse, and the survivors didn't suffer too much hardship in the early stages, largely thanks to Mayor Lu. He was a good official. He had deep compassion for the people, considerable courage, and the ability to overcome dissent. For 3 years, he consistently distributed free relief food and clean water, and he had a keen eye for talent, recognizing the exceptional abilities of Xiao Xiao and Qi Mingyu, thus choosing to promote them. It could be said that without Mayor Lu, there would be no new base. However, Zhou Shuwan didn't have a good impression of the other officials in the office. She took Qi Mingyu's hand and left. Later, she learned that Mayor Lu was still stationed in Jay's city, waiting until all the survivors had relocated before leaving. Zhong Tian kept praising Mayor Lu as a good official. Like Grandma Peng and the others, she felt very lucky to be under Mayor Lu's jurisdiction. But because of this, when the tiger is away, the monkeys reign supreme. A few days later, Zhou Shuan heard Meng Mingwei complaining that the officials were picky about their assigned housing, all hoping for spacious apartments in good locations. This apartment is too small. How are we supposed to live here with so many people? One official said to the staff, pointing to his assigned 2-bedroom apartment. This apartment is too shabby. There isn't even any decent furniture, another official said, frowning and looking around the empty room with disdain. The staff patiently explained, housing allocation follows standards. Everyone has the same living space. We have a heavy workload and need more space to rest and work, one official declared confidently. The staff member looked troubled and said in a low voice, the housing allocations are all according to standards. We have no authority to change them. These officials, however, refused to give up. They approached Xiao Xiao, demanding a change of accommodation. Xiao Xiao sat at his desk, documents in hand, his brow furrowed. He listened patiently to the officials' complaints, but his frustration grew. He knew these officials weren't necessarily Mayor Lu's confidants. Several factions had formed within the office, constantly engaging in underhanded maneuvering, all of which Mayor Lu had forcefully suppressed. Even for Mayor Lu's sake, he couldn't directly confront these people. He could only wait and see. Everyone's work is important. Everyone is contributing to the base's construction, Xiao Xiao said calmly. If everyone demands special treatment, how can the base be managed? Oh, you only been here temporarily for a few days, and you already think you're the base leader? Xiao Xiao, let me tell you, with Mayor Lu and Deputy Mayor Qin here, it's not your place to boss people around. Deputy Mayor Qin was Mayor Lu's second-in-command, someone who didn't get along with him. Xiao Xiao's eyebrows shot up sharply, as he stared directly at the other man. The latter was startled, shrinking back slightly, then remembering something, he popped out his chest and sneered. What, you greenhorn, trying to use your military tactics to threaten me? Bah, I'm not afraid. Meng Mingwei was also present. She frowned, about to speak. Xiao Xiao gave her a warning look. Meng Mingwei gritted her teeth and stepped forward first. Unable to bear the stifling atmosphere any longer, she stormed out, only to run into Zhou Shuwan, who was returning from the hospital. Chapter 316. Mingwei, what's wrong? Who are you angry with? With the arrival of a large number of survivors, Meng Mingwei was very busy. Seeing it was her, Meng Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief and told her about the officials blocking Xiao Xiao's office demanding housing. Zhou Shuwan frowned, about to say something, when she heard a commotion outside the base. Meng Mingwei had just come out of the office and headed straight outside. Therefore, they were very close to the base entrance and could hear even the slightest noise. At that moment, a cacophony of voices, mixed with cries and curses, came from that direction. What's going on? Zhou Shuwan and Meng Mingwei exchanged a glance, quickly walked out of the base, and headed towards the direction of the sound. They saw a family gathered at the base entrance. They were ragged, emaciated, and exhausted, clearly having traveled a long way. The guards at the base entrance, armed, blocked them from entering the base. Let us in! We're from J City. The middle-aged man at the head of the group shouted. We've been walking for a long time, we're tired and hungry, let us in to rest for a bit, the woman behind the man pleaded. Zhou Shuwan and Meng Mingwei approached. She recognized the voices. After a closer look, she realized it was Uncle Zhong and his group. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. Uncle Zhong was pointing at the guards, cursing, you snobbish bastards. We fled all the way from J City. Do you know who we are? We're relatives of Zhou Shuwan, the base leader. How dare you stop us? Let us in right now. Behind him, Aunt Zhong, Cousin Zhong, and Cousin Zhong's wife joined in the commotion. The guards exchanged glances. These past few days, Zhou Shuwan had helped establish the base, and her husband, Qi Mingyu, had trained the security team, including the guards, so they all knew Zhou Shuwan. But they didn't recognize any of Zhou Shuwan's relatives, so naturally they dared not let her in easily. "I'm sorry, we haven't received any notification and cannot let you in," one of the guards patiently explained. "You need to register first, and then wait for verification." "Verification? Verification of what? We're starving, and we still have to verify." Uncle Zhong shouted angrily. "Let us in right now. Can you afford to waste our time?" As he spoke, he tried to shove the guards, attempting to force his way into the base. Seeing this, the guards immediately raised their weapons and shouted sternly, "No trouble. Otherwise, we won't be polite." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Zhou Shuwan bit her lip, about to walk over. Several large trucks drove up from outside the base. The lead truck stopped, paused, and a figure stepped out. It was Zhang Jia. The Zhong family was overjoyed to see her and rushed to greet her. Xiao Jia, do you still recognize me? I'm Wanwan's uncle. I'm Wanwan's aunt. Luckily, I met you. Look, these snobs won't let us in. Xiao Jia, quickly tell them we're Wanwan's relatives. We don't need to wait in line for verification. The aunt hurriedly added. Zhang Jia frowned slightly. She knew Zhou Shuwan and the Zhong family were relatives, but their relationship wasn't good. So, this was a real problem for her to help with. She was starting to regret revealing that she knew Zhou Shuwan to them. But seeing the family arguing and making a scene, creating a bad impression, and the long line behind them already peeking and whispering, she quickly went over and whispered, "It's Uncle Zhong. You come to the base?" Uncle Zhong's face was beaming. "Yes, Xiao Jia. It's so nice to see you. Please talk to the guards and ask them to let us in." "Uncle Zhong, don't rush." She turned to the guards and said, "They're people I know. Could you please let them rest for a bit? I take them to register later." Seeing that it was Zhang Jia who had come forward, the guards all lowered their weapons and let Uncle Zhong's family rest. The Zhong family had traveled a long way from afar, exhausted and hungry, yet they still had to queue at the base entrance. Naturally, they couldn't bear it, and upon seeing Zhang Jia, they cried out, hoping that for her sake, they could be allowed into the base sooner. Zhang Jia led them aside, thought for a moment, and then gently advised them to queue properly and undergo the required checks before entering the base. She gave them some compressed biscuits. "Uncle, you come from afar, you must be tired. I didn't bring much with me. Please eat this first." This was also out of consideration for Zhou Shuwan, otherwise, she wouldn't have liked the Zhong family's character and would have kept her distance as much as possible. The Zhong family then used their silver tongue to try and persuade Zhang Jia and the guards to plead with them to let them in. After being repeatedly rejected, they realized that Zhang Jia wasn't easily fooled, so they softened their attitude, calling her little Jia repeatedly, and led their family aside, apologizing to the guards and Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia could only offer a perfunctory excuse, "We talk once you're inside the base," before hurriedly entering. She didn't see the glint of cunning in Uncle Zhong's eyes as he left. Rubbing his hands together and dusting off his clothes, Uncle Zhong forced a smile and watched Zhang Jia leave. Only after Zhang Jia's figure disappeared through the base gate did he turn around. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a calculating look. He lowered his voice and said to his wife, son, and daughter-in-law, "The news we heard on the road was indeed true. Your aunt's family must be doing quite well here. They must have influence. Otherwise, why would that little bitch Zhang Jia be so impatient with us, yet still patiently feeding us and trying to persuade us with kind words? What else could it be but fear of causing trouble for the Zhou family?" His aunt, who had been somewhat disheartened after Zhang Jia left and ignored them, perked up at this, her face lighting up with delight. "Really? I knew the news we heard on the road wasn't unfounded. My sister's family can get along anywhere. These past few years of the apocalypse, our family has been fleeing everywhere. What kind of life have we been living? Humph, this time, we definitely rely on my sister to live a good life." Zhong Qinghui nodded eagerly. "Dad, Mom, you're right. Remember to be polite to Aunt and Wanwan when you see them." His wife echoed, her eyes gleaming. The family of four chatted amongst themselves, increasingly feeling hopeful for the future. Their fatigue and dejection vanished, and their bodies perked up. Finally, they decided to eat and drink their fill, recover their health, and then, once they passed the checkup and entered the base, immediately go find their aunt's family. They had completely forgotten how they had treated Zhou Shuwan's family. At the base, Zhong Tian was still completely unaware that her uncle's family was already watching her. Zhou Shuwan, hiding in the shadows, watched as Zhong's uncle's family caused a scene at the base entrance, then pulled Zhang Jia aside and talked on and on before turning away. When Zhang Jia entered, he found them and inquired about Zhong's uncle's situation. Zhang Jia was very apologetic and recounted the events in detail, emphasizing how Zhong's uncle's family had been inquiring about Zhou Shuan's family. Finally, she looked at Zhou Shuan with some worry. Wan, your uncle's family. I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with. Zhou Shuan sneered and shook her head. It's alright. My uncle and his family are thinking too simply. Yes, before the apocalypse, the relationship between the two families was like fire and water. Would it improve after the apocalypse? How naive. After the apocalypse, not only has Uncle Zhong's family grown, but Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai have also grown. Meng Mingwei observed everything and guessed what was going on. Being straightforward, she directly. Judging from their shameless behavior just now, they've probably completely given up after the apocalypse, and have no scruples whatsoever. Wan, you two need to be careful. Zhang Jia lowered her voice, a hint of disgust in her tone. Being pestered by these kinds of people is annoying, and it won't be good for your reputation in the base. This year, Zhou Shuan's family, Zhong Tiyun helping Meng Mingwei manage logistics, Zhou Shuan helping to establish the hospital, and Qi Mingyu helping to train the security team and overseeing the establishment of the shelter, still held considerable prestige in the base. Back at her villa, Zhou Shuan first told Zhong Tiyun about the matter. What? Your uncle's family is here? Zhong Tiyun's expression changed. Zhou Shuan briefly recounted the events, her tone calm. Mom, don't worry, I already have a plan to deal with them. Zhong Tiyun chuckled coldly, but didn't take it too seriously. Our two families have long since gone our separate ways. There's no reason for us to cater to them just because we're doing well. Shuan, you're the younger generation, it's not appropriate for you to stand up for yourself. When they really come knocking, I have my reasons. After dinner, Zhong Tiyun told her parents about her uncle's family. Zhou Jiahai knew how much his wife had suffered at the hands of the other family, especially the unpleasant parting last time. It was a thorn in his side whenever he thought about it. His face darkened, and he paused, placing his chopsticks on the table. They really are persistent. Qi Mingyu, hearing this news for the first time, put down his chopsticks and frowned. Wan, what do you plan to do? Zhou Shuan pursed her lips. Dad, brother you, don't worry, Mom and I have already discussed it. We won't let them gain any advantage. She paused, her tone firm. This time, we must teach them a lesson so they never dare to mess with us again. Grandma Pang sighed beside her. Even broken bones are still connected by tendons. If this family isn't handled properly, it brings trouble upon them. After discussing it, the family decided not to directly confront Uncle Zhong's family, but to secretly observe their movements. 3 days later, Uncle Zhong's family finally passed the screening and entered the base. The initially arrogant group had lost half their spirit after being worn down for several days. Upon entering the base and seeing the brand new, towering buildings, they mustered their spirits and, after inquiring about Zhou Shuan's address, rushed excitedly to the villa, only to find the gate tightly shut and no one answering their knocks. This wasn't intentional on Zhou Shuan's part. The family had simply taken advantage of the short weekend to visit the base's plaza with Grandma Pang and Mumu. Several shops had opened in the past few months, offering a wide variety of goods, so they went to see if there was anything they could use. Uncle Zhong's family stood anxiously at the villa's entrance. As the wait dragged on, and Zhong complained incessantly, "What time is it? Why isn't the door open? Are they deliberately keeping it closed? Yeah, didn't Zhang Jia tell them we were coming? Not a single one of them even went outside the base to see us. They're so heartless. I don't have an aunt like that." Zhong Qinghui finally spat angrily on the ground. Uncle Zhong waved his hand. Wait a little longer, maybe they'd be back soon. He secretly planned that once he saw his younger sister, he would have a good cry and plead, just like he had with second Uncle Zhong, to gain her sympathy before making some demands. His life in the apocalypse had been too miserable. He hoped the Zhou family would be his chance to turn things around. He waited a long time, but still no one returned. Uncle Zhong's patience finally ran out. His face darkened, and he slammed his fist on the villa door with a loud bang. "Zhong Tiyun, you come out here!" He yelled at the top of his lungs. "I know you're home. Don't play dumb. Open the door." His shouts attracted the attention of the neighbors. Some people came out of their villas, peering out curiously. "What's going on? Who's shouting?" A middle-aged woman in an apron asked. "It seems like they're looking for the Zhou family," a young man said. "They look like her relatives." Seeing the crowd, Uncle Zhong became even more arrogant. He pointed at the villa gate, spitting everywhere. Zhou Tiyun. Aren't we siblings? You heartless wretch. We came all this way to find you, and you locked us out. Don't you have any conscience? How can you face mom and dad? And Zhong Qinghui echoed him, wailing and crying as if they had suffered a great injustice. More and more neighbors gathered, gossiping and pointing fingers at Uncle Zhong's family's behavior. Just then, Zhou Shuwan and her family returned. They were carrying some things they had bought from a newly opened store. Zhong Qinghui saw their bags from afar, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his lowered eyes. Uncle Zhong immediately suppressed his anger and greeted Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai with a smile. Little sister, brother-in-law, where have you been? Even from a distance, Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai had heard Uncle Zhong's angry voice, and their expressions turned sour. Zhong Tiyun, in particular, suppressed her anger as she approached. She looked at Uncle Zhong's family, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Zhou Shuwan hadn't explained in detail yesterday, so she didn't know that Uncle Zhong's family had become like this. They were all skin and bones, their cheeks deeply sunken, their clothes tattered, and even their shoes were torn. Furthermore, both men and women were filthy, emanating a faint stench. Chapter 317. Big brother, what are you doing? She stepped forward, her eyes coldly fixed on Uncle Zhong's family. Uncle Zhong, his face contorted with grief, said pitifully, little sister, you finally come out. Look at how much hardship our family has endured on the road to get here. We've been eating and sleeping in the open, almost dying out there. Our whole family, the old and the young, are counting on you. He then began to wail and cry, as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. And Zhong also joined in the sobbing. Yes, sister-in-law. Look how thin we become. We almost lost our lives trying to find you. We haven't even had a bite to eat. Our whole family, young and old, is starving. We're siblings, family. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Yes, Aunt, we had such a hard journey. We haven't been eating or sleeping well, we're so exhausted. Zhong Qinghui and his wife Kai Kai also joined in the crying, their aggrieved voices making it seem as if Zhou Shuwan's family were the truly wicked ones. They deliberately recounted their hardships in the apocalypse, feigning tears, trying to gain Zhong Tiyun's sympathy and hoping she would take them in, completely ignoring the astonished and disdainful looks from the neighbors and passers-by. The surrounding passers-by gossiped and pointed fingers at the Zhong family's behavior. Zhong Tiyun watched their clumsy performance, sneered, and her eyes were filled with disgust. Have you finished your act? Zhong Tiyun said coldly, her voice tinged with impatience. When did I agree to take you in? Who gave you the audacity to come to my doorstep and cause trouble? I made it very clear a few years ago, when Mom and Dad had just passed away. I don't have you as my older brother and sister-in-law anymore. We're strangers. That won't change before the apocalypse, and it won't change after the apocalypse. Little sister, how could you say such a thing? Uncle Zhong was taken aback, not expecting Zhong Tiyun to be so blunt. He immediately changed his expression and shouted, We're your elder brother's family. Don't you even recognize us anymore? Now that you're successful, you turned your back on your poor relatives, haven't you? They had already inquired before coming, and knew that the Zhou family was now different from before, even more powerful than they had heard outside the base. In particular, Zhou Shuwan's husband, Qi Mingyu, was the captain of the base's security team, responsible for the entire base's safety. They all believed that Zhou Shuwan had found a good partner in the apocalypse. The Zhou family's high status in the base, abundant resources, and large villa were all thanks to her partner. Therefore, after reprimanding Zhong Tiyun and the others, Uncle Zhong deliberately pleaded with Qi Mingyu. Oh dear, my niece and son-in-law. You must have some mercy. Look how pitiful your uncle's family is. How can you just stand by and watch us do nothing? Uncle Zhong immediately turned his attention to Qi Mingyu, beginning to wail and complain, You're the captain of the entire base's security team now. You mustn't forget about us poor relatives. You also need to take care of your wife's family. Don't let them turn their backs on us. Back then, I doted on my niece Wanwan so much. Before Qi Mingyu could even speak, Zhong Tiyun couldn't take it anymore. For years, she had suffered endless grievances because of Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong's eloquence. Now they were deliberately forcing Qi Mingyu to speak, betting that he was just Zhou's son-in-law and wouldn't dare to directly confront them. Zhong Tiyun and her family now always carried bows and arrows when they went out. At this moment, she pursed her lips, said nothing, and raised her hand, firing 2 arrows in quick succession. The 2 arrows whistled through the air, grazing Uncle Zhong's cheeks and striking the ground behind him. The arrow shafts vibrated, their black fletching standing out starkly in the setting sun. Ah! Uncle Zhong screamed in terror, collapsing backward to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his face deathly pale, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. And Zhong Qinghui, and his wife also trembled in fright, their faces filled with fear, and they quickly retreated. They never expected that even their younger sister's archery skills had improved so much in just a few years. Not only was she fast, but her aim was also precise. This was completely unlike that of a housewife. If those arrows had actually hit them, it would have been disastrous. Everyone was startled by Zhong Tiyun's sudden action, gasping in shock and daring not to utter a sound. Zhong Tiyun gripped her bow and arrow tightly, the tip pointing directly at her uncle, her voice icy. "If you dare say another word next time, it won't be your cheek that gets shot." The Zhong family was terrified, but having survived the cannibalistic environment of the apocalypse over the past few years, they wouldn't be easily frightened into running away. Zhong Qinghui, who had learned some martial arts from his brother-in-law, recovered from his shock, pulled a dagger from his pocket, and charged forward. "You dare touch my dad." His face contorted with rage, he brandished broken bricks, viciously aiming at Zhong Tiyun. Qi Mingyu reacted quickly, stepping forward to shield Zhong Tiyun behind him, and simultaneously kicking Zhong Qinghui to the ground. Zhong Qinghui groaned, the dagger slipping from his hand. He struggled to get up, but Qi Mingyu stepped on his chest, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong, forgetting their fear, rushed forward to help their son. Uncle Zhong swung his fist at Qi Mingyu, but Qi Mingyu easily dodged it, then retaliated with a punch to Uncle Zhong's face. Uncle Zhong screamed, staggering back a few steps, clutching his nose as blood trickled from between his fingers. And Zhong seized the opportunity to pick up a bundle of luggage from the ground, and slammed it hard against Zhou Shuan. Qi Mingyu instinctively stepped forward to protect her, but couldn't dodge in time, and was struck squarely in the face. The bundle seemed to contain something sharp, cutting a small gash on his cheek. Zhou Shuan, seeing this, was enraged. She shoved Qi Mingyu aside, walked up to Zhong Qinghui, grabbed his collar, and said coldly, "I say it again, our two families have nothing to do with each other anymore. If you mess with us again, it's your death." With that, she slapped him hard across the face. A sharp smack rang out, and a bright red handprint immediately appeared on Zhong Qinghui's face. You dare hit me?" Zhong Qinghui was stunned, covering his face, looking at Zhou Shuan in disbelief. Zhou Shuan sneered and slapped him again. "So what if I hit you? I'm in a bad mood today, so I like to hit people." She slapped him more than 20 times in succession, until Zhong Qinghui's face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 318. Stop! Uncle Zhong and his wife were heartbroken at the sight, and wanted to step forward to stop it, but Qi Mingyu firmly blocked them. Seeing that this newly minted and capable nephew-in-law was also aiding and abetting evil, Uncle Zhong was so angry his liver was aching. He pointed a trembling finger at Qi Mingyu, his face full of disappointment. "Little you, you're supposed to be the captain of the security team, yet you condone your family members treating relatives like this. You wait, I'm going to sue you." "Sue you?" Qi Mingyu glanced at him coldly, his tone icy. "Uncle, I only call you that for one's sake. But I'm warning you, this is the base, not a place for you to run wild. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will expel you from the base for disturbing the order." Seeing this, Uncle Zhong's family dared not act recklessly anymore, but still refused to leave, lingering at the villa's entrance, crying and shouting, trying to gain the neighbor's sympathy. A neighbor, unable to stand it any longer, stood up and condemned the shameless behavior of Uncle Zhong's family. "These two are utterly shameless. They earned their good life through their own hard work. What does it have to do with them?" "Exactly. Why didn't they help them before? Now that they're doing well, they're trying to morally blackmail them." These days, everyone has a difficult relative, so seeing Uncle Zhong and his family acting so arrogantly at the Zhou family's house made everyone uncomfortable. Another reason was that people living in the villa area are all wealthy and powerful, so naturally they stick together. More and more neighbors joined in the condemnation. "I'm going to complain to the property management. How can they let just anyone in? It's seriously damaging the image of our community. It's not just about damaging our image. If they figure out what's inside and secretly set a fire or something, we'd be in big trouble." These words were like a bombshell, chilling everyone present. The massive fire in J City last year was a nightmare, still deeply etched in people's minds. That fire, which raged for over half a month, reduced almost half the city to ashes, leaving countless people homeless and separated from their families, never to be reunited. They could still almost smell the acrid stench of that fire, as if the smoke still lingered in their nostrils, sending chills down their spines. "If we don't leave now, I'm going to file a complaint." Luckily, Captain Chi is here. I'm going to report this family for plotting something. We need to arrest them right away. Someone else hurriedly said to Chi Mingyu. The Zhong family stood in the center of the crowd, the surrounding gazes piercing them like needles. As the crowd's anger materialized, the Zhong family began to feel fear. Their eyes darted away, unable to meet the gazes of those around them. A tense atmosphere filled the air, mingled with whispers and disgruntled snorts from the surrounding crowd. Uncle Zhong gritted his teeth, knowing he had angered everyone. If he didn't leave now, things could get complicated. He reluctantly scanned everyone present, including the Zhou family, who stood coldly to the side. Seeing the youngest, Mu Mu, standing with Zhou Jianhai, a wicked plan quickly formed in his mind. He feigned unease and slunk away with his family. Chi Mingyu stepped forward, supporting Zhou Shuan, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Zhou Shuan shook her head, her eyes fixed coldly on the retreating figures of Uncle Zhong's family. Night fell, and the base was bathed in the soft glow of streetlights, a scene of tranquility. Uncle Zhong's family, covered in dust and grime, walked silently along the path on the outskirts of the base. They carried only a meager amount of supplies, scavenged by Uncle Zhong along the way. Upon entering the base, they immediately went to find the Zhou family, without even looking for a place to stay. But acid rain could fall at any moment, and sleeping outdoors would be extremely risky. So Uncle Zhong gritted his teeth and rented a mud brick house. In the dimly lit mud brick house, only a single, dim oil lamp cast a faint glow. The family sat there, each sharing a small piece of compressed biscuit. Because of the fight with the Zhou family that afternoon, everyone's appetite had increased, and they wolfed down their biscuits. Even with her cheeks swollen and red like a pig's head, Zhong Qinghui didn't care about anything else and hurriedly stuffed the pitiful little piece of compressed biscuit into her stomach. How could such a small amount possibly fill her up? She looked pitifully at her uncle. Zhong Qinghui swallowed hard, staring longingly at the compressed biscuit in her uncle's hand, licking her chapped lips. "Dad, can I have another one? I'm so hungry." But her uncle firmly held onto the family's finances, and resolutely refused to eat more. He glared at her and said irritably, "Eat sparingly. This little bit will last until tomorrow. After we take the supplies from your aunt's house, we eat and drink well, and we won't have to worry about food then." Zhong Qinghui and her aunt could only clutch their stomachs, and imagine what the Zhou family was eating right now. I wonder what Zhong Tiyun and her family are eating now. Looking at her, Wan Wan, and Mumu's faces today, they looked so healthy and happy. They must have eaten very well. She spoke with envy. Sigh, "I couldn't even get a meal today, what a loss." Uncle Zhong sneered. "You wish. The Zhou family isn't the same as before. Do you think they still let you manipulate them like they used to?" He stood up, walked to the door, and looked at the gray sky over the shelter, a stark contrast to the villa area. His tone was grim. "The villa area isn't strictly managed now. It's easy to sneak in again. I peeked through the crack in the door today at the Zhou family's yard. The security measures are very good. The yard and terrace are covered with double-glazed windows." He turned to his son, Zhong Qinghui. "Qinghui, we sneak in again another day. The Zhou family's supplies are definitely hidden in the villa. Then we—" Uncle Zhong made a grabbing motion, his eyes filled with malice. He not only wanted to steal supplies, but also dreamed of taking over the villa, but that required careful planning. He glanced at the people inside. His wife and son were his own, but his daughter-in-law was an outsider. Some things couldn't be revealed casually. "Dad, don't worry, I definitely get my hands on the Zhou family's supplies." Zhong Qinghui rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Then we'd be set for life." But he hesitated, lowering his voice. "Dad, the Zhou family isn't easy to deal with right now. Especially Chi Mingyu, he's the captain of the security team, and he's quite skilled. If they pin a charge on us, we'd be in deep trouble." Uncle Zhong sneered. What's there to be afraid of? In this society, the timid starve, the bold thrive. No matter how powerful they are, can they defeat our family?" A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. "Qinghui, tomorrow go and find out where Mumu usually likes to play. Remember, don't let anyone find out." Chapter 319. After encountering such an unpleasant relative, everyone in the Zhou family was in a bad mood. That evening, Grandma Pang and Zhong Tian prepared a sumptuous dinner for the whole family. There was braised potatoes, salt-fried peanuts, cold water celery salad, sliced braised beef, and a preserved egg and tofu soup. The tofu was fresh tofu made by Grandma Pang from soybeans. Since Zhou Shuan and the others returned from the southern coast, the family's meals had become much more abundant. After moving to the villa, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu brought back several large freezers and refrigerators, filled to the brim with various meats, fish, eggs, vegetables, and fresh fruit. While the variety wasn't as complete as before the apocalypse, it was still quite plentiful. Grandma Pang was naturally very surprised. Qi Mingyu was already adept at dealing with Grandma Pang, and quietly told her that he had traded large quantities of supplies with others, some of whom were even gangsters, because they had taken over many large supermarket warehouses and cold storage facilities, which contained fresh eggs, meat, vegetables, and fruits. But none of this could be told to outsiders. Grandma Pang nodded repeatedly, then sighed. So many people outside are starving, and our family lives so comfortably, it feels almost sinful. Qi Mingyu simply smiled. Grandma, life is all about food and drink. Wanwan and I are the younger generation. All we ask for now is to take good care of our family. We ask for nothing else. Grandma Pang sighed. You and Wanwan are both capable. Wanwan has a good personality, and is very capable. Your in-laws love your child dearly, and never cause trouble. Mumu is still young, but he's very sensible. He can handle half the housework now, and isn't spoiled at all. Xiaoyu, you found a good wife. Seeing you living such a good life, Grandma can close her eyes in peace. This was a very bad omen. Qi Mingyu immediately called out, Grandma. Grandma Pang smiled kindly. I was just saying. Grandma's in great health right now. I eat eggs and meat every day without fail. How could my health be bad? I was just telling you. Originally, I was worried that you and Wanwan wouldn't have a child. But look at those children born after the apocalypse outside, living such hard lives. They all look like little radishes. As long as you're doing well, it's okay if you don't have children. After the apocalypse ends and living conditions improve, you can adopt one. Qi Mingyu remained silent. Grandma Peng gazed out the window, and after a long while sighed softly, I wonder how your father and the others are? We haven't heard a word from them. Qi Mingyu didn't respond. The family ate their meal, while talking about Uncle Zhong's visit. Zhong Tian didn't mention anything else, only expressing some curiosity. Where are your cousin Qinghui's 2 children today? And Xingyu, what about her? Didn't she come along? I wanted to ask, but I was angry about your uncle's family's attitude, so I didn't. Although she had completely broken ties with her uncle's family, Xingyu and the others were still the younger generation. As their aunt, Zhong Tian was still somewhat worried. No one in the family said a word. Finally, Zhou Jianhai said, maybe they didn't come. Anyway, the 2 families aren't close anymore. What they do is for their own parents to worry about, so don't worry about it. Zhong Tian could only sigh. That's true, I won't interfere anymore. Let's just do what needs to be done. Zhou Shuan seemed thoughtful. Given Xingyu's personality, if the family came to take advantage of her, she should have gone along. Could she just stay home and look after the 2 children obediently? Zhong Tian asked again. What if they come back another day? Zhou Shuan sneered. What's there to be afraid of? I reported to the property management office tomorrow and forbid them from coming. If they really do come to harass us again, it won't be as simple as just beating them up. Kicking them out of the base is no big deal. After the new base is built, countless survivors will relocate here, gradually forming the only remaining civilized society among the surrounding cities after the apocalypse. Here, there is rule of law, discipline, and semi-military management. Those evil forces simply don't dare to enter, they stay outside, lording it over others. So soon, the outside world will become a living hell. It won't be much worse than what they saw in Xiangqing. Therefore, at that time, the base won't have many prisons. Those with heinous crimes will be hanged directly, saving bullets. Those with slightly lesser crimes will be sentenced to hard labor. They do all the heaviest and hardest work in the base. There's another category, those whose crimes don't warrant death, but have reached a level that arouses universal scorn. They are simply expelled, left to fend for themselves. Once these people are outside, they face only death. They might even be captured by evil forces and slowly tortured to death. Therefore, expulsion, compared to hanging, is a far more severe punishment. Countless criminals don't want to be expelled. But it's not that time yet. Zhong Tian didn't know the horror of being expelled from the base. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. If their family keeps coming to cause us trouble, then this is the only option. Here, have a piece of meat. Zhou Jianhai quickly put a piece of meat on Zhong Tian's plate, who was in a bad mood. Zhong Tian finally laughed at his coaxing. The family was completely unaware of Uncle Zhong's evil plan. The next day, Zhang Jia made a point of visiting her. After some small talk, she hesitantly revealed that Uncle Zhong and his group had come to her again that morning, crying and complaining about Zhong Tian's heartlessness. They then asked Zhang Jia for supplies, saying they had no food left and were too hungry to even walk. Zhang Jia, however, couldn't refuse and gave them a few compressed biscuits. She wasn't a naive newcomer to society, she was adept at navigating social situations, especially after the apocalypse, having witnessed the wickedness of human nature. Therefore, she knew that Uncle Zhong's family was not someone to be trusted. But she valued her friendship with Zhou Shuan too much. Without her, she might have died a year ago. So, she didn't want to upset Zhou Shuan over a few supplies, and chose to give her some. It wasn't much, but it would at least fill her stomach. But after they left, she thought long and hard. She figured that since Uncle Zhong's family was so shameless, they probably weren't just coming to borrow her supplies, they'd likely be inquiring about who the Zhou family was on good terms with at the base. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu both held some power at the base now, especially Qi Mingyu, who was in charge of the security team and the shelter's construction. Many people wanted to curry favor with him. What if someone, unaware of the situation, chose to curry favor with Uncle Zhong? Wouldn't that ruin Zhou Shuan and her family's reputation? So she decided to come and inform them anyway. Zhou Shuan was furious, her face turning ashen. She thanked Zhang Jia sincerely, and was about to return all the compressed biscuits he had given her. Chapter 320. Zhang Jia resolutely refused, her tone unusually firm. Wan, it's just a few compressed biscuits. With my current wealth, it's nothing. Even if I gave you more, it wouldn't matter. I wasn't planning on telling you about this, but thinking about it more deeply, I should tell you as soon as possible. In case they really do this, at least your family will have some precautions. So, please don't mention returning the supplies. If it weren't for your help, I would have starved to death long ago. What would I be if I asked you for these few compressed biscuits again? Zhou Shuan could only smile and take her hand. Okay, then I won't mention it. You have to come over for dinner tonight when you're not busy. That's great. Grandma Pang and Aunt Zhong are both excellent cooks, and your food is plentiful. One meal for me is worth a lot of compressed biscuits. Zhang Jia laughed. She was also very busy, only managing to squeeze in this time. After saying this, she waved and hurriedly took her leave. The two weren't hiding their conversation, and Zhong Tian overheard everything from the kitchen. After they left, she stormed out, furious. This family has absolutely no shame. They even come to strangers' door asking for supplies. They're shameless. Zhou Jianhai, however, remained calm. After a moment's thought, he said, actually, Zhang Jia makes a lot of sense. This concerns our future relationships at the base. Maybe when they come asking for supplies, people will think they're currying favor with Wan and Xiaoyu, and they'd be more than happy to oblige. Here's what we do, Wan, you and Xiaoyu go to your friends and explain things clearly. Okay. Zhou Shuan knew her father was right and nodded. After a brief discussion with Qi Mingyu, the two went to Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingyue's office together after breakfast. Xiao Xiao was in her office discussing something with Meng Mingyue. Seeing the two arrive together, she smiled and said, "What brings you here today?" "Well, we have something to tell you." Zhou Shuan didn't mince words, and directly recounted the despicable behavior of Uncle Zhong's family, emphasizing at the end, "I don't want them using my name to commit crimes in the base. So you and Mingyue need to keep a close eye on them." Xiao Xiao nodded, her face darkening. "Don't worry, I understand." She patted Qi Mingyu's shoulder, saying wearily, "Don't worry, with our relationship, I wouldn't let one awful relative bother me. Sigh, there's been so much going on at the base lately. Just the housing allocation alone has countless problems. I haven't been able to get a good night's sleep almost every night. You need to take care of yourself too," Zhou Shuan said with concern. Xiao Xiao glanced at her quickly, nodded, and then lowered her head again. Meng Mingyue snorted coldly and slammed her hand on the table. "Humph, everyone has some awful relatives. If my parents hadn't come with me, they'd still be suffering at home from my grandma and uncle. Coming here has given us a few days of peace. But ever since the new base opened, I've been worried they move here too, and then our family will have even less peace. It's alright, you're different now than before, and so are your aunt and uncle. I see they're doing well at the new base. With your constant reminders, they eventually change," Zhou Shuan comforted her. Meng Mingyue glanced at the two of them, then said somewhat embarrassedly, "Look at me, bringing up my own affairs again. It's alright, don't worry. Dealing with these kinds of awful relatives is something you can't do yourself, but I handle it for you. Should I just have someone kick them out? These kinds of people are a threat if they stay here." "Don't be so hasty." Zhou Shuan quickly comforted her. "Everything requires evidence. Right now, we're only saying they're bad. If we rashly kick them out, we inevitably give them ammunition. It's better to wait and find something to hold against them before taking action. And then there's my mother's side. We have to get past her. Even broken bones are still connected. All right, let them run wild for a few more days then. Although Meng Mingwei was very unwilling, she still chose to follow Zhou Shuan's advice. After leaving Meng Mingyu's house, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to Qinfen's place. Now that they had a new place to live, they also moved to an adobe house, and the living conditions were much better than before. Qinfen and Sister Hong were busy setting up a tent outside the mud brick house. Seeing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu arrive, they greeted them with smiles. Wan Xiaoyu, what brings you here today? Zhou Shuan recounted the story of Uncle Zhong's family to them in detail, concluding, Sister Fen, Sister Hong, you must also be careful of them. If they ask to borrow anything or inquire about our family, don't pay them any attention. Don't worry, Wan, we're not stupid, we definitely won't fall for it. Qinfen laughed heartily, understandingly saying, you and Captain Qi are both good people, we definitely won't be used by them. If they dare to cause us trouble, we won't be trifled with. Hong Jia nodded in agreement. Yes, Wan, we're not entirely without vigilance. Even if we were to borrow supplies, we should be asking you, with whom we're closer. It would be strange if you came to us. Hearing their agreement, Zhou Shuan felt a little relieved. Fen Jia, Hong Jia, I feel much more at ease knowing you said that. You're being too polite. Hong Jia laughed. Zhou Shuan nodded. Qi Mingyu's gaze swept across the area outside their camp, noticing several men glancing at them with ill intent. He frowned and reminded Qinfen, Fen Jia, the area around the base has been rather chaotic lately. Be extra careful at night. Qinfen sneered, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Don't worry, Captain Qi, I don't take these petty scoundrels seriously. Hong Jia also sneered, toying with a dagger in her hand. Seeing their confidence, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu felt a little relieved. They added, you're both women, so be sure to notify us immediately if you encounter any danger. Also, Zhang Jia is very trustworthy. Zhang Jia has a convoy of men under his command, and their offensive capabilities are quite good. Don't worry, Qinfen replied. Seeing that it was getting late, the two said goodbye to Qinfen and the others. After leaving, they saw at the end of the alley that a man was cursing at a woman. You can't even handle this little thing. What use are you? Why don't we just sell you to those widowers? I could make a lot of supplies. That voice. Zhou Shuan frowned and looked over. Sure enough, it was Zhong Qinghui and his wife, Zhang Kai. Chapter 321. Zhang Kai lowered her head, her face pale, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her body trembling slightly. She seemed to have grown accustomed to Zhong Qinghui's abuse, silently enduring it without uttering a word. Zhou Shuan felt a surge of anger. Although she disliked Zhang Kai, her cousin-in-law, she hated men who only knew how to bully their wives at home. Zhong Qinghui continued his incessant tirade, roaring at Zhang Kai. I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to marry such a useless thing like you. If it weren't for the fact that you can bear children, I would have sold you long ago. He cursed, pointing his finger at Zhang Caicai's nose, spittle flying everywhere. Look at other people's women, they can work and earn money, and what do? All you do is eat for free, you're utterly useless. Zhang Kai stammered, wanting to defend herself, but Zhong Qinghui's roar silenced her. Dare to talk back? Zhong Qinghui grabbed Zhang Caicai's arm and shoved her aside violently. You bitch! I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Caught off guard, Zhang Kai lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Zhong Qinghui didn't help her up. Instead, his anger flared even more. He walked over and kicked Zhang Kai several times in the stomach. You dare talk back. You dare disobey me. I beat you to death, you bitch. He kicked her repeatedly, cursing and swearing, showing no regard for her injuries. Those around, hearing the commotion, craned their necks to see what was happening, but no one intervened. In the post-apocalyptic world, men, naturally possessing a physical advantage, have once again regained dominance in the family. So everyone seemed to have become accustomed to it, taking this kind of domestic violence for granted. A suffocating, oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Seeing this, Zhou Shuan was enraged. She rushed over, grabbed Zhong Qinghui's arm, and kicked him to the ground. Zhong Qinghui fell heavily, his anger surging. He got up, pointed at Zhou Shuan's nose, and yelled, How dare you meddle in my business? His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his face, like a wild beast that had lost its mind. Zhang Kai got up from the ground, timidly hiding to the side, too afraid to speak, her eyes filled with fear. I just can't stand scum like you bullying a woman. Zhou Shuan said coldly, her voice laced with anger. What right do you have to hit her? She's your wife, not your slave. Damn it! What's it to you? I'm hitting my own wife. What's it to you? Zhong Qinghui pointed at Zhou Shuan's nose and roared, Zhou Shuan, I disliked you for a long time. If you dare to meddle again, I beat you up too. We settle all our old scores. As he spoke, he swung his fist, aiming for Zhou Shuan's cheek, as if venting all his anger on her. Zhou Shuan narrowed her eyes, but didn't move. Qi Mingyu was right next to her. Zhou Shuan knew that with him there, the other man couldn't hurt her. Qi Mingyu strode forward, grabbed Zhong Qinghui's fist, twisted his arm behind his back, and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Zhong Qinghui was pinned to the ground by Qi Mingyu, and could not move. He struggled to get up, but Qi Mingyu held him firmly down. Let me go! Let me go! You, a grown man who served in the army, what kind of man are you, following Zhou Shuan around like a coward? Having been humiliated without any dignity yesterday, Zhong Qinghui had completely lost his temper, no longer caring that Zhou Shuan and the others were people he was supposed to curry favor with. He was only concerned with venting his anger. You scum! Qi Mingyu's eyes were icy cold, as he punched Zhong Qinghui in the face. Zhong Qinghui spat out a mouthful of blood. Qi Mingyu delivered several more punches, making Zhong Qinghui see stars, his mouth split open, blood streaming from his nose, and his face swollen like a bun. Seeing that Zhong Qinghui no longer had the strength to shout, Qi Mingyu released his foot and disgustedly wiped his hands. Zhou Shuan looked around, wondering why her uncle and aunt hadn't made a sound despite the commotion outside. Were they not home? She didn't look any further, walked over to Zhang Kainai, glanced at her, and handed her a small packet of wet wipes to wipe her face. Zhang Kaikai stared blankly at Zhou Shuan, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Her lips trembled, tears welled in her eyes, but she couldn't utter a word. After the apocalypse, her husband seemed to have completely changed. When things were good, he would share a bed with her, but when his temper flared, he would beat and verbally abuse her. It was as if he was venting all the setbacks and hardships he had encountered since the apocalypse on her. He even subjected her to that. And her 2 children. Zhang Caicai's face was ashen, her hands clenched tightly. The neighbors around them, seeing this, began to whisper. They pointed and gossiped about Zhong Qinghui, who was running away in fear, and also about Zhang Kaikai. Here, wipe your face, Zhou Shuan said softly, handing the wet wipe forward. Zhang Kaikai finally reacted. She took the wipe, the cool touch bringing her back to her senses. What a tragedy. A man beating his wife, it's outrageous. A middle-aged woman standing on the outskirts of the crowd sighed, her voice not loud, but loud enough for everyone around to hear. Who says otherwise? Look at how badly he's been beaten, another woman chimed in, her eyes filled with a hint of sympathy, but also a touch of amusement. Zhang Kaikai paused in her wiping, glancing at the pointing and whispering crowd before quickly lowering her head again to continue wiping her face. Zhou Shuan looked towards the mud brick houses behind her. Despite the commotion, they were completely silent inside. Were Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong not home? She hadn't intended to meddle, but seeing it today, she had intervened, which also gave her a reason to beat up Zhong Qinghui. She said to Qi Mingyu, let's go. Qi Mingyu nodded, okay. Without looking at either of them, they walked straight out. Zhong Qinghui remained lying on the ground, unable to move. Zhang Kaikai watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance, her eyes flashing. That guy is too arrogant. He actually dared to beat someone up in the base. Exactly. Who does he think he is? How dare he treat his wife like that? That woman is truly pitiful. Meeting such scum is incredibly unlucky. Serves her right. If you don't fight back against domestic violence, you only let the other person bully you to death. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder and clearer, reaching Zhang Caicai's ears. She lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Everything she had endured during this time flashed through her mind. All the grievances and pain surged into her heart like a tidal wave. Chapter 322. Since the apocalypse, she, like Xingyu, had become commodity for the Zhong family, sold at will to men, beaten and abused at will. She pitifully begged for meager supplies from the Zhong family, utterly devoid of dignity and freedom. In the end, she even lost her 2 children. She thought that as long as she could survive, she could endure all of this. But now she realized she was wrong. She could no longer endure this undignified life, not even for a moment longer. She would expose all the evil deeds the Zhong family had committed. The things about her second uncle, Xingyu, and her 2 children. She would use this as an opportunity to seek protection from the Zhou family. She also wanted revenge. Zhang Kaikai started running, her eyes shining frighteningly bright at that moment. At the corner, she finally caught up with Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, who hadn't gone far. Wait, she gasped, Wan, I have something to say to you. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, turning to look at her. Sister-in-law, I'm not interested in your family's affairs. So good luck to you. She then turned to leave. What if it's for Mumu? The other woman suddenly asked. Zhou Shuan paused, turning to look at her sharply. What do you mean? Zhang Kaikai calmed her breathing, walked over, glanced at the 2 women, and quickly said, I don't know the specifics, but these past few days, my father-in-law and Qing Hui have often sent me away, and then my mother-in-law and her family have been discussing something in hushed tones. I overheard a few sentences, and they said they think Mumu is your family's only son, and he's young and easy to fool. They're planning to lure him away and hide him, then use him to demand supplies and a house from you. Before she could finish speaking, Zhou Shuan's little finger was already trembling. She tensed her chin. If looks could materialize, Zhang Kaikai would have been killed hundreds of times over. Zhang Kaikai, however, was already resigned to her fate and showed no fear. She looked directly into Zhou Shuan's eyes again. If you can protect me, I'll be well fed and clothed for the rest of my life, and I have other important things to tell you. Zhou Shuan raised her hand, a sharp dagger pointing directly at Zhang Caicai's neck. You think I wouldn't dare kill you? You're still trying to play tricks on me. Zhang Kaikai trembled. Although extremely frightened, she held back, staring intently at Zhou Shuan. If you really kill me, it will be a relief for me. I should thank you. Anyway, my 2 children are gone, I long lost the will to live. Although she had already guessed that Zhang Caicai's 2 children had met with misfortune, Zhou Shuan still paused slightly upon hearing the confirmation from the person involved. She loosened her grip on Zhang Caicai's neck slightly. Tears streamed down Zhang Caicai's cheeks. Actually, it's not just my 2 children, but also my second uncle's family. We don't even know if they're alive or dead. What do you mean? Zhou Shuan's expression immediately sharpened. Qi Mingyu looked around. Their location was right on the main route in and out of the shelter, too busy and chaotic to talk in. He said, Wan, let's talk over there. He pointed to a more secluded spot. Once they were standing there, Zhou Shuan said, Tell me the whole story. Zhang Kaikai wiped away her tears and whispered, Actually, after we left your neighborhood after the apocalypse, my father-in-law felt ashamed and was determined to live better than you. But it wasn't that easy, especially since we were fleeing with our whole family. After many twists and turns, we lost or used up our supplies along the way, finally settling down at a resettlement point. Then, we lived in cramped rooms with other people. Whether it was supplies or water, we had to fight for it. Finally, my father-in-law couldn't take it anymore. He went out every day, and somehow met a big man named Sun Biao. Before the apocalypse, Sun Biao was involved in organized crime, and after the apocalypse, he had gathered a group of people and had diving suits, giving him an advantage over others. He managed to collect some underwater supplies, and his life improved. My father-in-law seemed to have been before the apocalypse. We met by chance after the apocalypse and instantly hit it off. He invited her to his home several times, and then he took a liking to Xingyu. Xingyu was young and had no intention of marrying early. But life was too hard. Marrying Sun Biao meant she could rely on him for a better life. We took turns persuading Xingyu, and finally she agreed. We happily followed Sun Biao to their base. At first, life was indeed good. Although Sun Biao was rough and unkempt, he was loyal and considered as family after marrying Xingyu. We had no shortage of food and drink, and didn't have to do the work like everyone else. We were all very satisfied, and Xingyu felt she had married the right person. Her father-in-law was eloquent and later became a team leader under Sun Biao, managing several men, and thus became increasingly capable. Sun Biao's fastest way to acquire supplies was through robbery. Robbery was the quickest, but also the most dangerous. Going out to rob again after the hot weather would be extremely risky. Sun Biao, in a moment of carelessness, got into a shootout with a gang from another region while robbing, and was struck by a stray bullet, ultimately dying from his injuries. With him gone, we were all left without support. His men were either dead or had fled, and our father-in-law had lost power. He had originally planned to emulate Sun Biao and gather the people of that region under his control, becoming their leader. But he was only good at petty tricks, he knew nothing else. How could he command respect? 2 days later, the gang came to wipe out the remaining members, and we fled in panic, even forgetting to call Xingyu. When they finally remembered her, the area behind them was engulfed in flames. My mother-in-law wanted to go back, but my father-in-law slapped her, telling her not to take her family with her if she wanted to go back to her death. My mother-in-law had no choice but to grit her teeth and escape with us. Even now, I don't know if Xingyu is really dead. The fire that day was huge. Countless people screamed in agony. You could smell the blood from afar. The entire village was slaughtered. My father-in-law was worried that if people found out he had abandoned his daughter and run away, they would call him cold-blooded, so he fabricated a lie that Xingyu and her husband were living in the countryside. On the way, he unexpectedly met Zhang Jia. Learning that you were still alive, and well after the apocalypse, my father-in-law decided to go find you. Then he met my second uncle and his family. Chapter 323. Zhou Xuan and Qi Mingyu were both stunned. They hadn't expected their groups to meet so coincidentally on the road. And then? Zhou Xuan pressed. Seeing her still interested, Zhang Kaikai smiled faintly. After recognizing them, we learned that your neighborhood had caught fire for some reason. The fire was huge, affecting most of the city. My second uncle was very happy to see us. After all, he and my father-in-law are brothers. But my second aunt, Jiping, and the others were wary of us. We had nowhere to go, so my father-in-law said he wanted to escape with my second uncle and the others. My second aunt and the others didn't want to, but they couldn't bring themselves to kick us out, so we ended up traveling together. However, my second uncle and the others were also fleeing, and in their haste, they didn't bring many supplies. Since there were so many of us, a minor argument arose over food. One night, I overheard my second aunt saying we were a burden, my two children were a burden, and that she wanted them to run away secretly. My second uncle scolded her, but his attitude towards us changed afterward, and he became even more protective of the supplies. My father-in-law got angry. He's always been very capable, able to make some very special friends. During our escape, he somehow became very close to a caravan, even giving them the few cigarettes he had left. Zhang Caicai's voice trembled slightly, as if she had touched a crucial point. One night, my father-in-law suddenly woke us up and told us to leave quietly. Confused, I grabbed my two children and stumbled forward in the dark. Then I heard a scream from a tent behind us. I didn't understand what had happened at the time, until I returned during the day and found everyone in the tent was gone. My second uncle and his family had been sold by my father-in-law to that caravan. He said that caravan had been following refugees, specifically to abduct men and women, the men for hard labor, the women for. She didn't utter the last two words. My father-in-law and Qingyu stole all their weapons. That night, during dinner, they deliberately added a drug that completely paralyzed the mind, given to them, to the noodle soup. So, although my second uncle and his family had some martial arts skills, they were completely unable to resist. That's when I realized how terrifying my father-in-law and Qingyu were. After selling my second uncle's family, they got 200 pounds of compressed biscuits. We relied on my second uncle's family's weapons, and that food to get here. Zhou Xuan clenched her fists tightly, staring intently at the other woman, trying her best not to lose control. What was the name of that convoy? Her voice betrayed a deep, suppressed anger. Qi Mingyu pressed down on her shoulders with both hands, then looked sternly at Zhang Kaikai. Tell me everything you know. How many days has this been going on? Zhang Kaikai gave a bitter smile. It's been about 3 months. The convoy seemed to be called the Longting Convoy, and their leader was probably named Longting. But I'm not entirely sure. They called it a convoy, but they actually had all sorts of vehicles, except for cars. They were all very old farm vehicles and tractors. As for us, because we had no transportation, our journey was very difficult. Perhaps it was retribution, but not long after we separated from my second uncle's family, my two children fell ill, vomiting, having diarrhea, and fevers. We had no medicine, not even food or people, so we stayed in a village we encountered along the way for a while, until both children passed away. She closed her eyes, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. But Zhou Xuan felt no sympathy whatsoever. You're telling me this? Are you trying to get my protection? Wasn't colluding within your own choice? Watching them sell their own daughter, sell their newly reunited relatives, and then you reap the benefits. You're actually more disgusting to me than they are. Zhou Xuan stared coldly at her, her expression filled with undisguised loathing. Zhang Kaikai trembled. The reason you only want to break free now is because it's your turn to be the victim. That's why you're afraid, why you want to run away, why you want protection. But why? You're not the perpetrator, yet you're enjoying the same benefits as them. You're more despicable than the perpetrators. Zhou Xuan finished speaking coldly and turned away. I won't protect you, brother you. Give her some food and water. Chi Mingyu took some compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of water from his backpack and placed them next to Zhang Kai. This is your reward for telling me where my second uncle and the others are. With this, we're even. You can choose to go back and continue being a bystander to the perpetrators, seeing if they eventually sell you out, or you can choose to survive on your own. Zhou Shuan didn't look at her again and left with Chi Mingyu. Zhang Kai watched their departing figures, then collapsed to the ground. She really had no other choice. When she told Zhou Shuan these secrets, she could no longer go back, but Zhou Shuan coldly refused to help her. The only thing she could do now was to escape as far away as possible to survive. She crouched down, hugged the compressed biscuits and water to her chest, then turned and ran. What? Your eldest uncle is after Moo Moo? Your second uncle and the others. Zhong Tiyun slammed her teacup down on the table, spilling tea and creating a water stain on the smooth surface. How dare they? He's a beast. Her face was ashen, her eyes red-rimmed, and her chest heaved violently. I knew we discussed building the new base. Why haven't your second uncle and the others arrived yet? They're beasts. Dad, Mom, if you were still alive, you see what kind of person your pampered eldest son is. Zhou Jianghai's face was also terrifyingly grim. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles white, saying nothing, but the fury flashing in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. Grandma Peng clasped her hands together, muttering Amitabha, what a tragedy. How could their own brothers, born of the same mother, be so cruel? And our poor Moo Moo, they even have their eyes on her. As she spoke, Grandma Peng grasped Moo Moo's hand, a wave of fear washing over her. There were no children in the family, and Chi Mingyu had made it clear that he wouldn't have any more. Therefore, ever since the two families became in-laws, Grandma Peng had always doted on Moo Moo like a grandson. Moo Moo sat to the side, his chin clenched tightly. Chi Mingyu gently patted Zhou Shuan's shoulder to comfort her, then looked around at everyone in the room and said in a deep voice, Mom, Dad, Grandma, don't worry, let's discuss what to do. Chapter 324. On the way back, Zhou Shuan was unsure whether to tell her parents about this, afraid that the shock would be too much for them to bear, but Chi Mingyu felt that she should tell Zhong Tiyun and the others immediately, so they could truly understand the ruthlessness and behavior of her uncle's family and be better prepared for the future. That's why they told them as soon as they got back. After processing this bombshell news, Zhong Tiyun suddenly stood up, furious. These beasts. How could they be so heartless? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. No, I have to go find them and settle the score. I have to ask them if they have any conscience at all. She turned to leave. Mom. Zhou Shuan grabbed her arm and shook her head vigorously. Going to them now won't help, it only alert them. What we need to do now is calm down and think carefully about how to deal with this. Chi Mingyu also stood up and walked to Zhong Tiyun, gently advising Mom, Wan is right. Now is not the time. We can't act impulsively, we need to use a counter-strategy to catch them all in one fell swoop. Zhou Jianghai also walked to Zhong Tiyun's side, gently patting her back reassuringly. Fu said, Tiyun, don't be impulsive, listen to the children. Yes, you're right. I can't be hasty. Zhong Tiyun took a deep breath, trying to calm her agitated emotions. She slowly sat back in her chair, wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and choked out, Wan, what do you think we should do? Mom, don't worry, Xiaoyu and I have already discussed it. Zhou Shuan walked to her side and said softly, since they dare to make a move on Moo Moo, then we turn the tables and let them walk right into our trap. Okay. I do as you and Xiaoyu say. Zhong Tian said, her face streaked with tears again. Actually, she knew in her heart that since her second brother's family had been sold 3 months ago, their fate was probably grim. The two families had always had a good relationship, and after living together for several years after the apocalypse, they had always looked out for each other, deepening their bond. Now, hearing this devastating news, no one could bear it. Zhou Shuan glanced at her father, Zhou Jianhai, who nodded silently, indicating that he would comfort Zhong Tiyun and tell her not to worry too much. Early the next morning, Chi Mingyu went to see Xiao Xiao and told him about the Longting caravan. He had carefully considered the situation. He and Zhou Shuan's individual efforts were too weak. Searching for this so-called Longting caravan would be far too slow, and every day that passed increased the danger Zhong's second uncle and his family faced. Therefore, no matter what, they should try their best to find their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao flew into a rage. Those damn beasts. How dare they do such a heinous thing? He slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups jump. Xiaoyu, don't worry, I will definitely send someone to investigate this launching convoy. Since they encountered it on the road from J City to our base, it means the convoy isn't far from us, so it should be easy to investigate. Yes, that's what I think too. Then I leave it to you. Zhou Shuwan and the others didn't make any moves that day. The next day, in the early morning, Grandma Peng took Moo to the base square to buy hydroponic vegetables. The base square had changed drastically. With so many people relocating there, the square was bustling with activity. Various street vendors lined the streets, their calls filling the air with the aroma of food. The cacophony of their cries created a lively scene. Moo, supporting Grandma Peng, looked around curiously, seemingly fascinated by everything. They arrived at a shop selling fresh vegetables. Moo, you wait here. Grandma's going inside to buy some vegetables. Don't wander off, Grandma Peng instructed. Okay, Moo nodded. Grandma Peng went into the shop, and Moo stood at the doorway, kicking pebbles listlessly. A boy, about 16 years old, tall and slender with fair skin, stood out from the dark-skinned, thin survivors of today. He was clearly a child from a wealthy family. Some passers-by gave him a few ill-intentioned glances, but knew that base security was strict these days, especially in the base plaza with security cameras. They couldn't act rashly. After a few glances, they all left. Moo stood with his hands in his pockets, seemingly nonchalant, but actually secretly observing his surroundings. Sure enough, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight a moment later. Moo. Uncle Zhong walked up to Moo with a beaming smile, greeting him warmly. Moo looked up at the kind-faced old man before him, paused for a moment, then flashed a curious and enthusiastic smile. Uncle. Uncle Zhong's smile widened. He patted his dirty pocket, pulled out half a pack of cigarettes, and waved it in front of Moo. Do you know what this is? This is soft gold. One cigarette can be exchanged for a lot of supplies. Moo nodded. I heard my brother-in-law say that cigarettes are very expensive now. Have you tried it? Want to take a sip with your uncle? Uncle Zhong tempted her. Moo hesitated. Uncle, I'm still a child. My parents definitely won't allow it. You're all grown up now. After the apocalypse, you're already an adult at your age. You're not a child anymore. Your parents spoil you too much. Like our family, your two older cousins are all adults. Yeah, Uncle, I haven't seen them. Didn't they come to the base with you? Moo asked, seizing the opportunity. Uncle Zhong was taken aback, secretly pleased. He thought teenagers weren't that naive, especially Moo, who seemed pampered and hadn't seen much of the world, so she wouldn't know how wicked people could be after the apocalypse. Do you want to play with your cousin? Didn't you play together when you were little? Moo honestly shook her head. We only saw each other a few times during the new year. Our families aren't close, so we don't usually keep in touch. Uncle Zhong was a little embarrassed. Well, it's because your mother is too stubborn. She's always been like that. Let's not talk about him. If you want to see your cousin, come home with me. You can come anytime. Moo was tempted, glancing again at the cigarette in Uncle Zhong's hand. Come home with me. I give you and your cousin one each. Uncle Zhong grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Moo glanced back again. Then I have to tell Grandma. We came together. She's inside buying things. I go tell her. Your parents have some misunderstandings about me right now. If you go and tell her, you probably get scolded by your grandma. Moo was very happy. Okay, I was worried too. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle Zhong smiled and patted the silly boy's head, went into the shop, and quickly came out. Let's go. I already talked to your grandma. She wants you to go home early for lunch. Chapter 325. Moo left with Uncle Zhong, relieved. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan quietly followed behind. Moo followed Uncle Zhong to a secluded spot. A gust of wind blew, stirring up the yellow dust, momentarily blinding them. The smile on Uncle Zhong's face gradually vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression. He quickly looked around, and seeing no one, picked up a stone from the ground, abruptly turned, and raised it to smash it over Moo's head. The boy was well-fed and very strong, but he was now extremely weak, so he dared not hold back. Moo seemed to be following Uncle Zhong without any suspicion, but in reality, she was secretly on guard. At the critical moment, an arrow flew from the secluded spot, which Moo nimbly dodged, her dagger slicing Uncle Zhong's leg. The arrow also struck Uncle Zhong's wrist, where he was holding the stone. Ah! Uncle Zhong cried out in pain, the stone falling to the ground, as he clutched his wrist and screamed. That arrow was fired by Zhou Shuwan. She emerged from the shadows, a quiver slung over her shoulder, a bow and arrow in her hand, her eyes cold, like a hunting cheetah, radiating a dangerous aura. Chi Mingyu also rushed out from the other side, kicking Uncle Zhong in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Uncle Zhong struggled to get up, but Zhou Shuan firmly pressed her foot down on his chest. Cough cough. Uncle Zhong coughed violently, his face filled with terror. Wan, Xiu, what are you doing? I'm your uncle. He spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Mu stood to the side, gripping a dagger tightly, her eyes cold, without a trace of panic, completely different from the innocent and carefree boy from before. Zhou Shuan sneered, increasing the pressure on her foot. Uncle, what were you trying to do just now? Her tone was icy, like a death knell from hell, each word striking Zhong's uncle's heart. Zhong's uncle knew he failed, his face turned deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I? He stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. The sudden turn of events alerted the nearby patrol team, who quickly arrived and, seeing the scene, subdued Zhong's uncle. The team leader was Zhang Jiqing, a squad leader from the security team Chi Mingyu had previously trained. Despite his poetic name, he was extremely skilled and greatly admired his captain, Chi Mingyu. He stepped forward and saluted Chi Mingyu. Dr. Zhou, Captain Chi. Chi Mingyu nodded, pointed to the restrained Uncle Zhong, and said coldly, take him back and interrogate him properly. Yes. Zhang Jiqing replied, then gave his subordinates a signal, and Uncle Zhong was escorted away. Uncle Zhong cried out innocently, help. My God, Zhou Shuan, just because you have some status in the base now, you turn your back on us and try to harm your own relatives. I'm your uncle. Where are you taking these people? I'm going to report you to the base commander. The commotion alerted many people. Zhou Shuan, however, gave Mu a wink. Mu immediately covered her mouth and burst into tears. Uncle, why did you trick me into coming here? Why did you hit me? You even said you were going to kidnap me. You already sold my second uncle's family, isn't that enough? Why do you have to sell me too? Mu was going through puberty, and her shrill voice immediately drowned out Uncle Zhong's voice. You're talking nonsense. Uncle Zhong struggled as the security team dragged him away. As he was led away, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu, his eyes filled with resentment. Once locked in a small dark room, under interrogation by the patrol team, Uncle Zhong initially denied everything, claiming he was just playing with his nephew, and that Mu and Zhou Shuan had deliberately framed him. Now, thinking back, it was all part of their long-planned scheme. He wasn't the only one taken to the security office. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu also accompanied Mu there to give their statements. Although Mu was young, he had experienced a lot, and with the guidance of Zhong Tiyun and others, he had a strong mentality and wasn't intimidated. He recounted in detail how Uncle Zhong had lured him away from Grandma Peng, how he had taken him to a secluded place, and how he had tried to throw stones at him. His tone was calm, his logic clear, and there wasn't a trace of panic. I've seen plenty of people like this, I know how to handle them. Zhang Jiqing nodded, then said to Zhou Shuan and the others, Captain Chi, take Dr. Zhou and the others back first. I report to you when there are any new developments. Chi Mingyu nodded, glanced at Zhou Shuan, and said gently, Wan, take Mu and wait for me outside. Zhou Shuan agreed and went out with Mu. Chi Mingyu didn't come out for a while, having spoken with Zhang Jiqing about something. When Zhou Shuan asked him, he just shook his head and smiled, it's nothing. I just arranged the security team's training plan. He didn't want to talk about it, so Zhou Shuan didn't press him. When they got home, Zhong Tiyun and the others were already waiting anxiously. Although she knew Mu was there to perform a play, she was still worried that Zhou Shuan and the other woman wouldn't be able to return in time to rescue him, and Mu might actually be captured and tortured by Uncle Zhong. As soon as they returned to the villa, Zhong Tiyun immediately rushed over, grabbing Mu and checking him over from head to toe. Are you hurt? Were you frightened? Grandma Peng's cloudy eyes were also filled with worry, her wrinkled hands gently stroking Mu's cheek. Mu shook his head, proudly saying, Mom, Grandma, I'm perfectly fine. My sister and brother-in-law are right here, and the kung fu I learned from my brother-in-law came in handy. Uncle Zhong is no match for me. This kid was actually quite smug. Zhong Tiyun glared at him. Even so, you still need to be careful in the future. You're not an adult yet, and some adults outside have malicious intentions. With his mother's wrath, Mu didn't dare utter a sound, only obediently nodding. Chi Mingyu then recounted the whole incident in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianghai's face turned ashen. He slammed his hand on the table and sneered. I used to think he was a respectable man, always good at sweet-talking people. I never imagined he'd turn into beasts so quickly after the apocalypse. A whole family of beasts. Qi Mingyu's tone was calm. I already had Zheng Jiqing interrogate them thoroughly. We must find out the truth, especially how they sold Uncle Zheng's family. See if we can get any more clues about the Longting caravan. Yes, Xiao Yu did the right thing. We should interrogate them thoroughly. Zhou Jianhai finally calmed down, slumped into his chair, and sighed deeply. Many times, the difference between a human and a beast is just a moment's difference. 2 days later, under relentless interrogation, Uncle Zheng finally succumbed to the psychological pressure and confessed to his plan to kidnap Mu Mu and extort money from the Zhou family, in collusion with his son Zhong Qinghui. Chapter 326. The Zhong family had all been detained at the police station. Zheng Jiqing had also extracted a lot of useful information from his aunt and Zhong Qinghui, such as the approximate location of the Longting caravan, and what the leader, Longting, looked like. It was a very fruitful outcome. But before everyone could decide what to do with the heinous Zhong family, an extreme cold suddenly descended. One night, the extreme cold arrived quietly, catching everyone off guard. That night, the ever-vigilant Qi Mingyu suddenly woke up from his sleep, feeling a bone-chilling cold. He quickly opened his eyes, and found the room pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He fumbled for the bedside lamp, and vaguely saw a white light outside. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He immediately woke Zhou Shuwan beside him. Wan, wake up, Wan. Zhou Shuwan groggily opened her eyes, and immediately felt the unusual cold. Her expression immediately turned serious. It's the extreme cold. We have to notify the others quickly. She immediately took out 2 warm down jackets and down pants from her spatial storage, along with 2 hot water bottles. The 2 people, already shivering from the cold, hurriedly put on their clothes while shouting loudly towards the next bedroom. Dad, Mom, the extreme cold is here. Get up. A commotion came from the next bedroom, and Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian's voices rang out. How can it be so cold? I feel like my hands and feet are frozen. In this situation, the elderly are at the most vulnerable. Qi Mingyu quickly put on his down jacket and down pants, and went straight to Grandma Peng's room. Zhou Shuwan took out several hot water bottles from her spatial storage, and gave them to her parents, Mu Mu, and Grandma Peng. The family, their lips purple from the cold, huddled together shivering. Their blankets weren't too thin, but in the sub-zero temperatures of minus 20 degrees Celsius, they were completely insufficient. Fortunately, Zhou Shuwan had prepared hot water bottles in her spatial storage beforehand. Holding them in one's hands quickly warmed their bodies. They all relied on the hot water bottles for warmth, then shivered as they put on their clothes. But Grandma Peng, being elderly and with declining bodily functions, couldn't be woken up for a long time. Her face was pale, and her lips were purple. Zhou Shuwan was startled and quickly wrapped several hot water bottles around Grandma Peng's chest, draped them over her back, and turned on the electric heater. Qi Mingyu anxiously bent down, pressed his ear to Grandma Peng's chest, listened to her heartbeat, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Zhou Shuwan and said, "Thank goodness, her heartbeat is getting stronger." Grandma Peng's heart had been numb from the sudden drop in temperature. After a while, Grandma Peng shakily opened her eyes, saw her family surrounding her, and smiled weakly. "What happened to me?" she asked hoarsely. "Grandma, are you all right?" Zhou Shuwan asked with concern. Grandma Peng shook her head. "I'm fine, just a little weak." Zhou Shuwan and Zhong Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the family was temporarily safe, Qi Mingyu was slightly relieved. He had Zhou Shuwan take out several signal flares, which they launched directly from the balcony. Boom! 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 Several loud bangs pierced the silent night, waking everyone who was sleeping nearby. What happened? Was there an earthquake? It's so cold. Oh my god, is the extreme cold here? Although the signal flares fired by the Zhou family saved many people, many others, especially survivors living in shelters, died silently in the darkness because they lacked sufficient warm clothing and the extreme cold arrived so suddenly. After firing the signal flares, Zhou Shuwan and the others had no energy to worry about what was happening outside. They turned on the electric heaters on all the floors of their house. To prevent any accidents, the family squeezed into the largest bedroom, the master bedroom, to keep warm and take care of each other. The house had underfloor heating, so sleeping directly on the wooden floor was warmer than sleeping in a bed. The master bedroom was also a family decision. They would live there when the extreme cold came. Therefore, there was no bed in the master bedroom. Zhou Shuwan only took out a few blankets, which was enough for one person to lie down. After warming up for a while, Moo Moo clutched her stomach and said she was hungry. A teenager, in his late teens, is at the age where he eats the most. One person can easily eat as much as 2 adults. Fortunately, the family has no shortage of supplies, and Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Shuwan didn't want him to go hungry. Wait a minute, I go get it from the kitchen, Zhou Shuwan said, getting up. Qi Mingyu also stood up. I go too. Since they were going to eat, it would be better for the whole family to eat something and replenish the energy lost in the cold. Of course, no one was in the mood to cook right now. Zhou Shuwan then brought out several large bowls of spicy hot pot from her spatial storage, along with a few rijiamo, Chinese hamburger, and specially got a bowl of softer soup noodles for Grandma Pang. The warm, spicy aroma wafted through the room. Come on, eat. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Moo Moo was pleasantly surprised. Sister, brother-in-law, we actually had this good stuff hidden in the house. It's so cold, spicy food is so satisfying. Zhong Tiyun stuffed a large piece of meat from a rijiamo, Chinese hamburger, into his mouth. Eat yours. Zhou Shuwan also took out several large pieces of chocolate, and after finishing their warm meal, each person ate 2 pieces. Now, the family was no longer cold. But they weren't sleepy for a while. Zhou Jianghai's leg had fully recovered 2 months ago. He walked to the window and looked outside, his face full of worry. I see the snow outside is quite heavy. Our first floor door will definitely be blocked tomorrow. They had installed double-glazed windows in the yard, and on all the terraces of the 3-story building. It provided some insulation. There's no need to worry too much, but the snow is falling like goose feathers, and it'd definitely be half a meter high by tomorrow. Zhong Tiyun then asked Zhou Shuwan, Wan, how high do you think the snow will eventually go? Zhou Shuwan didn't hide anything, saying, if it's like the floods, then the snow should be several stories high. Otherwise, why would there be talk of extreme cold disasters? That's true. If it's only this cold as in northeast China, it's not extreme cold. Zhong Tiyun nodded, then thought carefully about that scenario and felt a little hopeless. But, the newly built buildings in our new base are all standard 6 stories, and the villas are only 3 stories. If the snow really buries several stories, what will we do? Yes. Everyone immediately tensed up. Although they had worried about extreme cold and snow, none of them had experienced it before, nor could they imagine it to be this far-reaching. They just tried their best to keep the house warm. Zhou Shuwan smiled and said, don't worry, it's not that exaggerated. Snow, like a flood, accumulates little by little and forms ice. At the poles, ice is the best insulation for a house. When I was thinking of getting a villa, I already planned that we would shovel snow every day and then build an ice wall around the villa. Chapter 327. Having spent a restless night without sleep, Zhou Shuwan finally fell asleep as dawn broke. When she got up again, she found everyone else in the family was already up. The sound of shoveling snow could be heard outside. She quickly put on the thermal underwear she had taken out the night before, one set for each person in the family. Moo Moo was growing faster than she had expected, and Zhong Tiyun had altered his clothes overnight to be larger. After putting on the thermal underwear, she layered on a fleece jacket, a down vest, and finally a polar down jacket. Only then did she get up and go outside. She first checked the thermometer hanging by the window. The daytime temperature was slightly higher than the nighttime temperature, around -22 degrees Celsius. As far as the eye could see outside, everything was covered in pure white snow. In just one night, the heavy snowfall had reached over half a meter high, almost completely burying people's calves. Except for Grandma Pang, who couldn't stand the cold and was making breakfast in the kitchen, everyone else was shoveling snow under Zhou Jianghai's direction. Even Moo Moo was bundled up like a chubby ball, wearing thick gloves, and diligently digging with a shovel. After the extreme cold of midnight, the snow that fell last night had frozen, but wasn't completely solidified. It required some skill to shovel it away. The snow outside could wait. Their most urgent task now was clearing the snow weighing down on the roof and windows. If it wasn't removed promptly, it would freeze solid, causing leaks or even a collapse of the roof. Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu stood on the terrace throwing snow down, while Zhong Tiyun and Moo Moo found a small cart and shoveled the snow from the ground onto it. Once the cart was full, they pulled it out and threw it away. Zhou Shuwan also busied herself putting on thick leather over her boots and helping her mother and younger brother shovel snow. The cart couldn't be pulled out because the snow outside was half a meter thick, requiring shoveling bit by bit. But digging like this was incredibly tiring. While they were working, a heavy, fluffy snowflake began to fall again. The wind suddenly picked up violently, the swirling snow almost completely obscuring the road ahead. Everyone was completely disoriented in the blizzard, only able to hear the howling wind in their ears. It truly looked like an apocalyptic scene. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan was experienced with extreme cold. The moment the snow started falling, she dropped her shovel and cart, shouting for people to come inside. She grabbed Mumu's hand with one hand and Zhong Tiyun's with the other, rushing into the house. Qi Mingyu on the roof reacted quickly as well. Seeing Zhou Shuan's unusual reaction, he immediately pulled Zhou Jianhai down the stairs through the upper passage. Back inside, their goggles were thickly frozen, frost clung to their eyelashes, and their cheeks were numb with cold as they removed their masks and hats. Mumu let out a long sigh. This stuff is suffocating. Before she could finish speaking, a blizzard had already begun outside. They stood by the window, only able to see the courtyard completely enclosed by glass. Everything else was obscured. This snow is terrifying, Mumu murmured after a long while. Yes, that's why people rarely go out in extreme cold. They only go out to play when it snows. The wind drowns out everything, completely shutting out your hearing and senses. Even if your door is only a meter away, you won't find your way home. If you really need to go out, you need to connect your house to the outside with a sturdy rope, hold on tight, and it will guide you home, Zhou Shuan said. Qi Mingyu nodded, looking outside, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. I wonder what the situation is like inside the base. The temperature plummeted last night. Many people probably can't adapt to such a huge temperature difference. Moreover, the base authorities will likely initiate a relocation operation as soon as possible, but with so many people and such a heavy snowstorm, how can they relocate everyone at once? Recently, many survivors have moved here, not only from J City, but also from other surrounding cities after hearing the news. The base accepts everyone, as long as their household registration and ID cards are verified, and no illegal or criminal activity is confirmed, they are all allowed to enter. Those who can't afford houses temporarily pay some supplies, and live in shelters. Those who can afford houses, either as a family or several families pooling their resources to buy one, have already moved into new apartments in new neighborhoods. In short, the base is currently completely unprepared for the extreme cold. The major workshops have all been renovated, heating and power generation equipment have been installed. But how could they possibly evacuate everyone in just an hour or two? In this blizzard, no matter how anxious they were, no one could rush out to help. I just hope Xiao Xiao can stay calm and not immediately order evacuations, Qi Mingyu finally whispered. The blizzard, which nearly blew the houses away, lasted for 3 whole days. People were trapped inside for 3 whole days. The temperature rose from -22 degrees Celsius to -32 degrees Celsius. It dropped another 10 degrees in 3 days. The family members all accepted it well. They had all experienced extreme temperature changes during periods of high temperatures. They also had an advantage many people lacked. Each of them possessed an air-conditioned suit. These suits could regulate temperature, lowering or raising the perceived temperature. However, the suits were extremely reliant on batteries. Once the power was depleted, danger would ensue. Currently, the Zhou family's electricity was generated by a combination of gasoline and solar power. During snowy days, a small amount of solar energy, combined with the gasoline generator, ensured a more reliable power supply. However, because all 3 floors of the Zhou family's house used electric heating, the electricity consumption was enormous. Ultimately, Zhou Jianhai spoke up. Let's abandon heating on the 1st and 3rd floors for now. Everyone should stay on the 2nd floor. Given the situation, the snow would definitely flood the 1st floor, making entry and exit too difficult. The 3rd floor, on the other hand, risked being weighed down by the snow, so living on the 2nd floor was more suitable. This was also the reason the villa was originally designed as a 3-story building. If all the electricity in the house were concentrated on the 2nd floor, there wouldn't be a problem. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng also felt this would waste electricity, so they readily agreed. Zhou Shuan didn't mind. She had installed electric heating on all 3 floors simply to have more options. They originally lived on the 2nd floor, so all they needed to do was move the kitchen up there. After the snow finally stopped, the view from the 2nd floor terrace was much clearer. Everything was a vast expanse of white, the snow over a meter deep, and the outside world seemed deserted. Everything was so quiet, as if only they remained in the world. Do you dare go out? Zhou Jianhai asked Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan looked into the distance, then nodded. Put on your air conditioning clothes, tie a rope to the 2nd floor terrace, and slowly walk out using the rope. Mom, you, Grandma, and Mumu stay home, we go check on things. Chapter 328. The biting cold seemed to freeze the air. Zhou Shuan wrapped her down coat tighter, her breath instantly turning into white mist. Outside, everything was a vast expanse of white. The world seemed to consist only of white. The fierce wind stung her face like knives. Chi Mingyu, and Zhou Jianhai skillfully donned their air-conditioned suits. Their bulky figures seemed exceptionally reliable at this moment. The buzzing sound of the machine starting up was particularly clear. A pale blue indicator light flickered slightly on their chests. Just in case, each person carried an extra battery, ready to be replaced immediately in case of emergency. Chi Mingyu secured one end of the rope firmly to the railing of the second-floor terrace, and the other end to his own waist, Zhou Shuan's waist, and Chi Mingyu's waist. He glanced at Zhou Shuan and nodded slightly. Zhou Shuan still gripped the signal gun tightly in her hand, just in case. Chi Mingyu checked the ropes for the three of them again, making sure they were secure, before shouldering his shovel and stepping onto the terrace first. Zhou Jianhai glanced back at the worried Zhong Tian, Grandma Pang, and his youngest son, waved, and the three set off. The snow was 1 meter and 2 feet deep, enough to bury a person waist deep. Every step was extremely difficult. Chi Mingyu walked in front, laboriously using his shovel to level the top layer of soft snow, preventing any gaps from allowing anyone's ankles to slip through. The shovel crunched against the frozen snow, a clear sound echoing in the silent snow. Zhou Jianhai followed closely behind, protecting Zhou Shuan, constantly reminding her to watch her step. Zhou Shuan followed step by step, trudging through the snow, one step at a time. Protected by the air conditioning, she could barely feel the biting wind. The snow was only up to her calves, making each step incredibly difficult. Her breath condensed quickly into ice crystals in the air before dissipating into the snowstorm. Along the way, they saw many frozen corpses, some in the posture of fleeing for their lives, others huddled together, silently testifying to the cruelty of the extreme cold. Their bodies were covered with thick snow, as if they had become one with the icy landscape. Zhou Shuan couldn't bear to look away, and quickened her pace. After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally reached the base plaza. The plaza was deserted. The buildings were covered by a thick layer of snow. Not a soul. Chi Mingyu looked around, his expression grave. Zhou Jianhai wondered to himself, could it be that all the survivors in the base have frozen to death? The low buildings had only their roofs exposed, covered in thick snow that formed oddly shaped snowdrifts. Suddenly, Zhou Shuan spotted a faint light amidst the white expanse. She immediately perked up, pointing and shouting, "Look!" Only the exchange office door was tightly shut, but warm light shone from the windows, like a beacon of hope lit in the snow. "Let's go check it out," Zhou Jianhai said. "Be careful," Chi Mingyu cautioned. They reached for their weapons at their waists. Their ropes were still attached to their waists. They weren't far from the base plaza, and the ropes were several hundred meters long, barely enough. The three cautiously approached the exchange office, each step taken with extreme care. Upon reaching the exchange area, someone inside noticed the commotion and cautiously asked the doctor, "Who is it?" "It's me," Chi Mingyu said in a deep voice. Hearing the familiar voice of the security team captain, they opened the door without hesitation. A wave of heat rushed out, mixed with the aroma of food and the noise of the crowd. The exchange area was crowded with survivors, some wearing somewhat disheveled cotton-padded clothes, and some even carrying blankets instead of cotton-padded clothes, orderly receiving food and warm supplies. Xiao Xiao stood in the center of the crowd, directing the staff to distribute supplies, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, but he didn't bother to wipe them away. Seeing Zhou Shuan and the other two, he immediately approached them, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry. "Are you all right? How is the Zhou family?" Zhou Shuan took off her hat and mask, exhaling a breath of hot air, and said, "We're fine, everything's fine at home." "What's going on at the base?" She looked around, asking in confusion. Xiao Xiao sighed and explained, 3 days ago, when the blizzard struck, we were evacuating survivors. In this emergency, we were forced to organize those still en route to move here. This is the supply exchange center. It has ample supplies and electrical equipment. It should be able to sustain us for a short time." He paused, his tone heavy. However, many people disappeared during the evacuation. The blizzard was too strong. We couldn't see anyone else. In the end, we had to hold hands and wade through the snow to find a path. We shouted for the missing people here, but the snow drowned out our voices. Except for 2 people who were nearby and found the right spot, the others never came. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu fell silent. They recalled the many corpses they had seen on their way here. They were covered in thick snow. If it weren't for a few glimpses of clothing, their bodies might never have been discovered. That's the horror of extreme cold. The cold is one thing, but the overwhelming blizzard is also a deadly danger. Xiao Xiao carefully examined their waists, noticing a long rope connecting to the outside. "What's this?" he asked curiously. "This can prevent people from getting lost in the snowstorm." Xiao Xiao, in extremely cold weather, it's best to use streetlights and buildings to set up more of these traction ropes. Everyone going out should wear one to minimize the risk of getting lost, Zhou Shuan explained. The ones we wear around our waists are directly connected to our villa area. Actually, it's been over 20 minutes along this route, and it's a bit dangerous. When the snowstorm is too strong, it can sweep people away, and once they lose their strength, they can't hold onto the ropes. If, in the future, the entire base, whether it's shelters, supply exchange points, factories, etc., is crisscrossed with ropes, then people's safety will be greatly improved. Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. That's a good idea. Wanwan, you're really clever. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. It wasn't that she was clever. It was simply experience people had accumulated through countless deaths during the extreme cold disasters of her previous life. Looking at the supply exchange point, there were about 200 people, but beside Xiao Xiao, Meng Mingwei was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Jia had a place to stay, but Qinfen and the others were living in the worst shelter. Logically, they should have been prioritized for evacuation, so why were they nowhere to be seen? Xiao Xiao was also busy. He briefly spoke with Zhou Shuan and the others before heading off to attend to his work. He noticed Zhou Shuan's worry and said, "The snow was too heavy that morning, and I was worried, so I didn't let Mingwei go out. She should be home by now." Although it's still an old-fashioned country house, we had stockpiled some coal briquettes, and there's a heated brick bed inside, so it should be fine. Zhou Shuan was slightly relieved. Chapter 329. As for the whereabouts of Qinfen and her team, Xiao Xiao didn't know either. In the critical moment, he only organized the team closest to him to move towards the supply exchange point. This snow could start falling anytime soon. Xiao Xiao was a little angry. It's exactly the same as during the acid rain season. Outside, the weather is clear and cloudless, and the temperature is just right, but people dare not go out casually. They can't plant anything outdoors either, because a sudden acid rain could destroy everything at any time. Gradually, people have adapted to this weather, carrying tools to protect themselves from acid rain suits, or specially reinforced basins, etc. Will it be the same in extreme cold? Like Zhou Shuan said, tying a rope around their waist and carefully feeling their way forward when going out. Qi Mingyu glanced at him and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Xiao Xiao, over at the service hall?" Xiao Zhao's face darkened even more. Most of the survivors have already moved in, and the officials and staff of the government office have also mostly moved out, but Mayor Lu insists on staying with the people. Currently, he and several other deputy mayors have not yet moved in. With the sudden blizzard lasting several days, no one knows what the situation will be like. Qi Mingyu didn't say anything, but simply raised his arm and patted him on the shoulder. Zhou Shuan looked at the crowded room and said to Xiao Xiao, "If you're going to move, tie all the ropes together securely before you set off." Xiao Xiao nodded and arranged for people to start immediately. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu stood aside, helping to direct the order. Once the first group of people safely reached the factory using safety ropes, the second group set off. Seeing there was nothing more they could do, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu turned back. On the way back, Zhou Shuan stopped and suddenly asked, "What do you think will happen to the people detained at the police station these past few days with the blizzard?" Qi Mingyu paused for a moment, then said, "The police station should have gasoline generators that can keep things warm for a long time. Are you worried about?" A cold glint flashed in Zhou Shuan's eyes. "People say good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. My uncle is hardly a good person." Qi Mingyu then said, "Let's go check it out." We passed by on our way back. The two of them made a detour midway. However, the police station was a longer route, and the safety ropes tied around their waists weren't enough. But this didn't stop them. Zhou Shuan took out a long rope from her spatial storage, and Qi Mingyu used a military method to connect the two ropes, allowing them to move freely again. In a few more days, there should be plenty of safety ropes in the base, making it easier for us to go out. Walking with the two long ropes tied around their waists was very strenuous. They also had to be careful not to tear their air-conditioned suits. Upon arriving at the security office, seeing the dark interior, a bad premonition arose in Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's hearts. Qi Mingyu forcefully pushed open the security office door, and a blast of cold air rushed out. The room was pitch black and silent. "What happened? Is there no power?" Zhou Shuan asked, fumbling for her flashlight to turn it on, illuminating the room. Several security guards were huddled in a corner, covered in a thin layer of snow, already frozen stiff. Chi Mingyu went forward to check, shook his head, they were all lifeless. Zhou Shuwan inspected the cell where Zhong Daiji's family was being held, illuminating the interior with a flashlight. The cell was empty, except for Aunt Zhong, huddled there motionless, the blood on her head congealed, as if she had been pushed to the ground. Zhou Shuwan knelt down and checked Aunt Zhong's breathing. She wasn't breathing. She stood up, her brow furrowed. In this freezing weather, could Uncle Zhong and the others have really escaped? Uncle Zhong was vicious. He could heartlessly abandon his own daughter and sell his own brother. If he escaped, wouldn't he bring harm to their family? It seems my Uncle Chi is even more resilient than we thought. Zhou Shuwan's tone was icy. Chi Mingyu nodded, his expression grave. In such extreme cold, they couldn't have gone far. Without adequate warmth and supplies, it's impossible to survive outdoors for long in such conditions. Zhou Shuwan nodded and returned home with Chi Mingyu. Seeing them return safely, the family breathed a sigh of relief. How was it? How's the situation at the base? Not good. Zhou Shuwan didn't recount the horrific scenes she witnessed along the way, only briefly describing the situation at the security office, including the number of security guards who had frozen to death, and the news of Uncle Zhong's escape and Aunt Zhong's death. Zhong Tian paused, then sneered, "Good riddance. That woman was vicious and did all sorts of bad things. She deserved to die." But then, she looked at Zhou Shuwan and Chi Mingyu with worry. Uncle and the others escaped? What are we going to do? What if they? Zhou Shuwan held her mother's hand, comforting her. Mom, don't worry. We start working day and night shifts today. We won't let our guard down until we catch Uncle Zhong and Qing Hui. Chi Mingyu added, the security team members actually have air-conditioned suits. I thought about it on the way here. I figured most of the team members went out to evacuate the survivors, and the few who stayed behind should have been wearing air-conditioned suits. But now they all frozen to death. Uncle Zhong must have used some trickery. So, we can't rule out the possibility that they might have come here. Everyone else involuntarily looked out the window. The vast white snowfield was deserted, only the biting wind howling past. The thought of enemies possibly lurking in the shadows sent chills down the family's spines. They felt as if a formidable enemy was at stake. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shuwan spoke, her voice low but firm. Dad, we be responsible for patrolling and guarding the area around the villa, focusing on the backyard and all the balconies. We also reinforce the doors and windows and set traps around the villa. Wan, you, Mom, and Mumu will keep watch together, he said, getting up and heading towards the tool shed, where he retrieved some tools and materials. Zhong Tian glanced at her daughter and son-in-law, then at her husband and Mumu, said nothing, and turned to go to the kitchen. Grandma Pang followed behind her, helping to wash and chop vegetables. In the kitchen, steam rose, and the aroma of food filled the air, dispelling the chill in the house. Grandma Pang noticed Zhong Tian's unusual mood and, after a moment's thought, understood what was going on. While stirring the porridge in the pot, he said to Zhong Tian, don't worry too much. Good people are always protected by heaven. Your second brother and his family are very lucky, and will definitely be fine. As the old saying goes, family ties are the hardest thing to choose. You can't do anything about having a brother like this. Just treat him as someone who doesn't care about anything. She paused, then spoke of Chi Mingyu again. Look at Xiaoyu, he never mentions his father. Their family ties are shallow. As people get older, they become more accepting of things. Zhong Tian's eyes reddened slightly, and she forced back tears, nodding, Yes, Grandma Pang, I know. I just think that if my parents were still alive, they would be heartbroken to see us siblings fighting like this. But actually, the reason they reached this point is inextricably linked to their parents' upbringing. From a young age, Zhou Shuwan's maternal grandparents favored their eldest son too much. The younger siblings all had to work in the fields, but Uncle Zhong could go to school and didn't have to do any housework. From childhood, he never refused anything he asked for. In Uncle Zhong's heart, his younger siblings were like his servants, not his own brothers and sisters. But what's the point of saying that? Zhong Tian numbly cooked the vegetables and plated them. After lunch, Chi Mingyu took out a map, laid it flat on the table, and carefully studied the terrain near the base. He marked some locations on the map with a pen. Uncle Zhong and the others weren't familiar with the base, and with such terrible weather, they probably wouldn't dare leave rashly. Therefore, they might choose to hide near the shelters on the outskirts of the base. He circled several possible hiding places on the map. Zhou Shuwan then said, they probably don't have many supplies on them, and Uncle Zhong's leg is injured, making it difficult for him to move. They need food and medicine. Her eyes flashed, her gaze settling on the greenhouse on the map. What if Uncle Zhong and the others were pretending to be survivors and hiding here? Qi Mingyu also suddenly became alert. Yes, what if it was a case of the devil being in the details? Okay, let's search along this route. Zhou Shuwan reinvented the supplies in her spatial storage, organizing weapons, medicine, food, and warm clothing, placing them within easy reach. The heavy snow began to fall again in the late afternoon. Zhou Shuwan and her group had been hesitant about splitting into two groups, one to stay home and keep watch, and the other to check the factory. Now, they didn't need to go out. They could focus solely on guarding the villa and its surroundings. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai took their tools and trudged through the snow, setting traps around the villa. They dug pits nearly a meter deep, buried sharpened wooden stakes in them, and covered them with a thin layer of snow for camouflage. Xiong Tiyun and Grandma Pang sealed off all the windows on the first and third floors, leaving only one window open on the second floor. As Qi Mingyu set the trap around the villa, the shovel struck the hard, frozen ground with a dull thud. Suddenly, he noticed messy footprints and dark red bloodstains in the snow behind the villa, clearly visible even under the heavy snow cover. These tracks snaked and twisted, leading all the way to the neighbor's yard wall. Qi Mingyu's gaze sharpened. The villa complex couldn't all be as luxurious as the Zhou family's, with glass throughout the yard and terrace. Their neighbor's house had a typical large yard, a large terrace, and a high wall, completely concealing the interior and providing easy cover. He tightened his grip on the shovel and easily jumped over the wall. In the neighbor's yard, without the glass barrier, the snow was much deeper, almost knee-deep. He stood up, brushed the snow off his clothes, and walked to the courtyard wall, carefully examining the footprints on the ground. The footprints were messy, varying in size, suggesting more than one person. The bloodstains had congealed, a dark red color, starkly contrasting against the white snow. He bent down and gently touched the bloodstains with his gloved fingers. They were frozen stiff. The villa's windows were all tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn shut, obscuring the view inside. Qi Mingyu gripped his shovel tightly, cautiously approaching the villa, and gently knocked on the door. No one answered for a long time. Taking a deep breath, he kicked the door open with a loud bang, the sound particularly jarring in the silent snow. The interior was a mess. Furniture was overturned, and clothes and personal belongings were scattered on the floor. In the living room, a family of 3 from the neighboring family lay on the floor, covered with a thin layer of snow, already frozen stiff. Qi Mingyu rushed forward and quickly checked their condition. The cold, stiff touch made his heart sink. After confirming the 3 were dead, he got up and carefully searched the villa. A faint sound came from upstairs. Qi Mingyu's heart tightened. He gripped his shovel, tiptoed, and slowly went upstairs. He had set traps outside, without taking any weapons. But the shovel was enough. In the room on the second floor, Uncle Zhong and Zhong Qinghui were ransacking the place, stuffing the supplies they found into a large backpack. They seemed too engrossed in their work to hear anything downstairs. Or perhaps the roar of the blizzard had masked Qi Mingyu's movements. Seeing Qi Mingyu suddenly appear, both of them froze. After a brief moment of surprise, a fierce glint flashed in Zhong Qinghui's eyes. "Dad, we have to get out of here." "Retreat, my ass? It's freezing outside. Where can anyone hide?" Uncle Zhong grabbed a dagger from the table and pointed it at Qi Mingyu. "Let's fight him to the death." Zhong Qinghui also grabbed a large knife and lunged forward viciously. "Since you're here, it's either you die or I live." Qi Mingyu dodged Zhong Qinghui's attack, and with a powerful twist of his hand, Zhong Qinghui cried out in pain and fell to his knees. His arms hung limply to the side in a twisted position. At the same time, Zhou Shuwan had caught up, knocked an arrow, and aimed at Uncle Zhong. An arrow pierced the air, striking Uncle Zhong squarely in the shoulder. Uncle Zhong screamed and collapsed to the ground, clutching his shoulder. Qi Mingyu bound Uncle Zhong and his son hand and foot and dragged them back to the Zhou family villa, like dead dogs, into the storage room on the first floor. Seeing her enemy captured, Zhong Tiyun could no longer contain her pent-up emotions. She stormed into the storage room and launched into a tirade against Zhong Qinghui and his father. She grabbed Zhong Qinghui by the collar, raised her hand, and slapped him several times, yelling, "You beast! Do you have any conscience? How dare you lay a finger on Mumu? Are you even human?" Zhong Qinghui's face stung with pain, and he made muffled noises, unable to utter a sound. He stared at Zhong Tiyun with venomous hatred in his eyes. Qi Mingyu rummaged through a corner of the storage room and pulled out several rusty iron chains. He chained Zhong Qinghui and his father to the wall, confiscated all their belongings, and threw them aside. Then he told Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun about the murder of their neighbors. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai were stunned, taking a long time to react, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 330. She knew her eldest brother was a ruthless man, but she didn't seem to fully accept that he could so easily kill a completely harmless family of 3 with his son. Looking at Uncle Zhong, who had been silent with his head down since being dragged in, she sneered, "Brother, do you remember when Grandpa once commented on you when you were little, saying that you would definitely grow up to be a ruthless person who wouldn't care about family ties? You were indignant at the time, and after a big fight with Grandpa, you never spoke to him again until his death, but actually he was right. You're worse than an animal." Uncle Zhong, completely oblivious to his own ruthlessness, glared at her fiercely. "Zhong Tiyun, don't pretend to criticize me. You're not much better than me. If you hadn't kept bad-mouthing me to Mom and Dad, they would have always loved me the most. Why were they so indifferent to me in those years after they passed away, not even willing to give me their savings?" He practically screamed it out. It was clear how much he had been wronged. "You still have the nerve to mention that. Mom and Dad are old and bedridden, and you're not a filial son at all. You can't even sit by their bedside for a short while. What do you expect? They finally saw through you." Uncle Zhong was struck where it hurt by Zhong Tiyun's words. Enraged, he struggled to get up, but was firmly chained and unable to move. His face flushed red, and he shouted, "You're the most unfilial person in our family. You're the youngest, and Mom and Dad have given you all the good food and toys since you were little. I'm the eldest son. You enjoyed all the good things, but in the end, you're unwilling to support your parents in their old age, arguing with me over a little money for their hospital stay. You made me a laughingstock in the whole village. Don't you have any sense of responsibility as a younger sister? You're a complete ingrate." Zhong Tiyun trembled with rage, pointing at her uncle. Fine, after all these years, you finally spoken your mind. Just because I'm the youngest in the family, just because Mom and Dad favored me a little, you held a grudge until now." Her voice was filled with sorrow. "You're the son, the eldest son, and I'm the youngest daughter. Mom and Dad favor me, which means buying me a few more snacks, a few more clothes. The house, the savings, they all gone to you and your second brother. What do I have? What do my third sister and I have?" Uncle Zhong became even angrier, his face flushed red. "You even come at the house and the savings. You're just a daughter who's losing money, and you still want these things? That shows how vicious you are." "Shut up." Zhou Jianhai, who had been silent until now, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He strode forward and slapped him hard across the face. Everyone was caught off guard. Uncle Zhong spat out 2 front teeth and a mouthful of blood. Zhong Tiyun was trembling with rage, unable to even stand. Zhou Shuan quickly stepped forward to support her. "Mom, why argue with such a wicked person? Especially someone so cruel and vicious, who thinks the whole world owes him something. It's not worth getting angry with someone like that." "Yes, Tiyun, don't make yourself sick." Grandma Pang, who had been listening to the commotion outside, also rushed in, went to Zhong Tiyun's side, and comforted her. "Come on, let's go outside and sit for a while." She and Zhou Shuan helped Zhong Tiyun away. Once they sat down on the sofa outside, it took Zhong Tiyun a long while to catch her breath. She gave a bitter smile. "I only realized today why my older brother has always disliked me since I was little." Her eyes were slightly red, but no tears fell. "There are many children in our family. My eldest brother is 10 years older than me. I never imagined he would hold a grudge against me because of the slight favoritism my parents showed me when I was little. After her uncle married her, he saw her as an even bigger thorn in his side. Tiyun, like I said before, blood ties don't guarantee close relationships. It's all about fate. You and your eldest brother aren't meant to be relatives. You're only siblings because of blood ties." Zhou Shuan and Mumu watched her with concern. Looking at her 2 children, Zhong Tiyun finally smiled slowly. "I understand. I thought it through a long time ago, and I long since accepted that I don't have this older brother. So Wanwan, you and Xiao Yu discuss it. Your uncle has committed countless evil deeds, cruelly harming even his own brothers and murdering strangers. He's rotten to the core. Discuss what to do. Should we hand him over to the base?" Zhou Shuan nodded. "Mom, don't worry. The base will definitely use him and Qing Hui as examples for uncle's actions." Zhong Tiyun responded and decided to completely let go of the matter. Zhou Jianhai also came out and poured Zhong Tiyun a cup of hot water. Zhong Tiyun took the cup, but her hands trembled, spilling a lot of hot water. Mumu then thoughtfully took a towel and helped her wipe it off. Zhong Tiyun could no longer pat his head like she did when she was little. she only patted his shoulder and forced a smile. Zhou Shuan stood silently for a while, then turned and went to the storage room. Regarding your second uncle's family, do you have anything else to say? Zhou Shuan stared sharply at Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong looked even more disheveled than a few days ago. His face was bruised and swollen, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were unfocused, and his clothes were tattered, making him look like a beggar. He looked up at Zhou Shuan, sneered, and said nonchalantly, I have nothing to say. He paused, his eyes filled with resentment. You all live well now, in big villas, eating and drinking the finest food, while what about us? We can only live in cramped mud houses, hungry and cold. Why? Why? Uncle Zhong became more and more agitated, his emotions spiraling out of control. He suddenly stood up, trying to break free of his chains, but to no avail, only making a clanging sound. Zhou Shuan, you ungrateful wretch. I'm your own uncle. How could you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Let me tell you, even if I die, I haunt you as a ghost. He roared hysterically, as if venting all his resentment. Zhong Qingwei also joined in the shouting. Zhou Shuan, you die a horrible death. You bitch. You die a horrible death. Zhou Shuan looked at the two seemingly insane people, sneered, and said nothing. She directly grabbed a bottle of ice water, and splashed it on Zhong's uncle's face. The ice water flowed down Zhong's uncle's cheeks, making him shiver and bringing him slightly back to his senses. He glared at Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with venom. What are you doing? I'm trying to help you wake up. I wanted to throw this glass of water away for a long time. I never understood how you developed such a selfish and vicious personality. Was it because your grandparents spoiled you too much? Or is it just your nature? Zhou Shuan smiled coldly. You hate my mother, you hate my whole family, you hated them for decades, very well. I hated your family for many years too, we're even. I ask you one more time, what else do you have to say about my second uncle's family? Uncle Zhong noticed her attitude was completely different from before, seemingly understanding that she intended to kill him. After a moment of silence, he raised his head, looking at Zhou Shuan, a cunning glint in his eyes. I remember now, I do have some things to tell you. He paused, then lowered his voice, saying mysteriously, however, I have a condition. Zhou Shuan looked at him without speaking. Then she calmly walked to the side, picked up a hammer, and went to Zhong Qinghui's side. Zhong Qinghui looked terrified. What are you going to do? Ah! He screamed. Zhou Shuan took the hammer and struck his leg hard. Several screams rang out as Zhong Qinghui's leg snapped with a crack. Cold sweat poured down his forehead from the pain as he rolled on the ground, but bound by ropes, even struggling was difficult. Uncle Zhong's voice was hoarse from screaming. What are you doing, you bitch? Stop! Stop! Zhou Shuan looked down at him calmly. Uncle, so you do have a human side, only in your cousin. It's alright, it's just one leg. There are so many other parts of his body we can use. You can be a little more considerate. I quite like your current loving fatherly demeanor. She raised the hammer and smashed it down hard on Zhong Qinghui's other leg. No, okay, I talk. Uncle Zhong finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Zhou Shuan glanced at him calmly. You say yours, I smash mine. Let's see who can smash faster. She ignored him, as if her goal today was to make Zhong Qinghui suffer terribly and become disabled. Zhong Qinghui shouted, Dad, save me, save me. Zhou Shuan had already smashed the weapon. Uncle Zhong, tears streaming down his face, said, The person who bought your second uncle's family is called Long Ting, and the convoy they formed is called the Long Ting Team. I heard Long Ting's accent. He's from Ji City, right above Jiyun Mountain. Their place is completely in chaos. Zhou Shuan suddenly stopped. Ji City? Yes. I'm absolutely sure. I asked him a couple of questions about his background, and he didn't say, but their accent is definitely from up there. Ji City is in another province, located above Jiyun Mountain, at an extremely high altitude, and with a small population. Unexpectedly, the people who bought Uncle Zhong's family were from Ji City. Zhou Shuan didn't look at the father and son again, casually tossed the hammer aside, and got up to leave. The place where Uncle Zhong was being held was just a storage room, and sound wasn't completely isolated. Therefore, the screams from inside were clearly heard by everyone outside. But no one, including Zhong Tian, questioned Zhou Shuan. Qi Mingyu gagged the two men as well, and completely sealed the doors and windows before coming out as well. 3 days later, the base gradually recovered from the shadow of the snow disaster. After burying all the survivors who died in the snow disaster, the base turned on the heating in the workshops, and the rank-and-file survivors moved in one after another. The heating in the base was also turned on at the same time. Although the temperature wasn't high, it was better than nothing. Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingyu's family also moved into the apartment building, which was much warmer than living in the farmhouse. After settling in, Xiao Xiao began to deal with Uncle Zhong's matter. He consulted the Zhou family and decided to publicly hang the two men. It would serve as a deterrent to the base. This was the first public execution at the base, and at least one family member had to be present. Zhong Tiyun was making dumplings when she heard this. She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and slowly said, "That's fine. It's revenge for your second uncle's family. Since you're being asked to go, you can discuss who should go." "I won't go." Zhou Shuwan and Mumu didn't want to go either, and Grandma Pang was too old for such an occasion. In the end, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai went together. The execution took place in the base's square. The square, now covered in snow, was more than a meter higher than before. It was packed with people, one survivor from each family. Some looked numb, some were filled with righteous indignation, and others whispered amongst themselves. The tall gallows stood in the center of the square, appearing particularly eerie and terrifying in the sunlight. Uncle Zhong and Zhong Qinghui were led to the execution ground, bound hand and foot. Their faces were pale, their eyes vacant. Both had leg injuries, and had to be carried up. They seemed to have given up resistance. A flicker of fear crossed Uncle Zhong's eyes, as he saw the dense crowd in the square. Zhong Qinghui, however, kept his head down, silent, as if resigned to his fate. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai stood on the periphery of the crowd, silently watching the entire execution. They didn't speak, only observed silently, their eyes devoid of any emotion. After the execution, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai returned to the villa. Grandma Pang busied herself pouring 2 cups of hot water from the kitchen, handing one to each of them. "What would you like for dinner?" she asked, trying to ease the oppressive atmosphere of the execution with some everyday chatter. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, asked Wanwan and Mumu what they want to eat. Zhong Tiyun was in a bad mood, and Zhou Shuwan and Mumu weren't in the mood for food either. Zhou Shuwan then said, "Grandma, let's have some sour noodles for dinner. I want something sour to whet our appetites." "Okay, sure. Grandma's the best at making that," Grandma Pang readily agreed. There was no shortage of flour at home. She had a stack of braised noodles in the refrigerator. She took out a few noodles to make sour soup noodles. She added a few small red chilies, making it sour and spicy, very appetizing. Zhou Shuwan hadn't felt hungry at first, but after one bite, her appetite suddenly returned. The others also ate with great satisfaction. After finishing their meal, they put aside the matter of Uncle Zhong and started talking about how the base was currently recruiting workers for its construction, and safety ropes were being tied to the utility poles. In this extreme cold, even if a blizzard suddenly struck, people out in the cold could quickly find their way home. As the base became more established, Zhong Tiyun was now in charge of the base's logistics, serving as a team leader in the logistics group. Her power wasn't great, but her salary and benefits were quite good. After Zhou Shuwan helped build the hospital, she became an intern in traditional Chinese medicine. Qi Mingyu didn't have much talent for traditional Chinese medicine. He had only been learning it to make it easier to pick up and drop off Zhou Shuwan and Mumu, and he had also learned a little himself. He was still the captain of the base's security team. However, now that the military had also moved in, the security team wasn't as formal as the regular military. Chapter 331. Many members of the security team are skilled fighters recruited from the civilian population. The base is currently considering separating the military and security teams for management. However, Qi Mingyu still has a good job. Besides the elderly Grandma Pang and Mumu, only Zhou Jianhai is still unemployed at home. His leg injury has healed long ago after so much time. Therefore, upon hearing about a job opportunity, Zhou Jianhai was eager to try. He only quieted down after being glared at a few times by Zhong Tiyun. The temperature dropped another 4 or 5 degrees today, still far below the extreme cold of the natural disaster. It's very dangerous outside, especially for outdoor work. You finally recovered your leg. What? Do you want to cause trouble for your daughter, son-in-law, and son? Zhou Jianhai felt a little embarrassed, touching his nose. I just wanted to bring some more income to the family. We haven't earned any supplies for a year. Zhong Tiyun said, "It's not that we don't want you to work, but you have to choose an easy job." Arranging a job for Zhou Jianhai at the base wouldn't be difficult for the Zhou family now. After discussing it, the family decided that Zhou Jianhai would work in the factory's maintenance department. Repairing equipment was Zhou Jianhai's specialty. Now, The survivors who couldn't afford heating lived in heated rooms, and equipment like electrical circuits and heating systems needed frequent maintenance and updates. Thus, all 6 family members, except for the elderly and children, finally had jobs. Meanwhile, the people Xiao Xiao had sent out had already brought back simple seawater purification technology. With slight modifications, inland water sources polluted by acid rain and floods can be purified. This would significantly increase the proportion of water resources available for human consumption. For example, there's already a layer of ice and snow over a meter deep outside. In the past, this ice and snow was simply polluted water evaporating and returning to the ground. The snow contained toxins. Drinking it would cause fever, vomiting, diarrhea, and other symptoms of poisoning. While a few might recover on their own, most would fall ill and die after drinking the snow water. After the apocalypse, due to the loss of many technologies, the new base in the past couldn't solve the water pollution problem, and could only watch helplessly as drought struck. However, now, this technological problem has been solved. Therefore, the water supply in the base is now normal. With the adults busy at home, Moo Moo carefully tended to the vegetables. She ignored the terraces on the 1st and 3rd floors for now, focusing only on the 2nd floor terrace, which was a greenhouse. The entire 2nd floor had underfloor heating, making the temperature warm like a spring breeze. With frequent watering, the potatoes and vegetables grown on the terrace were thriving. Speaking of the upcoming fresh vegetables for her family, Zhong Ti regretted the fruit seedlings in the yard. They planted the seeds and seedlings hoping the villa's solar panels and gasoline generator would provide enough energy for the entire house. But after the extreme cold hit, they tried and found that it could barely power the 1st floor, let alone the rest. So, they had no choice but to abandon the 1st floor yard terrace and 3rd floor terrace. The seedlings in the yard were probably all frozen to death. Zhong Tiyun was very disappointed. Yes, I wonder when these seedlings will survive and allow us to flower and bear fruit, Grandma Pang said, taking a sip of fish soup, her tone filled with regret and anticipation. She put down her chopsticks. Tiyun, this fish soup is very delicious, not fishy at all. This fish is from the same batch brought back from the sea. I specifically chose a type with many bones, but not a fishy smell to make soup. The weather's been so cold lately, I clearly felt my body isn't as strong as before, and Grandma Pang, you should feel it even more clearly. So from now on, in addition to everyone having a glass of fresh milk daily, each of us should also have a bowl of fish soup or bone broth to maximize our nutritional intake. Okay, you're all busy with work. I make the fish soup from now on. Grandma Pang readily accepted the responsibility. Zhou Shuan goes to work at the hospital every day, and Moo Moo goes with her every other day. He has now completed his junior high school studies at home, and is now focusing on studying medicine. But the hospital is noisy, and the commute is extremely cold. The air-conditioned clothing Moo Moo bought is now too small, so he needs to wear Grandma Pang's air-conditioned clothing when he goes out. After discussing it, the family decided that he would go every other day to share an air-conditioned clothing set with Grandma Pang, who doesn't go out often. With the adults at home busy, on days when he didn't need to go to the hospital, Moo Moo, dressed in thick pajamas, busied himself in the greenhouse on the 2nd floor terrace. One day, he came to the yard on the 1st floor, wanting to check on the fruit seedlings. Moo Moo curiously used a small shovel to dig up a patch of soil. Suddenly, a splash of new green caught his eye. Ah! Moo Moo exclaimed in surprise. In a flower pot, a fruit seedling's branch had stubbornly sprouted new buds, looking exceptionally vibrant against the backdrop of white snow. Grandma! Grandma! Come quick! Moo Moo excitedly ran towards the house, shouting as he ran. Grandma Pang, who was arranging ingredients in the kitchen, heard Moo Moo's call and immediately put down what she was doing, hurrying to the yard. What's wrong, Moo Moo? What happened? Look! Here! In this flower pot. Moo Moo pointed to a flower pot in the corner. Grandma Pang looked in the direction Moo Moo was pointing, and saw a small fruit seedling sprouting its head, its tender green bud showing signs of life. She quickly squatted down, carefully removing the surrounding soil to examine the seedling closely. It's a miracle! It actually survived. Because Zhong Tiyun was the most skilled gardener in the family. Grandma Pang didn't dare to do anything rash, simply putting the soil back as it was, waiting for Zhong Tiyun to return and handle it. When Zhong Tiyun returned, she immediately heard the news and was overjoyed. She quickly found some tools and transplanted the surviving seedling to the greenhouse on the 2nd floor terrace. The warm environment would be more conducive to its growth. After settling the seedling, a thought flashed through Zhong Tiyun's mind. Since one seedling could survive, Perhaps others had also stubbornly survived. Grandma Pang, it's too cold. Please rest inside. Moo Moo and I will check the fruit seedlings in the yard to see if any have survived. Moo Moo immediately nodded and checked the seedlings with Zhong Tiyun. Despite the biting wind, the two worked with great enthusiasm. Finally, they discovered that although most of the seedlings had frozen to death and their branches were withered, a few seedlings still had healthy roots, full of vitality. There really are some alive. Moo Moo was overjoyed. Zhong Tiyun and Moo Moo carefully dug up these surviving seedlings, transplanted them to the greenhouse on the second-floor terrace, and watered them with warm water, hoping they would revive. Water vapor condensed on the glass of the transparent greenhouse, blurring the snowy scene outside. Inside the greenhouse, the fragrance of earth filled the air, and the warm, humid air seemed to hold boundless hope. Having finished all this, Zhong Tiyun went to the living room and walked to the bookshelf, searching for something. I remember one used to collect a few books on fruit tree cultivation. I hope to find some methods to protect fruit trees in extremely cold climates. Moo Moo, with sharp eyes, had already pulled a thick book from the shelf, its cover bearing the striking words, "New Techniques in Fruit Tree Cultivation." He handed it to Zhong Tiyun, who quickly flipped through it. In planting, she was actually not as good as her second brother. If he were here, she wouldn't need to look through any books, he could definitely tell her how to protect all the seedlings. After all, in northeast China, temperatures sometimes reach -20 or 30 degrees Celsius, yet the plants still grow well. Perhaps the seedlings' roots were still too young and hadn't penetrated deep enough into the soil. Zhong Tiyun had her own guess. Zhong Tiyun carefully flipped through the pages of new technologies for fruit tree cultivation. "Found it," she explained, a hint of excitement in her voice. The book mentions a low-temperature protection technique that uses insulating materials to wrap the tree trunk, preventing frost damage. It also says that by controlling the temperature and humidity in a greenhouse, a suitable microenvironment for seedling growth can be created. Temperature can be controlled, but humidity is much harder to manage. She put the book aside, took out paper and pen from a drawer, and began to combine the knowledge from the book with her own planting experience to develop a detailed seedling cultivation plan. At dinner, Zhong Tiyun shared her plan with her whole family. Zhou Jianhai put down his chopsticks, took the food, and examined it carefully. He then said, "We can use some discarded plastic sheeting and foam boards. These materials are insulated, economical, and readily available. When building the greenhouse, pay attention to ventilation. It can't be completely sealed off, otherwise, the humidity will be too high, breeding bacteria." Zhong Tiyun nodded. "Okay, we do it your way." After dinner, the Zhou family quickly got to work. They rearranged the seedlings in the greenhouse, grouping the more fragile ones together, and building a small greenhouse around them. For the next few days, Zhong Tiyun spent a lot of time in the greenhouse every day, going there immediately after work to carefully observe the seedlings' growth. A few days later, Zhong Tiyun was pleasantly surprised to find that the seedlings were growing much faster, with stronger new buds, radiating vitality. However, she noticed that although the seedlings were growing well, the leaves were a slightly lighter color, a pale yellowish green rather than the deep green they should have. She checked some information and felt that the seedlings might be lacking a certain trace element. Then, based on her past experience and guidance from books, she began trying to make her own nutrient solution. She found eggshells, banana peels, and rice water in the kitchen, mixed them together in the correct proportions, and placed them in a clean container to ferment. "Mom, what are you making?" Zhou Shuwan, who rarely had free time and was resting at home, asked curiously upon seeing this. Zhong Tiyun stirred the mixture while explaining, "This is a nutrient solution I made using ingredients from home. It can supplement the seedlings with nutrients so they can grow better." Zhou Shuwan's eyes widened, and after a moment, she laughed. "Our nutrient solution at home isn't enough, but I didn't expect you to be so amazing now, Mom. You can even make your own nutrient solution." "It certainly won't compare to what you stockpiled back then," Zhong Tiyun laughed, "but it's better than nothing. Let's give it a try." After using the homemade nutrient solution, within a few days, the seedlings' leaves indeed returned to a deep green, and their growth was even more impressive. The Zhou family looked at the thriving seedlings, their faces beaming with satisfaction. But their good fortune didn't last long. One day, while watering the seedlings, Moo Moo suddenly noticed a small clump of black insects in the corner of the greenhouse, a look of anxiety on her face. That evening, when Zhong Tiyun returned from get-off work, she told her about it. The family, including Zhong Tiyun herself, took it very seriously and rushed over. Zhong Tiyun squatted down to examine them closely. These small insects were entirely black, with long, thin antennae, and were slowly wriggling. She recognized the insects as beneficial and assured them they wouldn't harm the seedlings, then breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right, these little bugs are beneficial. They help us get rid of pests in the soil and won't hurt the seedlings. Although these insects were beneficial and harmless to the seedlings, they did remind Zhong Tiyun that she needed to prepare a simple insecticide using common household ingredients like garlic and chili peppers, following her second brother's instructions, just in case. That night, Zhou Shu worked the night shift and didn't return home until the next morning, exhausted. Zhong Tiyun, who had just gotten up early, felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her. The hospital is so busy, I didn't want you to go. Zhou Shu smiled and said, because it's so cold, there are so many patients. Traditional Chinese medicine doctors don't usually work night shifts, but now they started scheduling shifts. It's alright, Mom, it's not too tiring. Zhong Tiyun moved her lips, but didn't say anything. Zhou Shuan glanced at the vibrant second-floor terrace, so different from before, and couldn't resist walking over. Pushing open the door, a rush of warm, humid air greeted her. Seeing the thriving scene in the greenhouse, she smiled with satisfaction. They're growing really well. When the weather warms up, we might even be able to eat fresh fruit. Zhong Tiyun smiled and said, yes, I hope so. Zhou Shuan pondered for a moment, then suggested, Mom, I think we could also grow some medicinal herbs in the greenhouse. Recently, hospitals have really run out of medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine will play an increasingly important role. Most importantly, I stockpiled some medicinal herb seedlings back then. What she didn't say was that as traditional Chinese medicine became more important, the fresh herbs they grew could be exchanged for valuable resources. She walked to an empty flower stand. There's still plenty of space here. We can plant some mint, rosemary, and the like. It purify the air and provide us with some commonly used herbs. Okay, let's plant them then. Zhong Tiyun said, then asked, Mingwe and I are still discussing this. It's been about 10 days since the snow disaster, but there's still no word from Mayor Lu. Wanwan, have you heard anything? Zhou Shuan's expression was somewhat grave. After thinking for a moment, she whispered, Mom, I tell you quietly, but don't tell anyone else. I suspect Mayor Lu is probably in grave danger. Zhong Tiyun was shocked, yet it seemed plausible. Many survivors living in the new base died because of the heavy snow. Not to mention Mayor Lu, who was still in J City, completely unprepared. Chapter 332. Zhong Tiyun's expression changed slightly, and she pressed, Wanwan, what exactly happened to Mayor Lu? Zhou Shuan gently patted her hand, comforting her, Mom, don't worry too much. I don't know the specifics either. I only heard from Mingwe that Mayor Lu and some officials are completely out of contact. Xiao Xiao has already sent people to J City to check on the situation. She paused, then continued, now the higher-ups at the new base are getting restless and are discussing the selection of a new leader. This is probably the reality of officialdom. People's fates are still unknown, and they're already impatiently choosing a new leader. Zhong Tiyun frowned slightly. What should we do? Mayor Lu is a very good person. At least he's hands-on with us ordinary people. If it weren't for him, at least 2/3 fewer survivors would be left. If it were someone else, I don't know if it would be a blessing or a curse. Zhou Shuan didn't speak, looking out the window, a complex light flashing in her eyes. In fact, she vaguely understood the future trajectory. In her previous life, after Mayor Lu's death, the young and capable Xiao Xiao rose to power, becoming the leader of the new base. He was shrewd and efficient, avoiding the cumbersome bureaucratic practices and power struggles of officialdom, judging solely by merit. Furthermore, in this life, Xiao Xiao had made significant contributions to establishing the new base, possessing strong grassroots support. Therefore, in this life, Xiao Xiao's chances of taking power are extremely high. If that day truly comes, Mingwe, she, and Qi Mingyu will definitely support Xiao Xiao. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuan withdrew her gaze, looked at her mother, and said calmly, Mom, the situation is still unclear, our family must be careful. Our Zhou family has a very close relationship with Xiao Xiao, and Qi Mingyu is in charge of the security team. Ultimately, the leadership of the base will require us to choose sides. However, it's always better to be cautious. She didn't say anything more. But Zhong Tiyun's anxiety deepened upon hearing this, and she simply nodded. You're right, better safe than sorry. That evening, Qi Mingyu arrived late, looking tired. After entering, he took off his heavy air-conditioned coat and rubbed his hands, which were red from the cold. Grandma, Dad, Mom, I'm home. Zhou Shuan quickly stood up and took his coat. Why are you so late today? Is everything alright at the base? The family had already discussed the current situation at the base. So, as soon as she said this, everyone, including Moo and Grandma Pang, immediately turned their eyes to Chi Mingyu. Chi Mingyu sat down on the sofa, his tone grave. Since Mayor Lu went missing, the situation at the base is complex, with various factions vying for leadership. His gaze swept over everyone present. For safety's sake, I decided our whole family will restart security measures. Starting today, we take turns guarding the villa every night to ensure everyone's safety. Okay, Zhou Jianhai put down his teacup, his tone firm. In these extraordinary times, safety comes first. We take turns. Grandma Pang nodded in agreement. Although I'm old, my hearing is still sharp. I can help listen for any sounds at night. Moo nodded silently. Chi Mingyu detailed the night shift schedule and precautions. The old rules apply. Dad, you and Grandma will be on duty from 12 to 2 a.m. Mom, you and Moo will be on duty from 2 to 4 a.m. And Wan and I will be on duty from 4 to 6 a.m. He paused, then added, Dad, Mom, Wan, please be extra careful when you go to work during the day. Carry some self-defense tools with you. He then had Zhou Shuan take several small stun guns from the toolbox and hand them to everyone. Arrows are too big of a target. You can put them in your backpack. Always carry this in your pocket. If anything suspicious happens, don't hesitate, act immediately. Zhou Jianhai and the others sensed the undercurrent beneath the calm surface of the base. They nodded and put the stun guns away. Moo also took a stun gun, feeling the cold metal in his hand. The adults were out at work, leaving only him and Grandma Pang at home. He suddenly felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Moo, especially you, this family and Grandma are temporarily in your hands. Can you do it? Moo nodded firmly. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I won't let you down. Chi Mingyu also told him the location of the weapons hidden in the house. In a critical moment, it doesn't matter if they're firearms or not, survival is the most important thing. Although Moo was nervous, his eyes couldn't hide his excitement as he looked at the weapons. You brat. Having been through his own childhood, Chi Mingyu understood his feelings. He patted his shoulder lightly. Keep it under control, don't let your sister see you and beat you up. If you asked who Moo feared most in the family, it would definitely be his older sister, whose bloodline suppressed him. Since childhood, when he was mischievous and did something wrong, his parents would only scare him a little, never actually hitting him. But his older sister really did hit him. Especially since she had learned martial arts. A hit from her really hurt. Hearing her brother-in-law's warning, Moo's face immediately became very serious. Chi Mingyu walked behind, smiling slightly. Moo and Wan bore some resemblance, so he unconsciously showed a bit of affection and tolerance towards his younger brother. Early the next morning, Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu set off together. At this crucial time, they didn't want to go to Xiao, it would be too conspicuous. So they went to find Mingyue. Mingyue's lips were covered in blisters, looking like she had a fever. She pointed to her lips and smiled bitterly. See? They all grew yesterday. Is the situation serious? Zhou Shuan asked. Mingyue sneered, looking at the bleak snow scene outside the window. Yesterday, Vice Mayor Qin convened a high-level meeting and excluded both Xiao and me. But I have an inside source. I heard they decided at the meeting to dismiss Xiao from her position. After the new base was completed, Xiao was promoted again. Now she's a lieutenant colonel. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was partly due to Xiao's undeniable abilities, and partly because Mayor Lu was promoting him. Last night, I discussed countermeasures with Xiao. He was still preoccupied with Mayor Lu, completely unconcerned about the impending storm. He told me not to worry too much, but I'm really anxious. I'm terrified that he hear news of him. She couldn't bring herself to say the word death. Mingyue smiled bitterly. She used to be fearless, but now, faced with this complex situation, she had become superstitious. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then comforted her. Xiao isn't naive. He must have his own ideas about the future leadership of the base. Just listen to him, don't worry too much, and be careful. Mingyue nodded, her tone tinged with melancholy. When we were friends, I thought Xiao was a very strong person. No matter what the situation, he could handle it all perfectly. Being friends with him was so easy, I didn't have to worry about much. But now that we're lovers, sometimes I feel like he's too calculating, excluding me from everything, making me feel like we're always out of sync. She paused, not continuing, and instead asked, Wan, Xiao Yu is also a very opinionated person. Is it like that when you two are together? She hadn't expected that Mingyue would consult her about relationships at such a crucial moment. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then said, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiao have different personalities. Xiao Yu has no interest in power and values family and relationships very much. Xiao Xiao has his duties and tasks as a soldier and a base builder, so there are some things he can't reveal. Mingwe, don't worry. Mingwe nodded, yes, I know what you're saying. But she didn't continue, only thanked Zhou Shuan again, and then saw her out. As evening fell, the sky was dyed blood red by the setting sun, as if foreshadowing some ominous sign. The base's broadcast suddenly announced the news of Mayor Lu's death, and simultaneously announced that the election of a new leader would be held in 3 days. The calm broadcast echoed in the air, yet it struck everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. Qi Mingyu returned home, his face as gloomy as the snow piled up outside. Mayor Lu has been confirmed dead. The situation at the base is extremely complicated. Xiao Xiao is the most suitable successor, and we must fully support him. But at this crucial moment, Xiao Xiao and Mingwe both disappeared. That night, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan, dressed in air-conditioned suits, arrived early at the agreed-upon location with Mingwe and Xiao Xiao, an empty house behind the base's shelter. However, the house was empty, except for a table lying on the floor and a military dagger lying silently on it. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Zhou Shuan immediately recognized the dagger. It was the one Xiao Xiao often used. Her heart tightened, and an ominous premonition surged within her. This is... Before she could finish speaking, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. Qi Mingyu's expression changed drastically. He lunged forward, pinning Zhou Shuan to the ground, and simultaneously drew his pistol to retaliate. A burst of gunfire suddenly erupted in the silent night. Before setting off that day, he had a premonition and had insisted that both Zhou Shuan and he bring pistols. Bullets rained down on the two men, but Qi Mingyu remained calm and collected, each trigger pull hitting its target precisely. Zhou Shuan, not to be outdone, drew her gun from her backpack and fired it from under Qi Mingyu's shoulder, aiming straight for the enemy's life. The fierce battle raged on, gunfire, shouts, and screams mingling together, shattering the tranquility of the night. Qi Mingyu fired while simultaneously surveying his surroundings. The empty house was located at the back of the base's shelter, in a secluded location. The enemy had clearly come prepared, numerous and heavily armed, completely surrounding the house. He acted decisively, pulling Zhou Shuan behind a broken wall, temporarily escaping the enemy's fire. The broken wall was riddled with bullet holes, rubble and dust fell in a flurry, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. The two were wearing air-conditioned suits, which didn't feel cold in the minus 30 degrees Celsius, but their attire made movement difficult. Wan, are you alright? Qi Mingyu checked Zhou Shuan up and down for any injuries. I'm fine, Zhou Shuan shook her head, her eyes resolute. There are too many enemies. We have to find a way to break through. Qi Mingyu glanced around, quickly analyzing the situation. The enemy's firepower was intense, a frontal breakout was too risky. He noticed a broken window on the side of the house. Perhaps they could escape from there. Wan, cover me! Qi Mingyu roared, bursting out from behind the broken wall and running towards the window. Zhou Shuan, gun in hand, fired accurately at the pursuing enemies, buying Qi Mingyu precious time. Qi Mingyu leaped into the air, smashing through the windowpane and tumbling outside. He quickly stood up and shouted to Zhou Shuan inside the room, Wan, jump out. Without hesitation, Zhou Shuan took a few running steps, leaped out of the window, and landed steadily beside Qi Mingyu. Ignoring their scrapes, the two quickly ran towards the base plaza. Behind them, gunfire continued unabated, and pursuers were hot on their heels. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan weaved through the alleys of the shelter, using the terrain and objects to evade the enemy's pursuit. Those attracted by the gunfire were frightened and retreated back into the buildings. Along the way, the two cooperated seamlessly, gradually gaining the upper hand in the fierce firefight, killing their pursuers one by one. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the surrounding buildings became even more dilapidated in the hail of bullets. Finally, the two successfully eliminated all the enemies. They tallied their spoils, 22 people killed. They really put up a fight with the two of us. They actually mobilized so many people. Zhou Shuan sneered, clutching her abdomen. Her air-conditioning suit had been pierced by several bullets. Qi Mingyu's expression changed drastically, but it was too cold outside, and he didn't dare let Zhou Shuan take it off to check her wounds. He could only suppress his worry and lead her to a shop in the base square. This was a shop owned by the family of a member of the security team. Qi Mingyu had a good relationship with him, so they were temporarily using it. Once they were inside, After taking off the air conditioning suit and examining it carefully, they discovered that her abdomen only had bullet grazes and wasn't serious. Chi Mingyu breathed a long sigh of relief and took out a first aid kit to treat Zhou Shuan's wounds. Zhou Shuan suddenly looked up. "Brother, you home? If they sent people to attack us, will they also send people to attack our home?" Her face was as white as the snow outside. Chi Mingyu felt a heavy blow to his heart. "We have to go back immediately. Everything today was a conspiracy." Zhou Shuan had already pieced everything together. She was also worried about Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwei, but right now, her most important task was to protect her family's safety. Zhou Shuan immediately tried to run outside. Chi Mingyu grabbed her. "Wan Wan, your air-conditioned clothes are torn and no longer provide warmth." "Wear mine." "There's no time." Zhou Shuan was already in a panic and didn't care about changing clothes. "Yes. Wan Wan, trust me. Our villa has double-glazed tempered glass. Unless the other side uses heavy weaponry, it won't be easy to breach. Mom, Dad, and Mumu have been training for years. They're not pushovers. The key is you can't get hurt." Chapter 333. Chi Mingyu finished speaking quickly. He decisively took off his air-conditioning suit and handed it to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan shook her head, looked around, and under Chi Mingyu's cover, took out her down jacket, down vest, down pants, and other clothing, which she and Chi Mingyu put on. They also stuck heat packs on their bodies. "Wan Wan," Zhou Shuan explained, "the air conditioning suit is expensive. We're facing a gunfight, and one of them is already broken. We can't waste it like this. Besides, wearing the air conditioning suit isn't very convenient." Seeing Zhou Shuan's insistence, Chi Mingyu didn't say anything more. He quickly put on his warm clothes, putting his bulletproof vest on top, and checked the guns and ammunition. After confirming there were no problems, the two quickly left the shop. The shop owner glanced at their backs curiously, only noticing how much stuff they carried in their backpacks, and how they had changed clothes from head to toe, but didn't think much of it. Without the protection of their air-conditioned suits, the biting wind, carrying snowflakes, stung their faces. The streetlights cast a dim, yellowish glow on the deserted streets, making the scene seem especially desolate. Zhou Shuan was highly focused. With each gust of wind, she instinctively tightened her grip on her gun, her fingers turning white from the force. As they walked, the two belatedly realized the base was unusually quiet. They saw almost no other residents. Zhou Shuan whispered, "Just now, at the shelter, there was such a commotion, but apart from a few survivors coming out to investigate, we didn't see a single member of the security team or the military. It was all planned," Chi Mingyu said quickly in a low voice, scanning their surroundings. "Xiao Xiao and Mingwen might have been tricked too. Their situation is definitely very dangerous now." "You came back so late last night?" Zhou Shuan asked in a low voice. Chi Mingyu nodded. "I had plans." He didn't say anything more. Zhou Shuan didn't ask any further. She had suspected yesterday that he was back so late to discuss a plan with Xiao Xiao. Now that she knew they had plans and weren't just going to be beaten, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. They took a shortcut and ran towards home. The snow started falling again, the cold snowflakes stinging their faces like needles. Zhou Shuan's breathing became rapid, but she dared not stop. She had to get home as quickly as possible. On the way, they encountered a patrol of soldiers for a search. The soldiers were all carrying guns, their eyes warily scanning them. "Halt! What are you doing?" the lead soldier shouted. Chi Mingyu raised his right hand, his left hand behind his back. Zhou Shuan tacitly took the gun and ammunition from his hand, and silently stored them in her spatial storage. Then the two of them raised their hands, and slowly walked over. The patrolling soldiers didn't seem to have any ill intentions. They sized up the two men wearing masks. The leader asked, "Show me your identification." Chi Mingyu quickly showed his identification and explained calmly, "We're from the security team, we're going home." The soldiers carefully checked Chi Mingyu's identification, then looked at Zhou Shuan, before letting them pass, while warning, "The base is under martial law now. You must go home immediately, and are not allowed to go out without permission." With that, the soldiers turned and continued their patrol, disappearing into the snow. "It seems these people aren't the same ones who ambushed us," Zhou Shuan said softly. Chi Mingyu nodded and gently patted the back of Zhou Shuan's hand. The two continued running towards home, their steps quickening. However, just as they were about to reach their doorstep, they found the villa surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. The soldiers all wore serious expressions. Their guns pointed directly at the villa's gate. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhou Shuan's heart sank, a chill running from her feet to the top of her head. Chi Mingyu's face also turned extremely grim. He gripped Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, pulling her behind a wall for cover, his other hand subtly gripping the butt of his gun. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the surrounding soldiers. He immediately recognized that the soldiers surrounding the villa belonged to the base's security force, not the familiar members of the public security team. These security personnel were brought from J City by the base's high command and were not under the jurisdiction of the public security team or the military. Chi Mingyu analyzed softly, these guards surrounding the villa are probably targeting our families, but they haven't attacked directly. They're likely trying to use Grandma and the others as hostages to coerce us. At the shelter, they were ruthless, wanting to kill us on the spot, but now that we escaped, they changed tactics, surrounding our families and waiting for us to walk into their trap. Zhou Shuan's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, her tone resolute. We have to outsmart them. In the swirling snow, Chi Mingyu's features appeared particularly cold and stern. He thought for a moment, then whispered something in Zhou Shuan's ear. She was slightly startled and about to object, but meeting his serious and stern gaze, she couldn't utter a word. She bit her lip, and after a long while, whispered, "You must be careful." Chi Mingyu nodded silently, gently stroking her cheek through his mask. "You have to play it by ear later." Then he took a deep breath, deliberately exposing himself to the guard's view, and casually walked towards the villa's gate. His steps were steady, like an ordinary person just getting home from get-off work. The guards quickly spotted him, immediately on high alert, countless guns pointed directly at him. Zhou Shuan clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with intense light. But they didn't fire immediately. Instead, they cautiously checked their surroundings, and several soldiers immediately moved forward, surrounding Chi Mingyu. "What are you doing?" Chi Mingyu asked, feigning surprise, his brow furrowed, his tone tinged with doubt and displeasure. "Captain Chi." The guard captain stepped out from the crowd, a fake smile on his face. "We received intelligence that dangerous items are hidden in your villa, and we need to search it." His eyes flickered. "Please cooperate, Captain Chi." "Dangerous items?" Chi Mingyu raised his voice, sneering. "How could that be? How could my house have dangerous items? Are you mistaken?" As he spoke, he discreetly observed the situation inside the villa. It was very quiet. Not even the crowing of a rooster could be heard. He wondered if his grandmother and parents had noticed the danger outside. "Routine inspection." "Please cooperate, Captain Chi," the guard captain repeated, his tone becoming more forceful. Chi Mingyu's eyes flashed. "How can I cooperate?" "Cooperate with your search?" The guard captain smiled. "Everyone in the base knows that your two families have an endless supply of weapons. Not only pistols, grenades, and machine guns, but even anti-tank rocket launchers. Naturally, we wouldn't dare to act rashly." Chi Mingyu immediately understood. The reason these people were hesitant to move wasn't because they feared he and Zhou Shuan were still alive, but because they feared the weapons in their hands. He remained outwardly calm. "The contraband you're talking about? Could it be these weapons?" Seeing that he had seen through their scheme so quickly, the guard captain dropped the pretense, sneered, and pressed a gun against Chi Mingyu's head. "Chi Mingyu, you treacherous veteran, I had my eye on you for a long time. If it weren't for the usefulness of those weapons you hoarded, I wouldn't be putting on this show for you in this freezing weather." He gave a signal to his left and right. The soldiers on both sides immediately rushed forward with their guns drawn, but Chi Mingyu was prepared. The instant the soldiers charged, he swiftly kicked away the gun pressed against his head, and simultaneously elbowed the soldier in front of him to the ground. He swiftly drew his pistol from his waist and opened fire on the surrounding soldiers, the gunshots piercing the silent, snowy night. Bullets pierced the soldiers' thick winter clothing, blooming into gruesome sprays of blood on the snow. The guard captain, startled by the sudden turn of events, quickly recovered and roared, "Fire! Kill him!" Seeing this, Zhou Shuan emerged from her hiding place on the roof of a three-story building opposite the villa. She and Chi Mingyu had discussed the situation and then leaped to the spot. The house was empty, unoccupied, making it convenient for Zhou Shuan to infiltrate. Standing on the roof, she imposingly wielded a machine gun and began firing, the gunfire accurately striking the soldiers surrounding the villa. The swirling snowflakes and sparks danced, reflecting off her cold, stern face. A fierce wind whipped up the snow, howling through the villa's new floors, shaking the snow from the rooftops, and sending it tumbling down. Inside the villa, Zhou Jianhai, already on high alert with his family, immediately realized the urgency of the situation upon hearing the gunshots outside. "It must be Xiaoyu and Wanwan returning. Everyone be careful." Zhou Jianghai's face was grave, his hand gripping a pistol tightly. Zhong Tiyun and Mumu also picked up their guns, ready for action. Grandma Pang waited anxiously to the side, silently chanting Buddhist prayers. Should we go out and help? Zhong Tian hesitated. Zhou Jianhai thought for a moment, then hardened his heart and gritted his teeth. I just checked, there are at least dozens of people surrounding us. Tonight, Wanwan and Xiaoyu are fighting desperately. If we go out, we might disturb them. Let's stick to what we agreed on, and go into the basement. Zhong Tian and Grandma Pang exchanged glances, and slowly nodded. Okay. We can't hold the two children back. Grandma and Mom, come with me. Mumu was already quite grown up, leading the way. Zhou Jianhai quickly followed, leading Grandma Pang and Zhong Tian. The delivered villa didn't have a basement. This basement was dubbed by Zhou Jianhai and his son-in-law Qi Mingyu, with simple renovations. The entrance was very hidden. It was completely invisible from the outside. Now it came in handy. Mumu, supporting Grandma Pang, glanced back outside, a complex look in his youthful eyes. He was grown up now. He could help. He took a deep breath and opened the basement entrance. Grandma, Mom, Dad, let's go in quickly. Zhou Jianhai patted his shoulder. Good lad, you go first. Dad will cover the rear. The basement contained enough food and water for the family to last 3 months. There were also 2 batteries and several military electric blankets, plugged in and wrapped around the body. They could ensure survival even in extreme cold. These military electric blankets were somewhat similar to civilian electric blankets, but with better safety features, designed to protect soldiers in the field during unexpected dangers. These were standard military supplies. When Qi Mingyu helped his superior move weapons, he also stockpiled some similar supplies. Hiding in the basement, the sounds outside were somewhat muffled, but the increasingly intense gunfight could still be heard. Grandma Pang couldn't help at all, so she could only clasp her hands together and whisper, May the Bodhisattva protect us, protect Xiaoyu and Wanwan so they are safe and sound, protect our whole family so we may be safe and sound. Zhong Tian held Mumu's hand tightly, her face pale, and her lips trembling slightly. Zhou Jianhai pressed himself against the wall, trying to hear what was happening outside. Outside the villa, Qi Mingyu used Zhou Shuwen's high-altitude suppressive fire while he quickly retreated, engaging the guards in a fierce gunfight under the cover of the low wall surrounding the villa. Zhou Shuwen aimed at a guard hiding behind an armored vehicle, her eyes sharpening, and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet hit its target accurately, and the soldier fell to the ground with a thud, his heavy body creating a shallow crater in the snow. Qi Mingyu then used the explosion of a grenade as cover. He pulled the pin on the grenade, silently counted to 3, and then hurled it at the guard's armored vehicle. With a deafening roar, a grenade exploded beside the armored vehicle, sending flames soaring into the sky and a blast wave rolling up, successfully destroying the guard's armored vehicle and cutting off their retreat. The explosion illuminated half the sky, the deafening sound causing snow to flutter and fall from the area around the villa. Inside the villa, Zhou Jianhai, hearing the commotion outside, gripped his gun even tighter. At the same time, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded from the direction of the base plaza, and a large number of fully armed soldiers rushed towards the villa. These soldiers, dressed in uniform camouflage, moved in unison and swiftly. They were the security team members that Qi Mingyu had previously arranged to provide support. The two sides quickly clashed, gunfire and explosions erupting in waves, plunging the entire base into chaos. Seeing the security team arrive, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwen perked up. Qi Mingyu wiped the snowflakes from his face, and made several hand gestures to Zhou Shuwen in the air. Zhou Shuwen nodded silently, her eyes flashing with determination. Qi Mingyu broke through the encirclement and joined the arriving security team members. Qi Mingyu quickly explained the situation to the leader. Jiqing, these are the guards. We already scattered them. Now, let's work together from the inside to completely eliminate them. Zheng Jiqing nodded and shouted, Everyone follow me. The security team members, their morale high, responded in unison, Charge. With renewed vigor, they launched a fierce attack on the remaining guards. Caught off guard, the guards were forced into a retreat. Inside the villa, the gunfire gradually subsided, and Zhou Jianhai's heart slowly calmed down. We're saved. It seemed Xiaoyu had a backup plan. Otherwise, we would have been truly isolated and helpless. Zhou Jianhai exclaimed. Chapter 334. Zhong Tian nodded in agreement. Yes, we almost forgot. For the past 6 months, Xiaoyu has practically been in charge of the security team. That kid's smart and farsighted, he must have a backup plan. After the security team members brought the scene under control, Zhou Shuwen and Qi Mingyu quickly went home. The house was silent and empty. Zhou Shuwen's expression changed. She immediately thought of the basement and ran towards the entrance. She pushed open the hidden door and found Zhou Jianhai, his family of 3, and Grandma Pang in the basement. Dad, Mom, Grandma, Mumu, are you alright? Zhou Shuan's voice was urgent as she quickly approached. Zhou Jianhai put down his gun, stood up, and looked her up and down worriedly. We're fine. How are you and Xiao Yu? What happened? Zhong Tiyun also rushed over, tightly grasping Zhou Shuan's hand, her face full of concern. Zhou Shuan briefly explained what had happened. We were attacked at the agreed-upon location. Realizing something was wrong, we quickly ran back. Then we saw the guards surrounding the villa, trying to take you hostage. But it's alright now, you're under the control of the security team. Actually, Qi Mingyu and Xiao Xiao had discussed many things over the past 2 days, speculating about the next developments. However, they hadn't expected the other side to be so impatient, taking action the very next day after news of Mayor Lu's death. Or perhaps, they wanted to catch everyone off guard. And it worked. Xiao Xiao and Qi Mingyu were completely caught off guard and almost suffered a great loss. Just as Zhou Shuan finished explaining, bursts of gunfire erupted from the base's administration hall. The whole family's expression changed, but Qi Mingyu reassured them, it must be Xiao Xiao's counterattack. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Mingyu was still a little worried, and said to Zhou Shuan, you stay here to protect everyone's safety. I go to the service hall to see if I can help. Zhou Shuan squeezed his hand and whispered, we're only responsible for Xiao Xiao and Mingyu's safety. Don't get involved in anything else. Qi Mingyu understood her meaning. High-level leadership transitions were always bloody. The more you did, the more mistakes you made. Zhou Shuan was telling him to play it safe, and not to get involved in certain things. Because their ambitions lay elsewhere. Their willingness to help Xiao Xiao was only because they had known each other for several years, a bond forged on the battlefield where they could entrust their backs to each other. But they themselves had no attachment to power. Therefore, they shouldn't do things like taking down Deputy Mayor Qin. To avoid being framed. Qi Mingyu understood her worries, nodded solemnly, left 10 team members to help guard the house, and then left with the others. Silence returned to the villa. The Zhou family had no heart for anything else, only staying in the living room and gazing towards the office. The blizzard outside intensified. The heavy snow made Grandma Pang worry about whether her grandson would be able to find his way home after the battle. It's alright, Grandma, safety ropes have been put up on the roads now. Xiao Yu knows what he's doing, Zhou Shuan comforted her. Grandma Pang held her hand tightly, her face still filled with worry. Time passed slowly. The gunfire from the base continued intermittently. Grandma Pang clasped her hands together, constantly chanting Buddhist prayers softly. Zhong Tiyun held Mumu tightly, her face pale. Zhou Jianhai paced back and forth anxiously. The civilians were all too frightened to leave their homes. A tense and uneasy atmosphere permeated the base. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, twilight enveloping the entire base. Finally, as evening approached, the gunfire gradually subsided, and everything returned to calm, but the smell of gunpowder seemed to linger in the air. The villa was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, only the ticking of the wall clock made each second feel like an eternity. Zhou Shuan got up and walked to the window, gazing anxiously at the snow-covered base from the second floor. Wanwan, don't worry, Xiao Yu will come back safely, Zhou Jianhai said, gently patting her shoulder. I know, Dad, Zhou Shuan forced a smile. Suddenly, the villa door was pushed open, and Qi Mingyu walked in, enveloped in snow and wind. His face showed signs of fatigue, but his eyes were unusually bright. Xiao Yu. The whole family was overjoyed. Brother Xiao Yu. Zhou Shuan rushed to greet him, carefully examining him. Seeing that he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. How are you? Are you alright? Qi Mingyu shook his head, took off his heavy winter coat, rubbed his hands, which were red from the cold, and said gravely, Xiao Xiao has regained control of the base. Vice Mayor Qin and some high-ranking officials were accidentally wounded in the chaos. Several have already been taken to the hospital. Vice Mayor Qin was shot in a vital spot and died on the spot. The Zhou family was stunned. They had all initially thought that as Xiao Xiao won, Vice Mayor Qin and the others would be imprisoned and dealt with later. Unexpectedly, the person was already dead. Was it an accidental injury? Zhong Tian glanced at Qi Mingyu's expression, but didn't ask. After a long while, Grandma Pang hesitated before speaking, so the base has stabilized? Qi Mingyu nodded, then shook his head, not quite. There are still a series of follow-up issues to deal with, such as those supporting Vice Mayor Qin, and the families of these high-ranking officials. But Xiao Xiao will handle it. He paused, then looked up at Zhou Shuan. Wanwan, there's something you need to know. but don't panic. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly. What happened? Today, Mingwei was seriously injured protecting Xiao Xiao, and is currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. Her life hangs in the balance. Zhou Shuan was stunned for a moment before grabbing Qi Mingyu's arm and urgently asking, "She's in the hospital? What happened? Was she with you today?" "Yes, at the time we agreed upon this morning, Xiao Xiao. Mingwei and I were ambushed on the way, but we were both careful and had backup, so we escaped safely." Xiao Xiao then decided to activate Plan B. Mingwei, being a former soldier, was quite skilled. A bullet was fired from the shadows, and Mingwei shielded Xiao Xiao. Qi Mingyu gently patted her hand, comforting her. "The doctors are doing everything they can to save her. We can only wait for news." Zhou Shuan's heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. She took a deep breath and said, "Dad, Mom, Grandma, I'm going to the hospital to see her. You stay home and be careful." "Okay, I really didn't expect that. Shuan, Mom will go with you." Zhong Tian had been working under Mingwei for the past 6 months, and they were quite familiar with each other. Chapter 335. To her, Mingwei was like a kind junior. Now, upon suddenly hearing that she was seriously injured and in the hospital, she naturally felt lingering fear and wanted to go with her to see her. "Okay, then you guys go see her quickly. Grandma Pang, Mumu, and I are at home," Zhou Jianhai said with a sigh. Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Zhong Tian dressed themselves neatly. The snowstorm outside had stopped, but the snow layer was deeper, making the roads difficult to walk on. The three of them supported each other and struggled to reach the hospital. The newly built hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant. People came and went in the corridors, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Recently, due to the extreme cold and the fierce gunfight at the base today, many people were injured. Therefore, the hospital was crowded with people. After finding Mingyu's ward, Zhou Shuan saw Xiao Xiao sitting by the bedside, his eyes bloodshot and his expression haggard. He held Mingyu's hand tightly, staring at her without moving. Seeing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu enter, Xiao Xiao forced a smile and said in a hoarse voice, "You come." Zhou Shuan walked to the bedside, looked at the pale-faced Mingwei, and asked, "How is she now?" Xiao Xiao replied, "The surgery is done, very successfully, and the bullet has been safely removed. She needs to be observed for 24 hours post-surgery. If there are no problems, she just needs to rest and recover." Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the surgery went smoothly. "Thank you for coming." Perhaps because friends had come, Xiao Xiao's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. "Andy, thank you for coming in this weather. And went on, Mingwei will be so happy if she knows you came to see her." Zhong Tian nodded hurriedly. "You and Mingwei are both juniors to me. Now that I know, I couldn't bear not to come and see you." Seeing that Xiao Xiao's lips were chapped, she knew he hadn't had time to eat or drink since bringing Mingwei to the hospital, so she grabbed the kettle from the table to get some hot water. Zhou Shuan looked at the bloodshot eyes in Xiao Xiao's eyes. "Why are you alone?" Xiao Xiao pursed his lips. "I haven't told Mingyu's parents yet, I'm afraid they worry." Zhou Shuan frowned subconsciously, and glanced at Qi Mingyu. The latter then spoke up, "I think you should tell them, at least so they're prepared. Such a big thing couldn't be kept secret." Although Xiao Xiao meant well, Mingyu's parents might not be grateful, and might even resent him for not informing them sooner. "Yes, you're right. The surgery's done now. I have someone send a message later." Zhou Shuan went out to find her mother, and when she returned, she was carrying several bowls of instant noodles. "We all been working hard all day, haven't had time to eat. Don't be picky. A bowl of instant noodles will solve this important matter." Smelling the fragrant aroma of the instant noodles, Xiao Xiao finally felt a little hungry and couldn't help but laugh. A bowl of instant noodles sells for a high price now. It's practically impossible to find them outside. It's kind of you to still have some. He took a bowl and looked at it, seeing that the outer packaging of the instant noodle container was tattered, and the writing was illegible. Knowing that the Zhou family had gone to great lengths to preserve it, he didn't ask any questions, only thanked them, and silently began to eat. The Zhou family and Qi Mingyu had also been busy all day, and now that they knew Mingyu's surgery had gone smoothly, they were also hungry, and each finished their instant noodles. It was late, and the snow outside was deep, making the roads difficult to walk on. So Zhou Shuan and the others decided to stay at the hospital that night, and also help Xiao Xiao take care of Mingwei. Xiao Xiao was very grateful. He had special privileges. Although the hospital was crowded and beds were scarce, Mingwei had a private room, and the conditions were quite good. Zhou Shuan had her own office at the hospital. She had partitioned off half of her office with a curtain at the back, where she would occasionally take a nap during her lunch break. Around midnight, she took her mother to rest. She and Chi Mingyu sat on chairs in the ward, waiting together. Around 2 a.m., she was suddenly awakened by Xiao Xiao's voice as she drifted off to sleep. "Oh no, Mingwe has a fever." She immediately became fully awake. Chi Mingyu also woke up and quickly got up to call a nurse. When their temperatures were taken, everyone's expression changed. Mingwe had a fever of 39 degrees Celsius. This is not normal. Zhou Shuan sat beside the hospital bed, carefully taking Mingyu's pulse, then frowned slightly. Her pulse is very weak. But the surgery was successful. Xiao Xiao was very excited. Post-operative high fever is no small matter. The nurse had already rushed to call the on-duty doctor. The doctor, a surgeon, was also on high alert and quickly arrived. After listening to her heart and lungs for a while, he discussed the situation with Zhou Shuan, then nodded, his tone serious. "It's probably an infection caused by a weakened immune system after the surgery, which is why she has a high fever. Try antibiotics first." "Okay." The doctor quickly administered antibiotics to Meng Mingwe and instructed the nurses to closely monitor her condition. The 4 dripped slowly, like a heavy timer striking at everyone's heartstrings. Outside, the corridor was bustling with people, footsteps, voices, and the sound of gurneys mingling together, the air thick with the smell of disinfectant. Xiao Xiao sat slumped on the edge of the bed, his hands tightly gripping Meng Mingyu's, his gaze never leaving her. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu were also in the ward, their expressions grave. Unconsciously, dawn broke. In the early morning, Meng Mingyu's already pale face became even more ashen, her breathing rapid, as if trapped in a nightmare, her brow furrowed, her body trembling slightly. Xiao Xiao noticed something was wrong and reached out to touch her forehead. The burning temperature made his heart tighten. "The temperature hasn't gone down, it's gone up again," he said gravely, quickly calling for a nurse. The nurse rushed over and took her temperature with a thermometer. The nurse's expression changed when she saw the displayed number. 40 degrees. "I go get the doctor," she said urgently, turning and running out of the room. Zhou Shuan quickly walked to the bedside, gently took Meng Mingyu's wrist, placed 3 fingers on her pulse, and carefully felt its pulsation. "How is she?" Xiao Xiao and Chi Mingyu looked at her expectantly. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her brows furrowing deeper. Meng Mingyu's pulse was erratic and weak. The situation was very serious. Xiao Xiao's lips trembled, his face pale, his eyes filled with worry and helplessness. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. The doctor arrived quickly and confirmed Zhou Shuan's diagnosis. "The infection has worsened, but unfortunately, our hospital doesn't have any better antibiotics right now. And ordinary antibiotics are obviously useless." Chapter 336. The doctor, as if grasping at a straw, immediately rattled off several urgently needed antibiotics in this post-apocalyptic world. Imipenem, Celastatin sodium, Meropenem. Anything will do, just follow the instructions. "The key is, we can't find these effective drugs in the base right now." His tone was tinged with helplessness and regret, and he sighed heavily. Zhou Shuan nodded silently. "Okay, I understand," she said to Xiao Xiao, and then turned and left the ward. A glimmer of expectation appeared in Xiao Xiao's eyes. He was quite familiar with Zhou Shuan and the others, knowing they had some valuable resources. Perhaps, just perhaps, they really did have some effective drugs. Outside the ward, Chi Mingyu quickly caught up and asked in a low voice, Wan, do you have any ideas?" Zhou Shuan nodded gently, signaling him to calm down, then quickened her pace towards the hospital exit. The special medicine was in her spatial dimension, so she had to pretend to leave the hospital and go home to find it. Chi Mingyu, however, grabbed her hand and whispered, "I go back, you stay." It was too dark outside, and below minus 30 degrees Celsius, it was too cold, and he didn't want Zhou Shuan to suffer outside. Zhou Shuan looked at him and said, "Let's go back together." Chi Mingyu gently patted her head and said in a deep voice, "Listen to me, you wait here. I bring a backpack." The meaning was clear. Whatever was in his backpack, it had to be the special medicine Meng Mingwen needed. Zhou Shuan couldn't refuse him, so she nodded, "Okay. Be careful." Chi Mingyu dressed himself and turned to disappear into the darkness outside. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and he returned in just over half an hour. Zhou Shuan had already found the specific antibiotic the doctor had mentioned in her spatial storage. After Chi Mingyu arrived, she pretended to take it from her backpack and quickly returned to the hospital with him. The doctor, seeing the medication in Zhou Shuan's hand, showed a look of surprise and exclaimed excitedly, "That's wonderful. With these medicines, the patient can be saved." Xiao Xiao was also extremely excited. The doctor immediately arranged for a nurse to administer the specific antibiotic to Meng Mingyue. The medication slowly flowed into Meng Mingyue's veins. The ward was so quiet that only the beeping of the instruments and the soft breathing of the others could be heard. Several hours later, the sweat on Meng Mingyue's forehead gradually decreased, and her breathing became more steady. Zhou Xuan took her pulse again. Although it was still somewhat weak, it was gradually stabilizing. She turned to Xiao Xiao and smiled slightly. Mingyue's fever has subsided, and her pulse has stabilized. She should be alright. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Xiao Xiao's tense nerves finally relaxed. He slumped weakly into a chair, his voice hoarse as he said, "Thank you, Wanwan, thank you so much." Zhou Xuan smiled. "Mingyue is my good friend. Of course, I had to do my best to save her. You must be tired too, go and rest for a while." Xiao Xiao shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Meng Mingyue, and said softly, "I want to stay with her a little longer." The next morning, only after the doctor's round said that Meng Mingyue was completely out of danger did Xiao Xiao finally relax. He instructed Zhou Xuan to take good care of Mingyue for him, and then got up to handle the base's affairs. His eyes were bloodshot, but his gaze was unusually resolute. A few hours later, Meng Mingyue slowly opened her eyes. She felt still very weak, but her mind was clear. Seeing Zhou Xuan and Zhong Tiyun by her bedside, she smiled weakly. "Wanwan, auntie, what are you doing here?" She looked around, her voice hoarse. "Where am I?" Zhou Xuan tucked her in. "Don't move, rest well. You just had surgery, and your high fever wouldn't go down. It was terrifying. Thankfully, the special medicine worked, and the fever has subsided. Xiao Xiao stayed with you all night, and only got up to deal with things at the base after seeing you were out of danger." A hint of worry flashed in Meng Mingyue's eyes. "How's the base?" "It's alright. Xiao Xiao has brought the situation under control." Zhou Xuan comforted her. "Just focus on getting better. Xiao Xiao will handle everything else." Meng Mingyue smiled wearily. She was indeed very tired. Just saying a few words had left her exhausted, and the anesthesia from the surgery hadn't completely worn off. She drifted off to sleep again. Qi Mingyu went out with Xiao Xiao, leaving only Zhou Xuan and Zhong Tiyun. Zhong Tiyun, feeling sorry for her daughter, who hadn't slept all night, whispered, "Wanwan, go get some sleep too. Mingyue's parents will probably be here soon." Zhou Xuan nodded. "Okay mom, I go take a nap." "Don't worry, I'm here." Meanwhile, in the base's conference room, the atmosphere was serious. It turned out that this incident at the base was due to Vice Mayor Qin and others colluding with external forces, attempting to seize leadership of the base, and secretly assassinating Mayor Lu. Xiao Xiao, using the attack as a pretext, completely eliminated his political opponents. Following this, he revealed the truth to the base's residents and officially assumed the position of the base's supreme leader. Ignoring the uproar, Xiao Xiao swiftly stabilized the situation with a firm hand, dismissing several officials daily in the administration office. To the surprise of other high-ranking officials, Xiao Xiao possessed not only a well-trained security force, but also weaponry comparable to the base's arsenal, the details of which remained a mystery. The other officials were not united, and their subordinates were scattered. After Vice Mayor Qin's death, they were even more disorganized and powerless to resist Xiao Xiao. Furthermore, Mayor Lu's cronies sided with Xiao Xiao. Therefore, after several high-ranking officials were ruthlessly crushed by Xiao Xiao, they gradually accepted the situation and acknowledged his leadership. Xiao Xiao began handling the aftermath, comforting the families of the victims, and organizing the reconstruction of the damaged base facilities. During this period, temperatures continued to drop, with each day bitterly cold. A week later, temperatures plummeted to -40 degrees Celsius, and several blizzards followed. Thick snow covered the entire base, with the snow and ice layer accumulating to the height of a one-story building. The 3-story villas and the 6-story residential buildings were not significantly affected. The snow and ice layer wasn't a flood, it only affected access around the buildings, not affecting residents on the ground floor. Moreover, during periods of extreme cold, the snow and ice layer acts as a natural insulator. With this shelter, residents on the ground floor actually felt less cold. The workshops, only 1 or 2 stories high, also felt the same way. Even with the snow and ice completely blocking the first floor exits, people cleared a path on the second floor of the workshop. They worked and lived on the first floor, but accessed the second floor. This was a peculiar sight in the apocalypse. The Zhou family devoted themselves to shoveling snow every day. They cleared the snow from the villa's rooftop and terrace to ensure the house's safety. They deliberately piled up the snow around the villa, forming a thick snow wall to provide extra insulation. Now, like their neighbors, they also used the second floor for access. When the terraces were being built, Zhou Shuwan insisted on installing doors on the glass windows of the second and third floor terraces. Now they all knew why. Grandma Peng even praised Zhou Shuwan for her foresight, otherwise, the family would still be struggling to find a way to get out. The temperature of -40 degrees Celsius exceeded the limits of human survival, so except for very rare occasions, the people at the base no longer went outside. Aside from the security team members in air-conditioned uniforms, who could patrol freely, everyone else was no longer able to move freely outside. No matter how thickly they dressed, it was impossible to ward off the bone-chilling cold. But this temperature was far from over. Otherwise, how could it be called an extreme cold apocalypse? Such cold weather also had one advantage. Everyone suddenly possessed a giant natural refrigerator. Those living in the factory area brought their own mutated potatoes, which grew quite vigorously in the warm, spring-like environment. Once the potatoes bore fruit, they were placed in the natural refrigerator created outdoors, eliminating worries about sprouting or damage and greatly extending their shelf life. Furthermore, the meat cannery and compressed biscuit factory at the base are now operating normally. The meat is from specially bred rats at the base, and the main ingredient in the compressed biscuits is mutated potatoes. They have seawater purification technology to clean up polluted snowmelt. People's living standards seem to have returned to those of the flood season. Food and drink are relatively satisfactory, at least they don't go hungry. Xiao Xiao followed the policies implemented by Mayor Lu during his lifetime, but with some changes. He quickly screened everyone at the base, identifying the elderly, the vulnerable, and the disabled. These people were classified as low-income households, receiving daily relief food from the base. Elderly people and women who cannot work each receive 1 potato, 2 compressed biscuits, and 1 liter of water daily. Children under 10 years old receive 1 less potato, only 2 compressed biscuits, and also 1 liter of water daily. Children over 10 years old can eat like adults, so they receive the same amount as the elderly and women. However, other able-bodied adults no longer receive relief food. This policy naturally caused widespread discontent. However, they had all heard about the new leader's domineering nature, such as how many high-ranking officials he had killed to gain power, so they dared only suppress their discontent and not show it. Actually, Zhou Shuwan thought Xiao Xiao was right. Provide emergency relief, not long-term support. Although life after the apocalypse is difficult, resources are currently extremely scarce, and the base is not wealthy either. If all resources were distributed to the survivors, their lives would be more comfortable, but the base would also suffer the same fate as J City before, struggling to maintain the distribution of relief food every 3 days in the later stages, almost leading to unrest. Furthermore, after issuing the first policy, Xiao Xiao quickly issued a second one, encouraging the survivors at the base to find employment. The base will begin registering the occupations and skills of each survivor, and will assign jobs based on this information. For example, those skilled in machine repair will find it easy to find work, as the base is currently expanding and urgently needs repairmen. There are also carpentry, masonry, welding, and other trades available, even including some specialized skills. In addition, the base will gradually open breeding farms and planting farms, providing numerous job opportunities. It remains to be seen whether the survivors can seize them. For those who are free-spirited and dislike being confined, the base also encourages civilians to form supply teams to search for resources. The resources they bring back can be used personally or exchanged at the base's resource exchange point. Of course, given the current extreme cold, half of the survivors at the base live in the factory area. The base will later arrange work for these survivors based on the actual situation, exchanging work for food. This policy also gave the other survivors at the base a sense of hope, preventing unrest. After taking over base management, Xiao Xiao was overwhelmed with tasks and urgently needed the help of Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu. However, neither of them had any interest in participating in base management. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to ask Qi Mingyu for help in integrating the military and security teams. He wanted to merge the two forces, train them together, and leverage their strengths to enhance the base's overall defense capabilities. This was precisely Qi Mingyu's forte, so he agreed to Xiao Xiao's request. Zhou Shuwan, on the other hand, was at Xiao Xiao's request to see how to devise a solution to the employment problem for people during the extreme cold period in the shortest possible time. Most of the people living between the factories had traveled long distances to the base, and their supplies would likely run out quickly. At that point, whether or not the base would distribute relief food would be a problem. When he announced the first two policies, Zhou Shuwan had pondered his solution, but unexpectedly, he had directly presented her with a difficult task. Although Zhou Shuan was troubled, out of friendship, she reluctantly agreed. However, after worrying all night, she couldn't think of a good solution. Wanwan, what's wrong? Seeing her worried face at breakfast, Grandma Peng asked with concern. Meeting the family's concerned gaze, Zhou Shuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and told him about Xiao Zhao's request. Then she sighed. The employment problem for the greenhouse survivors is indeed a difficult one. With so many people, we can't rely on the base's relief indefinitely. In this extreme cold, going out to find supplies has also become very difficult. Zhong Tian seemed thoughtful. Actually, the factory's space is quite large. We could consider using the factory's advantages to develop indoor cultivation. We don't lack water now, so mushrooms and wood-ear fungus are worth considering. They have high yields and are cold resistant. Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. This suggestion reminded her. In her previous life, she had heard of people cultivating mushrooms and wood-ear fungus with decent yields, which alleviated the food shortage to some extent. Mom, you're my lucky star. Zhou Shuan excitedly shook her mother's hand. We can use the factory to build an indoor planting base to grow cold-resistant crops like mushrooms and wood-ear fungus. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and her ideas became clearer. Besides mushrooms and wood-ear fungus, we could also build large greenhouses to grow mutated potatoes and raise the mutated rats unique to our base. Qi Mingyu nodded slightly in agreement. That's a good idea. However, in extremely cold weather, keeping the greenhouses warm will be a problem. Chapter 337. Qi Mingyu's eyes revealed admiration. That sounds very feasible. Zhou Shuan smiled. If she were on her own, she certainly wouldn't have been able to come up with it, but she had referenced some practices from her previous life's base, and the solution she came up with was very practical. Using snow as insulation material was a desperate measure under extreme cold disasters. Just like how low-rise buildings today use snow layers up to the height of a story as insulation walls. What about the technical aspects? Growing mushrooms and wood-ear fungus in the factory requires certain technical support. Qi Mingyu habitually considered all the potential problems in advance. Zhou Shuan took a sip of hot porridge and slowly said, "Don't worry about that. There should be some survivors with planting experience in the base. We can recruit them first." She looked up and saw that Zhong Tian's gaze was somewhat dazed. She knew that she was thinking of her second uncle's family again. However, although they knew where their second uncle and his family were, sending people to search for them was extremely dangerous and difficult to accomplish in this extreme cold and natural disaster. Even though Xiao Xiao had already sent out a convoy to search for supplies and inquire about the whereabouts of the Longting convoy, the recent frequent blizzards and plummeting temperatures, -40 degrees Celsius, were no longer suitable for human survival. The convoy had stopped going out. Therefore, everyone, including Zhong Tian, knew that the chances of finding her second uncle's family were extremely slim. Otherwise, with her second uncle's planting skills, harvesting mushrooms and wood-ear fungus shouldn't have been a problem. "Tiyun, have a piece of fish," Grandma Pang said, placing a piece of fish on her plate. Zhong Tian snapped out of her reverie, smiled, ate the fish, and then sighed, "I wonder where my third sister and her family have gone." Unlike her second uncle, whose whereabouts were already known, there was still no news from her third aunt's family. But it had been a year since the fire in the neighborhood forced everyone to relocate. The other party knew about the new base, yet they hadn't come looking for us after so long. It seemed likely they were dead. Life and death are predestined. In this natural disaster, it's already incredibly fortunate that our family can stay together, Grandma Pang said wisely. "My son, Xiaoyu's father, I haven't heard from him since the apocalypse. I've given up hope. I won't ask, I won't inquire. Being alive is best. If it really is, this terrible living environment is actually a kind of relief." Grandma Pang spoke these words calmly, as if she had already thought everything through. She didn't blame fate, nor was she heartbroken. She was simply an old woman, calm and wise in the face of natural disaster and man-made calamity. Qi Mingyu paused, his expression sharpening, but he remained silent, only placing a piece of meat on Zhou Shuan's plate before continuing to eat. "Grandma Pang is worse off than me." Zhong Tian gripped her hand tightly, gently comforting her. "Grandma Pang, with Xiaoyu by your side, you are a very blessed person." Grandma Pang immediately smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Yes, with Xiaoyu and Wanwan by my side, I am luckier than many people in the apocalypse. My two children are both capable and filial, much better than my son, who turned his back on me after becoming rich." The atmosphere at the dinner table was harmonious. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian chatted and laughed with Grandma Pang. Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu beside her, then gently took his hand under the table. Qi Mingyu looked down at her and smiled slightly. Later, she had asked Qi Mingyu about this matter privately. Qi Mingyu no longer resisted telling her about what his father had done back then. It turned out that back then, Qi Mingyu's stepmother already had a daughter and was planning to have a son. Seeing how outstanding Qi Mingyu was, she was very jealous and often spoke ill of him to his biological father. Her daughter was also clever and charming, especially good at acting spoiled in front of her father, and together with her mother, she spoke ill of her half-brother to him. Qi Mingyu's biological father was somewhat easily swayed by family matters. He didn't believe her once or twice, but after it happened repeatedly, he began to harbor resentment towards Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu was a quiet and reserved person, incapable of flattering others. He always suffered at the hands of his smooth-talking, scheming stepmother and stepsister. He was also going through a rebellious phase, and the more his biological father disliked him, the more he rebelled. He was in his second year of high school when his stepmother became pregnant. They employed a nanny, ostensibly to care for his pregnant stepmother. He had to endure her whims even for a single meal at home. His biological father, believing his stepmother's false accusations that he was misbehaving and stealing her expensive jewelry and bank cards, cruelly cut off his financial support. Being subjected to mistreatment at home, he stubbornly refused to eat. Only when he could no longer bear the hunger did he take on weekend part-time jobs, earning little but enough to barely make ends meet. He couldn't bear to eat meat, so he only bought cheap steamed buns and noodles at the school cafeteria, and ate very little vegetables. That year, he was particularly thin. His stepmother explained that he was at the age of rapid growth, growing taller, but extremely thin, like a bamboo pole. His beloved grandmother was already old, so since moving in with his father, he had never complained to her. His stepmother gave birth to a son. His stepmother was always wary of him getting too close to her biological son, as if she thought he would harm such a small baby. Qi Mingyu also kept his distance, but this only gave his stepmother an excuse to falsely accuse him. She told Qi Mingyu's biological father more than once that Xiaoyu didn't like his younger brother and always glared at him fiercely. She was truly afraid that one day Xiaoyu would lose his temper and do something bad to her younger son. Qi's father had become increasingly disappointed in his eldest son that year, and upon hearing this, he pointed at Qi Mingyu and berated him, becoming wary of him as well. On the day of his youngest son's 1-month celebration, the house was packed with guests. Qi Mingyu hadn't wanted to attend such a gathering, he only wanted to study in the library. He was already a senior in high school, and the academic pressure was immense. However, his father insisted that even Grandma Peng wouldn't show up on such an occasion, and that he had to be there. Otherwise, rumors would immediately spread that there was discord within the Qi family. Qi Mingyu had no choice but to return home, but he hadn't expected this to be a scheme by his stepmother. Somehow, he found himself alone in a room with his stepmother and the baby. Suddenly, his stepmother gave him a strange smile, pinched his son's leg hard, and the baby began to cry loudly. His stepmother also cried out in disbelief. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing to your brother? Don't." She threw her youngest son out. She threw him directly onto the hard ground, and a large bump immediately swelled up on his forehead. Then his cries became even more piercing. He stood there, stunned and helpless. Qi's father quickly appeared in the master bedroom, his face ashen as he watched the scene unfold. Having weathered the storms of the business world, he swiftly and decisively withdrew Qi Mingyu from school, sent him to the army, and harshly told him that he shouldn't even think about the family fortune he had built. He wouldn't give him a single penny. From beginning to end, he didn't listen to a single explanation from Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu was horrified by his stepmother's ruthlessness and heartbroken by his father's indifference. After that, apart from his grandmother, he never contacted his family again. Although Qi's father hated his actions, he was probably afraid that such a thing would damage the family's reputation if word got out. He never mentioned Qi Mingyu's actions to anyone, not even to Grandma Peng. Therefore, Grandma Peng never knew why he, with such excellent grades, chose to join the army, nor why he had refused to contact his biological father for so many years. She guessed he had been mistreated while living with his stepmother, but the extent of the mistreatment remained a mystery to Qi Mingyu, even when she asked. As for his younger brother, Qi Mingyu smiled wryly, saying he had occasionally heard his grandmother mention him, saying that perhaps due to a fall as a child, the brother wasn't very bright and reacted slower than his peers. Zhou Shuan listened in disbelief, never expecting to hear a real-life version of a stepmother's power struggle in modern society. "Your father's business is very large?" This was her first question. Qi Mingyu paused, thought for a moment, and then said, It's not very big, just some real estate, supermarkets, and other businesses. It's quite ordinary for the provincial capital. Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly said angrily, "Your stepmother is truly a heroine, on par with Wu Zetian. She actually went so far as to harm her own son to frame you. She cruelly threw a baby only a month old to the ground." Qi Mingyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "She's used to playing the victim in front of my father, so she thought that using that fall to gain his complete disgust for me was a very worthwhile trade. She probably didn't even realize that that fall would affect her son's development and intelligence. I wonder if she regrets it." "Of course she regrets it," Zhou Shuan said decisively. "Look at you. You've been in the army for so many years. You haven't contacted your family. Has your father ever contacted you?" Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. The young man, newly enlisted, faced an unfamiliar environment, intense training, his stepmother's accusations, and his father's hatred. How did he cope? Did he ever secretly weep in the darkness, missing his mother or father? Zhou Shuan felt her heart soften. She suddenly reached out and hugged him tightly, with extreme tenderness. Qi Mingyu was startled. Zhou Shuan continued, "No matter how deep the resentment, you are still father and son. Time will heal all wounds. But your father hasn't contacted you for so many years because your stepmother pinned the blame for her son's mental breakdown on you, and has been constantly slandering you to him. That's why I say she must regret it. The more she slanders you, the more her regret will be evident. But there's no going back. For that pitiful amount of affection and money, she ruined her son's life. How can she not regret it?" Qi Mingyu understood. She was trying to comfort him. He smiled slightly, stretched out his long arm, and hugged her tightly. "Wan Wan, it's okay. I'm completely unaffected by them anymore. I emerged from the shadows many years ago. Don't worry about me." But Zhou Shuan felt a dull ache in her heart, a sharp, stabbing pain. She felt sorry for Qi Mingyu, who had been forced into the army at only a teenager. He had emerged from the shadows, but it was a powerful spirit he had gradually forged through countless battles. If only I had met you sooner." She leaned down to kiss his lips, a tender, loving kiss. "I would have treated you so well, made up for all the love you lost." Qi Mingyu's heart fluttered. He grasped her waist, pressed her heavily against the wall, and returned the kiss. After a passionate and intense encounter, he lay on the bed, holding a soft, warm bundle in his arms, feeling that the deep wounds he had suffered years ago were beginning to heal. In truth, after all these years, he truly no longer cared about anything from back then. Whether it was the humiliation of being falsely accused or the yearning for fatherly love, he had long since let go of it all. After the apocalypse, he might have occasionally thought about where that family had gone, but he never considered searching for them. His grandmother, with his tacit approval, had already told his father about the impending apocalypse. He had done more than enough. What happened afterward was entirely their own choice, none of his concern. Even the thought that his family might have already perished in floods, acid rain, or at the hands of other humans filled him with only a sense of calm, devoid of any sadness or distress. Now, what he possessed was everything he wanted to protect. He hugged the soft, delicate body tightly in his arms. A few days later, Xiao Xiao immediately arranged for people to work there, and issued a new job recruitment notice. Priority was given to recruiting survivors with planting experience to work at the planting base, with a promise of corresponding compensation and room and board. This notice immediately sparked heated discussions among the survivors at the base. "Great! I used to farm back home, and now I can finally put my skills to use," a middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. The base began large-scale cultivation of mushrooms and wood-ear fungus. Inside the factory, Zhou Shuan was instructing several survivors on how to build a greenhouse. Most of the space in the factory was where the survivors lived. This was a few plots of land that had been painstakingly cleared out. After a little more trimming, they could begin cultivating shiitake mushrooms and wood-ear fungus. Pointing to the material filling the space between the two layers of greenhouses, she explained, "This mixture of sawdust, straw, and soil effectively improves the greenhouse's insulation, ensuring that mushrooms and wood-ear fungus can grow normally even in extremely cold weather." A survivor rubbed his reddened hands and smiled. "Miss Zhou, this method will definitely work. I use this method to keep my vegetables warm in winter back home." Zhou Shuan smiled and replied, "Special times call for special measures." She looked around. Although the factory was simple, the greenhouses were neatly arranged, and the workers were full of energy, filling her with hope for the future. As soon as the new policy was announced, the base's service hall was packed with survivors registering. Staff sat behind desks, carefully screening applicants. What kind of mushrooms have you grown before? How was the yield? The man rubbed his hands nervously. I used to mainly grow oyster mushrooms. The yield was okay, a few thousand kilograms a year. Chapter 338. The staff were pleasantly surprised. Their primary concern now was finding skilled individuals to cultivate mushrooms and wood-ear fungus. With these talents, the mushroom and wood-ear fungus cultivation base could operate smoothly. The base was quite large, and the number of people involved was considerable. They eventually found 5 people with experience in cultivating mushrooms and wood-ear fungus. The cultivation base was already built. The next step was seed selection. But at this time of year, where could they find fresh mushrooms or fungal spores? Zhou Shuwan had already considered this when she proposed the plan. She and Xiao Xiao had made a deal using the fungal spores they had stored in their spatial storage. She solemnly addressed Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I know there are helicopters and airplanes parked at the base, and the authenticity of that video posted online has been proven countless times. Therefore, I'd like to exchange these precious fungal spores for a helicopter. Xiao Xiao was completely taken aback, and after a moment's hesitation, said, Wan, are you worried about a major earthquake in the future? Yes. Zhou Shuan's attitude was quite frank. After so many years of friendship, I won't hide it from you. This time, Xiao Yu and I did find some rare supplies on our trip south, including fungal spores, shiitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and wood-ear mushrooms. The quantity isn't huge, but it's enough for the cultivation base's first use. The value of these fungal spores is self-evident. Nowadays, the vegetables people commonly eat, besides a few easily hydroponically grown greens, are only potatoes and some relatively well-preserved dry goods. But this is far from enough. If fungi could be added to people's diets, both sustenance and nutrition would be significantly improved. It would also provide more jobs for the survivors at the base. Xiao Xiao paused for a moment, then said, This matter is of great importance. I need to consider it carefully before I can reply. Okay. Within 2 days, news came from Xiao Xiao that he had agreed to Zhou Shuan's exchange terms. A helicopter might be very expensive, but post-apocalyptic seeds were already considered expensive. Moreover, there was Zhou Shuan's gratitude for saving Ming Mingyue's life. Top-tier antibiotics weren't something that could be obtained so easily. Zhou Shuan never mentioned the value of that box of antibiotics, but Xiao Xiao wasn't ungrateful. He could decide on a helicopter without even going through the base. So, Zhou Shuan used some fungal spores to exchange for a slightly used helicopter. Qi Mingyu had flown all kinds of vehicles in the military. Flying helicopters was basic for him. He and Zhou Shuan went to the huge garage where the helicopter was parked and, in temperatures of minus 40 degrees Celsius, started the helicopter. The helicopter's hum echoed throughout the base, and countless survivors looked up curiously at the sky, wondering if it was a private or base aircraft flying. Was it on some kind of mission? Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan flew the helicopter to the foot of a snow-capped mountain before exchanging a knowing smile. With this helicopter, their chances of survival in the event of a devastating earthquake would increase by another 50%. And thanks to the spores, the base quickly began cultivating the fungi. The cultivation workers were all selected from the greenhouses. Over 200 people were chosen from 4 cultivation bases. No wages were paid until the mushrooms were successfully cultivated. Only 3 meals a day were provided. Once the mushrooms became profitable, a portion of the profits would be used to pay the workers' wages. After Xiao Xiao gained leadership of the base, she swiftly issued 3 policies. The first was that the military would publish its close combat techniques, which all civilians on the base would practice to improve their combat capabilities. This decree caused an uproar at the base. Most of them were ordinary people who had survived largely by luck, but now the world was becoming increasingly dangerous, and learning certain combat skills would greatly increase their chances of survival. The second was that the base would begin semi-military management, with the military holding a higher status than the government, eliminating all cumbersome procedures for streamlined and efficient administration. The third step was recruiting skilled marksmen. As the world gradually entered the era of cold weapons, large-scale use of firearms would cease. To improve the base's security, a large number of people skilled in crossbows were to be recruited to join the security team and maintain the safety of the base and its surrounding area. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu arrived at the factory and saw a bustling crowd of applicants. Zhou Shuan smiled at Qi Mingyu. It seems everyone is very interested in martial arts. Qi Mingyu nodded. In chaotic times, having a skill is essential for survival. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze steady, carrying the keen insight characteristic of a soldier. On the second floor of the factory, besides the security team members maintaining order, Many base staff were busy recording applicants' information and distributing wooden training equipment. The temperature was low, but people's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Grandma Pang, who hadn't left the house since the extreme cold began, also came out, clamoring to learn martial arts. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian naturally followed. To facilitate movement, they both wore air-conditioned suits. However, Zhou Shuan's suit was hit by a bullet and difficult to repair, so it had to be temporarily discarded. Qi Mingyu gave her his. Mumu's suit had also become too small, he could no longer wear it. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian offered him theirs, but he firmly refused, saying he was now a man and should receive the same treatment as his brother-in-law. Only he and Qi Mingyu, bundled up thickly, arrived at the factory. Qi Mingyu was the captain of the security team, and Zhou Shuan was also skilled in martial arts. But both were very busy, and didn't have time to teach anyone. They dropped their family off here, and then went about their own business. Zhou Shuan worked at the hospital and took the opportunity to visit Meng Mingwei. That day, Meng Mingwei told her some shocking news. Meng Mingwei looked much better than last time. When Zhou Shuan entered, she was leaning against the hospital bed reading a book. Mingwei, how are you feeling? Zhou Shuan placed the canned fruit she had brought on the bedside table and asked with concern. Meng Mingwei put down her book, smiled, and pointed to her chest. It still hurts a little here occasionally, but otherwise I'm fine. The doctor said I can be discharged in a few days. She paused, her expression suddenly becoming a little shy, a blush rising on her cheeks. Wan, Xiao Xiao. He proposed to me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuan was first stunned, then happy for her friend, her eyes crinkling. Really? Congratulations, Mingwei. I knew Xiao Xiao wouldn't let you down. She grasped Meng Mingyue's hand, sincerely wishing her happiness. Mingwei, you must be happy. Meng Mingwei gave a bitter smile, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Wan, I don't want to get married. Zhou Shuan's smile froze, somewhat puzzled. Why? Didn't you always like Xiao Xiao? Meng Mingwei lowered her eyes, her fingers gently tracing the pages of the book in her hand, and whispered, actually, as Xiao Xiao's status rose, his reserved yet assertive personality became more and more apparent. I, too, am a very strong-willed person. As friends, we complemented each other perfectly, working together seamlessly. But after we started dating, all sorts of conflicts arose. She took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm herself. For example, when Mayor Lu passed away, and when I was targeted by Vice Mayor Qin, Xiao Xiao never told me these things proactively. I had to relentlessly press him before he would reveal a few details. Zhou Shuan listened quietly, without interrupting her. Meng Mingwei raised her head, looking directly at Zhou Shuan, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Wan, I saved him because I truly loved him. In that critical moment, I didn't think of anything, I just threw myself on top of him, shielding him with my body. She paused, a bitter tone in her voice, but now, the thought of spending my life with such a reserved and strong-willed person. I'm having second thoughts. She reached up and touched her chest, feeling a dull ache there. You know my parents' personalities, they're typical pushovers, easily swayed by anyone. Sometimes I feel frustrated and disappointed, but I can't accept Xiao Xiao's uncommunicative, domineering personality. Zhou Shuan gently patted the back of her hand, softly comforting her. Mingwei, everyone has their own personality and way of handling things. Xiao Xiao holds a high position, so there are some things he might not be able to tell you. Perhaps he's doing it to protect you. Meng Mingwei shook her head. Maybe. But that's not the kind of protection I want. I'd rather face the storms with him than have him shielding me alone. Shouldn't husband and wife be honest with each other? It seems like something's missing between us, maybe trust. So I haven't decided yet. I don't think it's the right time for us to get married. He proposed to me, maybe just because he was moved by my selfless rescue. Looking at Meng Mingyue's confused eyes, Zhou Shuan didn't know how to comfort her. Matters of the heart are like drinking water. Only the person experiencing it knows whether it's hot or cold. All others can do is offer silent companionship and support. Mingwei, think it over carefully. Marriage is a major life decision that requires careful consideration. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Zhou Shuan got up, picked up the thermos on the bedside table, poured a cup of hot water, and handed it to her. Meng Mingwei took the cup and smiled. Thank you, Wan. She took a sip of water to moisten her dry throat, then looked at Zhou Shuan, her tone firm. Give me some time, I think it through. Zhou Shuan nodded. After leaving the ward, Zhou Shuan ran into Xiao Xiao in the corridor. Xiao Xiao was very busy, and he had squeezed out time to visit Meng Mingwei. He looked tired, but his spirits were good. Seeing Zhou Shuan, he smiled and greeted her. Wan, you're here. How is Mingwei? Zhou Shuan nodded with a smile. You're recovering very well. I think you can be discharged soon. Xiao Xiao coughed lightly, his hand clenched into a fist near his lips, looking somewhat awkward. Having known him for so long, Zhou Shuan had never seen him like this before, and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Is there something you can't say? Xiao Xiao glanced to his left. The hospital corridor was bustling with people, not a suitable place for a conversation. He pointed to the side. Shall we talk over there? Zhou Shuan nodded and followed him. Actually, I proposed to Mingwei yesterday, Xiao Xiao suddenly said, as they reached a secluded corner. Zhou Shuan feigned surprise at the opportune moment, then quickly offered her congratulations. Xiao Xiao waved his hand, a wry smile on his face. But actually, I feel Mingwei wasn't happy about my proposal. On the contrary, she seemed a little embarrassed and lonely. Between her and me, we always been friends for a long time. After becoming lovers, I never knew how to communicate with her. So, I wanted to ask you to help me ask her what she really thinks about marriage. His voice carried a hint of caution, and his eyes held a hopeful look. He was very sincere about this proposal. Zhou Shuan glanced at him a few times and made this judgment. She also proactively sought help from Meng Mingyue's best friend to actively resolve the difficulties they encountered. A promising young man, Zhou Shuan found Xiao Xiao quite agreeable. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, organizing her thoughts before slowly speaking. Mingwei does indeed have some concerns. She observed Xiao Zhao's expression, carefully choosing her words. You know she's strong-willed and very sentimental. She feels there's a lack of communication between you two, and that you keep many things from her, making her feel insecure. She also said that she saved you because she loves you. She wants to face everything with you, not be protected by you. She hopes to be honest with you. Xiao Xiao frowned, lost in thought. Zhou Shuan's words struck him like a thunderbolt. He had always believed that everything he did was to protect Meng Mingwei, to keep her away from danger, and to give her a stable life. He never imagined that this protection would become the biggest barrier between them. He recalled the scene of Meng Mingwei selflessly shielding him from a bullet, his voice low and tinged with self-reproach. I didn't expect Mingwei to think this way. I always thought that what I did was for her own good. Zhou Shuan sighed softly and patted his shoulder. Xiao Xiao, Mingwei is a good girl. She deserves your care. Communication is key to maintaining a relationship. Try to communicate honestly with her, let her understand your thoughts, and try to understand her feelings. Xiao Xiao nodded, his eyes gradually hardening. Thank you, Wan. I think about it carefully. There's another point. She feels that your proposal this time was out of momentary gratitude, not a natural progression of your relationship. So she's a little hesitant. Facing Zhou Shuan's gentle and bright gaze, Xiao Xiao felt a rare pang of guilt. Actually, he had previously had a strong liking for Zhou Shuan. But because there was no room for another person between Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, he silently chose to withdraw. Chapter 339. However, this withdrawal always carried a sense of reluctance. Therefore, for a long time, his feelings towards Zhou Shuan were always complicated. Later, Meng Mingwei arrived at the new base. Without a place to stay, the two families lived under one roof. As time went on, their initially pure revolutionary friendship slowly changed. He also gradually grew fond of the free-spirited yet resilient Meng Mingwei. But, in truth, he never truly transitioned their relationship from friendship to romance. Hearing Zhou Shuan's words, he nodded emphatically. I understand, thank you, Wan. Zhou Shuan then took her leave. Qi Mingyu stood there pondering for a long time, before finally going to Meng Mingyue's hospital room. Meng Mingwei turned and saw Xiao Xiao, a hint of surprise on her face. Xiao Xiao walked to the bedside, pulled up a chair, sat down, took a deep breath, and slowly said, Mingwei, I'm sorry. Meng Mingwei was startled, looking at him with some astonishment. I used to always shoulder everything myself. Not wanting you to worry, Xiao Xiao said sincerely, a hint of apology in her eyes. I thought I was doing this for your own good, but I neglected your feelings. I won't do that anymore. I tell you everything and face everything together. Meng Mingwei listened quietly, her eyes slightly reddening. My proposal to you this time wasn't just because I was moved, Xiao Xiao said firmly, holding her hand. It's because I love you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, to face all the challenges of the future together. Don't rush to answer my proposal yesterday. I give you plenty of time until you willingly say yes. Looking into his sincere eyes, some of Meng Mingyue's worries and unease dissipated. Actually, I've been reflecting on our problems too, she said, squeezing his hand gently. I also made mistakes. I should have been more understanding instead of constantly complaining. They smiled at each other, everything understood without words. Meanwhile, the temperature at the base continued to drop, plummeting from minus 40 degrees Celsius to minus 55 degrees Celsius in just 1 month. This was far beyond the limits of human survival. The people at the base huddled in their relatively warm rooms, afraid to venture out. A biting wind howled through the base, whipping up the snow and sending it swirling in the air. The streets were deserted, only the thick snow reflecting a blinding light under the dim streetlights. The snow layer was now higher than a single story. People had to clear the snow from their roofs every day, or their houses would collapse. Every day, they cleared a path through the thick layer of snow to get out. To make the path easier to walk on and less slippery, everyone did everything they could. Some laid thick blankets on the ice, others spread cinders to prevent slipping. Meanwhile, the base's heating system was operating at full capacity. The heating pipes made a crackling sound, as if they might burst at any moment. The workers responsible for maintaining the heating system, wearing thick air conditioning suits, struggled to carry out emergency repairs. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu stood by the window, looking at the white world outside, both with a solemn expression. The temperature is dropping too fast. In my previous life, it took about half a year for the temperature to drop to minus 50 degrees Celsius, but now, in just 2 months, it has dropped to minus 55 degrees Celsius. This is truly beyond the limits of human survival. Qi Mingyu's expression was solemn. The number of reported deaths has been gradually increasing recently, and most of them are elderly. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, a hint of worry in her voice as she thought of something. The base's heating system probably won't last much longer. Qi Mingyu nodded. I passed by the heating center during the day. The base's energy official said that if the temperature continues to drop, the base's energy reserves will not be enough to maintain heating in all areas. Actually, the Zhou family used 2 systems. One was their own electric heating system, with underfloor heating and a gasoline generator for power. Although this consumed a lot of gasoline, the Zhou family had stockpiled enough for decades, so they didn't feel it was wasteful. The other system was the base's regular heating, wall-mounted radiators. Recently, the radiator temperature had dropped significantly. They had heard from their neighbors in other villas that the heating temperature had dropped noticeably in the past few days. They felt cold even at home and needed to wear down jackets. Because there are elderly people in the Zhou family, they dare not turn off either heating system to ensure the indoor temperature reaches around 16 to 17 degrees Celsius. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu had just discussed the heating issue, and a few days later, she heard at the hospital that the higher-ups were considering activating an emergency plan, prioritizing heating for hospitals, schools, and factories, while implementing limited heating in other areas. Those who can afford to live in houses in the base are survivors, who have accumulated a large amount of supplies after the apocalypse. Only they can afford to buy houses. Initially, the factories were for homeless people, but now, because many people live in the factories, the survival of the majority must be prioritized. With the heating cut off in the residential complex, residents had to find ways to squeeze into the factory buildings. However, since all the good locations in the factory buildings had already been selected, those who moved in later were expected to have even worse living conditions, causing some frustration among the hospital staff. Meanwhile, some people had already started inquiring about the exchange rate for coal. With the heating off, they wanted to use coal for heating at home. To cope with the extreme cold, the base also began organizing manpower to reinforce the insulation layers of the buildings and erect makeshift windbreaks along the main streets. The residents of the complex were the first to feel the chill. The rooms that were once relatively warm were now like iceboxes, bitterly cold. Even wearing thick winter clothes couldn't ward off the bone-chilling cold. This is unbearable. The heating is practically non-existent. It's colder inside than outside. One resident complained, shivering under a quilt. Yes, there are elderly people and children at home. They get sick from the cold. Another resident echoed. Panic and discontent spread rapidly as residents flocked to the base's service hall, demanding to move into the factory buildings. The factory buildings, with their central heating and relatively high temperature, became a refuge for the residents. The service hall was a cacophony of voices. People were agitated, each expressing their demands in turn. The situation briefly spiraled out of control. Some began shoving staff, and some even attempted to rush into the office area. Xiao Xiao arrived upon hearing the commotion and, seeing the chaotic scene, frowned deeply. He decisively dispatched troops to maintain order, shouting, "Quiet down! Listen to me!" Chapter 340. He was young and promising, and held high prestige within the base. Therefore, as soon as he spoke, the crowd gradually quieted down, all eyes focused on him. Xiao Xiao said in a deep voice, I know everyone is cold and worried. However, the factory space is limited and cannot accommodate everyone. We will prioritize residents with elderly people and children. For others, we will find a solution as soon as possible. He paused, then continued, the base also has coal reserves, which will be distributed as essential supplies in the near future. This portion is free, but the quantity is limited, so please use it sparingly. If you need more, you can exchange it with supplies. A commotion arose in the crowd. Some complained about the lack of coal, while others questioned the exchange rate. Xiao Xiao raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, his tone firm. I know this is far from enough, but it's what we can do right now. I will resolve the accommodation issue as soon as possible, please trust me. He had already made the arrangements in advance, and now he had staff move the coal to the lobby and distribute it in an orderly manner according to the list. The chaotic scene gradually came under control. Although people were still dissatisfied, seeing Xiao Xiao's decisiveness and promises, they gradually calmed down and orderly collected coal or waited for their move-in arrangements. When the renovations were initially carried out, the houses in the community were all equipped with heated brick beds, kangs, to combat the extreme cold. However, the development of the base was better than initially expected, and even radiators were now available. Now that the heating was out of service, they had to resort to the old-fashioned heated brick beds again. Zhou Shuwen's family also started using the heated brick bed for warmth. The warm heated brick bed dispelled the chill in the house. Grandma Pang lay comfortably on the bed and exclaimed, this heated brick bed is so good. It's warm and comfortable. Xiong Tian added a few pieces of coal to the stove, smiling as she agreed, yes, this heated Kong, traditional Chinese bed, uses much less oil than an electric heater. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimney, adding a touch of life to the icy world. To save on gasoline, they also began using coal stoves more often for cooking. Zhou Shuan had a large stockpile of coal in her spatial storage. Seeing the base residents struggling with coal shortages, she wanted to exchange half of it for supplies from the base. The base was currently in dire need of coal, and to maintain stability, they should be willing to pay a high price. However, Zhou Shuan was hesitant to ask Xiao Xiao directly. She told Qi Mingyu her idea. Qi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, before saying, I recently met a middleman in the neighborhood. He has a good reputation, and both parties are satisfied with transactions handled by him. Why don't I ask him to act as a go-between? Zhou Shuan readily agreed. Qi Mingyu contacted the middleman and explained his purpose. The middleman, named Sun Li, was lean and wiry, with sharp eyes. He was well-informed and constantly on the move within and outside the base. Upon hearing that the Zhou family wanted to exchange coal, his eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, Captain Qi introduced us. I do my best to handle it. What does the Zhou family want to exchange for? Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan had already discussed it. In fact, they already had enough weapons for their family, both for daily use and general purposes. After much thought, they only needed to exchange for something very special. He said in a deep voice, we want to exchange for that cruise ship in the base. Sun Li was taken aback. Which cruise ship? Qi Mingyu smiled. The cruise ship he was referring to was the one that transported water between Jie City and Jiyun Mountain during the floods, ensuring the water supply for the entire Jie City. After the flood subsided, the cruise ship was left idle, parked in an underground garage in Jie City. Oh, it's that cruise ship, Sun Li realized, pondering for a moment. It's a huge vessel. The government had been trying to get rid of it, but couldn't find a suitable buyer, so it's been sitting there. Exposed to high temperatures and acid rain, it's hard to say what its condition is like. Zhou Shuwen's family had always wanted a large ship. They only had small boats, no large ones, and their previous trips to the coast hadn't yielded a large vessel. So they wanted to try exchanging it with the base. If that cruise ship is unusable, could the base see if they can get us one elsewhere? We don't need it now, we can use it later. With everything covered in ice and snow, frankly, towing a cruise ship across the ice would be much easier. Currently, the base also has partnerships with coastal areas. Sun Li didn't immediately give a definitive answer, nodding, okay, I go ask. How much coal are you willing to offer? Qi Mingyu smiled slightly. To be honest, it's not our family doing the exchange, we're just middlemen. We don't have that much coal to offer. The stockpiles at home are barely enough for our needs. The person who entrusted us with this transaction is someone from the base. They're very discreet, holding a batch of coal they want to exchange for a cruise ship. I immediately thought of that water-carrying cruise ship from before. He held up two long, thin fingers, Lowering his voice, he's willing to exchange 20 tons of coal. Upon hearing this number, Sun Li's eyes widened, and he gasped. 20 tons of coal. That's an astronomical figure in the base these days. He quickly calculated in his mind that if this deal went through, his commission would be considerable. Captain Chi, please wait a few days. I go and ask the base about the situation, Sun Li said with a smile. Okay. But I have one condition. You absolutely cannot reveal my information. Don't worry, we people in this line of work know the rules. Especially with large transactions, your name will be etched in my memory. Chi Mingyu nodded and got up to leave. 2 days later, news came from Sun Li's side that the base had agreed to exchange 20 tons of coal for a cruise ship. Of course, Sun Li wouldn't directly trade with the base's leaders. Xiao Xiao also received the message that someone wanted to exchange 20 tons of coal for a cruise ship. Currently, the base was short of coal, and even considering the possibility of the base using the cruise ship in the future, for the entire base, a single cruise ship was a drop in the ocean. Its usefulness was too small, so the exchange was agreed upon. Besides, the cruise ship was currently sitting idle in the underground garage in J City, just rotting away. In this extremely cold weather, it was obviously not suitable to travel far to store the cruise ship in her spatial dimension. Sun Li then produced a contract from the base, essentially stating that once the extreme cold ended, Sun Li would be free to bring his men to remove the cruise ship. If the cruise ship was completely wrecked, the base would find another cruise ship elsewhere. Below was Xiao Zhao's handwritten signature. Zhou Shuan had complete faith in Xiao Zhao's character. She stored the contract in her spatial dimension, intending to collect it from Sun Li after the extreme cold ended. She then discussed it with Chi Mingyu and decided to store the 20 tons of coal more than 10 kilometers away from the base, and then have the base send people to move it back. Chapter 341. Recently, the family has had a great harvest. They exchanged supplies for a helicopter and a cruise ship, which will greatly improve their future survival. Coincidentally, Meng Mingwei also accepted Xiao Zhao's marriage proposal. The Zhou family prepared a sumptuous meal at their villa to congratulate Meng Mingwei and Xiao Xiao on their engagement. In the post-apocalyptic world, due to resource scarcity, engagement and wedding ceremonies are very simple, just a formality. Most engaged couples don't even have that. The woman simply drags a suitcase to the man's house, and that's considered the betrothal. In the post-apocalyptic world, the exclusion of adult women by their families is even more apparent. When family resources become increasingly scarce and unable to meet the survival needs of the entire family, girls are more likely to be abandoned by their families. But what makes humans human is their fundamental difference from animals. They can't simply abandon their own children like wild animals do. Instead, they try to find a home for them, whether good or bad, just to make it sound better. For example, girls eventually have to get married, and there's the saying girls are eager to marry. Whether in the Dongyuan residential area or the new base, Zhou Shuan has seen many women hastily married off. The main reason is that their families can no longer afford the expenses of supporting multiple people, so they rush to marry off their daughters. However, some girls are unfortunate. Because they are too young, no family wants to accept them. Their families have no choice but to abandon them. Such things happen frequently. Especially during natural disasters, floods, acid rain, extreme heat, or extreme cold, children are carelessly pushed outside, and by the time they are found, there are no remains. On the morning Meng Mingwei and Xiao Xiao arrived at the Zhou family's house, they saw several girls frozen to death on the road. A blizzard had struck the night before. The girls' bodies were buried under thick snow and ice. Only the transparent ice revealed their gender, their faces ashen, their clothes tattered, their eyes closed. Due to the extreme cold, their bodies were all curled up like helpless shrimp. Meng Mingyue's good mood was immediately ruined. She stared at the corpses, motionless for a long time. Both of them were wearing air-conditioned suits, among the few people in the base who were allowed to go out freely. Xiao Xiao held her hand and whispered, "Let's go." Meng Mingwei looked at the nearby buildings. These girls must have been abandoned by one of those families. No one else could have come out in such extreme cold. She closed her eyes briefly before following Xiao Xiao to the Zhou family's house. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng had prepared a large, delicious meal. A large plate of chicken, a braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, ants climbing a tree, a dish of minced pork and vermicelli, stir-fried mushrooms and tofu skin, stir-fried greens, peanuts, cold seaweed salad, seaweed soup, and canned yellow peaches, 10 dishes, and a soup in total. Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwei were both pleasantly surprised and a little embarrassed. The two of them had prepared such a lavish meal that they felt like they were eating for free. Zhong Tiyun smiled and pulled Ming Mingwei to sit next to her, playfully scolding, "You two are as comfortable as if you were at my home." Mingwei is a capable girl, and Xiao Xiao is young and promising. Now she's our base leader. The two of you are a match made in heaven. You're a perfect couple. Come on, let's have a toast to celebrate Xiao Xiao and Mingyue's engagement. Qi Mingyu raised his glass. The group at the table smiled and raised their glasses before starting to eat. Ming Mingyue then began to recount what she had seen on the road. The previously lively atmosphere cooled somewhat. Zhou Jianhai added, "I've seen it too. There are so many things like this. There are fewer and fewer children in the base these days. Some young people don't want to have children, afraid that being born in the apocalypse will cause their children suffering. Others have children, but can't afford to raise them, and with the extreme cold outside, they leave them outside. The children freeze to death in minutes, so they don't have to suffer too much. Alas, it's all because of the apocalypse. Actually, I can understand. Resources are so scarce now, people can't even support themselves. How can they support a child?" Zhou Shuan had seen too many things like this, and wasn't surprised. She lowered her head and ate quietly. Xiao Xiao picked up a piece of seaweed, ate it with a bland taste, and then sighed softly, "If this continues, we will have no next generation." Ming Mingyue looked at him. "Xiao Xiao, what are your thoughts?" He couldn't speak carelessly about things he hadn't decided on, so Xiao Xiao simply shook his head. But throughout the rest of the meal, he was clearly in low spirits, lost in thought. He now bore the weight of the entire base's fate on his shoulders, so the others understood and didn't disturb him. After dinner, they gathered together to watch television. Yes, to watch television. Zhou Shuan had downloaded countless resources and stored them on a large-capacity hard drive, playing them on the computer whenever she wanted. Later, while searching for supplies, she acquired a large number of DVDs, accumulating a vast collection of movies and TV shows at home. They were watching a domestic animated film, its scenes particularly grand and epic, making it incredibly exciting. Xiao Xiao became interested. "You even collected these at home? How did you preserve them?" "I also preserved some resources back then, but my computer got damp, and I haven't looked at it since." Zhou Shuan smiled and said, "When we were collecting supplies, we collected countless desktops, laptops, and tablets. Most of them got damp, but actually, a few of them are still usable now." Xiao Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Qi Mingyu then said, "We should still have a few laptops that we can use. Wanlin, go find one for Xiao Xiao to take home." "Okay." Zhou Shuan readily agreed. "Alright, we accept it then." Ming Mingyue was quite happy. There are no entertainment facilities at home right now. The base does have computers, but they are very few and precious. Xiao Xiao couldn't possibly bring a computer from the base home just for entertainment. Now that the Zhou family is willing to give her one for free, she is naturally very happy. Not only her, but her parents and Xiao Xiao's family will also have some entertainment. Xiao Xiao then asked, "How many do you have left?" Zhou Shuan asked with a smile, "What, are you going to exchange them for at the base?" Xiao Xiao nodded seriously. "Most of the work at the base now requires statistics, but we have too few electronic devices, relying heavily on handwriting, which is very inefficient. If you have any extras, I'd like to buy them back at a high price." She hadn't expected the computer she stored away would be useful in this way. However, she couldn't say too much, lest it arouse suspicion. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, then held out their hands. There should be 6 or 7 still intact. Ming Mingyue was surprised. "So many? You stockpiled quite a few back then." Zhou Shuan nodded with a smile. "Yes, we did stockpile quite a bit back then." Xiao Xiao then asked, "What do you want?" "Just name it. As long as the base has it, we definitely give it to you." Zhou Shuan got up and went to her room, quickly returning with 6 laptops, which she placed in front of Xiao Xiao for her to inspect. Then, she smiled and said, "As the living environment gets harsher, I want an armored vehicle for easier deployment." Armored vehicles are rare in the apocalypse. They not only offer strong defense, but can also operate in harsh environments, providing extremely high safety. Xiao Xiao was surprised but understood her actions. Exchanging 7 computers for an armored vehicle was indeed extravagant. However, the Zhou family had provided her with significant assistance, so she could make an exception. Xiao Xiao agreed without hesitation, "No problem." That evening, a brand new armored vehicle was parked in front of the Zhou family villa. In the following days, the temperature stabilized at -55°C, refusing to drop further. People gradually adapted to this extreme cold. Going out became the biggest challenge. The thick snow made every step difficult. When Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went out again, They found that the residents of the community were using all sorts of ingenious methods to make getting around easier. Some people had laid thick blankets on the ice to try to increase traction, but the effect was minimal. Walking on it was still a cautious, precarious experience. Some had tied ropes to the soles of their shoes, but that was also a drop in the ocean. Zhou Shuwan recalled how people traveled in the snow and ice in her previous life, and her eyes lit up. She said to Qi Mingyu, "Let's make ice skates." Qi Mingyu's eyes lit up. Ice skates? That's a great idea. Back home, the two began making ice skates. They sharpened spare metal blades and secured them to the soles with sturdy rope. Wearing their homemade ice skates, walking on the ice was indeed much easier and faster than before. It was like skiing. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu moved freely in their ice skates, attracting the attention and envy of many residents in the villa area. "Miss Zhou, what are your skates made of? How can you walk so fast on the ice?" a resident asked curiously. Zhou Shuwan smiled and explained, "These are ice skates, made of metal plates." Ice skates? The residents were all very interested in this novel way of getting around. Soon, a craze for making ice skates swept through the base. Especially the security team and patrol team, who had the opportunity to go out, each got a pair. Whether it's wood, metal, or any other material, as long as it can be fixed to the sole and assist walking on the ice, it's a good ice skate. The base is teeming with skilled craftsmen who fully utilize their creativity to make all sorts of ice skates and skating shoes. Soon, everyone in the base is using ice skates and skating shoes to solve the problem of going outside. Once everyone is wearing homemade ice skates, the skating shoes Zhou Shuwan had stockpiled come in handy. When people get used to using ice skates, they no longer notice that the Zhou family is wearing the perfect skating shoes from before the apocalypse. The weather is too cold. Those who can go outside are those who can afford to keep warm. For example, they have air-conditioned clothing, thick fur coats, or hand warmers. Even the shops in the base square reopened once they gradually adjusted to the current temperature. Those who could afford to run shops were families, who could afford coal or central heating. The annual Spring Festival was approaching again, the most important traditional festival in Yin Kingdom, and naturally, it was being celebrated with great care, so the base was quite lively lately. That day, Zhou Shuwan and Meng Mingwei had arranged to visit Chen Fen's team and Zhang Jia at the factory. Since they moved to the greenhouse, several incidents had occurred, and Zhou Shuwan hadn't been able to visit them at all. However, since Chen Fen's team was now also part of the security team, they often met on the street and caught up on each other's lives. Meng Mingwei went to tell Zhang Jia that her wedding date had been set and formally invited her to attend. Although she wasn't very familiar with Chen Fen's team, she admired the courage women had in the apocalypse and proactively invited them to her wedding as well. The factory was crowded, the air thick with the smells of various foods, mingled with the stench of sweat and dampness, making it somewhat uncomfortable. Zhou Shuwan and Meng Mingwei, both wearing air-conditioned suits, made their way through the throng to the area where Chen Fen's team lived. Chen Fen's team was assigned a space of about several dozen square meters. They set up tents, creating their own private space, which would be more comfortable. Seeing Zhou Shuwan and Meng Mingwei, Chen Fen and her team members were overjoyed and quickly rose to greet them. "Wan, Miss Meng, you arrived." Chen Fen warmly invited them to sit down and offered them her treasure canned fruit. They were now members of the base's security team, numbering over 40, but the base only accepted 30 based on individual capabilities. The remaining people took charge of the team's logistics, and everyone was busy. Although there were only 30 people working in the team, the security team's pay was good. With these wages, the team's life was much better, a far cry from the impoverished state they were in when they first arrived at the base. Every time they thought about this, Chen Fen and Sister Han were very grateful for Zhou Shuwan's invitation. This was so much better than struggling on the outside. "How have you been lately?" Zhou Shuwan asked with concern. Chen Fen smiled and said, "Everything's fine, except there are too many people in the factory, it's a bit noisy." Zhou Shuwan and Meng Mingwei had both lived in places like this before, and they both nodded with lingering fear. "You tell me. Living here, you have to develop very strong sleep nerves." This was said playfully, and all the women in the room laughed. Sister Hong said, "Especially recently, so many people have moved into the factory, and we lost several square meters of space. We even had to pack up a tent for this. But with no heating, this is the only way to ensure the survival of more people." Sister Hong wasn't complaining. She was just lamenting the hardships of life in the apocalypse. Zhou Shuwan noticed Chen Fen's expression was a bit off. It seemed that before they arrived, Chen Fen had been talking to the team members. She asked her about it. Chen Fen, treating her as a benefactor, didn't hide anything and directly explained the reason. It turned out that 2 or 3 members of their team, having been incorporated into the security team and receiving good salaries, were unwilling to share a portion of their income with the team members, and were now proposing to leave the Finchia team. Chapter 342. Just now, Chinfen was discussing this matter with Sister Hong. She was somewhat angry, feeling that the team's training had provided them with a stable future, but the other party had turned their backs on them as soon as they benefited, which contradicted the team's spirit. Zhou Shuan and Meng Mingwei comforted her, saying, "This kind of person has bad character. It's better to cut ties early than to keep them in the team and risk causing trouble. Just consider it a waste of good intentions. It's not worth arguing with such people." Yes, those who joined Finchia's team joined voluntarily, and naturally had the right to leave freely. Chinfen and Sister Hong couldn't force the other party to stay. Chinfen sighed, "That's all I can think about it. It's still unpleasant. No one would be happy in this situation." Meng Mingwei aptly changed the subject, announcing with a smile, "Xiao Xiao and I have set our wedding date. It's the 8th day of next month. You all absolutely must come." Chinfen and Sister Hong were taken aback for a moment, then quickly congratulated her. The other members of the Finchia team in the room also offered their blessings, instantly creating a warm atmosphere. "Congratulations. We'd definitely be there," Sister Hong said with a smile, her wrinkles smoothing out. Chinfen happily echoed her sentiment. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Shuan and Meng Mingwei got up to say goodbye, saying they were going to visit Zhang Jia. Chinfen saw them to the door, repeatedly urging them to come often. The factory was still noisy, the overhead lights dim, illuminating the tired faces of the people. Because the base concentrated most of its heating supply here, the temperature inside was about 15 or 16 degrees Celsius. A sweater and a jacket were perfectly comfortable. Despite the noise, the survivors were still willing to live here. Zhou Shuan and Meng Mingwei followed the narrow passage to Zhang Jia's quarters. Zhang Jia lived alone and was assigned a bed in a corner of the factory, separated by a curtain, creating a relatively private personal space. She had kept this small space tidy, the bed was clean and neat, and a dozen small, mutated potatoes sat lushly beside it, adding a touch of life to the somewhat oppressive environment. Hearing the noise, Zhang Jia lifted the curtain and saw Zhou Shuan and Meng Mingwei. A surprised smile appeared on her face. "Zhou Shuan, Mingwei, what brings you here?" "Just came to see you," Zhou Shuan said with a smile, glancing around. "Are you used to living alone?" Zhang Jia shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. "It's fine, free and unrestrained." Meng Mingwei then told Zhang Jia the good news of her upcoming marriage and invited her to the wedding. Zhang Jia readily agreed, even offering a special gift. The three chatted for a while about the base's recent developments and their own lives before Zhou Shuan and Meng Mingwei got up to leave. Back in the area where Chinfen's team lived, Zhou Shuan stopped and smiled at Meng Mingwei. "Mingwei, shall I meddle in this?" Having known each other for so long, Zhou Shuan had always been reluctant to get involved in other people's business, except on very rare occasions. Although Meng Mingwei was puzzled, she didn't ask further, nodding with a smile. "Sure, I'd join in the fun." Zhou Shuan then found Chinfen, wanting to go with her to meet the 3 people who wanted to leave Finchia's team. Chinfen hesitated for a moment, but she was genuinely unwilling to let go. The talent she had nurtured in her team had left, and she was just about to try and persuade them. Hearing this, she said, "Okay, let's go together." She, Zhou Shuan, and Meng Mingwei arrived at one of the tents and pointed to 3 young girls inside, saying, "These are the 3 of them." Chinfen sat down opposite them first. The 3 girls exchanged glances, their eyes darting around uncertainly. Chinfen smiled as gently as possible. "I told the rest of the team why you 3 want to leave, but they couldn't understand and wanted me to try and persuade you again. Can I ask you why you insist on leaving the team?" One girl mustered her courage and said, "After joining the security team, our wages and benefits are much better than before. We can support ourselves now, and don't want to hand over supplies to the team anymore." "I understand how you feel," Chinfen nodded, "but have you considered that without the Finchia team, you might never have had the chance to join the security team?" The 3 girls fell silent. Chinfen had clearly prepared beforehand, and spoke calmly. "The Finchia squad has given you more than just material assistance. They also provided emotional support and the warmth of teamwork. In a post-apocalyptic world, teamwork is paramount. The chances of survival going it alone are slim." She paused, her tone becoming serious. "As we just said, if you insist on withdrawing, you need to return all the help and supplies the squad has given you." The 3 girls' faces changed. They hadn't expected Chinfen to say that. One of the girls bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Okay, we withdraw." But we never expected the Finchia squad, praised by everyone in the base, to be like this. It completely contradicts their image of caring for vulnerable women. Whatever the team does to you treacherous people is justified. Chenfen sneered. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, there was no need to be polite. Another girl retorted angrily, "Humph, in the end, it's all just greed. Fine, we return the supplies you used, and from now on, we go our separate ways and never bother each other again." Fine. Chenfen was also furious, her face turning ashen. "We will return the supplies with both hands tomorrow. Now, please leave," the last girl said coldly, standing up and turning her face away, seemingly unwilling to look at Chenfen again. Chenfen, leading Zhou Shuwan and Meng Mingwei out of the tent, stood there panting, still angry, before saying to Zhou Shuwan, "Wan, you're right. It's better for us to kick someone like that out of the team as soon as we find out." Zhou Shuwan smiled and patted her shoulder lightly. "Sister Fen, don't worry. Join me for some fun later." Chenfen and Meng Mingwei were both puzzled. Zhou Shuwan smiled mysteriously, looked around, and then led the two girls to hide in a corner behind the tent, secretly peeking out. Chenfen was initially confused, then looked towards the tent where the three girls were. A moment later, the three girls who insisted on leaving Finchia's team actually emerged from the tent furtively and quietly walked out. Chenfen seemed to understand. "Follow them," Zhou Shuan whispered. "Let's go." Chenfen and Meng Mingwei already guessed what she was going to do, and quietly followed behind. Zhou Shuwan and the other two held their breath and quietly approached the tent, observing the situation inside through the gaps. In the dim light, the scene inside the tent made Chenfen gasp. Three girls were laughing and joking with the members of Xiao Lang's team, their behavior intimate and unabashed. One of the girls nestled in a man's arms, his rough hands roaming over her back. Instead of rejecting him, the girl giggled and kissed him on the cheek. "How is it? Finally rid of that burden?" the man asked. The girl smiled shyly. "Of course. Don't you know who we are? We passed the rigorous security team assessment without a hitch, and we can't get rid of that self-righteous old woman, Chenfen." Seeing this, Chenfen trembled with anger. She abruptly stood up, about to rush in. Zhou Shuan quickly grabbed her and gently shook her head. Rushing in now would only alert them. It would do no good. Chenfen then barely managed to suppress her anger and continued listening to the conversation inside. Another girl scoffed, "Chenfen is ridiculous. Everyone says she's so compassionate and righteous, but when the three of us tried to leave, she had the nerve to demand we return all the supplies we used from the team." One of the men's faces darkened. "Is that really true? Isn't it?" the girl sneered. "I didn't want to waste my breath arguing with them, so I had no choice but to agree." The men inside the tent didn't look too pleased, but with such a beautiful woman in their arms, they had to suppress their dissatisfaction and began to grope the girl. "Shameless," Chenfen muttered under her breath. The three observed the situation inside the tent for a while longer, taking in everything, before quietly leaving. Back in the small room of Finchia's team, Chenfen's face was still grim. She paced back and forth, burning with anger. "Xiao Lang's team. I should have suspected them. How dare they poach my members?" She abruptly stopped, looking at Zhou Shuan and Meng Mingwei, her voice filled with indignation. "When we first arrived at the base, supplies were scarce, and we took on 2 missions to find them. We ran into Xiao Lang's team, and they, taking advantage of their numbers, tried to seize our supplies." Chenfen took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "Of course we refused. We argued with them, and they saw we weren't to be trifled with, so they left." She had forgotten about it afterward, never expecting that Xiao Lang's team would hold a grudge and secretly try to recruit members of Finchia's team. She walked up to Zhou Shuwan, bowed deeply, and solemnly thanked her. Wan, thank you. If it weren't for your attentiveness, we probably would have been fooled and kept in the dark." Zhou Shuan smiled wryly and waved her hand. "Sister Fen, you're too kind. I was actually just worried that those girls were sent by the cannibalistic gang leader, so I wanted to follow them to check. Since the cannibalistic gang leader disappeared, there's been no news of him, so I couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, such a powerful enemy is lurking in the shadows." Zhou Shuan still vividly remembered the cannibalistic gang leader's ruthlessness, and she worried that he might make a comeback and pose a threat to the base. Chenfen's expression also became serious. She nodded. "You're right. I have the team members be more careful and pay extra attention to women of unknown origin, especially young and beautiful ones." Meng Mingwei chimed in. "Yes, the base is a mixed bag now, all sorts of people. We really need to be careful." The next morning, the three girls indeed arrived at Finchia's team's small room with some supplies, saying they wanted to return the supplies the team had given them, and then officially leave Finchaw's team. When Sister Hong saw them, she sneered, threw all the supplies they brought on the ground, and pointed at them, cursing, "You bunch of ungrateful wretches. You took the team's supplies to curry favor with men, and now you have the nerve to come back?" She grew angrier with each word, and simply exposed their collusion with Xiao Lang's team. "You think I don't know what you've been up to with those men in Xiao Lang's team? Don't think I don't know what you were doing sneaking into their tents. Shameless." Under everyone's gaze, the three young and beautiful girls blushed, overwhelmed with shame and indignation. Hongjie added fuel to the fire, saying things like one woman serving two husbands, and willingly degrading herself to become Xiao Lang's lapdog, etc. This made the girls blush, tears welling up, but they were powerless to refute her. The surrounding survivors pointed and whispered amongst themselves. "I never thought they were this kind of people. You can never judge a book by its cover. Finchaw's team treated them so well, and they did this." Amidst the condemnation of the crowd, the three girls slunk away from Finchaw's team's room and disappeared into the crowd. Hongjie watched their retreating figures and spat. "Serves them right." Chinfen narrowed her eyes. She never liked to push things to the extreme, always leaving a way out for both sides. However, this incident thoroughly disgusted her. She told Sister Hong, "I already spoken to Wan Wan. Captain Chi is now in charge of all the security squads. These three women are wicked and don't deserve to stay in the squads." Sister Hong nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Wan Wan and Captain Chi are both people who don't tolerate injustice. They definitely throw these black sheep out of the team. They deserve it." She spat on the ground. "Let them know that no matter what, if they dare to do something treacherous, God is always watching, and they won't have a good ending." On a cold winter day, nothing is more comforting and blissful than a steaming hot pot. Zhou Shuwan returned to the Zhou family villa. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng had already prepared the hot pot ingredients. The steaming hot pot, with its fragrant and spicy broth, paired with various fresh vegetables and meats, whetted the appetite. The family sat around the table, eating and chatting in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. "Wan Wan, you went to check on Finchaw's team in Zhongjia. How are things going?" Zhou Jianghai asked with concern. Zhou Shuwan picked up a piece of beef, put it in her mouth, and chewed as she said, "It's all right, but Sister Chinfen has some problems, but it should be manageable." As she spoke, she told Qi Mingyu everything she had seen in the factory. The latter raised an eyebrow slightly. The security team had quite a few members. He was only responsible for overall coordination, rarely interfering with the specific management of the smaller teams or personnel deployments. He said, "I can't believe something like this happened. I go ask about it tomorrow. People's hearts have really gone to the dogs." Grandma Peng's teeth were getting worse and worse. She couldn't chew meat anymore, so she could only eat soft noodles, which tasted quite good with hot pot broth. After the apocalypse, people's hearts have become even worse. There are all kinds of people now. Those girls will definitely regret choosing this path in the future. Chapter 343. I wonder what sweet talk those guys from Xiao Lang's team used to coax them. They definitely suffer if they leave Finchaw's team, Zhong Tiyun added. But what does this have to do with him? Zhou Shuwan thought coldly. Qi Mingyu noticed she was preoccupied, so he casually picked up a piece of beef and put it in her bowl, saying softly, "Why aren't you eating?" Zhou Shuwan smiled at him, picked up the beef, put it in her mouth, and squinted her eyes contentedly. Grandma Peng watched the interaction between the two, her face full of a gratified smile. She picked up her chopsticks, put a piece of fish in Qi Mingyu's bowl, and said, "You should eat more too." Qi Mingyu smiled and nodded, putting the fish in his mouth. The steaming hot pot dispelled the winter chill, and brought the family closer together. After dinner, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu returned to their room. Zhou Shuwan walked to the window, watching the snowflakes fall outside, and sighed softly, "I never be at ease until the leader of the cannibal gang is caught." Qi Mingyu then realized what she was worried about, and went over to gently put his arm around her shoulder. "Don't worry too much, Wan Wan. Even if she really intends to do bad things, in this extreme cold, everyone has to obediently submit to natural disasters." Zhou Shuwan nodded, "That's true." Qi Mingyu continued, "The base found another batch of coal today. Residents in the community can exchange supplies for coal, which will alleviate their immediate worries. By the way, I saw bricks and cement piled up over there in the factory area. Is there another expansion planned?" Zhou Shuwan asked. Qi Mingyu nodded, "Yes. Xiao Xiao is doing his best to ensure the safety of everyone at the base. For that, I admire him very much." Zhou Shuwan smiled. Mingwei accepted Xiao Xiao's proposal. "I was worried they wouldn't make it work, seeing all the ups and downs they had. Maybe they get married after the new factory is built. Chi Mingyu's eyes flickered, but he only hugged her tighter, saying nothing. The extreme cold seemed to have settled at minus 60 degrees Celsius. For several days, the temperature didn't drop further, even after 2 more blizzards. News came from Chen Fen's team that the 3 girls, who voluntarily left the team, had been removed from the security force. Zhou Shuan hadn't heard Chi Mingyu mention this before, so she asked him about it as soon as he returned that evening. The other party nodded, stating matter-of-factly, "I already had someone investigate." The Xiaolang team does indeed like to recruit valuable individuals, constantly stirring up trouble within the base, their presence extremely strong. Since arriving at the base a year ago, they used the same methods to recruit over 20 people with special talents. Normally, this isn't the security team's business, and civilian organizations have their freedom. As long as it's harmless, we can turn a blind eye. But those 3 female team members were hand-picked by the security team. If their character is flawed, how can they perform their duties well? There was another point Chi Mingyu didn't mention. If the Xiaolang team asked these 3 female team members to use their authority to harm the base, would they comply? With such flawed character, not only would others distrust them, but even Chi Mingyu himself would no longer trust them. These 3 female team members thought they had found a powerful backer, ruthlessly abandoning the Finxia team that had taken them in during their time of need. They never expected things to turn out this way. In the blink of an eye, they were expelled from the security team. Then, Xiao Lang's team immediately changed their tune, robbing them of all their supplies and expelling them from the squad, making them the laughingstock of the community. Zhou Shuan, of course, wouldn't let these people bother her. When the temperature stabilized at minus 60 degrees Celsius, she suddenly became restless, even demanding that the whole family ventilate the house regularly, opening a small crack in the windows of the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom every morning and evening to let the air circulate. To be honest, the indoor temperature was relatively warm, but once the windows were open, it felt chilly all around. The family even had to wear down jackets to endure the unbearable half-hour of ventilation. In addition, she required everyone in the family to wear masks. They had to wear them not only while eating but also while sleeping and resting. Except for Grandma Pang and Moo Moo, everyone else in the family had to go to work, and she required those going to work to wear masks at all times and to thoroughly disinfect themselves upon returning home. She prepared an ultraviolet disinfection lamp, which she installed on the balcony. After returning home, she changed her clothes and placed them on the balcony for disinfection. She also disinfected her body with alcohol before changing into clean pajamas. This whole process made the whole family anxious. Perhaps for this reason, Grandma Pang soon fell ill. Grandma Pang was getting on in years, and had spent several years in the apocalypse. Although the whole family took meticulous care of her and provided her with the most comprehensive nutrition possible, she still fell ill in the extreme cold. Not just Grandma Pang, but within a few days, everyone in the base, from the elderly to children to young adults, generally contracted the flu. Fever, runny nose, cough, hoarse throat. Starting the night Grandma Pang developed a fever, Zhou Shuan quickly took out the mugwort she had stockpiled and began fumigating the house. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun had heard her mention it a few times before, and they found it strange when they saw her hoarding such a large quantity of mugwort. Seeing this, their expressions changed. Zhong Tiyun asked softly, "Wan, what's going on?" Zhou Shuan's expression was grave. "I'm not sure, but Grandma's symptoms are similar to." Her gaze swept over Moo Moo, who had been listening intently, and she swallowed the words she was about to say, whispering, "Similar to a disease I've seen before. It's a flu that breaks out during extremely cold periods, scientifically called the Prader virus. This virus is highly contagious and very difficult to cure. It attacks everyone indiscriminately, from the elderly to children. There's no specific cure." Later, after so many deaths, people noticed that mugwort has a certain inhibitory effect on this virus. Although it doesn't have a cure-all effect, long-term consumption and disinfection can suppress the virus's activity. It can cause a large number of deaths? Chi Mingyu repeated. Zhou Shuan nodded, yes. Just like the coronavirus we had before, it attacks different organs, causing strong viral reactions, such as persistent high fever, dry and sore throat, loss of taste, persistent cough, lung damage, difficulty breathing, etc. The most serious consequence is white lung, which can be fatal. Before the apocalypse, people had various advanced medical equipment and a full range of medicines, which might have been able to resist it. But now, hospitals are even struggling to have a full supply of the most common antibiotics. There's no better way than to tough it out. Zhong Tiyun listened with extreme anxiety, turning to look at Grandma Pang lying unconscious on the bed, What about your grandma? Is there any way? Zhou Shuan took a deep breath. Yes, it's what I said. Consume mugwort, fumigate the house with mugwort to suppress the virus as much as possible, and then treat it using conventional methods for treating viruses. Chapter 344. She smiled, feigning ease. It's all right. I'm practically a half-baked traditional Chinese medicine practitioner now, able to diagnose and treat acupuncture. We have all sorts of medicines, including various high-grade antibiotics. There's definitely a way to save Grandma. Her gaze swept over everyone in the room, but she didn't say the rest. Actually, it wasn't just Grandma Pang, everyone else was in danger. Because the Prez virus is highly contagious, it could be transmitted through simple contact. Since they lived and ate together, if Grandma Pang was infected, everyone else would definitely be infected too. It's just that Grandma Pang had the weakest immune system among them, so she was the first to show symptoms. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu, Mumu, from now on, we eat and sleep separately to minimize the spread. Mom, I give you some mugwort later, try to make it into food for us. The rest of you can fumigate the house together. Okay. The family quickly sprang into action. Zhou Shuan sat beside Grandma Pang, closely observing her physical changes. Qi Mingyu, wearing a mask, walked over, his eyes heavy with suppressed emotion. He said softly to Zhou Shuan, Wan, it's too dangerous. Let me take care of Grandma. You can go out. Zhou Shuan gently grasped his hand and smiled. I couldn't be too blunt in front of Mumu just now. But actually, I had this virus in my past life too. There was no cure back then. Later, I heard that mugwort was effective, but all I had were mutated potatoes. Where could I find any mugwort? So I toughed it out. I used ice to bring down my fever and drank hot water to relieve my cough. Maybe I was just lucky, I actually survived. Qi Mingyu's heart ached more and more as he listened, his jaw tightening, his large hand gripping hers tightly. So, I'm more experienced than you. You go out, I stay here to take care of Grandma. Qi Mingyu paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, together. Okay. Zhou Shuan knew he was worried, so she didn't refuse. The room was filled with the musty smell of mugwort. A moment later, Zhong Tian knocked on the door, and brought in 2 bowls of mugwort soup. To preserve its maximum medicinal effect, Zhong Tian had only washed the mugwort before boiling it in a porcelain pot used for brewing Chinese medicine, then divided it into bowls for each person. The taste could only be described as the usual taste of Chinese medicine. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu both drank the mugwort soup in one gulp. Zhou Shuan then spoke, actually, I thought Grandma would get it later. Viruses like SARS don't just have one outbreak, they have several cycles. The virus will only weaken and gradually disappear once everyone has developed antibodies. With each outbreak, the virus's virulence weakens. Therefore, the mortality rate for the first wave of infections is very high. In her previous life, the Prez virus appeared when the temperature stabilized and stopped dropping. So, in this life, after confirming the temperature would remain constant, Zhou Shuan immediately took various preventative measures, but unexpectedly, she still couldn't prevent Grandma Pang from getting infected. Grandma Pang had a persistent high fever. When her fever reached 39 degrees Celsius, Zhou Shuan didn't wait any longer and gave her fever-reducing medication. Half an hour later, Grandma Pang's fever subsided. However, she was soaked in sweat. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu helped Grandma Pang change into clean pajamas, and also changed the sheets and blankets. Zhou Shuan had stockpiled some mugwort liquid, so she took out in 4 drip and started administering it and glucose to Grandma Pang. She didn't want to go to the hospital, so she asked someone to arrange a day off for her. Soon, in the middle of the night, Grandma Pang's temperature rose to 39 degrees Celsius. Zhou Shuan gave her fever-reducing medication. Qi Mingyu knew that both of them staying up all night like this would lower their immunity, so he forced Zhou Shuan to go back and rest. He would wake her up when Grandma Pang's fever spiked again. Fever-reducing medication usually takes effect within half an hour, and then the fever will return after 2 to 4 hours. Zhou Shuan noticed the bloodshot eyes in Qi Mingyu's eyes, and knew he was worried about her, so she didn't refuse. She went back to her room to rest. She set her alarm for 2 hours later, and fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, the alarm woke her up. She went to Grandma Pang's room, and found that Grandma Pang's temperature had risen again. Qi Mingyu was patiently trying to lower her temperature using physical methods. Her temperature is rising too fast. Zhou Shuan frowned. She can't take any more fever reducers. Fever reducers are usually given every 4 hours, and no more than 4 times a day. Qi Mingyu was very worried. What should we do? Should we take Grandma to the hospital? Zhou Shuwan shook her head. Grandma only had a fever for one night. She's still in the early stages of the virus. Right now, her only symptom is fever. Don't rush. Let's try again at home. If we go to the hospital, there's the risk of cross-infection with various viruses, which isn't safe. Besides, we won't be able to explain how we stockpiled the mugwort liquid, nor will we be able to tell the doctor why we used it. Qi Mingyu hadn't considered this. Furthermore, the hospital doesn't have MRI or X-ray equipment right now. The treatment there would be the same as now, conservative treatment. Qi Mingyu nodded. Okay, let's try again at home. Zhou Shuan took out a small bottle and a syringe from her spatial storage. This is a hormone medication that works for most types of flu. I'm going to inject Grandma with 2 milligrams to bring the fever down first. Okay. Zhou Shuan pushed the hormone into the 4 bottle above. She also continued to help Grandma Pang lower her fever physically, carefully pricking several acupoints with a fine needle. After another half hour, Grandma Pang's high fever subsided, and she slept peacefully. Zhou Shuan wiped the sweat from her brow, delighted. The medicine's working. Now we just have to wait for Grandma's immune system to defeat these viruses. Qi Mingyu took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her face, then hugged her tightly, whispering, "Thank you, Wan Wan." Zhou Shuan patted his shoulder, optimistically saying, "Grandma will definitely wake up tomorrow. Don't worry too much. Grandma is very strong, not as fragile as you think. Go get some sleep. I just rested, so I take care of Grandma for now." Qi Mingyu didn't leave the room, but sat down in a chair and closed his eyes to rest. Zhou Shuan knew his worries, so she didn't try to persuade him further, simply sitting down beside him. As soon as she sat down, Qi Mingyu's large hand reached out and gently grasped hers. Zhou Shuan was startled, turning her head to look. She saw that he was still with his eyes closed, only his large hand holding hers firmly. She smiled slightly and returned his grip. Finally, the next morning, Grandma Pang's fever had subsided. She regained consciousness, sitting up weakly, and smiled at Qi Mingyu. "Xiao Yu, what's wrong with Grandma?" Qi Mingyu quickly looked her up and down. "Grandma, do you feel unwell?" He was pleased, looking at Zhou Shuan. "Wan Wan, the medicine is working." Zhou Shuan nodded with a smile, went over, and took Grandma Pang's temperature again, 37.1 degrees Celsius. Chapter 345. Grandma Pang seemed to be in good spirits, and Qi Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma Pang's worries, however, did not lessen. Although her fever had subsided, this was only due to the effects of hormones. The virus was still raging in Grandma Pang's body, and her immune system was fighting desperately. Suppressing the high fever with hormones only maintained a superficial calm. The danger was not over. Zhou Shuan had been closely monitoring Grandma Pang's condition, administering hormones for 2 consecutive days. On the 3rd day, Grandma Pang's various vital signs stabilized, and Zhou Shuan stopped administering the hormones. Grandma Pang did not experience a relapse. Until the next morning, Grandma Pang's temperature remained stable, but she began to cough, develop a dry and hoarse throat, and even became unable to speak. Cough, cough, cough. Grandma Pang coughed laboriously. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, seeing this, anxiously gathered around. They were also worried, so they both wore masks as they entered. "Grandma Pang, how are you? Where does it hurt?" Zhong Tiyun asked with concern, gently patting Grandma Pang's back. Zhou Shuan quickly poured a glass of warm water and held it to Grandma Pang's lips. "Grandma, have some water." Grandma Pang took the glass and sipped it slowly, moistening her dry throat, but she still couldn't speak, only gesturing with her hands. "Wanwan, what's wrong with your grandma? Can this virus cause someone to lose their voice?" Zhou Jianhai asked anxiously, turning to look at Zhou Shuan, his eyes full of worry. Zhou Shuan smiled reassuringly at Zhou Jianhai. "Dad, don't worry. Grandma has a sore throat caused by a viral infection. Once the virus subsides, she'll be able to speak again." The whole family was overjoyed. This was a sign that the virus had subsided. These past few days, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had been exhausted from caring for Grandma Pang, their eyes showing faint dark circles. Qi Mingyu said to Zhou Shuan with concern, "Shuan, go and rest for a while. I take care of Grandma." Zhou Shuan shook her head and said softly, "It's okay, I'm not tired." She turned to Grandma Pang and said gently, "Grandma, you should rest well. I make you some rock sugar pear soup to soothe your throat." Before she finished speaking, Zhong Tiyun had already stood up. "Go ahead, you've been working too hard these past few days. Go and rest." She immediately went to the kitchen. She skillfully peeled and chopped the pears, put them in a pot, added rock sugar and enough water, covered the pot, and began to simmer over low heat. Wisps of steam wafted from the gaps in the lid, carrying a faint, sweet aroma. These past few days, the whole family has been closely monitoring Grandma Peng's diet, trying different light and easily digestible foods for her. In this situation, boosting immunity is the most important thing. However, before they could even relax, that evening, Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu all started developing fevers, with symptoms exactly the same as Grandma Peng's. "Sister, I think I have a fever too," Mu Mu said weakly, her face pale, and touched her forehead, which was burning hot. Zhou Shuan's heart sank. She quickly took out a thermometer and measured the temperatures of Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu. As expected, all three had fevers above 39 degrees Celsius, with Mu Mu's temperature even higher, reaching 39.8 degrees Celsius. The Prader virus is highly virulent, and the high fevers it causes are generally above 39 degrees Celsius. She dared not be careless, immediately administering mugwort infusions and fumigating the house, filling the entire villa with a strong mugwort aroma. Qi Mingyu also busied himself in the kitchen, boiling a large pot of mugwort water and placing it all on the table. "You have to force yourself to drink it, even if you can't," Zhou Shuan said firmly, distributing bowls of the strongly scented mugwort-infused medicine to everyone. "This is too bitter." Mu Mu, weak from a high fever, sat limply in a chair, but still reluctantly picked up her bowl, sipping it slowly. Zhong Tiyun wasn't much better off, forcing herself to drink it all in one gulp, then letting out a long sigh and complaining, "This tastes awful." Zhou Jianhai also looked pained, but he said nothing, silently finishing his bowl of mugwort soup. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu also drank several large bowls of mugwort water every day to boost their immunity. Qi Mingyu picked up the bowl, not even flinching, and drank it all in one gulp. Then he poured Zhou Shuan a bowl. Zhou Shuan drank it without changing her expression. In her past life, she lay listlessly in the greenhouse, listening to others discuss the preciousness of mugwort. Some resourceful people had already obtained mugwort, and were boiling it to share with their families. At that time, she was shivering uncontrollably, feeling as if she were being torn apart, desperately longing for an angel to descend from heaven and give her a bowl of mugwort water. Recalling the past, Zhou Shuan smiled faintly. Fortunately, that time of despair had finally passed. These past few days, she and Qi Mingyu hadn't gone out to take care of Grandma Peng, but they had heard that more and more people at the base were getting sick, and the hospital was overcrowded. Without effective medicine, the doctors were helpless, and could only treat patients using conventional methods. Even fever reducers were scarce, they could only encourage patients to use physical methods to lower their temperature. Xiao Xiao reacted quickly, announcing several methods for rapidly lowering fever using acupressure and alcohol via the base's public address system. She also shared several medications that doctors deemed potentially useful after consultation, encouraging families to seek them out themselves instead of relying on the hospital. Zhou Shuan sat by her parents' bedsides, listening intently to the fever-reducing methods broadcast repeatedly on the loudspeaker, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on the window. More and more people at the base were developing high fevers. How could she discreetly deliver the mugwort she had collected to the hospital, benefiting more people without revealing herself? When she initially stockpiled the mugwort, she had indeed considered profiting from the demand, but now, that thought had vanished. She wasn't actually a greedy person. The supplies she had stored in her spatial storage were enough for her family. What she wanted, the base didn't have. Therefore, she wanted to offer this batch of mugwort free of charge to the seriously ill. Qi Mingyu brought in the freshly brewed mugwort water, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I think of a way." Night fell, and the base was shrouded in silence. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu put on their air-conditioned suits, and quietly left the villa. Qi Mingyu knew the base's surveillance layout like the back of his hand. He skillfully led Zhou Shuan through the various buildings, cleverly avoiding all the surveillance cameras. Blind spots are usually at the back of buildings or around corners, and the maintenance and updates to the surveillance cameras aren't very frequent, Qi Mingyu explained to Zhou Shuan in a low voice as they walked. Chapter 346. They arrived at the back entrance of the hospital. It was a secluded, dimly lit area without any security cameras. Zhou Shuan took out a box of mugwort from her spatial storage and placed it on the ground. She then took out several printed A4 sheets of paper. These sheets contained methods for resisting the Prader virus, compiled from her memories of her past life, including the effects and uses of mugwort, and some feasible treatment plans under post-apocalyptic conditions. Zhou Shuan placed the printed papers on top of the mugwort, and weighed them down with a brick to prevent them from being blown away. After doing all this, the two quickly left the hospital's back entrance and disappeared into the night. The next morning, a cleaning worker discovered the pile of mugwort at the hospital's back entrance. He rubbed his eyes in surprise, thinking he was seeing things. He walked over and, seeing the A4 sheets of paper, was even more puzzled. He immediately reported the matter to the hospital director. The hospital director received the printed paper, carefully studied it, and found the content detailed, logical, and well-founded. Given the disinfectant properties of mugwort, he didn't dare delay and immediately reported it to the base, inviting several medical experts for consultation. After discussion, the experts unanimously agreed that, given the current lack of other medications, mugwort could be tried as a treatment, at least without side effects. Therefore, the hospital began trying to treat several seriously ill patients with mugwort. They boiled mugwort in water, had the patients drink it, and used the mugwort water to wipe their bodies for disinfection. Because Zhou Xuan had collected very little mugwort liquid, it wasn't used. The hospital could only use this primitive method for the time being. A few days later, a surprising result appeared. The patients who drank the mugwort water gradually had their high fever subside, and their conditions improved significantly. The news spread rapidly throughout the base, exciting everyone. Upon learning of this, Xiao Xiao immediately ordered that half of the mugwort Zhou Xuan had sent be given to the hospital, and the other half distributed to the various factories, ensuring that everyone drank at least 3 bowls of mugwort water daily, and that the factories be thoroughly disinfected. As for those like Zhou Xuan who didn't live in the factories, they were also given some mugwort per person to brew and consume at home. People at the base discussed the seemingly out-of-the-way mugwort, curious about its origin. Some speculated it was secretly cultivated by the base's higher-ups, while others said it was an anonymous donation from a kind person. Various rumors circulated within the base, but none provided any concrete clues, and ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Zhou Xuan had no time to pay attention to these rumors. She was extremely anxious, because Mu Mu's symptoms were much more severe than those of the rest of the family. His high fever persisted, his cough was incessant, and his breathing was rapid. Even more terrifying, a large amount of phlegm had accumulated in his body, causing a rattling sound in his chest with each breath, a chilling audible strain. Zhou Xuan had witnessed too many patients suffocate to death from phlegm blocking their trachea in her previous life. She couldn't let Mu Mu suffer the same fate. She acted decisively, taking out a portable expectorant machine from her spatial storage. This small, easy-to-use machine was a medical supply she had specially prepared before the apocalypse. She skillfully connected the suction tube to the machine, carefully inserted it into Mu Mu's trachea, and started the machine. The machine emitted a soft hum as it began to work, slowly suctioning out the phlegm from Mu Mu's body. After completing this, Zhou Xuan took out a prepared expectorant solution from her spatial storage, connected it to an 4-drip, and began administering an intravenous infusion to Mu Mu. She stayed by Mu Mu's side without stopping, closely monitoring his condition. Qi Mingyu watched her busy figure, his heart aching. He gently took Zhou Xuan's hand and whispered, "Wan, you should go and rest for a while. I watch over Mu Mu." Zhou Xuan shook her head, her eyes resolute. "I'm fine. Mu Mu's condition is very dangerous right now. I must stay by his side every step of the way." 2 days later, Mu Mu's condition finally improved. The high fever subsided, the cough lessened, and his breathing became steady. Zhou Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning wearily against the back of her chair and closing her eyes to rest. For the past few days, the Zhou family villa had been filled with the strong smell of mugwort, and coughs echoed everywhere. Especially the pungent smell of burning mugwort made it even worse. Having no other choice, she had Grandma Pang, Zhou Jianhai, and Mu Mu, who were coughing severely, put on air-conditioned clothing and temporarily moved them to the 3rd floor. Wearing a mask, she meticulously disinfected every corner of the 2nd floor with mugwort water, then opened the windows to ventilate the room. Only after the unpleasant smell dissipated did she allow the 3 to return to the 2nd floor. With many sick people in the house, Zhou Xuan was extremely busy, both physically and mentally exhausted. The prolonged fatigue and high stress had likely pushed her body to its limit. Finally, after Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Jianhai, and Mu Mu's condition stabilized, Zhou Xuan collapsed. Late at night, Qi Mingyu was half asleep when he suddenly heard a soft groan coming from Zhou Xuan's room. He woke up instantly, sitting up abruptly. He found Zhou Xuan curled up on the bed, pale-faced, her brows furrowed, groaning in pain. Qi Mingyu rushed to the bedside and gently called, Wan. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed her body was very hot. He reached out and touched her forehead, burning hot. His heart sank, and he quickly got up to get a thermometer. The thermometer read 39.7 degrees Celsius. Only 0.1 degrees lower than Mumu's previous highest fever. Chi Mingyu remained calm. During this time, he had been helping Zhou Shuan care for the family's sick, accumulating considerable experience and becoming thoroughly familiar with the symptoms and treatment of the Protervia virus. He knew that a high fever must be controlled promptly. He skillfully took out the fever reducer and fed it to Zhou Shuan, saying, "Wan, take your medicine." A high fever is extremely painful for an adult, especially the excruciating pain of being run over by a car. Zhou Shuan glanced at him weakly, then closed her eyes and struggled to swallow the medicine, letting out a very soft hot. Chi Mingyu felt a pang of heartache and changed her blanket. He then connected her to an IV drip and slowly injected the mugwort liquid into her veins. After doing all this, he sat by the bed, holding Zhou Shuan's hand, quietly watching over her. Fortunately, the fever reducer worked well. Within half an hour, Zhou Shuan began to sweat profusely. Chi Mingyu didn't dare close his eyes all night, wiping her sweat, changing her clothes, and setting an alarm to take her temperature every hour. Zhou Shuan was in pain all over, and didn't sleep soundly, only vaguely knowing that Chi Mingyu was taking care of her. She vaguely thought that her mother was right, that Xiaoyu was someone she could entrust her life to. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious before she suddenly woke up. Chapter 347. Chi Mingyu sat up with delight when he saw her awake. Stubble from not shaving all night made him look somewhat haggard, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Wan, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? Is anything bothering you?" Zhou Shuan smiled slightly, shook her head, and said weakly, "I'm fine, just a little tired." She looked around and saw that the sky outside was beginning to brighten. She couldn't tell if it was the light from the snow or the sunrise. A faint scent of mugwort filled the room. She asked, "How long did I sleep?" "A whole night," Chi Mingyu replied with a hint of relief, pouring her a glass of warm water. "It's just getting light." Zhou Shuan took the glass, drank a few sips to moisten her dry throat, and then asked, "How are Mom, Dad, and Mumu?" "How are they?" "They're all better," Chi Mingyu said softly. "Mumu was very energetic last night and wanted to come see you, but we were worried about reinfection, so we didn't let him in. He was very upset." Zhou Shuan smiled, finally feeling completely relieved. She struggled to sit up, and Chi Mingyu quickly helped her, placing a pillow behind her back to make her more comfortable. "Are you hungry?" Chi Mingyu asked, his eyes gentle. "I go give you something to eat." Zhou Shuan nodded. A little hungry. However, without Chi Mingyu going to the kitchen, she took out a small bowl and a small dish from her spatial storage. A small bowl of millet porridge and a small dish of pickled cucumbers. She felt her mouth was tasteless and wanted something flavorful. Chi Mingyu then carefully fed Zhou Shuan the millet porridge. A smile flickered in Zhou Shuan's eyes. She obediently opened her mouth and sipped the porridge slowly, the warmth spreading from her stomach, making her feel much better. However, the pickled cucumbers seemed to lack flavor. They tasted bland. After finishing the porridge, Chi Mingyu went to the kitchen and brought back a bowl of mugwort water. "Drink this too." Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, pinched her nose, and drank the strongly scented mugwort-infused medicine in one gulp. After putting down the bowl, she smacked her lips. "It's strange, this time the mugwort doesn't taste so bitter. You're sick now, so you have no taste in your mouth. That's actually a good thing. It won't prevent you from taking your medicine." Chi Mingyu smiled and tucked her in. Illness comes like a landslide, but recovery is slow and gradual. Zhou Shuan felt utterly exhausted, so she asked Chi Mingyu to get her a clean set of pajamas to change into. Then she laid down to rest. "You should go and rest for a while too," she said, turning to Chi Mingyu with a hint of worry in her voice. "You've been working so hard this past week. Be careful your body doesn't give out." Chi Mingyu smiled and nodded, sitting down beside her and taking her hand. "Okay, I sleep after you've fallen asleep." Zhou Shuan didn't have the energy to keep up with him. After reminding him to rest more, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chi Mingyu gazed at her tenderly. He was indeed very tired, but now Wan needed him, and he would persevere to the end, even if it meant doing so willingly. When she woke up again, the sun was shining brightly outside, and the room was warm and cozy. Zhou Shuan felt much better. Her symptoms were much milder, though her throat was still a little dry and she felt weak. Chi Mingyu was no longer in the room. Zhou Shuan called out, and heard Chi Mingyu's voice coming from the living room. "Wan, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Zhou Shuan responded and got out of bed, going to the living room. Grandma Pang was sitting on the sofa, watching cartoons with Mumu. Both were wearing masks and looked to be in good spirits. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. Seeing Zhou Shuan come out, the whole family was happy. Wanwan, why did you get out of bed? How are you feeling? Zhong Tiyun quickly put down what she was doing, went to her side, and asked with concern, is there anything else that's bothering you? Zhou Shuan smiled, and shook her head, then coughed twice. It's cold outside, come back inside. You and Xiao Yu took care of us before, you must be tired, now we take care of you, Zhong Tiyun said hurriedly. Knowing her family's concern, Zhou Shuan had no choice but to reluctantly return to her bedroom. Qi Mingyu had just gone to the bathroom to wash her clothes. Seeing that she was awake, he wiped his hands, hung the clothes to dry, and then hurried back to the bedroom, scolding, why did you get out of bed? You need to rest properly. It's cold outside, what if you catch a chill? Zhou Shuan sighed softly, I slept for a whole day and night, even lying down for a little longer makes my bones ache. Seeing her resentful look, Qi Mingyu couldn't help but smile and ruffle her fluffy head, I know, then just stay inside and don't go out, okay? His tone was like coaxing a child. Zhou Shuan didn't show it on her face, but she actually enjoyed his pampering and affection. She held his hand rather affectionately, and walked around the room a few times. Dinner was sumptuous, but Zhou Shuan had no appetite. She couldn't taste anything. She then realized that her sense of taste had failed her, just like her father's symptoms. She was somewhat distressed, but the after-effects of this viral infection could only be healed slowly over time. Qi Mingyu had excellent physical condition and a high immunity, and had not experienced symptoms such as fever. Half a month later, Zhou Jianhai's family had almost fully recovered. Zhou Shuan, except for her loss of taste, had also returned to normal. However, to be on the safe side, Zhou Shuan still insisted on fumigating the house with mugwort every day for disinfection, and the family continued to drink water boiled with mugwort. At the base, not everyone among the first batch of people infected with the virus was so lucky. Those with weaker constitutions and lacking medicine died painfully from high fever and severe coughing. They accounted for a full third of the infected population at the base. These corpses were difficult to handle in the freezing cold. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to order gasoline to be poured on the corpses and burn them to reduce the spread of the virus. Since the extreme cold, people had rarely seen such large flames. The magnificent firelight on the horizon was like a farewell song. The families of the deceased patients stood silently, bidding a heartfelt farewell to their loved ones. The remaining two-thirds of the infected survived only because of the batch of mugwort Zhou Shuan anonymously sent. Although the base consistently required people to wear masks when entering and leaving, this was ultimately insufficient. In the enclosed space of the factory, with large numbers of people gathered together and poor air circulation, the virus spread faster than imagined. Almost 90% of the people were infected with the Prazox virus. Only a very small number remained uninfected due to special physical conditions or extra precautions. Zhou Shuan looked at the still fluttering snowflakes outside the window and sighed softly. In her past life, during the rampant spread of the Prazox virus, she was bedridden for a full month due to a lack of medicine and treatment, which devastated her. For the next few years, she remained weak and prone to colds and coughs. This gave Lin Yuang and Wu Shanshan an opportunity to exploit her. In this life, thanks to the supplies in her spatial dimension and prior precautions, she and her family were able to safely weather this crisis. She walked to the table, picked up a cup of warm mugwort water, and took a small sip. The delicate aroma of mugwort filled her mouth, its bitter taste bringing her a sense of peace. She looked at Mumu, who was practicing martial arts with her father, her eyes filled with tenderness. Mugwort water, used for fumigation day and night, became the most effective method for combating the Prazox virus at the base. Those infected with the Prazox virus develop antibodies, thus becoming immune to the virus, a blessing in disguise. After recovering her health, Zhou Shuan returned to work at the hospital as usual. The clinic was sparsely populated with patients, just a handful, all wearing masks, clutching their chests, and coughing intermittently. Zhou Shuan calmly took their pulses and prescribed some common cold medicine. She had some talent for medicine, and because of this virus outbreak, she had seen many second and third waves of infected patients. Without fever reducers, she learned acupuncture from senior doctors at the hospital to reduce fever and relieve pain. Without suitable medication, she used moxibustion and massage to alleviate patients' symptoms. Over time, her medical skills improved rapidly. That day, Zhou Shuan had just finished seeing her last patient and was preparing to pack up and leave when an elderly doctor with gray hair walked in. He removed his mask, revealing a kind face. "Little Zhou, your acupuncture and massage skills have improved remarkably lately. Our equipment, instruments, and medicines are incomplete right now. Often, we have to rely on these to alleviate patients' suffering. You've been doing very well lately. Zhou Shuan quickly stood up, smiling modestly. Dr. Wang, you flatter me. I've been learning from the experienced doctors. Dr. Wang was a senior traditional Chinese medicine doctor at the base hospital, very experienced, even more skilled than Qi Mingyu's distant relative. He thought highly of Zhou Shuan, often taking her under his wing to instruct her, never holding back his knowledge. Zhou Shuan was very grateful to him. After exchanging a few words of laughter, the two left the hospital and went home. Because of the cold weather, many people treated the outside as a natural refrigerator. Fresh meat, vegetables, and even some cooked food were frozen outside, greatly extending their shelf life. By the time most of those infected by the second wave of the virus had recovered, only a very few died due to underlying health conditions. The base, once quiet and desolate, returned to its usual bustling atmosphere, filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. When Zhou Shu returned home, it happened to be Mid-Autumn Festival, and Zhong Tian wanted to celebrate the holiday properly. She and Grandma Peng had started preparing to make mooncakes a few days earlier. They had an oven, fillings, and pastry, so making them wasn't difficult. However, because of the cold weather, the oven temperature didn't rise high enough, resulting in mooncakes that were a bit pale and didn't look very appealing, but they tasted quite good. These mooncakes don't look very appetizing, but they're soft and chewy, not bad. Grandma Peng said with a smile, taking a bite of a mooncake. Zhong Tian also took a bite and nodded. It's really good, just a bit sweet. Zhou Shuan also tried one. She had a variety of fruits in her spatial storage, so she took out a few fresh strawberries, placed them on a small plate, and ate them with mooncakes. Grandma, you should try these strawberries too, they're so fresh. She pushed the small plate towards Grandma Peng. Grandma Peng's eyes lit up when she saw the bright red strawberries, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, where did these strawberries come from? In this cold weather, there are still such fresh strawberries. Someone at the base grows them in the greenhouse, and I specially exchanged a few for them," Zhou Shuan said with a smile. The greenhouse at the base? I remember the vegetable yield there is very low, yet they can grow strawberries. Grandma Peng was somewhat surprised. Zhou Shuan's eyes flickered, and she explained, the yield of the mutated strawberries there is indeed low, but the taste is quite good. She didn't say much more. Actually, these strawberries all came from her spatial storage. Grandma Peng didn't go out, so she didn't investigate further. She ate a strawberry, and thought it was almost identical to what she ate before the apocalypse. She had been ill, and her health was actually quite poor, her memory and energy had declined. She only asked a few questions about the strawberry before forgetting about it. She got tired of mooncakes after a few. Zhong Tiyun then mentioned that they had almost finished eating the dumplings and buns her family used to make over the years, so they were taking this opportunity to make more. In their detached villa, no one could see the details of their home. Therefore, the family had a clear division of labor, chopping fillings, cutting radish shreds, cooking red beans, and so on. Finally, they chose 5 fillings: red bean paste, pork and shepherd's purse, pork and cabbage, chives and egg, and shrimp and spinach, and then made dumplings and buns accordingly. Zhou Jianhai placed 3 simple iron stoves in the yard. He and Qi Mingyu were in charge of the fires, while Zhou Shuan and the others were responsible for wrapping and steaming the buns. Because all 3 stoves in the yard were burning brightly, the temperature wasn't too cold, so the family wore warm down jackets and busied themselves. They moved quickly and happily. The steamed buns, steaming hot, emitted an enticing aroma. Zhong Tian picked one up with chopsticks and placed it on the sheet spread on the snow. The steaming bun instantly froze into a hard lump upon contact with the cold sheet. That's good. When we want to eat them, we can just thaw and steam them again, Zhong Tian said with a smile, her eyes crinkling. The dumplings didn't even need to be boiled. After wrapping them, they were also tossed onto the sheet to freeze into solid blocks before being stored away. After a whole day of work, the family had frozen about 1,000 buns and dumplings, enough to last for several months. Night fell, and the stars twinkled. The Zhou family, having worked all day, sat around the table, enjoying a bowl of salty cornmeal noodle soup with steaming hot buns, chatting and laughing. The so-called salty cornmeal noodle soup was made by mixing cornmeal into a paste, adding boiling water, and then adding finely shredded kelp, soaked sweet potato noodles, various meatballs, and finally cabbage leaves. It was then seasoned with soy sauce, light soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, chicken bouillon, and salt, resulting in a fragrant pot. This was a must-have savory soup in J-City households when steaming buns. It was a perfect match with the buns. The whole family loved it. Grandma Pang was a very good cook. She made this simple savory soup flavorful, tangy, and spicy, making it very enjoyable to eat. Everyone ate without looking up. Especially Moo Moo, who drank 3 large bowls of the soup before stopping. Even Zhou Shuwan found the soup delicious. Chapter 348. On the second-floor terrace of the villa, a biting wind howled and snowflakes danced in the air. Zhou Shuwan, dressed in comfortable, warm loungewear, held a steaming cup of ginger tea with brown sugar in her hand. Gazing at the snow-covered base in the distance, she recalled her past life, overwhelmed with emotion. Qi Mingyu came out of the house, carrying a thick fleece blanket. He gently draped it over Zhou Shuwan's shoulders, and said softly, "You've been feeling cold ever since you recovered. Why didn't you wear more?" Zhou Shuwan turned around and smiled at him. "It's all right. I feel much better today." She had started her period yesterday, so she had some abdominal pain today. She took a sip of the ginger tea, and the warmth spread from her stomach, dispelling the chill. Qi Mingyu knew about her ailment. He sat down beside her, his warm hands patiently resting on her lower abdomen. Zhou Shuwan naturally leaned against his broad shoulders, gazing absently at the snow-covered landscape outside. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Shuwan asked. "I'm wondering how that prophet is doing now." According to Qi Mingyu, the prophet didn't live long in her previous life, so she didn't give many prophecies. She was definitely sent to the capital, but I don't know the specifics. Qi Mingyu was also worried about his comrades and superiors. "When we went south that time, I discovered that all the troops we were stationed at were gone. I guess that due to the emergency, they were urgently transferred to the capital or other places for rescue. So, in their haste, they left behind some heavy weapons, which the local cannibalistic gangs picked up. I heard from Xiao Xiao that our contact with the north has been completely severed. Actually, ever since the acid rain suits were delivered the year before last, our contact with the north has weakened considerably, and many messages are not transmitted in time," Qi Mingyu said slowly. Zhou Shuwan, having lived at the very bottom of society in her previous life, knew nothing of these matters, and was thus bewildered, only able to guess, perhaps something happened. Qi Mingyu nodded, possibly. Zhou Shuwan then asked, "How do we usually contact the higher-ups?" Qi Mingyu explained, initially, radio waves were still usable, but later, likely due to the disruption of the Earth's magnetic field, communication ceased, and we now send people directly. However, the risks on the road are too great. Each time the higher-ups send people down, it's almost always the military, especially for items like air-conditioned clothing, cacti, and mutated potatoes. Dozens of large trucks carrying heavy weaponry are deployed. This year, we've been at the new base, but it seems J-City hasn't made any further contact. This matter weighed heavily on Xiao Xiao's mind. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I just arrived, and Mom said she wants to take some time to cook more food. I ask you how much supplies you have left in your space." The topic was too heavy, and after a few words, Qi Mingyu changed the subject, asking her. Zhou Shuwan said, "When we were steaming buns that day, I checked my storage space. Most of the food we made during the flood has been used up, but we haven't eaten much of the takeout. There's still quite a bit left." "Okay, then let's replenish this cooked food." Suddenly having something to do, Zhou Shuwan perked up considerably. In the years since the apocalypse, most of the meals she made during the flood have been eaten, with even more takeout left over. However, her storage space is for preservation, so there's no need to worry about the food spoiling. Let's start by processing the meat. Zhou Shuwan directly released 2 pigs from her storage space. She had specifically paid the seller to clean the pork before purchasing it. So the 2 pigs were cleaned quite thoroughly, and didn't require much processing. She placed the pork in the yard away from Grandma Pang and Mumu, using the excuse of exchanging it for supplies with others at the base. Although somewhat shocked that there was still such fatty pork to eat at this time of year, Mumu had long since learned to focus on her work without asking questions, and Grandma Pang was used to having meat in her daily meals, so she wasn't too surprised that anyone could raise pigs in this weather. The family then divided the work clearly, and prepared to get to work. Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu were responsible for cutting and chopping bones. The fire crackled and popped, illuminating the entire yard, while Mumu helped at firewood. He was now quite skilled at adding firewood, doing it quickly and efficiently. Zhou Shuwan, Zhong Tiyun, and Grandma Pang were responsible for stewing the meat and bones. All parts of the 2 pigs were cooked. Braised pork belly, braised pork with hawthorn and fermented bean curd, stewed spare ribs, sweet and sour spare ribs, twice cooked pork, boiled sliced pork, etc., were all stewed and stir-fried in large pots. Zhou Jianhai liked to eat pig intestines, so Zhong Tiyun cleaned them thoroughly, stir-fried half with Sichuan peppercorns, fragrant and spicy, and used the other half to make sausages and air-dry them. Pig blood was also cut into chunks and stir-fried, then piled up in bowls. Pig heart, pig liver, etc., were all used without waste. Grandma Pang was a master chef, especially skilled at making pig head meat. She marinated the remaining 2 large pig heads, blanched them, washed them, and then boiled them in water with the skulls, skimming off the foam until they were half-cooked. After removing them and letting them cool slightly, she cut them into small pieces and poured the broth into a bowl to clarify and set aside. In a separate clean pot, she heated up white sugar and caramelized it. Next, pour the clarified broth into a pot, add the pig's head meat, and season with caramel coloring, soy sauce, sugar, salt, and Shaoxing wine to adjust the color. Then, place star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel seeds, cloves, cinnamon, scallions, and ginger into a cheesecloth bag, tie it tightly, and add it to the pot. Simmer the pig's head meat over low heat until tender. Finally, reduce the sauce over high heat. The resulting pig's head meat is reddish-brown, fragrant, tender, and rich, with a perfect balance of sweet and salty, and not greasy. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan had received a lot of seasonings from her spatial storage, enough to make this much. These past few days, the Zhou family villa has been filled with a rich aroma of meat, and the whole family has eaten their fill, feeling extremely satisfied. The whole family loves Rijiamo, Chinese hamburger, so Zhong Tiyun specially selected about 30 pounds of pork belly with a good balance of fat and lean meat. After boiling and chopping it, she mixed it with green peppers and seasonings. Zhou Jianhai then used his strength to mince the meat into small pieces. When eating, it's simply sandwiched between a sesame flatbread or a steamed bun. So delicious. Moo Moo said, holding a Rijiamo, his mouth greasy with oil. Zhou Shuan watched him with a smile. Seeing someone enjoy delicious food was a kind of satisfaction. Grandma Pang looked at the family's harmonious scene, her face full of happiness. This is what life should be like. Zhou Jianhai nodded with a smile. Yes, it's been a long time since our house has been this lively. It felt like New Year's. Making delicious food, although hard work, brings an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Qi Mingyu picked up a Rijiamo, Chinese hamburger, and handed it to Zhou Shuan. Try it, it tastes good. Zhou Shuan took the Rijiamo, took a bite, and the savory meat juices filled her mouth. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction. So delicious. Mom, your cooking skills have really improved since you started learning from Grandma. Zhou Shuan gave Zhong Tiyun a thumbs up. Chapter 349. Grandma Pang picked up her chopsticks, took a small piece of pork head meat, and shakily put it in her mouth, savoring it carefully. Then she nodded in satisfaction. Tender and flavorful, delicious. Zhou Shuan also added a few pieces of pork head meat to her flatbread, making it even more delicious. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. Don't eat too much, it'd be greasy. Today we're also having salted dumpling soup. It's the best way to cut through the greasiness, Zhong Tiyun said. Since they wanted to replenish the resources in their space, the steamed buns they made a few days ago were too few. After processing the pork, they started busy making various kinds of noodles. Everyone had to work during the day, and after returning home from get off work, they started working, continuing until 1 or 2 in the morning. Zhou Shuan took out several bags of flour from her space. This was hard work. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang were responsible for fermenting the dough. Then the whole family pitched in, kneading, rolling, and shaping the dough, busy and happy. Steam rose from the steamer, and soon fragrant steamed buns and twisted rolls were ready. They also used a dough press to make noodles of various thicknesses. The cut noodles were neatly stacked on bamboo trays, and quickly froze solid in the cold air, like silvery white popsicles. Zhong Tiyun collected the frozen noodles into pre-prepared bags, saying with satisfaction, freezing them like this will preserve them for a long time. We can just take them out and cook them whenever we want. She moved about a third of the noodles, storing the remaining 2/3 in her spatial storage. Steaming rice was also an important task. Zhou Shuan took out several vacuum-packed bags of rice from her spatial storage, rinsed them clean, put them in the rice cooker, and pressed the cook button. The faint aroma of rice quickly filled the villa, whetting everyone's appetite. The cooked rice was plump, translucent, and glistening with an enticing sheen. They scooped the rice into a bowl and then stored it in their spatial storage to keep it fresh and warm. Most of the fresh vegetables in the space were also taken out. Vibrant greens, bright red peppers, and purple eggplants, A vibrant display of colors, a feast for the eyes. Ignoring Grandma Peng's delight, Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tian washed the vegetables thoroughly. Some were used to make cold dishes, crisp and refreshing, some were stir-fried, fragrant and delicious, and some were used to make soup, nutritious and delicious. The villa was filled with the aroma of various dishes, making one's mouth water. Frying, stir-frying, boiling, deep-frying, stewing, various cooking methods were employed in turn, the kitchen bustling with activity, a symphony of pots and pans clattering. Grandma Peng was in charge of the cooking, Zhong Tian assisted, while Zhou Shuan and Mu Mu helped wash and prepare the vegetables. The cooked food was carefully stored away in Zhou Shuan's spatial storage. This is one of the advantages of living in a villa area. Most residents there have ample supplies, allowing them to maintain a relatively decent standard of living even during extreme cold and natural disasters. Occasionally eating meat or vegetables isn't difficult. Now, besides the Zhou family raising chickens and geese, other families have also exchanged eggs from the base or the Zhou family to raise eggs for their own livestock. There's also frozen pork preserved using various methods. So, while others envy the aroma of meat and stir-fried dishes wafting through the air, they don't pay much attention. They only occasionally peek curiously out the window, wondering which family is preparing something delicious. Qi Mingyu explained that the sudden appearance of so many supplies at home was obtained through exchanges with some of the base's frequently outbound teams. Grandma Peng still harbored some doubts. But her wisdom, typical of the elderly, led her to bury her questions. She trusted Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Both children were sensible and wouldn't do anything outrageous. When she was alone in her bedroom, she would ponder deeply. This world is getting stranger and stranger. After a busy week, the whole family finally finished, all exhausted. After a few days of rest, the flow of people outside the base increased. Zhou Shuan, having previously organized her space, had cleared out some surplus supplies, planning to rent a shop in the base square to gradually exchange them. Grandma Peng's health had been poor since contracting the Praz virus. These past few days, the family had been hesitant to let her do too much cooking, constantly urging her to rest. However, everyone in the family was at work. Besides Mu Mu and Grandma Peng, no one was free. Zhou Shuan then contacted Chinfen, asking her to inquire who would be willing to help out at the shop. It didn't necessarily have to be someone from Chinfen's team. As long as they had good character, that was fine. Although Chinfen felt her criteria were too broad, the market was a mixed bag, and she worried about potentially hiring someone with ill intentions. She didn't want to say that. So she diligently searched within her own team. She had personally vetted each member before they joined, ensuring their character was trustworthy. Now, any work was considered good work, and no one refused. Many from Chinfen's team volunteered. In the end, Chinfen chose a single woman in her 30s, with an honest appearance, named Zhao Lijuan. It was said that her husband, children, and in-laws had all perished during the floods and acid rains, leaving her the sole survivor. Since joining the team, she's been incredibly capable and quiet. Chinfen often entrusts her with tasks, finding her reliable. This time, Chinfen chose her from among many applicants. The Zhou family shop was simply named General Store. Zhao Lijuan is indeed capable and efficient. After arriving at the general store, she managed everything impeccably. Zhou Shuan and the others would also help out at the shop after get-off work. Worried that Grandma Peng might come on her own, Zhou Shuan had a serious talk with her, emphasizing that her priority was to take care of her health. The cold weather was really tough on the elderly, so she should stay home as much as possible. If she felt stuffy, she could simply walk around on the first-floor terrace wearing an air-conditioned suit. Every time it snowed, Dad and Qi Mingyu would clear the snow from the terrace, worried it might collapse the house. So looking out from the terrace, the view of the surrounding yard was spectacular, with snow piled up to a depth of 1 story. Grandma Peng, knowing her worries, nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Wan, Grandma isn't willful. I'm still waiting for your and Xiaoyu's great-grandson to come out. These words made Zhou Shuan blush. After leaving Grandma Peng's, Zhou Shuan felt a slight pang of melancholy. A great-grandson. Several years of natural disasters had passed, and she was now 27 or 28 years old. She didn't know when the disasters would end, or if she would have a child of her own and Xiaoyu's before reaching her prime childbearing age. But, in the face of survival, everything else was secondary. This melancholy was quickly pushed to the back of her mind. The general store had a wide variety of goods: second-hand bicycles, mutated potatoes, compressed biscuits, wash basins, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and other daily necessities, as well as clothes that had been soaked and dried by the flood, clothes for adults and children alike, but cotton-padded coats were much scarcer. Chapter 350. Back then, Zhou Shuwan searched for supplies every night, scouring every supermarket in the city. So she had a lot of things in her storage space, but her family needed very little, and she definitely couldn't use them all. Therefore, she selected some items in less desirable condition to sell. Zhao Lijuan was very capable, managing everything meticulously. The exchange rates she offered satisfied customers, and Zhou Shuwan's family was also very satisfied. Business was unexpectedly good. Everyone was currently in dire need of daily necessities. Toothpaste and similar items were long gone, and they were rinsing their mouths with salt water. They brought all sorts of supplies to exchange. Zhao Lijuan was very calm and composed when dealing with customers. She was compassionate, and for customers who were short of money, she would offer a price that wouldn't result in a loss for the seller, but would still allow the customer to purchase urgently needed supplies at the best possible price. Once, a ragged mother, holding a shivering child, wanted to exchange a cotton-padded coat for her child. Shin Lijuan said, "I don't have many cotton-padded coats here. They all been soaked in water, cleaned, and dried, so they're not very warm anymore. How about you exchange them for 2 pounds of potatoes?" The mother nodded quickly, took out a small cloth bag wrapped in rags from her bosom, containing some potatoes. She carefully counted them, handed them to Chen Lijuan, and then rummaged through a pile of clothes to find the smallest cotton-padded coat, wrapping it around her child. Zhao Lijuan watched the mother leave, thanking her profusely, and felt a warmth in her heart. Zhou Shuwan happened to be passing by her shop with her mother. Seeing this, Zhong Tian nodded. It's not like she's being overly kind. Zhou Shuwan glanced at her, but remained silent. Zhao Lijuan turned her head and saw them, quickly waving and greeting them. "Sister Zhong Wanwan, you're here. Come in quickly." She busied herself pouring tea and serving water. Zhong Tian told her not to bother, to focus on the shop first. Just then, another customer arrived, so Zhao Lijuan smiled apologetically and went outside to greet them. The sound of her patiently talking to the customer could be heard from outside. Zhong Tian strolled around the small shop, noticing everything was neatly arranged and exceptionally clean. She nodded repeatedly and whispered to Zhou Shuwan, "When you first said you wanted to hire someone to help watch the shop, I thought it was unreliable. With so many supplies, what if someone we don't know came and ran off with it all? But I didn't expect Zhao Lijuan to be so good." Zhou Shuwan sighed. "Mom, you can't judge a book by its cover. You ran a hardware store and dealt with so many people. How could you trust her after only a month? We need to observe her further." Zhou Shuwan didn't lower her voice intentionally. The footsteps that had entered paused noticeably. Then, Zhao Lijuan lifted the curtain and smiled at them, saying, "The customers have left. Sister Zhong Wanwan, it's good you're here. Let's go over the accounts." She was only in her 30s, of course literate, and kept very clear accounts every day. Zhong Tian reconciled the accounts every 2 days. Now working as the logistics team leader for Mingmingwe, she was quick and accurate at it. Zhao Lijuan's accounts were very clear and matched perfectly, which was the main reason Zhong Tian was so impressed with her. After the reconciliation was complete and everything was fine, Zhong Tian smiled and said to Zhao Lijuan, "You really worked hard, Lijuan. Aren't you scared staying here tonight? How about my husband and I come to the store to keep you company?" The shop couldn't function without someone, and Zhao Lijuan had been living there recently. Hearing this, she shook her head. "No need, I can manage on my own. Sister Zhong, you have elderly parents and children at home. Don't worry too much about the shop, I can handle it." "Thank you so much then," Zhong Tian said gratefully. After the two left, someone else came to exchange supplies. It was a burly man, with a stern look on his face, trying to trade half a moldy biscuit for a used bicycle. Zhao Lijuan raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half smile. "Brother, this biscuit, even rats probably wouldn't eat it, right? You think you can trade it for my bicycle?" The man stiffened his neck, his tone fierce. "What? This is my price. Will you trade or not? If not, I smash your shop." As he spoke, he made a move to grab the bicycle placed at the door. Zhao Lijuan's eyes turned cold, and she quickly grabbed the man's wrist, twisting it forcefully. She had learned some martial arts from Chinfin's team, and wasn't afraid of those customers, who deliberately came to provoke her. Moreover, she knew the Zhou family had some influence within the base, and as long as there was a reason, they could definitely cover for her. Therefore, she didn't hold back. The man let out a scream, clutching his wrist and staggering backward. The surrounding customers were startled by this sudden turn of events and quickly stepped back, giving the two more space. Chen Lijuan said coldly, This isn't a place where just anyone can cause trouble. Get out of here. If you dare cause trouble again, I break your legs. Seeing that Zhao Lijuan was not someone to be trifled with, the man clutched his wrist and slunk away. The onlookers, seeing this, all looked at Chen Lijuan with newfound respect. Zhou Shuwan and Zhong Tiyun hadn't gone far and naturally witnessed everything. Zhong Tiyun's impression of her improved even more. Next time she went to help out at the shop, she would bring some frozen cooked food from home, which was quite a feast for people in the post-apocalyptic world. Lijuan, these are some braised chicken feet I made. Try some. Zhong Tiyun handed a package of braised chicken feet in a food storage container to Chen Lijuan. Chen Lijuan was flattered and quickly waved her hand. Sister Zhong, how could I accept this? Zhong Tiyun placed the braised chicken feet in her hand and said with a smile, take them. They're homemade and don't cost much. You work hard at the shop all by yourself. This is good for your nutrition. It wasn't a secret that the Zhou family raised chickens on the second-floor terrace. They sometimes even exchanged one or two with their neighbors. So, giving away a few braised chicken feet was normal, and there was no need to worry about revealing the secret of their space. Besides food, Zhong Tiyun also gave Chen Lijuan some clothes and daily necessities from the shop. Chen Lijuan was very grateful, and their relationship gradually became closer. Perhaps relying on Zhong Tiyun's influence, she also wanted to curry favor with Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu, who seemed to have considerable influence in the Zhou family. While Zhou Shuwan was helping out, she specially brought her a cup of hot water. Wan, have some tea. It's freezing cold. A cup of hot water will warm you up. Zhou Shuwan took the teacup, said a curt thank you, and then lowered her head to organize the goods on the shelves, not giving Chen Lijuan a second glance. Chen Lijuan was rebuffed, but she wasn't discouraged. She then turned to Qi Mingyu and said with a smile, Mr. Qi, would you like some tea too? Qi Mingyu merely glanced at her casually, didn't take the tea, and said coldly, I'm not thirsty. Chapter 351. Neither of them were particularly friendly, so their attempts to ingratiate themselves were met with rejection each time. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhao Lijuan's face, but she quickly masked it. As she turned to leave, Qi Mingyu watched her retreating figure, a meaningful look in his eyes. Undeterred, Zhao Lijuan used her own supplies to exchange for 2 mink coats at the base. The next time Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Shuwan, and Qi Mingyu visited together, she offered one to Zhong Tiyun as a token of gratitude for Zhong Tiyun's help over the years. Sister Yun, this mink coat is for you. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Chen Lijuan handed a brand new mink coat to Zhong Tiyun. She even changed her address from Sister Zhong to Sister Yun. Zhong Tiyun was deeply moved but firmly refused. Lijuan, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Sister Yun, please accept it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do here at the base all by myself, Chen Lijuan said sincerely. Zhong Tiyun resolutely refused to accept the coat. She had plenty of supplies and warm clothing at home. Although she didn't accept it, her impression of Zhao Lijuan improved even more. Sister Yun, since you don't want the coat, then forget it. Are you free this weekend? I'd like to invite you to my place for dinner, as a formal way of thanking you for your help during this time, Zhao Lijuan warmly invited. Thanks to your help, I have quite a few supplies now. Although our factory is small, we can still find a place to eat. Since she said that, Zhong Tiyun thought for a moment, and then smiled and agreed. Zhao Lijuan smiled broadly, her eyes crinkling. Then it settled. Sister Yun, what would you like to eat? I prepare it in advance, Zhao Lijuan asked. Zhong Tiyun smiled gently. No need for that. Just some stewed potatoes will do. These days, almost every household grows mutated potatoes, so having a potato meal isn't difficult. Zhong Tiyun had only declined the mink coat the other woman had given her. It wouldn't be good to refuse the invitation to dinner, so she had no choice but to accept. That won't do, we must prepare properly. Zhao Lijuan said, her gaze seemingly casually sweeping over Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu. Seeing they weren't paying attention, she lowered her voice and said to Zhong Tiyun, Sister Yun, why don't you invite Wan and Mr. Qi along too? It'd be more lively with everyone. Zhong Tiyun hesitated slightly. They're usually very busy. Oh, Sister Yun, please help me out, Chen Lijuan said, clinging to Zhong Tiyun's arm in a coquettish tone. It's rare to get together, the more the merrier. Zhong Tiyun, unable to resist her persistence, finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I asked them. Chen Lijuan smiled contentedly, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. Thank you so much, Sister Yun. But when Zhong Tiyun went back and told Zhou Shuwan, she was refused and forbidden to go. Zhong Tiyun had no choice but to decline Zhao Lijuan's offer. The latter looked disappointed. Sister Yuan, what a pity. I was hoping to show you my cooking skills. She sighed softly and shook her head, seemingly regretfully. Then next time, I definitely treat you well next time. Zhong Tian smiled and comforted Zhao Lijuan. It's alright. I visit your home again next time. Zhao Lijuan nodded, but a barely perceptible hint of malice flashed in her eyes. As time went on, Zhong Tian gradually figured something out. That day, after the family had finished dinner, she specifically sought out Zhou Shuwan on the terrace. Hua Wan, tell me the truth, isn't there something strange about Zhao Lijuan? Zhou Shuwan stopped feeding the chickens, looked up at her mother, and smiled faintly. Mom, why do you say that? Zhong Tian chided, I'm not stupid. Zhao Lijuan has gotten close to me several times, and you didn't stop her. You even subtly encouraged me to get closer to her. I just listened to you and spent more time with her. But to be honest, Zhao Lijuan is indeed a bit strange. She's tried to get close to me several times, giving me a coat, inviting me to her house, and especially trying to get closer to you and Xiaoyu. I initially had a good impression of her, but seeing her always trying to get close to you and Xiaoyu, I became a little wary. A mother, when her child is being targeted by someone for no reason, suddenly becomes vigilant. Zhou Shuan's smile gradually faded, and her expression became serious. Mom, actually, a while ago, there were a few accidents at the base, and a small group of people died. Zhong Tian paused for a moment, then realized what her daughter meant, and her expression became serious. You mean? Zhou Shuan nodded. At the time, the base didn't pay much attention, but when Brother Yu accidentally saw the death list, he discovered that several of the deceased were members of the convoy that went south. This alerted Mingyu and me, so we started checking who had recently been in contact with these deceased team members, but we found nothing. She sighed softly, her gaze falling on the snow-covered rooftops in the distance. She and Qi Mingyu were the ones in charge of destroying the cannibalistic gang. They must hate them the most. So, after much thought, having such a powerful and ruthless enemy lurking in the shadows, I was truly worried that a single misstep could bring disaster to my family. So I decided to use our home as bait to lure them out. Zhong Tian suddenly understood, gripping Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, her knuckles turning white. So, that's why you suddenly decided to open a general store, allocate some supplies, and hire someone to watch the store. That's right. Zhou Shuan nodded, her gaze resolute. If all of this was truly done by the female leader of the cannibalistic gang, then they must hate us the most. Therefore, they will inevitably slip up sooner or later. And Qi Mingyu were right. Everything unfolded logically, and in the process, Zhao Lijuan smoothly came into their sights. With a hint of apology, she said, Mom, I didn't tell you before because I was worried you'd give yourself away and arouse suspicion. I'm sorry. Zhong Tian grasped her daughter's hand and patted it gently. Silly child, what are you apologizing for? Mom understands. As if remembering something, she asked, didn't you catch the prisoner who could identify the cannibalistic gang's female leader? Couldn't you have let her identify her? Let's see if Zhao Lijuan is really that female leader? Zhou Shuan shook her head, her expression grave. Li Yin died in this flu outbreak. Was it an accident, or was she just unwell? Zhou Shuan shook her head. There were many deaths in the prison this time, so we can't be sure whether Li Yan's death was an accident or intentional. But we must find the person behind it all. Mom, you continue to contact Zhao Lijuan, but be careful not to give yourself away. Zhong Tian nodded solemnly. I know, I be careful. Chapter 352. A biting wind, carrying snowflakes, lashed against the glass windows of the general store, making a soft, pattering sound. There was no central heating in the storefront area. The few shops that were open were all managing to heat themselves. The Zhou family's general store had brought in a gasoline generator to generate electricity. Inside, there were 2 large coal stoves, and hundreds of large coal briquettes were piled up at the back door, with a tin exhaust pipe venting the smoke outside. The general store was small, less than 30 square meters, but the 2 coal stoves, burning day and night, kept the interior warm and comfortable, like springtime. Wearing thick down jackets, one would sweat after a short time inside. Therefore, extreme cold was actually easier to endure than high temperatures. As long as the survivors had enough heating tools, temperature-regulating clothing, coal, firewood, and other supplies. However, after several natural disasters, most survivors were so poor that they struggled to even eat and drink, let alone store any warm clothing. Coal is an energy source, not easily obtained by ordinary people. However, the surrounding dry trees are usable resources. Although countless mountains and forests were destroyed by fire during the high temperatures, the land once owned by humanity is vast, and with careful searching, plenty of combustible wood can still be found. Therefore, when the flu subsided and life at the base largely returned to normal, Zhou Shuan heard that several teams were going out to find firewood. She frowned slightly. In such cold weather, a blizzard could wipe them out. The batch of coal she brought out, while not a large amount, was sufficient because most people at the base now lived in the factory area, with central heating, so they didn't have to worry about the extreme cold. Only a few lived separately. Xiao Xiao initially promised to solve the heating problem for the residents of the community, and she indeed delivered. During the extreme cold, the snow and ice layer was as high as a story, making construction impossible. Therefore, the base's senior management held a meeting and designated one community as a designated community for centralized heating. This community was very close to the heating plant. Another community, Garden Community, was also designated as a designated community for centralized heating because it was also close to the plant and had a small number of residents. The base negotiated with these residents. Those who had purchased apartments could continue living there normally, while the other apartments were vacated for people in other communities who did not meet the requirements for living in the plant area. Naturally, the living conditions weren't particularly comfortable. Like the resettlement housing during the floods, several families were crammed together to save space and accommodate as many people as possible. However, it's undeniable that this method allowed more people to survive the extreme cold. The villa area, however, was too scattered, with large living areas. If the base were to provide heating to the villa area, it would be extremely difficult. Xiao Xiao had initially suggested that Zhou Shuan and her family move to the garden community, and he and Meng Mingwei had voluntarily moved there with their families. However, after careful consideration, Zhou Shuan refused. The gasoline stored in her spatial storage was enough for her family to luxuriously enjoy electric heating in the extreme cold, and she also had ample coal resources. Currently, both the electric heating and the coal stove are on simultaneously to ensure a warm temperature throughout the second floor. After the initial adjustment period, the family is now sleeping separately in their own bedrooms again. Not only is sleeping comfortable with individual space, but during flu season, it also ensures minimal contact between individuals, reducing the spread of the virus. Therefore, the batch of coal Zhou Shuan provided was sufficient for the residents of the garden community. While the base's heating system provided higher temperatures between plants, the temperature in the garden community only reached around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. To make their homes warmer, they still needed to use fire for heating. Most households were reluctant to exchange their supplies for coal, but since many lived in small, shared accommodations, they pooled their resources to exchange for coal at the base, which was enough. The coal stoves at Zhou's general store were therefore always in high demand. The coal stove she had stockpiled had found a better use. Now, when Zhou Shuan heard that the private supply team was going out to find firewood, she knew they wanted to take advantage of the extreme cold to earn more supplies. However, it was extremely dangerous. In a raging blizzard, visibility was less than a meter. Being out in the open without any shelter was incredibly dangerous. The members who died in the southbound convoy all froze to death. Zhang Jia was also quite eager to join in, so she specially wore the air-conditioned suit she had bought at a high price to find Zhou Shuan, asking if she would like to go outside the base to find drywood and firewood. Zhou Shuan, you don't lack supplies. Why do something so dangerous? The two were quite familiar with each other, so she didn't mince words. Even if we lack supplies, you have a stable job now, a stable income. Supporting yourself isn't a problem. Do you really need to go out and earn such pitiful supplies? Zhang Jia sighed softly. Maybe it's because I was stuck in the resettlement area for too long. I can't stay in one place for long now. I always want to go out and explore. Zhou Shuan, She actually understood Zhang Jia's thoughts somewhat. She had been trapped in the greenhouse for so long back then, and she longed to go out on the surface every day. Besides, I'm not looking for dead wood, Wan. To tell you the truth, someone told me he knows a private coal mine nearby, and I want to go check it out. Coal is so valuable right now, I don't want to miss out. Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. Near the base? Is it really that coincidental? Who told you? Her tone was somewhat serious. Zhang Jia's expression also turned serious. It's my neighbors who live in the factory area, a family, with elderly and young members. Zhang Jia was allocated housing at the base, but to avoid upsetting the public, the base had avoided housing for public officials when choosing centralized heating communities this time. People like Zhang Jia needed to live either in the factory buildings or in the garden community, just like Xiao Xiao. Zhang Jia was actually quite stingy. Unwilling to spend more money renting a house in the garden community, she simply packed up and moved into the factory building, very close to Chinfan's team. Looking at Zhou Shuwen's expression, she cautiously asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person?" Zhou Shuwen shook her head. "Maybe I'm overthinking it." Just as she and Qi Mingyu were working diligently to find the leader of the cannibalistic gang, someone else jumped out. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Jia, you agree to his request, and then I go with you." Zhang Jia was a very intelligent and strategic person, not muddle-headed. She had initially been tempted by the private coal mine and hadn't thought much of it, but now that she sensed something was wrong, she instinctively objected. "This is too dangerous, Wan. I'd rather push him away. Nothing is worth risking our lives for." Zhou Shuwen whispered something in her ear. The latter frowned, but ultimately nodded. Chapter 353. Leaving aside Zhang Jia's side, the situation on Zhao Lijuan's side was also quite unusual. After her conversation with Zhou Shuwen last time, Zhong Tiyun quietly continued to maintain a friendly relationship with Zhao Lijuan, occasionally sending her food. Stewed potatoes, roasted potatoes, a few bunches of greens, a dozen or so eggs, and sometimes even half a frozen chicken. Zhao Lijuan was always a little embarrassed. "Sister Yun, you're so kind. You always bring me so much good food." Zhong Tiyun would always say, "Lijuan, you're all alone here, without any relatives or friends. Seeing you like this makes me feel bad. I always feel like you're my younger sister. Don't feel burdened, the things I send are just things we eat at home, nothing fancy. You helped us with the shop so much, it's normal for me to send you a little more food." This heartwarming thoughtfulness touched Zhao Lijuan deeply, and she promised to take good care of the grocery store so the Zhou family could rest assured. Zhong Tiyun patted her shoulder, her smile becoming even more amiable. Zhao Lijuan knew that Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwen were cold towards her, so she focused her attention on Zhong Tiyun. Whenever Zhong Tiyun came to help at the grocery store, she would subtly inquire about Zhou Shuwen and Qi Mingyu's daily schedule and habits. "Sister Yun, Wan and Mr. Qi are so busy every day, it must be so tiring," she asked casually while tidying the shelves. "What do they usually like to eat?" Zhong Tiyun seemed completely unguarded, replying casually, Wan likes spicy food, while Xiaoyu prefers milder flavors." She also tidied the boxes of soap in her hands, but her eyes lingered on Zhao Lijuan's face, observing her subtle changes in expression. Zhao Lijuan, however, remained smiling, showing no sign of her true feelings. "I'm from the south, and I happen to be good at making chili sauce. Sister Yun, you gave me some vegetables. I try making some vegetable chili sauce later." Zhong Tiyun quickly replied, "That's too kind of you. Chilies are quite expensive these days." "It's nothing, don't be so polite, Sister Yun. You treat me like a younger sister, and I treat you like an older sister too. Wan is like a junior to me, I like her very much. I happen to have some extra dried chilies, that's enough to make chili sauce." Zhong Tiyun had no choice but to agree. "Okay, thank you then. But the oil, salt, and sauces will all have to be provided by my family. These things are quite precious these days, I can't just take them for free." Zhao Lijuan then feigned anger. "Sister Yun, you still treat me like an outsider." Alright, then so be it." Zhong Tiyun seemed helpless, smiling and sighing. Zhao Lijuan perked up. "My chili sauce is absolutely delicious. I guarantee you want more after you try it." Back home, Zhong Tiyun told her about Zhao Lijuan's desire to make chili sauce for Zhou Shuwen. Zhou Shuwen replied, "Mom, it's alright, let her do it. A fox has to do something to show its tail. But Mom, whenever you're alone with her, make sure I or Xiaoyu are with you outside, okay? Never go to see her alone." Although she felt that if the other party really was the leader of the cannibal gang, going to such lengths to disguise herself and get close to them meant something big was up, and she probably wouldn't go to the trouble of kidnapping someone. Kidnapping wouldn't require such elaborate preparations. But caution was still paramount. Zhong Tiyun said, "Don't worry, Mom knows. I've been very careful these past few days. Since you're busy today, I had Xiaoyu accompany me, he's hiding outside." Zhou Shuwen nodded in relief. That day, Zhou Shuwen went out with Zhang Jia to look for coal mines, Qi Mingyu went to the security team, and only Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Jianhai, Mu, and Grandma Pang were at home. Zhao Lijuan used the excuse of delivering some homemade chili sauce to visit. "Oh, it's Lijuan. Come in and sit down." Zhong Tiyun's face was full of smiles, as she warmly welcomed Zhao Lijuan into the house. Although she was wary of Zhao Lijuan, she didn't show it on her face. Zhao Lijuan was wearing a slightly worn-down jacket over a mink coat. After entering the house, she took off the mink coat and smiled gently. "Sister Yun, I'm sorry to bother you. Your house is so warm. There are elderly people and children at home. Zhong Tian poured water for her. Zhao Lijuan took out several canned food jars and placed them on the coffee table. Sister Yun, I made some chili sauce. See if Wanwan likes it. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're here already, and you actually made chili sauce. Zhong Tian said, glancing at the jars. It was indeed chili sauce made from vegetables. Zhou Jianhai was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, he poked his head out, a warm smile on his face. Li Juan's here. Come sit down. The family had all been to the grocery store, so they all knew each other. Grandma Pang, sitting in a rocking chair by the window, also quickly greeted them. Brother Dahai, you're home too. Zhao Lijuan greeted Zhou Jianhai with a smile. Where's Mumu? Isn't she home? She's in the bedroom. I don't know what she's busy with. Zhong Tian brought up some hot water, picked up a jar, opened the lid, and a rich aroma of chili peppers wafted out. Oh, it smells so good! Zhong Tian exclaimed. Lijuan, your cooking is really good. I'm glad you like it, Sister Yun, Zhao Lijuan said with a smile, but her eyes unconsciously drifted towards the stairwell. Aren't Wanwan and Mr. Qi home? Zhong Tian replied calmly. They're both busy. Wanwan isn't home. She went out to take care of some business. Xiao Yu went to the security team. It seemed she had something to do and left in a hurry early this morning. Since she wanted to know, she might as well be clear about it. Zhao Lijuan's eyes flickered. Is there anything I can do at home? The young people aren't here, Sister Yun. Please don't be so polite. Was she trying to take this opportunity to figure out the layout of the Zhou family? Zhong Tian thought to herself, but still smiled. You come all this way. How could I let you help with chores? It's all right. Dahai and Mumu are both home. Don't worry. Sit down. I go to the kitchen and get you some snacks. Zhong Tian went to the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with the clanging and clattering sounds of chopping and stir-frying. Zhao Lijuan turned her head and noticed that Grandma Pang had disappeared into the bedroom sometime earlier. Sitting alone in the empty living room, her years of life-or-death experience honed her senses, and she immediately sensed danger. Ignoring the goosebumps on her arms, she stood up instantly. Sister Yun, no need to go to so much trouble, she said with a forced smile, her hand reaching for the bulging pistol at her back waistband, but she slowly walked towards the kitchen. Outside the terrace, several figures lay prone in the shadows, easily missed without close inspection. Zhao Lijuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Reaching the kitchen doorway, she listened intently, realizing that the only sound inside was the clattering of food. She narrowed her eyes, reaching for her gun at her back waistband. Chapter 354. But at this critical moment, Zhong Tian suddenly brought out a plate of fried potato strips. There's nothing good to eat at home. Seeing Zhao Lijuan standing tightly at the kitchen doorway, she was taken aback. Zhao Lijuan quickly released the pistol from her waistband and reached for the plate. Let me help. Although she was wearing thick clothes, the bulging weapon at her waistband was clearly visible when she turned around. Zhong Tian followed her to the sofa without showing any emotion and sat down together. Zhong Tian calmly placed the fried potato strips on the coffee table. Lijuan, try some. I just fried these. Eat them while they're hot. Zhao Lijuan, however, was worried that the food might have been seasoned, so she only lightly picked up a potato and smiled. Fried to a golden brown on both sides, it tastes really good. I haven't had fried food in a long time. Oil is very precious these days, and most people are very frugal with it, reluctant to fry anything. It's too wasteful. Eat more if you like it, and take some back with you when you leave, Zhong Tian said, then called to the kitchen, Dahai, fry some more potatoes. Lijuan likes them. Zhao Lijuan quickly waved her hand, looking a little embarrassed. Sister Yun, this is too much. I'm here to deliver things, not to ask for them. Zhong Tian smiled at her. It's all right. Not only you like them, my Wanwan and Mumu both love them. Have Dahai make more. They finished them in no time. Zhao Lijuan still smiled shyly, then started chatting with her. By the way, Sister Yun, where did you say Wanwan went? It seems she went outside the base. Zhong Tian replied without suspicion. Zhao Lijuan frowned. It's so cold outside. Isn't it unsafe for her to go out? What can we do? She's grown up now, not under our father's or my care anymore. Although we're worried, she went out with friends. They went south together to search for supplies. Our current wastewater purification technology was thanks to them. They learned about it from the southern base and helped us establish a connection. Zhong Tian said with a hint of pride. Zhao Lijuan's eyes darkened, but quickly returned to normal. Looking at the activity in the kitchen, she said, Tell Brother Dahai to stop cooking. I'm not a guest. Zhong Tian replied, "It's alright, we don't have much good food at home, just some potatoes and vegetables we grew ourselves. You could exchange them for a lot of things, it's not worth wasting them on me." Zhao Lijuan called towards the kitchen, "Brother Dahai, come out and rest, don't cook anymore." "Okay, it's alright, almost done," Zhou Dahai responded. Zhong Tian stood up, "I'm not a guest, but I'm sitting here like one. Sister Yun, is there any chores I can do?" Before Zhong Tian could speak, she looked around and walked towards the terrace. Zhong Tian got up and followed. "Lijuan, don't bother. There's not much work. We have a lot of people in our family. A few quick tasks will be enough." Zhao Lijuan smiled at her. "Sister Yun, I can't stay idle." She opened the terrace door and was taken aback. The villa the Zhou family bought was very large, 3 stories high, with a basement they dug themselves that no one else knew about. Each floor had a terrace of about 30 square meters. There was also a large yard outside the first floor. For survivors in a post-apocalyptic world, who need to be self-sufficient, such a villa is truly a dreamlike idyllic retreat. However, due to the extreme cold, the Zhou family turned off the electric heating on the first and third floors, leaving only the second floor warm. They then moved the mutated potatoes and vegetables grown on the first and third floor terraces to the second floor. If there wasn't enough space, they stored them all in their spatial dimension. While Zhou Shuwen's spatial dimension cannot store living things, it can still accommodate ambiguous items like hatching eggs and plants. The first floor yard, which originally housed living fruit trees, only had a few left on the second floor terrace, the rest were stored in her spatial dimension. Therefore, the Zhou family's terrace could hold far more than Zhao Lijuan had imagined. In the far corner, over 30 cages were crammed in, arranged in 4 rows. Each cage held 1 or 2 fully grown chickens. The geese couldn't fit in their cages, so a small area was set up in the space beneath the chicken coops. There were only 3 white geese, so although the space was small, it was enough for them to roam freely. Then, right next to the walls and windows, were rows of planting boxes. In the southern corner, there were several extra-large planting boxes containing a few fruit trees. The trees were small, clearly planted only a year ago, but growing very well. Zhao Lijuan paused, then spoke in a hoarse voice, "Sister Yun, your terrace is really nice." Zhong Tian followed behind her, smiling. "With so many people in the family, this is the only way to ensure we're self-sufficient. Not only this terrace, but we also cleared out the bedroom next door specifically for planting." However, the bedroom was mostly filled with mutated potatoes. Mutated potatoes are cold-resistant and heat-resistant. They can thrive even with limited sunlight. The temperature on the second floor of the Zhou family home was just over 20 degrees Celsius, and with the added lighting from some plant lamps, the potatoes in the bedroom were still growing vigorously. The Zhou family had already harvested 3 crops of potatoes. "Over here, come and take a look," Zhong Tian warmly invited her over. Zhao Lijuan's eyes sparkled. "Okay." She glanced at the iron gate leading outside from the terrace, then turned and followed Zhong Tian to the bedroom, where the potatoes were being grown. Sure enough, the bedroom was filled with planting boxes, similar to the terrace, but with a more limited variety, mutant potatoes from the base. The Zhou family had plenty of space, so they had placed many shelves here 3 tiers high. Potato seedlings don't actually need much space, about half a meter is usually enough. These shelves held 3 tiers of small planting boxes. The bedroom was less than 20 square meters, but with these shelves, it was a full 60 square meters of potatoes. No wonder the Zhou family was so wealthy. Their own potatoes alone were enough to feed them. Zhao Lijuan had her back to Zhong Tian, so the latter couldn't see her expression. She enthusiastically introduced, "Lijuan, this shelf was all set up by your brother Dahai. If you need anything in the future, have him set one up for you too." Zhao Lijuan gave a soft "Sister Yun, your villa is really nice." She was about to say something when she suddenly heard a click behind her. Turning around warily, she saw the door was locked from the outside. Without even flinching, she drew her pistol from her waistband and fired at the lock. Several bangs later, the lock was broken. She quickly opened the door, pointing the pistol outside. But it was empty. Her gaze swept coldly over the bedroom and kitchen, a sneer on her face. How perceptive. She actually noticed something was wrong with her. Chapter 355. Zhao Lijuan didn't arrive at the Zhou family home alone. She had secretly deployed over 20 skilled men. These men silently lay in ambush around the Zhou family compound. Upon hearing the gunfire, they expertly leaped into the courtyard. Several men in black, already positioned on the terrace, opened fire on the door, attempting a forced entry. However, Qi Mingyu and his group suddenly appeared from above. A fierce battle ensued. Gunfire and shouts of battle filled the air, like a battlefield. Zhao Lijuan listened to the sounds outside, her eyes narrowing, a sinister glint flashing in them. She was alone in the room, but she wasn't flustered at all. Even when she saw Zhou Shuan suddenly appear, she only showed a cold smile. Looks like Zhang Jia didn't take you outside. What a pity. I had your death plan out there. You and Zhang Jia, both of you. Zhou Shuan pointed her pistol steadily at her. Sorry to disappoint you, but I value my life very much and don't want to die at all. Next time you should come up with a more hidden trap for me. She fired several shots without hesitation. Zhao Lijuan was very agile. She quickly rolled twice on the ground, then swiftly tore off the outer garment wrapped around her body, revealing a bomb tightly strapped to her body, the fuse clearly visible. Zhou Shuan was startled and stopped what she was doing. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun also raised their guns from their designated positions. Don't shoot! Zhou Shuan shouted suddenly. The bomb's metal casing reflected a cold gleam under the light. Zhao Lijuan's lips curled into a cruel smile, her eyes filled with a crazed pleasure. The tense atmosphere hung in the air, even breathing was audible. Why aren't you shooting? Are you afraid of dying? But I'm not. Zhao Lijuan's voice was calm, tinged with a quiet madness. She raised her pistol, pointing it at her chest, as if about to fire. Stop! Zhou Jianghai shouted sharply, the muzzle of his gun slightly lowered, yet he dared not make a move. His palms were sweaty, gripping the gun tightly, his knuckles white. Zhong Tiyun's face was deathly pale, her hand trembling slightly. Zhou Shuan's heart tightened. She knew Zhao Lijuan meant what she said. She was definitely a madwoman. She quickly hid behind a thick pillar. Without even putting away her pistol, she drew a bow and arrow she had prepared beforehand from her waist, deftly knocked the arrow, and aimed at Zhao Lijuan's wrist holding the gun. She held her breath. The arrow tipped precisely aimed at the target. A slight release of the string would stop the other's madness. But Zhao Lijuan's ruthless gaze, like a knife, scraped against Zhou Shuan. A sickly smile played on her lips as she slowly pressed the trigger. Too late. Too late. Despair flashed in Zhou Shuan's eyes. However, in that split second, something unexpected happened. At the top of the stairs on the third floor, a figure rushed down with lightning speed. It was Mu Mu. The boy pounced on Zhao Lijuan like a lithe cheetah. His strength was astonishing. His arms gripped Zhao Lijuan's wrists like iron pincers, preventing her from pulling the trigger. Before anyone could react, the two were locked in a struggle. In that instant, a gunshot shattered the silence. The pistol had misfired, the bullet striking Mu Mu squarely in the abdomen. Blood instantly soaked through his clothes. Mu Mu! Zhong Tiyun's shrill scream echoed throughout the room, followed immediately by Zhou Jianghai, who rushed forward, his face pale. The room descended into chaos, the air thick with the stench of blood and the stench of fear. Zhou Shuan had already subdued Zhao Lijuan, disarming everyone else with a swift, decisive move, dislocating her jaw and arms, then binding her hands and feet tightly with standard military technique, rendering her immobile. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun rushed to Mu Mu's side to check on his injuries. Mu Mu lay on the ground, his face pale, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He bit his lip tightly, struggling to endure the excruciating pain. Blood gushed from his abdomen, staining his clothes and the floor crimson. Mu 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 Mu. Zhong Tiyun and the others had all learned first aid from Zhou Shuan, but at this moment they couldn't remember anything. They could only tremble as they pressed their hands against his wound, tears streaming down their faces. Zhao Lijuan's chin was held down, rendering her speechless, but her eyes were fixed on Zhou Shuan, a smug smile playing on her lips. That smile was full of provocation and mockery, as if declaring her final victory. Seeing this, Zhou Shuan was consumed by rage, unable to contain her anger any longer. She raised her foot and kicked Zhao Lijuan hard in the face. A muffled thud, and blood gushed from Zhao Lijuan's nose, staining her face red. Get her to the hospital quickly. Zhou Jianghai's voice was hoarse and urgent. Zhou Shuan shook her head. The temperature outside is too low. We're not fully prepared, and Mu Mu's condition isn't suitable for moving. Let's stop the bleeding first. She quickly examined Mu Mu's abdominal wound. The blood had soaked through the boy's clothes, a shocking sight. Zhou Jianghai had already brought the first aid kit. Zhou Shuan skillfully treated the wound, quickly injecting a hemostatic agent before letting out a sigh of relief. She instructed Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianghai, press a clean towel on the wound to stop the bleeding, and don't let go. What happened? Qi Mingyu rushed in after taking down all the people lying in ambush outside. He immediately saw Mumu lying in a pool of blood. His pupils contracted sharply, and his face tightened. The bullet has been removed, and the bleeding has been temporarily stopped, but... Zhou Shuwen's voice trembled slightly. We don't have the facilities for surgery at home. We must get him to the hospital immediately. Qi Mingyu gritted his teeth, his tone firm. I take him. Help Mumu put on his air conditioning suit. He had already come from outside, so he was wearing the suit, and then he put on his ice skates, preparing to carry Mumu to the hospital. This was actually the fastest way. Zhou Shuwen acted swiftly, helping Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun put on Mumu's air-conditioned suit before carefully placing her on Qi Mingyu's back. Then she put on her own suit. Dad, Mom, Grandma, please be careful. Brother, you can't go too fast carrying Mumu. I'm going to the hospital first to get the surgeon ready. Okay, be careful. Zhong Tiyun's lips trembled, unable to speak. These words came from Zhou Jianghai's deep voice. Zhou Shuwen, wearing ice skates, rushed out first. She needed to get to the hospital to inform the doctors to prepare so that surgery could begin as soon as Mumu arrived. She nimbly glided across the icy ground on her ice skates, the biting wind whistling, but doing nothing to slow her down. Qi Mingyu, carrying Mumu, followed closely behind, struggling through the snowstorm. Gliding on ice, the speed was actually quite fast. Chapter 356. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the hospital and quickly took Mumu to the operating room. The doctors were already prepared and immediately began the surgery. The operating room door slowly closed, leaving Zhou Shuwen and Qi Mingyu waiting anxiously. A short while later, Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun arrived as well. Your grandmother is old. She wanted to come, but we didn't let her. We told her to wait for news at home. Zhou Jianghai said to Qi Mingyu, then fell silent. Qi Mingyu nodded slightly. The four of them fell silent, all anxiously watching the operating room door. Time ticked by, but no news came from inside the operating room. The agonizing wait made time seem exceptionally long. Zhong Tiyun's fingertips turned white, and her lips trembled slightly. Zhou Jianghai remained silent, only clenching his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the operating room door, as if trying to bore a hole through it. Don't worry, the doctors are very professional. Zhou Shuwen's voice was a little hoarse, but she tried her best to appear calm as she comforted her parents. Zhong Tiyun turned to look at her, then hugged her waist tightly, and began to cry silently. Zhou Jianghai stretched out his large hand, then sighed, and lowered it again. His youngest son was undergoing surgery inside, and even he, as a father, had lost his composure. 3 hours later, finally, the indicator light went out. A doctor emerged, weary but with a smile on his face. The surgery was successful. The bullet has been removed. He need to be observed in the ward for a few days. If there are no problems, he can be discharged. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Zhong Tiyun collapsed into Zhou Shuwen's arms, as if all her strength had left her. That's great, that's great. Zhou Jianghai silently wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, with the back of his hand, his shoulders trembling slightly. Zhou Shuwen suppressed her inner worry, gently patting Zhong Tiyun's back and whispering comfortingly, Mom, it's alright, Mumu is alright. Mumu was wheeled from the operating room to the ward, still half asleep due to anesthesia. The doctor explained in detail the precautions for subsequent treatment and care. After he left the ward, Zhong Tiyun touched her son's forehead, tears streaming down her face, a mixture of sorrow and joy. Qi Mingyu walked to Zhou Shuwen's side and said softly, now that Mumu is alright, I need to deal with Zhao Lijuan's matter. Zhou Shuwen paused, then turned to look at him. Okay. Just be careful not to let her die easily. Her tone was unusually somber. Qi Mingyu knew the hatred in her heart, and gently grasped her warm, broad hand. I understand. Take good care of Mumu and Mom and Dad here, and wait for me to return. Zhou Shuwen nodded. After he left, she looked out the window at the endless expanse of snow, feeling somewhat worried about Zhang Jia. Her conversation with Zhang Jia that day was merely to mislead Zhao Lijuan. In reality, she and Qi Mingyu had been secretly monitoring Zhao Lijuan's actions. Zhao Lijuan's elaborate efforts to get close to Zhong Tiyun were simply to use Zhong Tiyun to get close to them. Therefore, she was very wary, and truthfully told Zhang Jia about Zhao Lijuan's suspicious behavior. Zhang Jia was shocked at the time, but they both knew that if Zhao Lijuan had indeed sent someone to lure them to the private coal mine, then the target wasn't just Zhou Shuwen, but also Zhang Jia. The members of the southward-bound caravan all had a life-or-death feud with the cannibalistic gang. Zhou Shuwen was worried about her family, so she told Zhang Jia that the day she went out was just a pretext. However, Zhang Jia was very determined and borrowed dozens of skilled security personnel from the base, prepared weapons, and went out together. If all of this was the work of the cannibal gang, then Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu would confront Zhao Lijuan directly at home, and she would lead her men to wipe out the people lying in ambush in the coal mine. Therefore, Zhou Shuan was a little worried about her, wondering how the situation was over there. Mu Mu's breathing became more and more steady, and his complexion gradually regained its color. 2 hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, and immediately saw the figure in front of the hospital bed. Mom! Mu Mu, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. Thank goodness you're alright. Zhong Tian burst into tears, hugging him tightly. That day, Mom was a tearful mess. Zhou Shuan also stepped forward and looked at Mu Mu gently. How are you? Does your wound hurt? Mu Mu shook his head. I don't feel anything yet. That must be because the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet. The next second, Mu Mu exclaimed excitedly, Sis, I was amazing today. I subdued a crazy woman strapped with explosives with my bare hands. The rest of the Zhou family, this child, so reckless. You almost scared Mom, Dad, and your sister to death, and you still have the nerve to say that. Zhong Tian gently patted his head, barely using any force. Mu Mu smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I saw the situation was critical, so I didn't think much about it. You brat, didn't I tell you and Grandma to hide in the bedroom? How did you sneak up to the 3rd floor? Zhou Jianhai, who hadn't spoken until now, finally spoke up. Mu Mu was still a little afraid of his father's dark face. He shrank back and whispered, I wasn't worried about you. My brother-in-law also said that occupying the high ground is crucial for gaining strategic initiative. I was just trying to protect you from that position. Zhou Jianhai laughed in exasperation. Gaining strategic initiative? Look at who's in the hospital now. Zhou Shuan tugged at her father's sleeve before turning to Mu Mu and smiling. Mu Mu did a great job. Thanks to you today, we're standing here safely. Otherwise, in that tense situation, a single spark would have wiped out the whole family. No matter how many supplies she had stockpiled in her spatial dimension, it would have been useless. Mu Mu immediately grinned. Zhou Shuan understood the boy's urgent desire to protect his family. His act of protecting his family and daring to fight the bad guys was commendable. Although Mu Mu was the youngest in the family, he wasn't spoiled. His actions today prove that. He has grown into a warrior in this apocalyptic world. But, Zhou Shuan changed the subject, you still lack practical experience today, and you didn't anticipate the situation, which led to your injury. She was helping Mu Mu review her experience. Although Mu Mu was still weak, her eyes were bright as she listened. Zhong Tian hesitated, but Zhou Jianhai gently shook his head at her. The apocalypse might never end. Shuan's current outstanding martial arts skills, keen insight, and extraordinary sense of danger were all valuable experiences she had accumulated over 8 years of surviving alone in the apocalypse. She had encountered countless situations far more dangerous than Mu Mu's. And Mu Mu, if she wanted to possess such abilities in the apocalypse, she too needed to be trained. She sighed softly, looking at her outstanding children, unsure whether she felt more worry or pride. Chapter 357. That evening, Qi Mingyu returned, bringing news of Zhang Jia. During the day, Zhang Jia led dozens of security team members to the agreed-upon location, not a coal mine, but a mountain. She was very careful, dividing her men into several groups, all dressed in white, so they wouldn't be visible in the snow's light. They then located the ambush, wiping out all 30-odd men in one fell swoop. Zhang Jia and her team's operation went smoothly. All but 2 of the 30-odd men lying in ambush were wiped out. We also suffered some losses. 7 or 8 were wounded, and 2 were killed. Qi Mingyu said in a deep voice. Zhang Jia brought back the 2 prisoners. I interrogated them. They are indeed members of the cannibal gang. That Zhao Lijuan is the leader of the cannibal gang. I checked her arrival time at the base. It was around the same time as ours. It turned out her initial suspicions and worries were correct. The other side had indeed followed them. Zhou Shuan felt a chill of fear. This also showed how terrifying Zhao Lijuan was. Not only did she infiltrate Chenfen's team unscathed, but she was also highly trusted by them. Chenfen had no idea that this quiet, honest woman with delicate features was actually the leader of the cannibalistic gang that had killed many members of their Finxia team. The cannibalistic gang had several locations in Xiangqing, but most of them died in those 2 major battles. Only a very small number remained. Their leader, Zhao Lijuan, gathered them up, made thorough preparations, and then dispersed to infiltrate the new base, recruiting new members. Their total number is probably over 50. Besides those who were lying in ambush at our house and Zhang Jia's place, there are still a few left. I already ordered people to capture them, Chi Mingyu continued. Although the few people Zhao Lijuan left behind after the villa operation failed, they likely discovered the situation and fled immediately, but the extreme cold greatly hampered their escape routes. Therefore, if the police were to be deployed to apprehend them, there was still a reasonable chance of success. What about the dead members of the convoy? Zhou Shuan asked. Chi Mingyu nodded. They did it. They silently captured people in the middle of the night, and threw them outside. They freeze solid in minutes, leaving no trace. Zhou Shuan paused, then sneered. So it seems Zhao Lijuan approached our house knowing we had heavy weaponry. A direct assault wouldn't work, so she deliberately feigned weakness to get close, trying to assess the situation before making her move. Every step she took was calculated and meticulously planned. If Chi Mingyu hadn't noticed the unusual cause of death of the convoy members and taken precautions beforehand, her entire family would probably be in danger. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but reach out and tightly grasp Chi Mingyu's hand. Her palms were sweaty. Chi Mingyu knew how much she valued her family, and how she hadn't been sleeping well lately, likely due to her worry about the cannibalistic gang. He reached out and took her hand, gently pulling her into his embrace. Don't be afraid, he said, his voice steady. I'm always here. I help you protect our home. Zhou Shuan's eyes welled up with tears. She buried her face in his broad chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and her emotions gradually calmed down. They had come from the hospital room to Zhou Shuan's office to discuss their matter. Therefore, the place was private, and there was no one else around. After venting her lingering fear, she asked, Did you go home before you came? Only Grandma is home. I'm a little worried too. Chi Mingyu nodded. I already gone back. I sent another security team to patrol our neighborhood, focusing on our house. So don't worry about Grandma's safety. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and said, How about this? I tell Mom and Dad that it's no use for us both to stay here, so we take turns. Mom and Dad can go home tonight, and we stay here to keep watch. With someone at home, Grandma will feel more at ease. Chi Mingyu had no objections. But how could Zhong Tian bear to go back? This was her son's first night after surgery. How could she not be there to watch over him? Zhou Jianhai also didn't want to go back. Wan, you have to go to work tomorrow. You and Xiaoyu have heavy responsibilities, and it's difficult to ask for leave. You two should go home and rest normally tonight. Your mother and I will stay here to take care of your brother for a few days. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and could only nod. She knew that Mumu being shot today had terrified them both. Fortunately, the surgery went smoothly, but they were still shaken, and preferred to stay by his side rather than go home. The hospital rooms are too scarce right now. Even though Zhou Shuan works at the hospital, it's difficult to find a private room. She could only find a two-person room for her brother. It's quiet, but the space is a bit cramped. So she asked Chi Mingyu to bring over a 1-meter-wide folding bed from her place, so her parents could take turns resting on it when they're tired. Then she brought over 2 lunchboxes. Because there were other people in the room, her lunchboxes weren't filled with anything too fancy. Mumu has only been able to drink millet porridge these past few days, and the thermos filled with golden millet porridge is his. This thermos has 2 layers. One layer is rice, and the other is chicken stew with potatoes. At the base, it was openly accepted that they ate chicken, since it was raised by their own families. She took out 2 more bowls for her parents to share. From late morning until evening, the family hadn't had a chance to eat. Only when they smelled the aroma of the food did Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian realize they were hungry. Mumu was lying in bed talking to his parents, and his face fell when he saw them. He was a teenager, the kind of boy who would eat his parents out of house and home. After the anesthesia wore off, besides the pain in his wound, he also felt a stomachache. Zhong Tian brought him a bowl of millet porridge and fed him, spoonful by spoonful. Mumu didn't particularly like millet porridge, but under his mother's threatening gaze, he had no choice but to grimace as he drank it. You really don't know what's good for you. So many families can't even afford food like this these days, Zhong Tian said in a low voice, giving him a glare. Those who could afford a double room were all families with plenty of supplies. The patient in the next bed was an elderly man in his 50s, who had slipped and fallen on the balcony in the snow, fracturing his leg, and had been admitted to the hospital. His caregiver was a middle-aged man a few years younger than Zhou Jianhai, who seemed quite filial, frequently helping the immobile elderly man turn over. Rice, millet, and wheat are now rare. Firstly, the apocalypse has lasted too long, and most people have run out of staple foods. Secondly, natural disasters, like floods and heatwaves have left no good storage methods. These staple foods are the least durable. Therefore, The middle-aged man next door was feeding the elderly man cactus powder. A couple of years ago, cacti thrived in hot weather, and many families grew a lot of them, then collected the cactus powder for breakfast and dinner. The other man was quite envious that they could still afford millet. Millet porridge is very nourishing, especially for hospitalized patients, but after some hesitation, he ultimately didn't say it aloud. Food is so precious these days. Ordinary families spend so much effort to save up even a little bit of staple food, and they refuse to change it. Chapter 358. The Zhou family noticed the other party's hesitation, but pretended not to. Even vacuum-packed rice and millet, if stored properly, would only last 3 or 4 years. Now, more than 6 years after the apocalypse, vacuum-packed food should have spoiled by now. However, some families always find a way. So, occasionally eating rice or millet porridge isn't too unacceptable. After finishing their meal, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu left. Zhou Shuan was going back to work at the hospital the next morning, and would bring lunch for her parents and Mumu. Grandma Pang was waiting anxiously at home. After the young couple returned home, she carefully inquired about Mumu's condition, and after a long pause, sighed, "This is truly an unexpected disaster." She looked at Qi Mingyu, her eyes filled with expectation. "Xiaoyu, Grandma wants to see Mumu tomorrow, is that alright?" Qi Mingyu remained silent for a moment. Grandma Pang's health hasn't been good lately. The Prastra virus has clearly damaged her body. She often feels tired, sleepy during the day, and suffers from insomnia at night, occasionally catching a minor cold. The whole family is worried and tries their best to take good care of her. Especially Qi Mingyu, who gets up at night to check on her in the next room. Grandma Pang is 70 years old this year. In the post-apocalyptic world, once an elderly person passes 70, their mobility and health decline significantly. Coupled with various natural and man-made disasters, very few people in the base are over 70. Now, it's freezing cold outside, and there are various cross-infections in the hospital. Qi Mingyu didn't want Grandma Pang to go out. After a pause, he said softly, "Grandma, Mumu's surgery was successful, she'd be discharged in a few days." The villa is quite large. Although no one lives on the first floor now, residents can put on air-conditioned clothing and go for a walk in the enclosed glass-walled courtyard. So, if Grandma Pang feels cooped up at home, she can go downstairs for a stroll. Grandma Pang glared at him, "Trying to keep me locked up again, you brat. I'm not old yet. How come I can't even leave the house?" Zhou Shuan smiled and hugged Grandma Pang's arm. "Grandma, of course you're not old. In my heart, you and Mom are like sisters, still young." Grandma Pang couldn't help but chuckle. "If Tiyun and I look like sisters, it's not that I'm too young, it's that you made your mother look old." Zhou Shuan helped her to sit on the sofa and got back to the main topic. "Grandma, there's still the flu in the hospital, so why don't you not go? I go to the hospital tomorrow to record a video of Mumu, so you can see him, okay?" Grandma Pang sighed. "Alright, I listen to you. I won't trouble you." She got up and went back to her bedroom, her steps a little unsteady. Compared to when she first met her, Grandma Pang had indeed aged. Zhou Shuan felt a pang of sadness, turning to look at Qi Mingyu, whose eyes were also full of worry. She whispered, "I go to the kitchen to make Grandma some dessert. You go and comfort her." Qi Mingyu nodded and followed her to the bedroom. As people get older, they tend to crave soft, sweet foods. Zhou Shuan took out 2 pieces of mashed yam sprinkled with osmanthus sauce, and a small bowl of steaming red date and millet porridge from her spatial storage. She waited a while before bringing them to the bedroom. She didn't want him to eat too much and get indigestion, just a little soft, sweet food to cheer him up. Upon entering, Zhou Shuan noticed that Grandma Pang's mood had noticeably improved. "Wan, Xiaoyu is taking me to the hospital tomorrow." Zhou Shuan was startled and looked at Qi Mingyu. The latter nodded and reached out to take the bowl Zhou Shuan offered. "Grandma, Wan made this especially for you." "Oh, I'm not hungry, I ate something tonight." Since her family wasn't home, she had only casually drunk half a bowl of porridge. After spending some time with Grandma Pang on sweets, the two went to wash up. Qi Mingyu then told her, "Grandma's low spirits stem from feeling useless. I thought about it, and if we're fully prepared, we can go tomorrow." He gently rested his chin on Zhou Shuan's forehead and whispered, Wan, Grandma hasn't been feeling well lately, and I'm worried. I don't want her to be unhappy." Qi Mingyu had few family ties. Grandma Pang was the only one by his side. Therefore, he cared for Grandma Pang more than he outwardly showed, wanting to protect her health and not wanting her to be unhappy. "Okay, I help you tomorrow." Zhou Shuan hugged him. "Okay." Early the next morning, Chi Mingyu and Grandma Peng both put on their air conditioning suits. Then Chi Mingyu put on his ice skates, carried Grandma Peng on his back, and carefully skated outside. The family originally had 6 air conditioning suits, but Moo Moo had grown up, so one small suit was no longer needed, and another had been damaged by a bullet, compromising its seal and making it unrepairable. However, when Zhao Lijuan and her men ambushed the Zhou family yesterday, most people wore mink coats for warmth, but a few wore air conditioning suits. So Chi Mingyu kept a few of them. Today, everyone was allowed to wear an air-conditioned suit. Chi Mingyu carried Grandma Peng on his back in front, with Zhou Shuan following closely behind, her hands ready to catch her in case of an accident. But Chi Mingyu didn't let that happen. From the villa entrance to the hospital, he steadily carried Grandma Peng, just like he had carried the immobile Moo Moo yesterday. Upon arriving at the hospital, Grandma Peng removed the face shield from her air-conditioned suit. She was wearing an N95 mask underneath. She then went to the ward with Zhou Shuan and the others. Moo Moo had shared a bedroom with Grandma Peng for 2 years, and they were very close. In his heart, Grandma Peng was his own grandmother. So, upon seeing that the other party had come specifically to see him, he was overjoyed. Grandma. Grandma Peng hurried over, took his hand, looked him up and down, and said, "You really scared Grandma to death, Moo Moo. How's your wound?" Moo Moo replied, "Aside from the wound still hurting a little, I am fine." "You two are too bold," Zhong Tian complained, grumbling about Chi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan's carelessness. The roads outside were icy and slippery, yet they had let Grandma Peng come out. Grandma Peng smiled. "It's all right, it was my insistence. Moo Moo was injured and hospitalized, and I felt bad if I couldn't come to see him in person." "How did you get here?" Zhou Jianhai asked hastily. Hearing that Chi Mingyu had carried her, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian breathed a slight sigh of relief. Xiao Yu was sensible. Since he dared to carry Grandma Peng, he certainly wouldn't let her fall. The worst thing about snowy days is when elderly people fall. A fall can lead to hospitalization, just like the patient in the next bed, and without careful care, they slowly wither and die. Not daring to let Grandma Peng stay in the hospital for too long, Chi Mingyu talked with Moo Moo for a while, gave her a few more instructions, and then took Grandma Peng back home. Chapter 359. After Chi Mingyu and Grandma Peng left, Moo Moo's spirits improved significantly, and his appetite returned. Zhong Tian fed him light noodles while nagging, "You can't be so reckless in the future. Your brother-in-law is right. Don't be a show-off if you have no experience." Moo Moo ate obediently, nodding occasionally, but his eyes darted around, secretly glancing at Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan found his gaze amusing and gently flicked his forehead. "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm too long-winded?" Moo Moo quickly shook his head, grinning. "Sister, I think you were especially cool yesterday." He imitated Zhou Shuan's bow-drawing motion, his eyebrows dancing with excitement, and with a whoosh, he shot an arrow, 100 paces, 100 arrows, never missing. Yesterday, Zhou Shuan's arrow struck Xiao Lijuan's wrist, but the latter possessed astonishing endurance and ultimately fired a gun during her struggle with Moo Moo. Zhou Shuan was amused by his exaggerated performance, and the atmosphere in the ward lightened considerably. Zhou Jianhai watched the interaction between the siblings and smiled. He turned to his wife and said softly, "Don't worry too much. Moo Moo is a lucky boy, he'll be alright." Zhong Tian hadn't dared to sleep last night, watching over her son the whole time. She nodded, but her eyes suddenly reddened. Over the next few days, Moo Moo recovered quickly, and his wounds gradually healed. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian cared for him tirelessly, taking turns resting. Grandma Peng would also have Chi Mingyu carry him to visit him every day or two. Zhou Shuan would come to the hospital every day after get off work to talk to Moo Moo and bring him some treats. A week later, Moo Moo was finally discharged from the hospital. Back home, the family celebrated. Moo Moo had been restrained in the hospital for a week, only allowed to eat bland food. As soon as he got home, he said he wanted hot pot. Zhou Shuan specially prepared a milder version of the hot pot broth for him and Grandma Peng, while she, her parents, and Chi Mingyu ate the normal version. The milder broth contained only a very small amount of mushroom ingredients, and was mostly broth. Moo Moo pouted, but still busied himself eating. He still couldn't eat much meat and seafood, but he could eat vegetables, mushrooms, tofu, etc. normally. The family enjoyed the meal very much. During the meal, Chi Mingyu told everyone that it had been confirmed that Zhao Lijuan was the leader of the cannibalistic gang, and Zhao Lijuan was also her real name. Because her crimes were countless, the base had decided to execute Zhao Lijuan and others by hanging. The Zhou family breathed a sigh of relief. The time bomb hanging over their heads had finally been defused. A few days later, the base harvested a considerable quantity of mushrooms and oyster mushrooms. The base then set aside half of them at the resource exchange point for civilians to exchange. After the apocalypse, meat was scarce, and these fungi could be prepared to taste just as delicious as meat, so the exchange was extremely popular. Long queues formed at the exchange point, bustling with people, each carrying supplies they wanted to exchange, their faces filled with anticipation. It was only through Zhong Tian's connections in the logistics department that the Zhou family managed to exchange 20 jin, approximately 10 caddies, of fresh mushrooms and oyster mushrooms. Looking at the still moist mushrooms and oyster mushrooms, Zhong Tian sighed enviously. If only I were still working in the cultivation department, I could definitely learn a lot. Zhou Xuan smiled and said, Mom, if you really want to go, you can talk to Mingmingwei. Maybe you can get a transfer. Zhong Tian's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I ask Mingwei tomorrow. Actually, the work in the logistics department is quite easy. It's just that you don't learn much. But to survive in the apocalypse, Zhong Tian still felt that mastering planting techniques was the most important thing. The reason she went to the logistics department in the first place was because, in the early stages of the new base's construction, there wasn't enough capacity to solidify the planting and breeding sectors. Later, Zhou Xuan suggested building a fungal cultivation base in the greenhouse area. They didn't need many people, and they had to be skilled in fungal cultivation. She was immediately interested, but didn't bring it up and put everyone in a difficult position. This time, the fungal cultivation was a great success, and the base definitely needed to expand the cultivation base, so she brought up her idea. The whole family was very supportive, but they were worried that she would overwork herself. Planting is very different from working in the logistics department. Zhong Tian, however, was not afraid of hard work at all, and said enthusiastically, once I learn this technique, we can grow some shiitake and oyster mushrooms at home. Both of these can be dried and stored for a long time. Growing more at home wouldn't hurt. The next day, she applied to Mingmingwei, expressing her desire to transfer to the planting department. Mingmingwei was reluctant to let her go. She had worked with Aunt Zhong, an elder, for over a year, and the elder had helped her a lot. But she respected Zhong Tian's wishes and agreed. She even took good care of her, making her a team leader in the planting department. This way, Zhong Tian wouldn't have to work so hard on the front lines of planting, whether it was mushrooms, vegetables, or other crops in the future. She could observe and learn on site. Many shared her thoughts, and more people applied to work in the planting department. Xiao Xiao indeed began to expand the scale of the fungal culture base. Zhou Lijuan and several other members of the cannibalistic gang were hanged in the base square. This time, apart from Grandma Pang and Moo Moo, who hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, the remaining 4 went to witness the execution. Although going to the execution ground was not a pleasant experience, the Zhou family felt that only by seeing this vicious woman, who had committed countless evil deeds, punished for her misdeeds, could they feel that there was still justice in the world. After watching the hanging, Zhong Tian breathed a long sigh of relief. Our lives will be peaceful again. Eliminating a hidden enemy. Qi Mingyu also looked at Zhou Xuan. You can finally sleep peacefully. Zhou Xuan had a strong sense of danger. She knew that if the cannibalistic gang leader couldn't be caught, they were all in danger. Therefore, after returning from the south, she often woke up from nightmares at night. Qi Mingyu often clung to her, and when he was tired, he slept even better. But from now on, she should be able to sleep well. Wearing her air-conditioned clothes, Zhou Xuan understood his unspoken meaning and secretly glared at him. Qi Mingyu held her hand and smiled gently. Because opening the general store was merely a pretext to lure Zhao Lijuan out, once Zhao Lijuan died, the general store had to close. No one in the Zhou family had time to run the store full-time. They cleared out all the goods in the store, and then returned the house. Zhou Jianhai sighed, this general store, although it's only been open for less than 2 months, feels like I returned to the time when we ran the hardware store. Because Zhao Lijuan was a woman, he didn't usually come to the store, but he missed the life before the apocalypse. Dad, our family has the ability to open a store. My mom changed jobs, so you probably. Zhou Xuan asked. Chapter 360. If her father really liked running a shop, she would support him. Anyway, she had plenty of bicycles, hardware, coal stoves, and other items in her space, enough to keep the shop open for 2 or 3 years. Zhou Jianhai thought for a moment, then shook his head. Your mother is right. The most important thing after the apocalypse is learning skills. Running a shop is comfortable, but it wastes time. I'm doing well in the repair shop and have learned a lot. That's it for now. I stick with it for another 2 years and try to perfect my repair skills. The others naturally supported him. Because of the recent bumper harvest of oyster mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms, the survivors' lives had improved considerably. Stewed potatoes, oyster mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms together made a particularly delicious main dish. Those who could afford it would also exchange them for eggs to stir-fry with shiitake mushrooms and oyster mushrooms. Besides the Joe family raising chickens at home, because they had previously donated hatching eggs to the base, after several batches of chicks hatched, the weather suddenly turned cold, and there wasn't much space left to raise chickens. They only cleared out a small corner of the factory area for raising chickens. Therefore, the number of chickens was not large, about 200 hens and 40 to 50 roosters, plus about 20 geese. One person could raise all the chickens. Therefore, eggs were very expensive at the base. Only those who could afford it could exchange them for a few to enjoy. Some far-sighted individuals also exchanged eggs and incubators for hatching eggs at home. So, besides the supply exchange point, there were 5 or 6 households at the base that made a living by exchanging eggs. But if someone came to exchange eggs, the Joe family didn't refuse, exchanging them at the market price. These past few days, more people had come, some even wanting to exchange for a rooster. The Joe family didn't have many roosters of their own, so they politely declined. With a fresh harvest of vegetables, Zhou Shuwan invited Xiao Xiao and Ming Mingwei to her home for a simple meal, and also to inquire about their wedding date. On a winter afternoon, sunlight streamed through the second-floor windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Xiao Xiao and Ming Mingwei arrived at the Zhou family home. As soon as they entered, a wave of warmth washed over them, a stark contrast to the icy landscape outside. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, Grandma Peng, Ming Mingwei greeted the Zhou family with a smile, removing her scarf and gloves. Xiao Xiao greeted them in return, his gaze sweeping around the room. Noticing a gasoline generator in the corner, he remarked with a touch of melancholy, "It's so warm in here." A gasoline generator makes it much warmer than where we are. "Yes, it's freezing cold here. We're so grateful for this generator," Zhou Shuwan replied with a smile. He got up and poured them both cups of hot water. "Have some hot water to warm yourselves up." Wearing air-conditioned clothes, it's not too cold, Ming Mingwei said. Xiao Xiao took the hot water, sipped it, his gaze still fixed on the generator. This gasoline is a treasure. Now that it's covered in snow and ice outside, it's hard to find. His tone held a hint of regret. In fact, he had realized the importance of gasoline when the new base was being built, but unfortunately, he wasn't in charge then, and many things were hindered. Zhou Shuwan brought over several bowls of canned fruit, but of course, she wouldn't tell Xiao Xiao that when she and Qi Mingyu went south, they practically looted all the gasoline from the gas stations along the way, and the gasoline stored in their spatial storage was enough for their family to last a lifetime. Back then, to store the gasoline, they even risked going to the city several times, specifically looking for various large containers. After chatting for a while, the topic turned to Xiao Xiao and Ming Mingyu's wedding. "We plan to hold the wedding in a week. We keep it low-key, inviting only our parents and a few friends," Xiao Xiao said. Ming Mingwei lowered her head shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Now, Xiao Xiao is the highest-ranking leader of the base, and Ming Mingwei is the head of the logistics department. Their special status means that a lavish wedding would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. "Congratulations." The family hurriedly offered their congratulations. Zhou Shuwan got up and went to the bedroom. When she came out, she was carrying 2 beautifully packaged bottles of Mutai liquor. "This is a wedding gift from Mingyu and me to you. We're giving it to you in advance. We come to the wedding empty-handed," Zhou Shuwan said casually, handing the bottles to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao quickly waved her hand, saying, "This is too precious. I can't accept it." In the post-apocalyptic world, the price of Mutai liquor had already skyrocketed, making the value of these 2 bottles immeasurable. Zhou Shuwan chuckled and joked, "Consider this a bribe in advance. If there's anything good at the base in the future, you have to give us priority." Xiao Xiao smiled helplessly, but ultimately accepted the generous gift. He understood Zhou Shuwan's meaning. They had known each other for many years and understood one another. This kind of banter was more of an expression of closeness. Lunch was sumptuous: 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, and a soup. The stir-fried mushrooms with eggs was particularly delicious. Zhong Tian had used plenty of oil, making the mushrooms taste like stewed meat, incredibly flavorful. The large plate was devoured. Xiao Xiao praised, "The mushrooms are so fresh, they taste really good. My family loves them too. We got 20 gene of mushrooms and oyster mushrooms a few days ago, and we've been stir-frying them almost every day. They're almost gone," Zhong Tiyun said with a smile. Remembering something, Meng Mingwei asked, "And Zhong, how's it going in the planting department? Are you adjusting well? Is it tiring?" To be honest, Meng Mingwei considered Zhong Tiyun an elder, and arranging for her to be a group leader in the logistics department, a very easy job where she only needed to oversee the final checks, wasn't ideal. But going to the planting department, she knew, would involve dealing with the land, which would definitely be dirty and tough. Zhong Tiyun, however, was beaming with joy, not tiring at all. Farming is my old profession, especially since my second brother and his family had never grown oyster mushrooms before. I learned a new technique. I'm just waiting to set up a small mushroom cultivation room at home after I learn it, so we can have more vegetables to eat. That's a good idea, Xiao Xiao agreed. Being self-sufficient after the apocalypse is truly a heavenly life. My parents have always worked in a cannery. They heard that, and Zhong went to the planting department and were quite interested. But they don't have much experience in farming, and they used to be factory workers, so after considering it, they didn't apply, Meng Mingwei said. Actually, it was because Meng's parents had worked in factories for most of their lives, and after the apocalypse, thanks to their daughter, they easily got jobs in the extremely difficult-to-enter cannery. They felt uneasy about doing other jobs. Meng Mingwei was also worried that her parents would be overworked, so she prioritized their wishes. I grew up growing vegetables in greenhouses with my parents, so I have a natural affinity for the land. Your parents are used to assembly line work, so they can do it with ease, Zhong Tiyun said. Meng Mingwei nodded. Yes, that's what we think too. Now her parents are both team leaders in their respective groups at the cannery, and they don't need to work 3 shifts on the assembly line like before, which is already quite good. Zhou Shuan cleared the dishes, while Zhong Tiyun hummed a little tune as she began preparing dinner ingredients. Mom, you seem to be in a good mood today, Zhou Shuan said with a smile as she put the washed dishes into the cupboard. Zhong Tiyun picked up a handful of fresh shiitake mushrooms, carefully tearing them into small pieces, her face beaming. Mingwei is such a thoughtful child. She even asked me earlier if I was tired from work, and if I was adjusting well. She's such a good girl. She paused, then added, Xiao Xiao is also a good one, steady and reliable. She'd definitely be able to take good care of Mingwei in the future. Zhou Shuan nodded in agreement. Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwei, one steady and the other cheerful, complemented each other perfectly. They were indeed a good match. A week later, Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingyue's wedding was held as scheduled. There was no elaborate ceremony, no extravagant decorations. They simply set up 2 tables at their home and invited close relatives and friends. Meng Mingwei wore a festive red coat, which made her skin appear even fairer, and her face beamed with a happy smile. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, wore a black suit, looking exceptionally energetic, with a hint of joy in her eyes. The 2 tables of people sat together, eating and exchanging blessings in a lively atmosphere. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were also among them. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. Xiao Xiao suddenly stood up, walked to Zhou Shuan, poured her a glass of wine, and handed it to her. Wan, this glass is for you. Zhou Shuan was a little surprised. She and Qi Mingyu had already toasted separately, but she still quickly smiled and congratulated her. Xiao Xiao smiled slightly, her eyes seeming to hold a certain peculiar meaning, but it only flashed by, difficult to discern. Zhou Shuan didn't understand, assuming he was just being polite, and downed her drink in one gulp. Qi Mingyu's gaze darkened slightly, as he subtly observed Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao looked at Zhou Shuan and silently said in her heart, Wan, I wish you happiness, and I wish Mingwei and I happiness too. This glass of wine was simply a toast to a love that had ended without fruition, devoid of regret or ulterior motives. From now on, the person he was closest to, and should take care of most was his wife, Mingwei. Zhou Shuan was just a friend. He turned and returned to his seat, his smile returning, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Shuan put down her glass, a warm current spreading through her stomach, making her feel slightly tipsy. She turned to look at Qi Mingyu, only to find him looking at her, his gaze deep, as if deep in thought. What's wrong? She asked softly. Qi Mingyu shook his head, reached out, and took her hand, gently squeezing it, without speaking. After the wedding banquet, the guests gradually dispersed. Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, their parents Mu Mu, and Grandma Peng also got up to say goodbye. Take care on the road, Xiao Xiao and Meng Mingwei said, standing at the door to see them off. Grandma Peng, please be careful on your way too. It was a rare wedding, and Grandma Peng didn't want to miss it, so Qi Mingyu carried her on his back, and the whole family went. The meat cannery at the base produced canned meat from white mice raised there. In the post-apocalyptic world, animals were practically non-existent in human settlements, but mice were incredibly adaptable creatures. Especially when raised specifically, they yielded far greater profits than chickens, ducks, or pigs. Therefore, although the base raised chickens and geese, it wasn't their primary focus. To obtain protein and trace elements, people needed to eat meat, which required raising rats. However, eating canned meat every day was too unpleasant. A few days later, a major event occurred at the base. Near the base was a lake called Mirror Cloud Lake. Before the apocalypse, the lake's water was clear, reflecting the white clouds in the sky like a mirror, hence its name. After the disaster, the lake dried up, but the area had abundant groundwater resources, with 2 uncontaminated groundwater sources, which is why the new base was chosen here. Later, wastewater purification technology from the coast was introduced to the base, and the lake was refilled with clean water, freezing over in the cold winter. One day, those who went out were surprised to find schools of fish swimming under the ice. They broke through the ice and caught 2 fish, each about an arm's length long, that resembled cod by 7 or 8 points. Unable to recognize them, people still called them cod. However, cod are saltwater fish, and there are currently no known freshwater fish in the world that can survive in water temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius. Therefore, this fish must have evolved. The survivors, unsure of its name or the reason, simply continued to call it cod. When the news reached the base, everyone was in an uproar. Mirror Cloud Lake was quite large, covering 50 or 60 hectares. No one had expected that after 2 years of dormancy, fish would be surviving beneath its ice. Before the base even organized a fishing trip, the Zhou family, fully equipped with homemade fishing rods and tools, joined the massive fishing frenzy. Almost all the residents of the base, who could go out, came out to the shores of Mirror Cloud Lake. The biting winter wind, carrying ice and snow, howled across Mirror Cloud Lake. The lake's surface was already frozen into a 3-meter thick layer of ice, like a giant silver mirror reflecting the blinding sunlight. A large crowd thronged the ice, creating a lively scene. The winter sun shone brightly on the ice, reflecting a dazzling light onto the excited figures of the people. This 3-meter thick layer of ice truly tested anyone wanting to drill holes for fishing. The Zhou family had come prepared, bringing an automatic ice drill. Qi Mingyu selected a spot, and the sharp drill bit spun, cutting into the ice, sending ice shards flying. After much effort, they finally managed to drill several small holes in the thick ice. Through the clear ice holes, the still flowing lake water below could be clearly seen. In their previous life, the new base had never been able to solve the water pollution problem, and Mirror Cloud Lake was just a stagnant pool. They had never had such a fishing experience before. But their past experience fishing in Jiyun Mountain allowed Zhou Shuwan, her father, Mu Mu, and Qi Mingyu to skillfully cast 5 fishing lines into 5 ice holes. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhou Shuwan's fishing rod began to tremble violently. The line taut. A fish! A fish on! Mu Mu shouted excitedly, her eyes fixed on the throbbing rod. Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu quickly put down their own rods to help, the two of them stabilizing the rods on either side to prevent the lines from breaking. Zhou Shuwan reeled in the line forcefully, feeling the fish struggling underwater. Slow down, don't pull too hard, be careful not to break the line, Zhou Jianhai warned, feeling the tension in the line with his hand. The line tightened little by little in Zhou Shuwan's hand, ripples spreading across the surface of the water beneath the ice cave, and a silvery figure gradually appeared. Zhou Shuwan held her breath, then suddenly pulled, and a plump cod broke through the ice, tracing a graceful arc in the air. Wow! What a big fish! The surrounding people exclaimed in Hindi. Chapter 361. The cod froze instantly upon emerging from the water, a thin layer of ice forming on its scales, shimmering in the cold. Zhou Shuwan beamed with delight as she looked at the rock-hard cod. Most of the people around were still painstakingly chipping away at the ice with hand tools, progressing slowly. Breaking through the thick ice was no easy task. Some were itching to borrow the Zhou family's automatic drill. A middle-aged man in an air-conditioned suit cautiously approached Zhou Jianhai, forcing a smile, and said, "Brother, your drill is really useful. Could we borrow it? We've been trying for ages, and there's still no progress." Qi Mingyu stepped forward and firmly refused. "I'm sorry, we need it ourselves. I'm afraid we can't lend it to you." The middle-aged man looked somewhat embarrassed and wanted to say something more, but seeing Qi Mingyu's cold gaze, he could only walk away dejectedly. There were still many people eyeing the Zhou family's drilling rig, making it difficult to decide who to lend it to. Rather than being caught in the middle, it was better to simply refuse. Chi Mingyu knew that once a precedent was set, a constant stream of people would come to borrow it, making the situation even more complicated. The family all carried bows and arrows on their backs, looking formidable. The others dared not speak out, bowing their heads and retreating. Zhou Shuwan withdrew her gaze, and cast the fishing line back into the ice hole. Perhaps because too many people were moving around on the lake, this time it took a long time for any fish to bite. However, Zhou Shuwan and her family weren't in a hurry, waiting quietly. "Brother Yu, why are there so many caught in this lake?" Zhou Shuwan asked curiously, still watching the fishing line. Chi Mingyu gazed at the distant ice surface, pondered for a moment, and said, "It's probably because the clean water injected into the lake earlier brought fish eggs from other waters. Combined with the suitable environment of Mirror Cloud Lake, these eggs were able to hatch, evolve, and grow." "I see," Zhou Shuwan said, suddenly understanding. Half an hour later, Zhou Jianhai lifted his fishing rod, and a slightly smaller cod was caught, shimmering in the sunlight. "Another one." Moo Moo's hoarse laughter was particularly jarring. Zhou Shuwan handed the fish to Moo Moo, smiling, and said, "Here, dinner's settled." "This is too slow," Chi Mingyu said thoughtfully. "First, there are too many people, it's not quiet. Second, fishing with a rod is about enjoying the pleasure of fishing, but the speed is too slow," Zhou Shuwan calmly pointed out. Chi Mingyu thought for a moment, and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhou Shuwan's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. A short while later, they ran into acquaintances. Chinfan's team, who lived together in the factory, and Zhang Jia had come out fishing. They didn't have any equipment, and they weren't as strong as the men, so they wandered around the lake, looking for a spot with thinner ice. That's how they encountered the Zhou family and Chi Mingyu. Zhang Jia recognized Zhou Shuwan's figure and greeted her from afar. Wan. Zhou Shuwan looked up and saw them, and was pleasantly surprised. She was about to call out, but then remembered she was fishing, so she quietly waved. Sister Hong had already seen the drilling rig at their feet, and looked on with envy. "How's your catch?" Zhou Shuwan asked in a low voice. Chinfan walked over and, seeing that their bucket already contained 2 fish, sighed, "No good. We've been breaking the ice for ages, our hands are numb, and we still haven't made a hole. But no wonder this fish is called cod. It looks 7 or 8 parts similar to saltwater cod, just smaller. If it were a saltwater fish, it would probably be even fatter." Sister Hong curiously examined the fish in the bucket. Zhou Shuwan nodded. "Let's see how it tastes when we get back. How different it is from real cod. Judging by its appearance, it's definitely plump and delicious. It was frozen as soon as it was caught. This kind of fish is the freshest, the meat is very tender." Chenfen was very experienced. Zhou Shuwan laughed. "Sister Fen, your team is all women, not very strong, and the ice is so thick, you can't break it with brute force. We have tools. Let Xiao Yu help you break the ice." "Thank you so much," Chinfen said shyly. "I was just thinking about how to ask to borrow your drill." Zhou Shuwan laughed heartily. "We're all family, no need to lend." Chi Mingyu had already asked Zhou Jianhai to help him carry his drill, and he took the drill over. "We can do it ourselves," Sister Hong said, also embarrassed. Zhang Jia, who was closest to Zhou Shuwan, immediately waved his hand and said playfully, "Let Xiao Yu help us find a place to break the ice. He's the only man in our group, the strongest. A best friend's husband is for doing the work." Everyone else couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Shuwan stood there fishing, not moving, and laughed. Yes, you can order me around as you please, but I won't stand for it if I get tired. Look, you haven't even used it yet, and you're already feeling sorry for it." After a round of laughter and chatter, the group went to help Chi Mingyu break the ice. Seeing this, the others were also eager to try, their eyes filled with envy. Some carried simple tools, laboriously chiseling at the ice, while others huddled in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes frequently glancing towards the Zhou family's side, but ultimately no one dared to step forward and ask to borrow the drill. Chinfan's team of over 20 women, each carrying bows and arrows, and with daggers or broadswords at their waists, looked like a force to be reckoned with. The biting wind swept across the ice, swirling up fine ice shards and making a rustling sound. Chinfan's team and Zhang Jia used homemade fishing rods, thin branches sharpened and tied with sturdy ropes. The key was the bait. They were generous with their choice, using canned rat meat. Soon, cod took the bait. Got it! Got it! A young woman shouted excitedly, reeling in the fishing line with all her might, bending the rod. A plump cod was pulled from the water, gleaming silver in the sunlight. Chinfan's team cheered, excitedly surrounding the cod. They were from the south, close to the sea, and used to eating fish. Now, With transportation completely paralyzed, they hadn't had fish in a long time and missed it dearly. These cod were large. Catching a dozen or so would be enough for the team, so everyone was particularly focused on fishing. Zhou Shuan watched from afar, a smile spreading across her face. The temperature at night was 10 degrees Celsius lower than during the day. As evening fell, the sun set, the temperature dropped, and the crowd on the lake gradually dispersed, leaving only a few scattered figures. The Zhou family also packed up their gear and headed back. Although they had only caught 7 or 8 cod, each one was at least an arm's length long and very plump. "Let's go home and eat fish," Zhou Jianhai said excitedly, carrying a full bucket of cod. Chapter 362. Zhou Shuan pointed to a spot not far away. "Wait, I go tell Qinfen and the others." Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai nodded. Qi Mingyu, still worried, slowed his pace and accompanied her. Qinfen's team had also had a good catch, managing to catch over a dozen large cod by mid-afternoon, their faces beaming with joy. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to want more. "Sister Fen, Sister Hong Jijia, we're going back now." Zhou Shuan walked up to them, waving the bucket in her hand. Qinfen looked up, smiling, and said, "Thanks so much for your drill today, Wan. Thank you so much." She rubbed her hands together, exhaling a puff of white breath. Zhang Jia also came over, nodding in thanks. "Yes, Wan, you really been a great help. We'd definitely treat you to grilled fish at our place tomorrow. We're all family, no need for formalities." Zhou Shuan smiled, then added, "It's too dangerous after dark. You should pack up and head back early, it's getting dark." "Okay, we were just about to leave too," Qinfen replied, then turned to call her team to gather. "Let's go together." Both sides had a good haul, carrying several full buckets of fish back. Although it was close to the base, anything could happen. Zhou Shuan had come to find Qinfen's team with the same intention, so she smiled and agreed, joining her family and Qinfen's team to walk back along the ice. Night fell, the temperature plummeted, and a howling wind made everyone shiver. Qi Mingyu led the way, Zhou Jianhai and Mu walked in the middle, and Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jiao walked at the very back, chatting and laughing with Qinfen's team. "I've been to coastal cities before, and eaten a lot of seafood," Zhang Jia said with a hint of nostalgia. "Authentic cod has tender flesh, a delicious flavor, and high nutritional value. I wonder what the cod from Mirror Cloud Lake tastes like." Qinfen became interested. Real cod live in the deep sea, and there are many varieties, such as Atlantic cod and Pacific cod. They prefer cold waters, have white flesh, and are rich in protein and various vitamins. They can be cooked in many ways: fried, baked, grilled, boiled. They're delicious no matter how you cook them. Zhou Shuan and the others laughed. "No wonder you're from the south. You know so much about fish." Qinfen then said, "We catch some more tomorrow and treat you to grilled fish. We southerners are the best at grilling fish." "Okay, we be waiting." Zhou Shuan readily agreed, her eyes crinkling with delight. On the way, Zhou Shuan noticed several figures sneakily following them, keeping a safe distance. Those people were wearing air-conditioned uniforms, obscuring their features, but they inexplicably made people feel uneasy. She quickened her pace discreetly, approaching Qi Mingyu, and whispered, "Someone's following us." Qi Mingyu's face darkened, he nodded slightly, and gripped his bow and arrow tightly. He had already noticed them, but these people hadn't made any further moves, so he had been observing them as well. Qinfen had also noticed the furtive figures long ago. Everyone returned to base together, but the dozen or so people behind them continued to linger, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Qinfen narrowed her eyes, and gestured to her team members behind her. The well-trained team members immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Those who had been following them, realizing they had been discovered, stopped hiding and quickened their pace, closing in on Zhou Shuan and her group. In the dim light, it was clear they were carrying weapons like clubs. Qinfen sneered, drew her bow, and knocked an arrow with fluid, effortless movements. An arrow pierced the air, striking one of the men squarely in the thigh. The man screamed and collapsed onto the ice. The others were visibly stunned, clearly not expecting Qinfen's archery skills to be so exceptional. They exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to advance. Qinfen knocked another arrow, aimed at another man, and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get lost." They were too close to the base to leave, and unwilling to engage in a fierce fight lest they attract the base's security forces. Seeing Qinfen's remarkable skill, they dared not linger any longer, helping the wounded man as they scrambled away. "Sister Fen, what excellent archery!" Zhou Shuan exclaimed sincerely. Qinfen smiled, and put away her bow and arrows. A mere trifle, nothing to boast about. Sister Hong scoffed, this world is truly turbulent, you have to be careful wherever you go. Zhou Shuan nodded, deeply agreeing, yes, that's why we have to be cautious at all times. Once safely back at the base, they parted ways at the crossroads. See you tomorrow. Zhou Shuan waved goodbye with a smile. Chen Fan also waved back with a smile. See you tomorrow, don't be late. Back home, Grandma Pang and Zhong Tiyun were overjoyed to see the cod they had brought back. So many fish. Grandma Pang beamed, we can have a good meal tonight. Zhong Tiyun took the bucket, carefully examining the cod inside, nodding repeatedly, they're huge. The meat must be very plump. That evening, she made 2 kinds of cod, pan-fried and steamed. So delicious. Grandma Pang, also from the south, loved fish and praised the cod highly. This fish is even more tender than chicken. During the meal, Chi Mingyu suggested, Wan and I will go to Jingyun Lake again tonight. This time, we won't fish, we catch it with a net. They had wanted to use this method during the day, but Jingyun Lake was overcrowded then, so they planned to do it at night. Although the temperature was extremely cold, they had air-conditioned clothing, so there was no need to worry. Zhou Jianhai put down his chopsticks, agreeing, using fishing nets is more efficient, we can catch a lot at once. But I'm not comfortable with just the 2 of you going, I go with you. He looked at Moo Moo, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Moo Moo, you should come too. The Zhou family was quite surprised by Moo Moo's capture of Zhao Lijuan last time. They realized that the little boy who needed protection had grown into a strong 17-year-old, therefore, they should strengthen his training, allowing him to subconsciously acquire the essential knowledge of the apocalypse, becoming as outstanding as his sister and brother-in-law. They couldn't keep hiding him under their wings any longer. Zhong Tiyun was taken aback, then nodded, okay, then Moo Moo will come along. She wanted to go too, but Grandma Pang was worried about leaving her alone at home. So she wouldn't go. It's settled then. You must be careful, Zhong Tiyun said worriedly. The 2 most frightening things about extreme cold are the freezing temperatures and the sudden blizzard that obscures visibility, making it impossible for people to find their way home and causing them to freeze to death in the snow. After dinner, the group made some preparations and set off again. Since they were going out at night, they had to consider what to do if they encountered a blizzard. Chapter 363. Zhou Shuan's spatial storage was well stocked with various warm tents and supplies. If a sudden blizzard struck, they could immediately take out the tents, providing a temporary shelter for the group. If there were concerns about the tent stability, the storage space also contained a large water tank to weigh down the corners. After much consideration, she figured the 4 of them, prepared this way, should be able to survive the blizzard. Otherwise, Zhou Shuan wouldn't have wanted to take her family out on this adventure. Chi Mingyu carefully checked the performance of the bow and crossbow, and also brought several daggers. Zhou Jiang and Moo Moo each carried a backpack filled with common medicines, tools, and weapons. The night was as dark as ink. The 4, dressed in air-conditioned suits and fully armed, silently left their home, heading towards Mirror Cloud Lake. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang waited anxiously at home. The streetlights were already off, only the dim moonlight illuminating the ground, casting long shadows of the 5 of them. Chi Mingyu walked at the front of the group, cautiously observing his surroundings. Moo Moo followed closely behind his father and sister, curiously observing everything around him. This was his first time venturing out on such a cold night, and he felt both excited and a little nervous. He unconsciously gripped the bow and arrows on his back, feeling the hard texture of the metal, as if it would give him a sense of security. After walking for about an hour, the 5 finally arrived at Mirror Cloud Lake. The lake was deserted, with only the howling wind and the cracking sound of the ice rubbing against the surface, exceptionally clear in the silent night. Brother Yu, let's begin, Zhou Shuan said. Chi Mingyu took out the automatic drill, selected several locations slightly apart, and quickly chiseled open several ice holes. The ice on the lake was thick, and the sound of the drilling rig echoed across the vast expanse. Ice shards flew everywhere, sparkling like diamonds in the moonlight. After chiseling the ice hole, Chi Mingyu carefully lowered the fishing net, equipped with a buoy and weight, into the water. Using a long pole, he meticulously adjusted the net's position, controlling its direction, trying to guide it with the current towards another ice hole. This required excellent eyesight and precise judgment of the water's current. Fortunately, they had a powerful flashlight. The beam penetrated the ice, illuminating the underwater situation. The lake water was crystal clear, and schools of fish could be seen swimming beneath the net. Chi Mingyu kept his eyes fixed on the underwater movements, calmly adjusting the net's position. Little Yu, how's it going? Zhou Shuan asked softly from the side. Qi Mingyu nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the water, almost there. With the current, the fishing net slowly drifted towards another ice hole. Qi Mingyu, quick as a flash, gently nudged the fishing net with a stick, securing it in place. The net floated silently on the water, the unsuspecting fish occasionally bumping into it. Zhou Shuan's family held their breath, maintaining absolute silence, afraid of disturbing the fish. Time ticked by, the biting wind chilling them to the bone. Although their air-conditioned suits kept them warm, their hands and feet were numb from standing motionless. An hour later, Qi Mingyu signaled that it was time to haul in the net. Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu together slowly pulled the heavy net out of the water. The net was full of wriggling cod, which, once above the surface, all turned into stiff, frozen fish, their scales shimmering silver under the light. Wow! So many fish! Moo Moo exclaimed softly, overjoyed. Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu. The latter then beckoned to Moo Moo. Come here and see, Moo Moo. They had set 2 fishing nets. Now that one was pulled up, the other should be almost done. Moo Moo busied himself over. Zhou Shuan took the opportunity to collect all the hardened cod on the ice into her spatial storage. She counted about 30, each about an arm's length long. Much more efficient than fishing. After setting the net down again, Qi Mingyu, her father, and Moo Moo pulled up the other net, which also contained about 30 fish. Once again diverting Moo Moo's attention, she put the cod into her spatial storage. Moo Moo didn't pay attention at first, but by the second time, he understood. He didn't object, doing whatever his father and brother-in-law told him to do, asking no questions, and resolutely refusing to even glance at anything he shouldn't. Qi Mingyu adjusted the fishing net's position again, preparing for a third catch. Zhou Jianhai and Moo Moo patrolled the lakeside, remaining vigilant. Zhou Shuan stood behind a snowdrift a short distance away, observing the lake surface, and keeping a close watch on the surroundings. Several beams of light, flickering in the distance, caught her attention, standing out starkly in the quiet night. She squinted, carefully discerning them, and realized they were likely the flashlight beams of other survivors. Be careful, it looks like someone's coming, Zhou Shuan whispered a warning. Upon hearing this, Qi Mingyu immediately stopped what he was doing and quickly reeled in the fishing net. The 4 of them hid behind a snowdrift behind the ice, using the snow for cover to continue their observation. The flashlight beam drew closer, eventually revealing the figures of a dozen or so people. Through thick air-conditioned suits and the darkness, their faces were obscured, but they carried fishing nets and other tools, seemingly also fishing under cover of darkness. Let's see what they're up to first. Don't make any rash moves, Qi Mingyu said in a low voice, his sharp gaze fixed on the group. The group walked onto the ice, looking around, seemingly searching for a suitable fishing spot. Half a day later, they arrived at the spot where the Zhou family had broken the ice during the day. One of them pointed to the ice hole the Zhou family had previously chiseled and said to his companion, "This is it." "I guess right. It's only been half a day, the ice is still usable." Actually, it was already slightly frozen. With a little more force from the sticks, it would be usable again. "Brother, it's great to listen to you. The ice cave is already chiseled, saving us a lot of effort." Another person nodded in agreement. "That's right. Brother is really clever, letting us get something ready-made." It turned out they didn't have a chance to break the ice during the day, so they discussed coming back at midnight to fish using the ice the Zhou family had broken. It wasn't just the Zhou family who could come up with the idea of using fishing nets. And listening to their conversation, Zhou Shuan recognized who they were. It was Xiao Lang's team, the 3 members of Chinfan's squad, who had been selected for the security team and then used sweet talk to deceive people. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Although the ice was broken by their own family, if they didn't use it, others could use it if they wanted. She wasn't so domineering as to think that the ice she broke belonged solely to her. The survivors were living in hardship, and she admired their ability to overcome the dangers and difficulties of fishing at night. However, these people were the treacherous Xiao Lang team. She wasn't willing to give them this advantage. As they spoke, they began preparing to set the net. She stood up abruptly, drew her bow, and shot an arrow towards them. The arrow struck the ice beside her. She had deliberately missed. "Who goes there?" someone exclaimed. Zhou Shuan didn't answer. She released the bowstring, and another arrow pierced the air, striking the ground in front of the speaker. Her action was primarily intended to intimidate, not to kill. The dozen or so men on the other side tensed up immediately, grabbing their weapons and facing her warily. "This is our territory. If you don't want to die, get out of here," Zhou Shuan shouted sharply. Zhou Jianhai and Moo Moo, seeing this, also raised their crossbows and aimed at the men. Knowing Zhou Shuan didn't intend to kill them, Qi Mingyu also spoke up. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Xiao Lang's team was startled by this sudden warning. By the faint moonlight, they recognized Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. These two were well known in the base, almost everyone knew them, and they all knew the Zhou family possessed heavy weaponry, making them no match for ordinary people. His expression changed drastically. After a moment's hesitation, he was still unwilling to leave empty-handed. He gritted his teeth and threatened fiercely, "Don't push your luck. This mirror cloud lake belongs to everyone. Why can't we fish?" Zhou Shuan sneered and retorted, "Because we were here first. If you want to fish, go break the ice yourself." As she spoke, she calmly knocked a crossbow bolt and aimed at their leader. Mu Mu, imitating her sister, raised her crossbow and aimed at the others in Xiao Lang's group. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, the atmosphere tense and on the verge of conflict. The leader secretly sized up the Zhou family group, noticing they were all armed with bows and arrows, and a sense of unease crept in. He had heard of Qi Mingyu's skills. With only about 10 men, he was certainly no match for them. The other side had fired 2 arrows earlier, deliberately missing their mark. He knew they didn't intend to harm anyone, but were merely protecting their territory. But if they were to retaliate, the outcome would be very different. After much deliberation, and wary of the Zhou family's strength, he could only utter a few harsh words. "Humph, we see next time." He waved his hand, and led his men away from Mirror Cloud Lake in a sorry state. Unable to break the ice themselves, and unable to use theirs, they had no choice but to return. Zhou Jianghai touched his nose and asked, "They just left like that? Could they be hiding somewhere, lying in ambush?" Before Zhou Shuan could answer, Qi Mingyu said confidently, "No, Xiao, the leader of the Xiao Wolf team, is a very cunning man. He likes to do things behind the scenes, but the more cunning a person is, the more they respect the strong. He didn't dare to confront us directly just now, and he certainly wouldn't dare to hide and trip us up. However, we still need to be vigilant." He looked at Zhou Shuan. "Wanwan, Dad and I will go fishing. You and Mumu will keep watch. 2 big men, strong and fast, could be quicker." Zhou Shuan nodded. They waited for the others to recast their nets, and continue fishing for cod, cooperating seamlessly. Until late at night, the moon gradually sank in the west, and the sky turned a pale white. A cold wind howled across the lake, and the ice groaned softly. After hauling in the net 7 or 8 times, catching about 200 cod, the group finally stopped. Zhou Shuan rubbed her hands, which were numb from the night's work, and said, "That's enough, let's go back." Worried that her father and Qi Mingyu were too tired, she and Mumu switched places with them a few times, allowing them to rest as well. Qi Mingyu nodded and hauled in the last net. Splash! More than 20 cod landed hard on the ice. This night's fishing had been truly arduous. Because of the low temperature, their air-conditioned suits kept them warm, but the holes they made in the ice froze quickly. They had to keep making holes, while being careful not to make too much noise that might disturb the fish swimming below. But the harvest was enormous. Worried that someone might be hiding and spying, Zhou Shuan used only her father's and her own shadows to store most of the cod in her spatial storage, piling the rest aside. As dawn broke, the sight of 70 or 80 fish piled together was quite a sight. Zhou Shuan quietly stored the 20-odd fish she had just caught, along with a dozen or so from before, in her spatial storage, leaving only the 30-odd cod outside. She loaded them into a small cart she had prepared beforehand. Zhou Jianghai and Mumu pushed the cart back along the same route they had come from. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan kept watch at the front and back. They were extremely cautious, worried that Xiao Lang's team might be lying in ambush. Fortunately, the journey was calm, with only the howling north wind and the crunching sound of their footsteps on the snow. When they arrived at the base, some people were already up. However, it was too cold, and few people were out. Although they were curious about what Zhou Shuan and her group were carrying, fighting was strictly prohibited in the base, so they only glanced at them curiously before walking away. The cart was covered with miscellaneous items, making it difficult to see what was inside. Back home, Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng were overjoyed to see the cart full of cod they had brought back and rushed to help. Neither of them had slept well the night before, and they woke up groggily again before dawn. "My goodness, so many fish!" Grandma Peng exclaimed with delight. "You two must have been exhausted from going out tonight," Zhong Tiyun said with concern, looking at her tired son and daughter, and quickly poured them some hot water. "Mom, it's alright, we're wearing air-conditioned clothes, we're not cold at all. Go wash up, Breakfast will be ready soon, Zhong Tian urged. Okay. Zhou Jianhai rubbed his hands together and turned to go to the bathroom. This cod will be delicious sashimi after it thaws, Grandma Pang said with a smile. Let's have some sashimi for breakfast today. That's wonderful. It must be delicious. Having worked all night, the group's stomachs were rumbling and their mouths were watering. After washing up, Qi Mingyu went to the yard and took some of the frozen cod from the cart, stacking it in a corner to continue freezing. In the dead of winter, the yard was a natural freezer. He then took another dried, snow-white, delicate cod from the cart and placed it near the radiator to thaw. This fish looks really good, Zhou Jianhai said, coming out after washing his face, rubbing his hands as he approached the radiator, watching the cod soften little by little. It's even fatter than the one we caught yesterday. He gently poked it, feeling the texture of the fish. I don't know how there could be so many cod in Mirror Cloud Lake. It's really strange. Qi Mingyu smiled and said, no one can explain the mysteries of nature, especially after the apocalypse. But thinking about it, the appearance of these cod-like fish can be considered a way out given to humanity by heaven. Zhou Jianhai nodded in deep agreement. Chapter 364. Zhou Jianhai nodded in deep agreement. Zhong Tian came out of the kitchen and her eyes lit up when she saw the cod next to the radiator. Oh, are you preparing sashimi? She rolled up her sleeves, picked up a cleaver, and began to prepare the thawed cod. She first scraped off the scales, then cut open the belly and removed the innards, her movements skillful and fluid. After cleaning, she placed the cod on the cutting board and, with a sharp cleaver, carefully sliced the fish into paper-thin slices, each one uniform in size and translucent. The sliced fish was neatly arranged on a plate, like a beautiful work of art. Everyone sat around the table, gazing at the translucent cod sashimi on the plate, their mouths watering. Grandma Pang is old and has bad teeth, so Zhong Tian specially cut her some thinner and smaller fish slices. Try this, fresh cod sashimi. Mumu couldn't wait to pick up a slice, dip it in soy sauce and wasabi, and put it in her mouth. It melted in her mouth, incredibly delicious, with a faint sweetness spreading on her tongue. Delicious. So fresh. Zhou Jianhai also praised, this fish is so tender and smooth, much better than canned meat. Qi Mingyu picked up a slice for Zhou Shuwan before starting to eat himself, nodding and praising, the taste is indeed very good. Eat more if you like it. Zhong Tian picked up another slice of fish, put it in her mouth, and savored it carefully. It's probably not sea fish, so there's no fishy taste at all. She wasn't used to eating seafood, but she accepted the taste of this cod quite well. Just like the cactus powder before, although it was a bit bitter, it really suited her taste. Zhou Jianhai placed a few slices of sashimi in his steamed bun and ate it like a sandwich, then fell into deep thought. It's really strange. If it's been less than 2 years since the clean water was injected into the lake, how could the fish in this water have grown so big? They're almost like sea fish. They resembled real cod, but perhaps a bit more tender and without the fishy taste. The two weren't exactly the same. They seemed more like a new species that evolved from cod in the sea after the apocalypse. Except for Mumu, who was younger, it turned out the rest of the Zhou family had also found this strange. Perhaps. In the midst of quiet contemplation, Zhou Shuwan suddenly spoke. It's because these fish grow very quickly, reaching this size in just 2 years. Or perhaps. She paused, glanced around at everyone, and then continued, it's because these fish are suited to living in extremely cold conditions. The rest of the Zhou family thought of the cactus that had saved countless lives. The cactus of the past was the product of researchers' tireless work. This fish, however, seems more like a result of natural evolution. Anyway, it seems that God hasn't completely wiped us out. Although it's fraught with danger, there's always a glimmer of hope at crucial moments. Indeed, after successive floods and heat waves, the land was devastated, and humans could barely grow any food. Then came the era of acid rain. Acid rain is even more destructive to the land, but the temperature is ideal for plant growth, so as long as it can be grown in enclosed spaces, there will be a harvest. During the floods, most survivors survive by foraging for supplies. During periods of extreme heat, people survive on cacti. During acid rain, they rely on indoor-grown vegetables and staple foods, managing to save a little for the initial stages of extreme cold. Now, the extreme cold has lasted for over half a year, and the survivors' food supplies are almost depleted, leading to the appearance of these enormous fish. A cod more than an arm's length long, weighing over 10 kilograms, one fish, if eaten sparingly, is enough to feed a family for 3 days. This makes perfect sense. The whole family nodded solemnly. After breakfast, it was only 6:30, and they had to go to work at 8. Zhou Shuwan and the others went back to catch some sleep, as they had to go to work later. Meanwhile, the shores of Mirror Cloud Lake were even more bustling than yesterday. "Please lend me your drilling rig, please," a thin man pleaded desperately with another man carrying an automatic drilling rig. Go away, go away. Why should I lend you my drilling rig?" The man waved impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. "I trade you supplies," the man exclaimed urgently, pulling 2 treasured potatoes from his pocket and offering them to the other man. The man glanced at them, scoffing dismissively. "Just 2 potatoes? Trying to fob me off? Get lost, don't delay my fishing." The man tried to say something more, but the other man shoved him aside, causing him to stumble back several steps, nearly falling onto the ice. Many people watched, but no one offered to help. The ice was too thick, and few could break through it. The few holes that could be made were quickly fought over. "Mine! I got mine first!" a burly man shouted, brandishing a shovel at another man trying to approach the ice hole. "Bullshit! I was here first," the man retorted, raising his dagger to confront the burly man. The argument escalated, eventually turning into a physical fight, exchanging punches and kicks as they rolled on the ice. Those nearby quickly moved away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Similar arguments and brawls continued, turning the shore of Mirror Cloud Lake into chaos. In the base commander's office, Xiao Xiao listened to his subordinate's report with a grim face. He rubbed his temples in frustration. He had heard about the fish in the lake yesterday, but hadn't figured out a distribution plan and hadn't intervened. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. He ordered the security team to handle it. Qi Mingyu happened to be at work and personally led several security teams there. Upon arriving at Mirror Cloud Lake, looking at the chaotic crowd, his brow furrowed slightly. Several of the ice caves that everyone was scrambling for were the very ones he and Zhou's father had drilled open yesterday. Upon seeing the armed security team arrive, the previously aggressive crowd immediately fell silent, taking several steps back and watching Qi Mingyu and his group warily. 2 men carrying automatic drilling machines pushed their way through the crowd, pointing at others and excitedly complaining to Qi Mingyu, "Captain Qi, they stole our ice cave. We worked so hard to break through the ice yesterday, and today it's been taken over, and they even beat us up." Those who had been vying for the Zhou family's ice cave lowered their heads and remained silent. The main culprits had arrived, and with an armed security team no less, anyone who dared to speak up was asking for trouble. Qi Mingyu surveyed his surroundings, his expression grave. He knew the root cause of the conflict was the scarcity of resources. He hesitated for a moment, then raised his voice and said to the crowd, "Mirror Cloud Lake will be temporarily under the control of the security team. Fishing will be allowed again once the base has developed an allocation plan." A murmur of discontent immediately arose from the crowd. "Why? We want to fish too." "That's right. Why can't we fish?" An elderly woman, wearing an air-conditioned suit, approached Qi Mingyu and said earnestly, "Captain Qi, my children haven't eaten meat for days. This fish is very important to us." Looking at her expectant eyes, Qi Mingyu felt a pang of pity, but still firmly said, "Auntie, please rest assured, the base will come up with a reasonable plan as soon as possible to ensure everyone can fish fairly. Otherwise, fights like this will still happen." The crowd fell silent. Under the protection of the security team, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the shores of Mirror Cloud Lake returned to calm. Qi Mingyu arranged for 2 teams of security personnel to take turns guarding the area, then turned and returned to the base to discuss the next course of action with Xiao Xiao. After learning that the lake had been taken over by the security team, Zhou Shuwan understood the base's actions. Under these circumstances, only a fair and reasonable distribution could prevent further conflict and chaos. Upon returning to the base, Qi Mingyu went straight to Xiao Xiao's office. He knocked and entered, finding Xiao Xiao frowning at a map, her desk piled high with documents. Xiao Xiao looked up, saw Qi Mingyu, and a tired smile appeared on her face. "Xiao Yu, you're back. How's the situation at Mirror Cloud Lake?" Qi Mingyu walked to the desk, pulled up a chair, and sat down, giving a concise report. "It's under control for now. I arranged for security personnel to take turns guarding it to prevent further conflict." He paused, then added, "However, this is only a temporary solution. The fish in the lake are a valuable food source, and if this continues, conflicts will still occur." Xiao Xiao sighed, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. "Yes, I'm also worried about this. The number of fish in the lake is limited. It's impossible to meet everyone's needs." He looked up at Qi Mingyu. "What are your thoughts?" Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then said, "I think we can divide the fishing rights into 2 parts. One part can be open to all survivors at set times, using a lottery system. The other part can be organized into specialized fishing teams, who can exchange the fish they catch for survivor supplies to replenish the base's inventory. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up, and she nodded approvingly. That's a good idea. This ensures everyone has a chance to fish, and it replenishes the base's supplies. A win-win situation. Do you have any suggestions for the fishing team? Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment. The fishing team should ideally consist of experienced people, divided into several smaller teams to cooperate with each other. Xiao Xiao nodded happily. Okay, I mentioned your suggestion at the meeting later. After finishing the business, Qi Mingyu smiled and told her about his family's fishing trip that evening, concluding, we caught dozens of cod, and we had sashimi this morning. It was very fresh. Wanwan and I will bring you a couple more tonight, so you can try them in advance. Although he was an official at the base and oversaw the security team, fishing was done before the base issued any regulations, so it didn't violate any rules. Xiao Xiao listened and said enviously, you really know how to seize opportunities. Others think 4 or 5 fish is a lot, but you guys caught dozens. Although envious, he knew that even if the Zhou family had told him beforehand, he couldn't go fishing with Mingwe. His status was different after all. So I give you 2 to try. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly. Ultimately, after discussion at the base, Qi Mingyu's suggestion was adopted. The fishing team was divided into several smaller teams, with experienced individuals joining. Chenfen, now in the security team, recommended several members from her team. Like most of the survivors, the Zhou family was assigned to the large group in the villa area, to wait for a lottery to determine their fishing day. The villa area had a relatively small population, so after much consideration, Mu Mu was ultimately sent to draw lots. Upon returning, Zhou Jianhai loudly announced, our base has been divided into 29 teams, for a total of 2 weeks. The entire afternoon of the 4th day is our team's turn to fish. The others were also quite satisfied with this timing. On the 3rd day, they were already quite early, and there were still many fish in the lake. Although the fishing time was the same, the afternoon was easier to catch than the morning. To prevent overfishing, the base stipulates a 2-week fishing season followed by a 2-week rest period to allow the lake time to recover. This means that everyone at the base only has half a day to fish each month. During this half day, how much you catch depends entirely on your skill. The base doesn't keep the fish, they're yours. Judging from the lake's condition, half a day is enough for each household to catch 2 or 3 large fish. If they're careful with their portions, it's enough for several meals a month. Furthermore, the base will be responsible for breaking the ice, ensuring each household has a fishing hole. Additionally, because some clever individuals might try to use nets, which would disrupt the balance, the base only allows fishing, not catching fish. Hearing that fishing nets couldn't be used, the Zhou family wasn't too disappointed. The base's idea is correct. Draining the pond to catch all the fish will allow us to catch more, Zhou Jianhai said. As the fishing operation gradually got on track, 2 months later, the base's research institute finally produced some results on this type of cod. It turned out that this cod contains a peculiar substance that can be rapidly secreted in extremely cold environments, which is why they grow so quickly. They can grow more than half a meter in a year and reach about a meter in 2 years. Even more surprisingly, long-term consumption of this fish can enhance the body's resistance to cold. This was good news for the survivors. However, this fish grows quickly but has a short lifespan. It basically matures in 2 years, and after another year or 2, its lifespan ends. Also, compared to sea cod, although they look similar, there are many internal differences. Strictly speaking, it shouldn't be called cod. But this name is already widespread, and changing it would be difficult, so the base had to temporarily retain the name freshwater cod. During this time, the Zhou family enjoyed a period of peace thanks to the arrival of the freshwater cod. They used this time to prepare a large quantity of cooked food and store it in their storage space. With the cod, chicken, and canned meat as cover, they aroused no suspicion. However, the aroma of food wafting from the Zhou family's house every day made the neighbors envious. The family across the hall had been murdered, and now a new family had taken their place. It was a family of 6. The uncles and aunts had jointly traded supplies for this villa. Chapter 365. Every day, the aroma of food wafting from the Zhou family's house made the neighbors envious. The family across the hall had been murdered, and now a new family had taken their place. It was a family of 6, and the 2 families of uncles had jointly traded supplies for this villa. Their living conditions were decent, but they were still envious of the Zhou family's constant culinary delights. They even traded their own supplies for 2 chickens with the Zhou family. Later, They went to the base's exchange office and bought over a dozen chicks, raising them on their terrace, hoping that when they grew up, they could have an endless supply of eggs and chicken like the Zhou family. But every time they met, the neighbor would say enviously, "You cook something delicious at home again?" Zhou Jianhai would naturally be quick to modestly reply, "It's just this much food at home. We have elderly people and children, so we try to make sure the food is as good as possible to supplement their nutrition." The neighbor would nod, "Yes, a year of hard work and running around, all to make sure your family lives a better life." As March of the second year of the extreme cold arrived, a major event occurred at the base. This was also the 7th year of the apocalypse. Grandma Pang was already 72 years old, Zhou's parents were both over 60, and Mu was 18, already an adult by pre-apocalyptic standards. Qi Mingyu was 33, the prime of a man's life. Zhou Shuan was 28, the most beautiful time of a woman's life. In another year, based on Zhou Shuan's past life experiences, a cataclysmic earthquake would occur. At that time, this base would also be destroyed. The already less than 1/10 of the pre-apocalyptic population would die out, with only a very few lucky survivors. But what if other natural disasters occurred after the massive earthquake? Zhou Shuan couldn't guarantee anything. Therefore, starting in the 7th year of the apocalypse, the Zhou family, under Qi Mingyu's command, began various earthquake escape drills. Qi Mingyu was still the captain of the security team, responsible for the base's security. He also began preparing to start earthquake escape drills for the base, aiming to maximize the survival rate if an earthquake did occur 8 years later. The major event that occurred at the base was shortly after he proposed the earthquake escape drills. That day, a large force arrived outside the base, numbering approximately 10,000 people in over 100 military trucks, all loaded with heavily armed soldiers and weapons. Xiao Xiao received the report and was extremely surprised. He immediately rushed to the base gate. The biting wind, carrying snowflakes, lashed against his skin like knives. He tightened his air-conditioned suit and quickly walked to the cordon. From afar, the group appeared disciplined and well-equipped. The soldiers wore uniforms similar in material to air-conditioned suits, but lighter in style. They held weapons and vigilantly observed their surroundings. The ordinary survivors wore similar clothing to the soldiers, with only slight differences in style. The soldiers' uniforms had numerous storage compartments for weapons, while the ordinary survivors' clothing lacked these. These ordinary survivors stood orderly in designated areas under the soldiers' command. Leading them was a man in his 50s, wearing an air-conditioned suit, with a dignified air. He was tall, with a stern face and sharp eyes, exuding an air of authority. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, stepped forward, and approached the middle-aged man. She asked in a deep voice, "I am Xiao Xiao, the base's head. Who are you? What is your purpose here?" The middle-aged man glanced at him, and a young man beside him stepped forward, gave a solemn military salute, and said in a steady tone, "This is our General Zhao. My name is Tao Zheng, and we are from the capital base." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Due to a sudden change in the regime at the capital base, several factions clashed, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Later, some further changes occurred. General Zhao had no choice but to lead his men and ordinary survivors to migrate here. Along the way, we encountered several bases of varying sizes. Based on the survivors' wishes, we left half of them behind and brought the other half here. General Zhao waited for him to finish speaking before looking directly at Xiao Xiao. "I hope your base can accept these survivors." Xiao Xiao was surprised and uncertain. He had naturally heard of the capital base. It was the political center of Yan Kingdom before the apocalypse, and one of the largest survivor bases. He hadn't expected a coup to occur, leading to such a large-scale migration. He pondered for a moment, then said, "General Zhao, I understand your situation. However, accepting 10,000 people puts immense pressure on our base. I need to discuss this with the base's higher-ups before I can give you an answer. Until then, please have you and your troops temporarily camp outside the base." Zhao Guiqiang nodded, indicating his understanding. "All right, we wait outside." He then turned and gave a few instructions to his men, and the soldiers and survivors immediately began setting up tents. Soon, a sizable camp appeared outside the base. After returning to the base, Xiao Xiao immediately convened a meeting. In the meeting room, the higher-ups had been waiting for some time, their expressions grave. 10,000 people. One manager exclaimed. "That's no small number. Accepting them will likely strain our resources." Another senior executive chimed in, "Yes, our housing, food, medicine, and so on are insufficient to support so many people." Others expressed support. However, many hands make light work. Accepting them would be very beneficial for the development and expansion of our base. That's true, but we also need to consider the risks. What if they have ulterior motives? The debate in the meeting room grew increasingly heated, with various opinions clashing, giving Xiao Xiao a headache. He rubbed his temples and turned to Qi Mingyu, who had remained silent. Xiao Yu, what do you think? Qi Mingyu glanced around and slowly spoke. I already arranged for increased patrols around the base, just in case. He paused, his tone serious. I suggest we don't rush to agree or refuse their request. We need to understand their situation further before making a decision. Right. Xiao Xiao nodded. They're well armed, like a regular army. It's just that a lot of information was lost after the apocalypse, making it impossible to verify their identities. But the fact that they brought so many survivors here in this extreme cold suggests they are likely part of our regular army. But this was the first time the base had encountered such a situation since its establishment. A group of this size, friend or foe, it was difficult to determine. He had to figure out their intentions as soon as possible before he could formulate a countermeasure. Zhou Shuan had been busy at the hospital until lunchtime when she saw her colleagues gathered together, discussing amongst themselves, their faces filled with unease and curiosity. Hey, did you see that? A huge crowd has arrived outside the base. Yes. That's quite a force. I heard there are over 10,000 people. So many people? Who are they? Are they here to attack our base? Who knows? The world is unpredictable. Hearing these discussions, Zhou Shuan felt a growing unease. This hadn't happened in her previous life. After finishing the meeting, Qi Mingyu didn't go straight back to his office, but went to the base gate to check the situation. He stood on high ground, gazing at the newly erected camp outside the base. The tents stretched endlessly, like a green ocean. They had discussed the enemy's clothing in the meeting. It looked lighter and more functional than air-conditioned uniforms. The capital city must have improved upon them. And their more than 10,000 people each only had one. This showed that although the enemy had escaped from the capital base, their strength was formidable. Those 100-plus military trucks, who knows how many weapons they're carrying. Therefore, we absolutely must not provoke a war first. A peaceful resolution is best possible. However, trekking through icy wilderness, the most suitable equipment would be white for camouflage, yet so many of the enemy's tents are green, indicating they haven't had time to develop tents suitable for nighttime in extremely cold weather. At this moment, many of the enemy's tents are filled with cooking. Smoke rises gently, drifting in the wind and snow, carrying a faint aroma of food. Qi Mingyu turned his gaze to the side, and when he saw General Zhao at the head of the group and the young figure beside him, he suddenly shuddered, the floodgates of memory opening with a bang. That tall, upright figure, that familiar silhouette, even through the thick air-conditioned suit, he recognized him at a glance. He strode out. Captain Qi, where are you going? Zheng Jiqing and the others called out hurriedly, their voices filled with doubt. Qi Mingyu seemed to suddenly regain his composure. He paused, took a deep breath, suppressed the surging emotions within him, and calmly ordered, you guard the base, stay vigilant. I'm going to negotiate with them. With that, he turned and walked towards the enemy's encampment. Zheng Jiqing watched with some worry. General Zhao was standing in the center of the camp, listening to Tao Bing's report. His brow was furrowed, his expression serious. All around him were fully armed soldiers, vigilantly patrolling the area, the cold wind whipping their coats. Qi Mingyu wouldn't reach General Zhao immediately, he needed to pass through several lines of guard. He approached step by step, his gaze shifting from General Zhao's figure to other areas. When he saw a soldier guarding the position with a gun, he took a deep breath and said in an almost sighing tone, Little Six, long time no see. The young soldier called Little Six looked up sharply, his gaze darting back and forth between Qi Mingyu and the soldier. At first, he was somewhat puzzled, but soon, even through the thick air-conditioned uniform, he recognized the familiar tall figure and exclaimed with delight, Captain! His voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. The others also looked over. General Zhao also stared sharply at him. Several familiar subordinates also gathered around. Captain! Tao Jing also rushed over, excitedly recognizing Qi Mingyu. Captain, it really is you. We all thought. 1, 2, 3. Qi Mingyu looked at the familiar faces before him, his heart filled with emotion. These were his teammates from the Special Forces squad he had always cherished. And General Zhao was his mentor, the one who had shown him kindness and saved his life. Mentor. Qi Mingyu walked up to General Zhao and gave a crisp military salute. General Zhao looked at him, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes, and patted his shoulder. Xiao Yu, you're still alive. Chi Mingyu's eyes reddened slightly, and he nodded vigorously. I'm alive, Mentor, you're still alive too. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him, and asked as calmly as possible, where have you all been all these years? I went to Xiangqing. Our troops have already withdrawn. General Zhao sighed, his weathered face showing signs of weariness. It's a long story. He gestured for Chi Mingyu to speak in a nearby tent. A nearby soldier immediately said worriedly, General. General Zhao waved his hand. This is Xiao Yu, I trust him. But the weapons he carries, the soldier said, looking at Chi Mingyu. Chi Mingyu readily took off his gun and grenades and handed them over. Tao Zheng and the others watched, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Chi Mingyu followed General Zhao into the tent. A quick glance revealed some compressed biscuits and water on the simple table and chairs. Beside him was a small, square heater, about the size of a book, burning something inside with an almost white flame. He was wearing an air-conditioned suit, and although he couldn't quite gauge the temperature inside the tent, he felt it was at least above zero. General Zhao gestured for Chi Mingyu to sit down, then slowly sat down himself, his tone heavy. After we parted, we were urgently recalled to the capital to oversee the transfer, rescue, and resettlement of survivors. Later, we joined the base. Initially, everything was relatively stable, but as resources dwindled, internal conflicts within the base intensified. Later, a coup d'état occurred at the base's leadership. Several factions fought amongst themselves, plunging the base into chaos with countless deaths and injuries. Tao Zheng and I, leading a group of loyal soldiers and survivors, broke through the encirclement and traveled to various locations. Chi Mingyu listened quietly, his brow furrowed. He knew the cruelty of power struggles. He hadn't expected even the capital base to succumb to this calamity. General Zhao raised his head. Xiao Yu, the capital base is now fragmented, and we'd lost many men along the way, so... He looked at Chi Mingyu, his tone grave. Although we've been separated for a long time, and we shouldn't bring up our past friendship, I still hope your base can accept us as soon as possible. Chi Mingyu carefully replied, Commander, I will report your request to the base leader. Please give me some time. General Zhao nodded, indicating his understanding. I understand. I'm aware of your base's situation. I don't expect everyone to be able to enter the base. I only hope that some of the elderly, women, children, and wounded can enter to recuperate first. The others can temporarily stay on the outskirts. Chi Mingyu nodded solemnly. Commander, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. He stood up, saluted General Zhao, and turned to leave the tent. Chapter 366. After leaving the tent, Chi Mingyu, Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and the others briefly gathered, exchanging sentiments of parting, before hurriedly leaving. He went to find Xiao Xiao, and told her about the matter. Xiao Xiao was surprised. After thinking for a moment, she said, Since he was your former mayor, his status is beyond question. However, our base is indeed under too much pressure to accommodate so many people at once. We don't even have enough housing. Chi Mingyu had considered this on his way back, and then relayed General Zhao's request. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment, and then said, This matter is of great importance. I need to hold a meeting before making a decision. Chi Mingyu understood. When he returned home that evening, dinner was already prepared, and everyone was waiting for him. Zhou Shuan, who was usually busy at the hospital, had also returned and was bringing food to the table. Seeing him return, she told him to wash his hands first. Once seated at the dinner table, Chi Mingyu met the curious gazes of the family, knowing they all wanted to know about the more than 10,000 survivors outside the base. After a moment of silence, he recounted the day's events, concluding with a touch of melancholy. I never imagined they would turn out to be my former commander and teammates. The Zhou family and Grandma Pang were also very surprised. Chi Mingyu then recounted in detail his reunion with General Zhao, and the entire story of the fall of the capital base. The Zhou family sighed deeply after listening, and Grandma Pang lamented the unpredictability of life. She tremblingly picked up a piece of cod and slowly said, This chaotic world. Living each day is like walking on a knife's edge. Nobody knows what tomorrow will bring. Xiao Yu, what are you planning to do? Zhou Jianhai asked Chi Mingyu. The latter shook his head. It all depends on the base's decision. Even Xiao Xiao might not be able to make the decision. That's true. This is a big deal, Zhou Jianhai nodded. Back in her bedroom, Zhou Shuan looked at him, her expression scrutinizing. Chi Mingyu met her gaze for a moment, then gently embraced her, inhaling her familiar, comforting scent, and whispered, I already asked. Only Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and Zhang remain from our team. The others have all sacrificed themselves, including the instructor. He paused, his voice heavy with sorrow, Actually, I expected this. There are so many natural disasters after the apocalypse. Unlike me, they aren't discharged. They still bear the responsibility of rescue. It's impossible for them to emerge unscathed. But these were brothers who had entrusted their backs to each other on the battlefield. Hearing this still pained him deeply. Zhou Shuan gently patted his back, awkwardly comforting him. Think of it this way. Transportation is almost completely cut off now. You two would never have met in your entire lives, but you still managed to run into them. That's fate. Especially your teacher who has been so kind to you. Qi Mingyu nodded, a smile on his face. You're right. But thinking about how the base might handle this, a hint of melancholy remained between his brows. Zhou Shuan looked at Qi Mingyu's somber expression, thought for a moment, and then said, Tomorrow I go with you to see your teacher. He saved your life, and I go get to know him. We can also see if we can help in any way. Qi Mingyu looked up at her, a warmth flashing in his eyes, and softly hummed in agreement. The next day was a weekend, and Zhou Shuan was up early in the morning. She took 3 cod, each over an arm's length long, a dozen sun-dried fish she brought from the beach, 2 roosters, 5 pounds of eggs, 5 pounds of dried kelp, a dozen bundles of hydroponic vegetables, and 5 pounds of mutated potatoes, piling them all on the cart. After thinking for a moment, she added 5 cans of rat meat and 5 packets of hot pot ingredients. Finally, she added some clean, warm clothing. Qi Mingyu, seeing her bustling around like a bee, initially found it amusing, then was deeply moved. These things were extremely precious in this era of scarcity. Even with the advanced technology of the capital base, how could their food and drink be adequate after such a long journey? Qi Mingyu had already inquired during the day. Tao Zheng and the others were eating compressed biscuits and dried meat. They had traveled from the capital to here over nearly 6 months, and everyone was suffering from severe malnutrition. Therefore, Zhou Shuan's trip was to deliver food and supplies to the instructor and Qi Mingyu's teammates, hoping to improve their living conditions. Qi Mingyu helped Zhou Shuan push the cart outside the villa. Both were wearing air-conditioned suits and face masks, only their eyes were visible. The snow outside the villa area was thick, and the cart wheels sank into it, making a crunching sound. Zhou Shuan was pushing with some difficulty, so Qi Mingyu took the handle from her and steadily walked forward. The base was heavily guarded, with armed soldiers patrolling back and forth. Seeing Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan pushing the cart, they immediately approached for questioning. Qi Mingyu showed his identification and explained his purpose. After the soldiers checked, they let them pass. Captain! As soon as they entered the camp, Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and Sang Zi greeted them, both surprised and delighted. Tao Zheng, formerly the vice-captain of Qi Mingyu's team, always had a serious demeanor, but his eyes held a hint of excitement. Xiao Lu was very excited, curiously sizing up Zhou Shuan. Sang Zi, on the other hand, was somewhat shy, standing silently to the side. Qi Mingyu smiled and introduced them to each other. This is my wife, Zhou Shuan. Wan, these are my former teammates Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and Sang Zi. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Lu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Sang Zi greeted them shyly. Zhou Shuan smiled back at them, her eyes crinkling. Hello. Xiao Lu whispered a few words to Sang Zi, then turned back with a smile. Sister-in-law, we feel like we've seen you somewhere before, but we just can't remember. Tao Zheng paused, carefully examining Zhou Shuan. Although she was wearing an air-conditioning suit, her mask was transparent, allowing him to clearly see her face. He seemed lost in thought. We searched for her in the S University campus back then, and she later helped us with the rescue in the tunnel. It's been so long, it's normal not to remember, Qi Mingyu said with a smile. Xiao Lu and Sang Zi immediately realized, oh right, that's it. A top student from a prestigious university. Your car was loaded with emergency supplies back then. It was a huge help. But Captain, how did you run into your wife again after you retired? Xiao Lu asked curiously. He remembered that Qi Mingyu didn't know this female college student back then. Qi Mingyu then explained that his family and Zhou Shuan's family were originally neighbors. Xiao Lu and Sang Zi were immediately filled with envy. We're still single. We never expected that you and your wife would be so lucky. As they spoke, the group arrived at General Zhao's tent. After Tao Zheng went in to announce their arrival, he let Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan enter. Lifting the thick curtain, a wave of warmth washed over them. General Zhao sat in his seat, his eyes fixed intently on them. Qi Mingyu gave a crisp military salute and introduced Zhou Shuan to General Zhao. Commander, this is my wife, Zhou Shuan. We got married after I retired from the army. General Zhao was taken aback, then carefully examined Zhou Shuan. because she was only wearing an air-conditioned suit inside the tent, and without a mask, it was clear that the temperature inside wasn't too low. Zhou Shuwan removed the face mask from her air-conditioned uniform, revealing her delicate features. She smiled at the other person. Commander, hello. Xiao Yu often mentioned you to me. Today I finally meet you in person. You are indeed as he described, with the demeanor of a great general. General Zhao smiled, his eye wrinkles deepening. No need to be so polite. Since you are Xiao Yu's wife, you are also my junior. Please sit down. Qi Mingyu also removed his face mask, and sat down with Zhou Shuwan. The temperature inside the tent was about 6 degrees Celsius. Although cold, it wasn't unbearable. Qi Mingyu looked around, his gaze lingering on the small stove he had seen yesterday. Seeing this, General Zhao pointed to the small stove. This is a white flame stove, developed by a research institute in the capital, using nanotechnology. I don't understand it very well. But it has a regulating valve to adjust the temperature, keeping the tent at a maximum of 10 degrees Celsius. We relied entirely on this little thing for warmth throughout our journey. And what about the fuel? Qi Mingyu asked. It uses military-grade metal hydride fuel pellets, with a sealed design. Theoretically, this white flame stove can be reused, but this fuel is processed in military factories, which we can't obtain. So once the fuel runs out, the white flame stove is unusable. With so many of us, and not many available, we usually conserve as much as possible. How long can a white flame stove last? Qi Mingyu asked. As long as it's not used day and night, it can last a month without any problem, General Zhao said, pointing outside. To conserve this small stove, every time we camp, countless people are crammed into a single tent to rest. Although it's crowded, and there's no personal privacy, it's warm enough that we don't have time to worry about anything else. Qi Mingyu mentally calculated that with over 10,000 people, the consumption of just this one white flame stove was enormous. He now greatly admired his mentor for leading so many survivors to find new shelter. Zhou Shuwan exclaimed, No wonder you, General Zhao, could travel so far in such cold weather. With this stove, you really have nothing to fear. General Zhao laughed heartily, invited the two to eat, and then called Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and Sang Zi to join them. Despite the harsh conditions, they weren't picky. Tao Zheng and the others smiled at Zhou Shuwan and her companion, then removed their masks. Lunch was simple. A can of meat kept warm on the stove. But General Zhao also opened a bottle of his long-treasured wine, saying it was to celebrate his reunion with Qi Mingyu. We don't usually drink in the army, but this is an exception, General Zhao said, pouring everyone a small glass. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together, the atmosphere harmonious. After drinking half a glass, Xiao Lu became more talkative. He and Sangzi chatted back and forth, recounting their experiences after their separation, and how the other members of their squad had died, their voices filled with sorrow and longing. That was 2 years ago. The situation was too chaotic. Lao He was covering our retreat when he was hit by a stray bullet and couldn't be saved. Xiao Lu said, his eyes reddening, his voice choked with emotion. Dahua was trying to save a mother and child. She was severely corroded by the acid rain, developed a high fever, and never got up again. Sangzi added, lowering his head and wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. In the team, he and Dahua were from the same city, considered fellow townsmen, and had the best relationship. Of the original 6-man team, only the 4 of us are left Tao Zheng's side. Because they were special forces soldiers, their individual combat capabilities were formidable. Even in dangerous situations, they could turn the tide. But even for them, 7 years into the apocalypse, the casualty rate reached 30%, not to mention the ordinary people who were powerless against natural disasters. Qi Mingyu remained silent. Just as he lowered his head and swallowed the last sip of baijiu, Zhou Shuwan saw a tear fall from his eye into the wine. She reached out and quietly took his hand under the table. Qi Mingyu took a deep breath, smiled at her, and raised his glass again, his voice a little hoarse. Come, let's have another drink. Good, to be reunited today is a blessing from heaven. Cheers! General Zhao also sighed, and raised his glass. They all knew that surviving in the apocalypse was a race against death every day. To be alive was already an immense stroke of luck. Come, to our fallen brothers! Everyone said in unison, draining their glasses. A few seconds of silence fell over the tent, broken only by the soft hum of the white flame furnace. Xiao Lu sniffed, breaking the silence. Captain, how have you been since you left the army? Qi Mingyu put down his glass and sighed softly. Not bad. Although the apocalypse is tough, I survived. He briefly explained the situation after the apocalypse. When the topic turned to Grandma Peng being alive, Tao Zheng and the others felt a pang of envy. Since the natural disaster began, they had been following the army, helping with rescue and evacuation of disaster victims. Later, they became enemies with other forces and hadn't been home at all. After the apocalypse, transportation was cut off, and there was no way to go home. After their envy subsided, Xiaolu said dejectedly, "When we went south, we happened to pass through my hometown. I specifically asked my superior for leave and took Sangzi and a few others back to check it out. Everything was a vast expanse of white. My old house was buried under snow and ice, and we didn't find a single person. I didn't give up, so I searched the surrounding cities, but like here, the cities were abandoned, and there wasn't a soul for miles around. I had to rejoin the main force." This situation was even more despairing than Tao Zheng and the others, who knew nothing about their homes. Xiaolu was younger than everyone in their squad. He used to always follow Qi Mingyu around, and was the most beloved member of the team. Qi Mingyu patted his shoulder gently a few times and whispered, "Come visit us sometime, and meet my grandma." "Okay. The captain's grandma is my grandma too." Xiaolu wiped away his tears and smiled. "I always said I wanted to meet her, but I never had the chance. This time, I finally have the opportunity." After dinner, Zhou Shuwan divided the supplies in the cart into 4 portions, with the heaviest portion going to General Zhao. There was an extra case of fine wine and 2 boxes of good tea. Qi Mingyu had asked Zhou Shuwan to put these down before they left, saying that the commander used to love these 2 things the most. Chapter 367. "Captain, these supplies are too precious right now. We can't accept them." Xiaolu declined. Qi Mingyu said, "We're brothers. No need for formalities. Take them all." Xiaolu and Sangzi looked at Tao Zheng, who hesitated for a moment, then saluted Qi Mingyu. "Yes, sir." Qi Mingyu smiled and instructed the others to deliver the supplies for General Zhao to the tent later. They wouldn't give them to him personally. Tao Zheng paused, then spoke up, "Captain, please help coordinate things when you get back. At least get the elderly, women, and children into the base as soon as possible. We have many wounded here who we can't treat, and we can only delay." There were too few doctors, and no medicine available for treatment. This situation was common in the post-apocalyptic world. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuwan offered to go along, saying she was a doctor and could help. Tao Zheng and Xiaolu were overjoyed and quickly expressed their gratitude. Afterwards, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu followed them to the tents at the wounded's ward. Just as Tao Zheng had said, there were over a dozen tents serving as medical areas, each crammed with people, the air thick with the stench of blood and medicine. Most of the wounded lay pale and listlessly. The tents were dimly lit, barely revealing faces. Bandages and medicine bottles were scattered on the ground, creating a chaotic scene. Several doctors in white coats were busily moving about, providing basic bandaging and treatment to the wounded. Seeing this, Zhou Shuwan felt a pang of sadness. Tao Zheng spoke briefly with one of the doctors, who then looked at Zhou Shuwan, a bitter smile appearing on his weary face. "Dr. Zhou, hello. We are severely understaffed and lack medicine. Many wounded are not receiving timely treatment." He paused, then pointed to a tent. "The situation over there is the worst. They have seriously wounded soldiers. Go check on them." Zhou Shuwan nodded and walked straight to the tent. The situation inside was worse than she had imagined. The space was cramped, making it almost impossible to move. The painful groans of the wounded mingled together. She looked around and found that many of the wounded had only received simple bandages. Their wounds were still bleeding profusely, the bright red blood spreading across the tattered bandages. Some wounds had even begun to become infected, emitting a nauseating stench that was unbearable to look at. The new base didn't have enough Western medicine, so Zhou Shuwan and her fellow traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were proving invaluable, using acupuncture and other methods to replace or supplement medication. One young man had been shot in the leg. Although the bullet had been painstakingly removed, due to the lack of effective medical treatment, the wound had begun to fester. The surrounding skin was red, swollen, and ulcerated, emitting a foul stench. The nurse standing next to him was young and seemed unsure of what to do, constantly calling for another doctor. But the other nurse was urgently attending to other patients. Zhou Shuwan stepped forward, identified herself, and the nurse hesitated, then stepped back a few paces to make room for her. Zhou Shuwan frowned, carefully observing the man's wounds and complexion. Drawing on her extensive experience, she quickly located several key acupoints, took out silver needles from her needle case, and deftly manipulated them with her slender fingers, rapidly inserting and withdrawing the needles from several acupoints on the man's body. With each needle insertion, she was completely focused. Fine beads of sweat continuously seeped from her forehead, but she didn't bother to wipe them away. About 20 minutes later, the man's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, his painful groans subsided, and a hint of color seemed to return to his pale face. Those around him showed expressions of surprise and gratitude. "It's amazing. A few acupuncture needles, and he's healed," a middle-aged woman exclaimed. "Yes, this doctor is truly a miracle worker," another middle-aged man echoed. Zhou Xuan slowly removed the needles and explained the post-operative care instructions to the nurse. The nurse nodded repeatedly. Zhou Xuan then moved on to the next injured person. This was an elderly man whose limbs had been amputated after freezing in temperatures below -60°C, but the wound hadn't been properly cared for. The old man's face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible. His stump had begun to ulcerate, emitting a chilling stench of decay. Zhou Xuan looked at the horrifying wound on the old man's stump, her brows furrowing deeply. She picked up the silver needles again and applied them to the old man's acupuncture points. However, if the necrotic tissue wasn't treated promptly, the wound would continue to spread. Her acupuncture could only provide temporary relief. The nurse jogged to her side, and seeing her expression, knew what she was thinking. She sighed helplessly. "Surgery is very difficult here. We were attacked on the road before, and many died or were injured. We don't have enough doctors and medicine. Many wounded people who could have been treated before the apocalypse have had to leave us with regret." The young man with the gunshot wound must have been one of them. Zhou Xuan didn't say anything and continued to the next wounded person. She busily moved around the tent, treating one wounded person after another. Because of the prolonged acupuncture treatment, her hands trembled slightly, and each lift was labored, but she never stopped. Qi Mingyu could do little more than stay by her side, wiping her sweat or offering her a cup of hot water. By the time Zhou Xuan finally finished treating the last seriously wounded patient, it was already getting dark. Shi Taozheng and Xiao Lu followed behind her, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. They knew that without Zhou Xuan, many of these wounded might not have survived this difficult time. The two wanted Zhou Xuan and Qi Mingyu to stay for dinner. But considering they had been out all day, their families might worry. Qi Mingyu then said goodbye, adding, "I come visit you again when I have time." Taozheng was fine with it, but Xiao Lu was reluctant to leave. Qi Mingyu patted him on the shoulder and left with Zhou Xuan. On the way back, night had completely fallen, and the base was brightly lit, but their hearts were heavy. Qi Mingyu broke the silence, saying softly, "Wan Wan, you had a hard day." Looking at Zhou Xuan's exhausted appearance, his heart ached. Zhou Xuan shook her head and sighed softly, "I only did my best, but there's so little I could do." Qi Mingyu grasped her hand, his expression grave. He knew what the base was worried about. Firstly, accepting over 10,000 people at once put immense pressure on the base. The distribution of supplies and the resettlement of personnel would become enormous problems. Chapter 368. In this resource-scarce post-apocalyptic world, every morsel of food and every drop of water must be carefully allocated. The sudden increase in population will undoubtedly further strain the base's resources. Secondly, and most importantly, with so many people arriving, including a high-ranking general and 2,000 soldiers, the base will worry that they might try to seize control. The wounded are in serious condition, Zhou Xuan said softly after a long silence, her brow still furrowed, seemingly still deeply concerned about the dire situation in the wounded camp. Many wounded lack necessary medicine and treatment. Although our base also lacks medicine, fortunately, we still have some medical equipment. Surgery and intensive care shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the prolonged malnutrition and cold have only exacerbated the patient's condition. "I know," Qi Mingyu said in a deep voice, "I will do my best." Returning home, a warm atmosphere enveloped him. Grandma Pang was picking beans by the coal stove. Seeing the two return, a kind smile spread across her face. "You're back? Come warm yourself by the fire." Zhou Xuan and Qi Mingyu took off their heavy air-conditioned clothes and sat down by the coal stove. The room was warm and cozy, a stark contrast to the icy landscape outside. At the dinner table, the two recounted the situation at the wounded soldiers' camp in detail. Zhou Jianhai put down his chopsticks, his brow furrowed. "I didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Those people, with their families, trekked all the way here. It must have been incredibly difficult." Zhong Tiyun sighed as well. "Yes, this world is truly heartbreaking." Zhou Jianhai then looked up at Qi Mingyu. "Xiao Yu, what did they say from the base?" Qi Mingyu took a sip of soup, a warm feeling spreading through his stomach. "I already spoken with Xiao Xiao. He promised to hold a meeting as soon as possible to discuss bringing the elderly, women, children, and wounded from outside the base into the base." I go again tomorrow. Although the Zhou family wanted to help, they knew it was just a drop in the ocean. Individual efforts were too small, they could only send food, clothing, and blankets. The most crucial medicine was scarce, their reserves were only enough for their own use, so they couldn't offer it. Early the next morning, Qi Mingyu went to see Xiao Xiao again and recounted everything he had seen in the garrison, specifically mentioning the white flame furnace he had seen in General Zhao's tent. A white flame furnace. Xiao Xiao looked surprised. They already developed this kind of high technology in the capital? He paced back and forth, his brow furrowed, as if deep in thought. Now they all understood why the acid-resistant rain suits hadn't been distributed. It was probably because of the civil war in the capital at that time, followed by the major powers attacking each other, and nothing was distributed. Therefore, high-tech equipment like the white flame furnace certainly wouldn't be distributed to local bases. Xiao Xiao looked intently at Qi Mingyu. General Zhao explained it to you in such detail yesterday, probably intentionally letting the base know to increase their bargaining power later. Qi Mingyu nodded. That's precisely why he didn't hesitate to bring it up today. Xiao Xiao immediately convened a meeting. After the meeting, Xiao Xiao looked at Qi Mingyu with a relaxed expression. The meeting decided that we will first accept the wounded and elderly people over 60 years old into the base. The base will arrange treatment and heated accommodations. But the condition is that the other side must provide a batch of white flame furnaces in exchange. Qi Mingyu nodded, promising to inform General Zhao as soon as possible. That afternoon, he went to the base again. He met with General Zhao and told him about the base's decision. General Zhao listened, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly said, I need to discuss this with my subordinates. We only took a portion of the white flame furnaces when we left the capital. These things are finite, they're not meant to be reused. Qi Mingyu expressed his understanding. I await your reply. After leaving the tent, Qi Mingyu saw the base's towering walls in the distance, appearing particularly solemn in the wind and snow, with twinkling lights like swaying stars in the night sky. He walked to a sheltered corner, where Tao Zheng was waiting for him. Tao Zheng immediately went to greet him. Captain, how did it go? His tone was expectant. Qi Mingyu shook his head, his brow furrowed, and explained the base's conditions. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tao Ming's face, but he quickly regained his composure. I expected this. Everyone knows how precious the white flame furnace is. However, Captain, while the white flame furnace is excellent, its fuel is limited. Once it's used up, it becomes scrap metal. I know, Qi Mingyu nodded. General Zhao quickly replied. They were willing to offer 50 white flame furnaces for the base's research in exchange for the opportunity for the elderly, women, children, and the wounded to enter the base. But in addition, they hoped the base could provide them with some necessary medicines and medical supplies. Qi Mingyu could handle this, although the base was short of medicines. Providing some conventional medicines and medical supplies was not a problem. After Qi Mingyu informed Xiao Xiao of General Zhao's reply, the latter immediately arranged for people to prepare the medicines and medical supplies. Both sides agreed that the base would receive the wounded, the elderly, women, and children the next day. After leaving General Zhao's place again, they hadn't gone far when they saw Xiaolu pacing anxiously back and forth, frequently glancing in their direction. Seeing Qi Mingyu emerge, he immediately greeted him. Captain, how did it go? What did the general say? Qi Mingyu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. It's settled. The base will send people to pick up the elderly, women, children, and wounded tomorrow. Xiaolu grinned happily. That's great. Now everyone can rest easy. By the way, Captain, Sangzi, Tao Zheng, and I are all planning to go escorting them tomorrow, so we visit your base. This small base couldn't compare to the capital, of course, but after a few days, they could clearly feel the harmony and stability here. Especially the daily large groups of people going out to fish in the nearby lake, which Xiaolu greatly envied. The fish that Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan brought had already been divided up. One was eaten, and the remaining two were completely devoured. They were incredibly fresh and tender, with absolutely no fishy smell. This made him, who had been eating compressed biscuits and canned meat for 2 years, drool just thinking about them. Tao Zheng and Sangzi also loved them. They had been living in turmoil for the past 2 years, and truly longed for a safe and stable place to settle down. The base in J City was their best option. Especially since their captain was here, it gave them a sense of security, like they had family. That's perfect, Qi Mingyu laughed heartily. Come over to my place for a casual meal tomorrow, and let us get acquainted. Xiaolu's eyes lit up at the suggestion. That's wonderful. I've been wanting to try my sister-in-law's cooking for ages. Chapter 369. The next morning, the base dispatched doctors and security personnel to receive the people sent by the other side. From afar, Zhou Shuwan spotted Tao Zheng and his team maintaining order. Xiao Lu immediately recognized Zhou Shuwan, waving his arm. Even his thick winter coat couldn't hide the smile on his face, and he even winked at her. Zhou Shuwan was amused by his childlike behavior, and smiled and nodded slightly. She really liked Xiao Lu's personality, feeling that 7 or 8 years in the apocalypse hadn't diminished his optimism, which was something to learn from. Today she was exceptionally busy. The hospital suddenly received so many patients, making the already cramped hospital even more crowded. Several rows of beds were temporarily added to the corridor. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, mixed with the painful groans of patients, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Zhou Shuwan and her colleagues were busy receiving patients, diagnosing them, treating them, and sending those requiring immediate surgery to the operating room. She tirelessly shuttled between wards, fine beads of sweat beading on her forehead, without even a moment to wipe them away. Because her family was hosting a dinner party, Zhou Shuwan switched shifts early in the evening and went home. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and Zhou Shuwan made some preparations. Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and Sang Zi, who had also been busy all day arranging accommodations, arrived as well. The Zhou family all came out to greet them. As Xiao Lu entered the house, he curiously looked around at the villa's decor, his eyes full of envy. "Captain, your villa is so nice, so big, so luxurious." He used SOSO 3 times in a row, amusing the Zhou family. Tao Zheng glared at him, then greeted the Zhou family with a smile. The slightly awkward atmosphere vanished instantly. Zhou Jianhai laughed heartily. "Come in and sit down. Don't just stand there like an idiot. This must be Grandma Peng?" Tao Zheng looked at Grandma Peng beside him. Grandma Peng's wrinkles smoothed out. "Oh, I used to hear Xiao Yu mention you all, saying you're friends who risk your lives for each other, and you're all good kids." She smiled and tugged at Sangzi, whose features were rather delicate, praising him. "He's good-looking too." Xiao Lu chuckled to himself. Sangzi was exceptionally skilled in combat, very adept at offense. As De Hua had once said, Sangzi becomes a battle maniac when he fights. But actually, he was a very shy and introverted person. Perhaps because of his delicate features, he was always quite reserved in his interactions with others. Like now, with Grandma Peng holding his hand and praising him so fondly, his ears were red, and he kept his head down, silent. Qi Mingyu came over and resolved his predicament. "Grandma, please let him in." "All right. Young man, you sit next to Grandma." Grandma Peng was still reluctant to let him go. Sangzi had no choice but to sit stiffly next to Grandma Peng. Xiao Lu quietly asked Qi Mingyu again, "Captain, how much supplies did you spend on this villa?" They had been in the army the whole time, and even after arriving at the capital base, they had been living and resting with their comrades, so they hadn't had a chance to get their own house. Qi Mingyu put down his chopsticks, held up one hand, and silently indicated a number. Xiao Lu glanced at it, immediately widened his eyes, his mouth formed an O, and then silently closed his mouth. Although he had saved up some supplies, it was far from enough to buy a villa. Taking advantage of a lull in everyone's lively discussion, Zhou Shuwan, Zhong Tiyun, and Grandma Peng began serving the dishes. One steaming dish after another filled the table, the abundance leaving Tao Zheng and the other two speechless. "My goodness! So much delicious food!" Xiao Lu exclaimed, swallowing hard. They hadn't seen such a lavish meal in a long time since the apocalypse. Sangzi also showed a rare expression of surprise, nodding shyly. Tao Zheng, though outwardly composed, also revealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. While the food was plentiful, the Zhou family served only common vegetables, meats, and fish found in the post-apocalyptic world. There were no strange or unusual ingredients that might reveal the secrets of their spatial dimension. Xiao Lu picked up a piece of braised chicken, put it in his mouth, his eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. "Grandma, this braised chicken is absolutely amazing. So juicy and tender." Sangzi also tasted a bite of steamed cod, savoring it carefully, and exclaimed, "Aunt Zhong, this fish is so delicious. The sweet and sour flavors are just right, and the meat is so tender." He smiled shyly, his eyes and brows beaming with joy. Grandma Peng and Zhong Tiyun beamed with delight at the praise. Grandma Peng said with a smile, "If you like it, eat more. There's more in the pot." Zhong Tiyun also smiled and echoed, "Yes, don't be shy, make yourselves at home." "This fish is from that nearby lake, right?" Tao Zheng asked. "Yes, this fish is cod caught from Mirror Cloud Lake. It can be eaten raw, fried, steamed, or boiled. It's delicious no matter how you cook it, And it's very nutritious, Zhou Shuan introduced. And this braised chicken and scrambled eggs are from our own chickens. Chickens these days have evolved, they lay smaller eggs, but they're very nutritious, Zhou Jianhai said. It tastes great too. Xiao Lu picked up a large piece of scrambled eggs, eating with relish, and explained, I haven't tasted fresh eggs in ages. Their daily diet consisted mostly of canned goods and compressed biscuits. Whether it was meat, vegetables, or potatoes, canning was the best way to preserve them for the longest time. This led to a rapid advancement in canning technology in factories in the capital. They produced canned meat, canned vegetables, canned soybeans, canned potatoes, and more. Canned food was easy to distribute, 1 jar per person. If they got tired of canned food, no problem, there were always compressed biscuits waiting. Compressed biscuits were delicious the first couple of times, crispy and fragrant, but after a while, they became tiresome. Like in J City, they tried various ways to improve the taste. They would crush the compressed biscuits, boil them in a pot, and make a biscuit porridge. Or they might soak it in canned food, eating a bite of biscuit followed by a bite of canned meat and vegetables. The taste. In short, compared to the Zhou family's daily meals, it was practically pig swill. But in the apocalypse, just having enough food to fill their stomachs was already a blessing. They couldn't afford to be picky. Zhou Jianhai enthusiastically introduced the origins of the other dishes to the group. These vegetables are all grown by ourselves on the terrace and in the bedroom, and these mutated potatoes have a high yield and taste quite good. He then added with some emotion, we also raise geese, but not many, otherwise we could let you try some fried foie gras. However, we also have some goose eggs. We bring you a few to take with you when you leave. What is enough for a meal? Tao Zheng and the others quickly declined. Qi Mingyu watched with a smile, occasionally serving them food. Chapter 370. While eating, Xiao Lu and Sang Zi couldn't help but inquire about the specifics of the J-City base. Qi Mingyu briefly explained the base's operating model. Our base is basically the same as before the apocalypse, distributing resources according to the principle of more work, more pay, and less work, less pay. We try to create as many job opportunities as possible for the base's residents, allowing them to support themselves and their families with wages, maintaining stability. For impoverished households, women, children, and the elderly, the base provides free relief food, distributed on a per-person, per-day basis. Currently, the base has a dedicated food processing plant, planting areas, breeding areas, a mushroom cultivation base, and a fishing team, which can guarantee basic food supplies. In addition, there is a logistics department, which can ensure the base's security and the supply of water, electricity, and heating. You even have a hospital, Xiao Lu said enviously. The base also has a dedicated security team and fortifications, so safety is relatively guaranteed. Of course, in the apocalypse, nowhere is absolutely safe. Xiao Lu and Sang Zi were very envious of the abundant resources and stable order of the J-City base. They exchanged a glance, and Xiao Lu spoke first, rubbing his hands together, asking somewhat shyly, Captain, do you think it's possible for so many of us to stay this time? Sang Zi nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with anticipation. The Zhou family members looked at each other, not immediately expressing their opinions. Tao Zheng was more cautious. Captain, what are the base's plans for us? Qi Mingyu shook his head. There's no final decision yet, the base is still discussing it. I will do my best to coordinate and try to get everyone to stay. He paused, then added, personally, I certainly hope you can all stay and end your nomadic life. However, the base also has its concerns. From his own perspective, he genuinely hoped that his former leaders and teammates could end their apocalyptic wanderings and live peaceful lives. However, from the base's perspective, their concerns were understandable. The fragmentation of the capital base served as a stark warning. Two factions absolutely could not coexist within a single base. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Seeing this, Zhong Tian quickly changed the subject, bringing out a bottle of Matai and pouring a glass for each person. Come on, let's not think about those worries. It's rare to get together like this. Let's have a drink. The three initially tried to decline, but Qi Mingyu smiled and said, It's all right. I already spoken to the guards at the gate. If we get drunk tonight, we can stay here and go back tomorrow. The three then relaxed and drank heartily. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere gradually livened up again. After dinner, at the request of Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and Sang Zi, Qi Mingyu gave them a tour of the three-story villa, specifically showing them the planting and animal husbandry areas on the terrace and in the bedrooms. Qi Mingyu pushed open the door to the second-floor terrace, revealing a lush, green planting area. Rows of neat shelves were filled with various vegetables, their vibrant green leaves gleaming under the lights. This is the planting area, Chi Mingyu explained. After the apocalypse, we created these spaces on the terrace and in one of the bedrooms to try and be as self-sufficient as possible. Xiao Lu reached out and touched a tender green leaf, exclaiming in surprise, "Captain, this is amazing. Where did you learn these planting techniques?" Chi Mingyu smiled. "My mother-in-law's family runs vegetable greenhouses. They're very skilled at planting. Once you're settled, if you'd like to grow some too, I have my mother-in-law train you." "That's wonderful." Sangzi nodded, looking around at the lush green world, completely different from the snowy landscape outside. "I never imagined so many things could be grown on this small terrace. No wonder the meal we had earlier was so lavish." Sangzi noticed some LED lights hanging on the wall, which were on even during the day. He asked curiously, "What are these lights?" Chi Mingyu explained, "These are artificial light sources, used to supplement the lighting. In winter, there's not enough sunlight, and plants don't grow well, so we use these lights to supplement the light." Tao Zheng nodded approvingly. This is truly self-sufficient. They then went to the animal husbandry area in the bedroom. Several glossy chickens were leisurely pecking at food in their cages, with several egg cartons filled with fresh eggs beside them. In a corner, a few geese were also pacing around in their cages, occasionally clucking. The place isn't big, and the weather's cold, so we can't ventilate often. We only raise a few chickens and geese, just enough to ensure a normal supply of eggs. Occasionally, we kill a young rooster for a treat. Even though they had just finished eating, hearing this made Xiao Lu and the others' mouths water again. They noticed several solar panels neatly arranged in the corner of the room, next to a gasoline-powered generator. "Is this how you solve your energy problem?" Tao Zheng asked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Yes, in the post-apocalyptic world, electricity and energy are major problems. We made these devices ourselves, and it's barely enough," Chi Mingyu explained. "What do you mean barely enough?" "In the post-apocalyptic world, anyone who can afford a gasoline generator is a tycoon," Xiao Lu said, somewhat envious. "Not just rich, but his family owns a mine," Sangzi added. Chi Mingyu then warned them, "We're on the same side, so I won't hide anything from you, but once we're outside, this must be kept a secret. Don't tell anyone." "Boss, we know what's important," Tao Zheng and the other two solemnly assured him. Xiao Lu looked around, his face practically overflowing with envy. "I say, Captain, you're living the life of a god ahead of time. No wonder you were in such a hurry to retire and go home. It turns out there was such a wonderful place waiting for you." Chi Mingyu simply smiled faintly, without replying. He looked out the window. The bright lights in the distance contrasted sharply with the cozy atmosphere of the villa. Tao Zheng walked to the window, his gaze drifting towards his unit's encampment. His tone held a hint of wistfulness. "Captain, this villa is indeed nice, but what I envy even more is the life you have here. It feels very peaceful." Chi Mingyu nodded, his tone calm. "Yes, in the apocalypse, peace is more important than anything else. However, this peace is achieved through everyone's joint efforts. Everyone in the base is fighting for survival, and we are no exception." Tao Zheng nodded thoughtfully. That night, Grandma Peng slept in Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu's room, while Mu squeezed in with her parents. With enough space, adding a couple more beds was a simple matter. Tao Zheng and the others weren't familiar with the Zhou family, so they naturally didn't notice the extra beds. The three of them rested in Grandma Peng and Mu's bedroom. After Grandma Peng fell asleep, Zhou Shuan asked Chi Mingyu, "You took Tao Zheng and the others on such a detailed tour of our terrace and power generation equipment today. Was there another reason?" Chapter 371. Chi Mingyu smiled slightly and hugged her. "How did you know?" Zhou Shuan pinched the soft flesh on the back of his wrist. "Is that even a question? You're not usually a high-profile person, but today you were acting completely out of character, showing them this and that. I knew something was wrong at a glance." Chi Mingyu took a deep breath of the fragrance on her neck, feeling all the pressure from the day dissipate. He relaxed his back, pondered for a moment, and said, "Actually, I haven't thought too much about it. I just want to try my best to facilitate a peaceful resolution between the two sides. Tao Zheng is deeply trusted by the division commander, so it's easier for him to accept things from the perspective of the division commander than for me to personally persuade him. Persuade General Zhao to give up all his rights to enter the base?" Her words were too direct. Chi Mingyu glanced at her helplessly, and said in a low voice, "There absolutely cannot be two opposing forces in the base. Xiao Xiao knows this, which is why she has been hesitant to allow the division commander to bring people into the base. But I see Xiao Xiao as very similar to the former Mayor Lu, Both are wholeheartedly committed to ensuring that ordinary survivors can live a stable and peaceful life after the apocalypse. Therefore, compared to the division commander and Xiao Xiao, I trust Xiao Xiao more. Zhou Shuan remained silent. General Zhao had shown Qi Mingyu the kindness of a mentor and saved his life. His concern and longing for General Zhao were beyond question. But even he said this, which shows that General Zhao himself was not as kind and benevolent as he appeared, like an old man without any desires. In the 2 years since Xiao Xiao took over the base, the political climate has been clean and the management has been orderly. He has tried his best to be fair and just in the distribution of resources, and has also tried his best to provide more job opportunities for more survivors. Moreover, he sympathizes with the weak and is willing to provide them with a space to survive. Therefore, Zhou Shuan, like Qi Mingyu, actually leaned more toward Xiao Xiao's side. The base currently has a little over 30,000 personnel, including more than 3,000 in the security team. General Zhao's 2,000 formally trained soldiers would be a significant threat if they were to engage the base in a direct confrontation. But she was used to peace and didn't want any more man-made battles. And those weapons? Qi Mingyu suddenly said in a low voice. Zhou Shuan was startled. Yes, the weapons Qi Mingyu held were all given to him by General Zhao through his own fingers, but they were enough for them to stand proudly against powerful gangs like the cannibal gang in the apocalypse. If General Zhao had kept some of the weapons he had sent Qi Mingyu to transport for himself, then the enemy's strength would be far greater than she imagined. She asked, Brother Yu, if one day you had to choose sides, what would you choose? Qi Mingyu hesitated, then murmured, I don't know. He genuinely didn't know, which was why he actively acted as a mediator, hoping for peaceful coexistence between the two sides. While accommodating over 10,000 people at once was difficult for the base, difficulties could be created. Just like along the way, the base had already solved the problems of water and food. Expanding further wouldn't be too much of a challenge. The key issue was whether his mentor, now a major general and accustomed to giving orders, was willing to step back. Let's take it one step at a time. I think today, looking at Tao Zheng and Xiao Lu, they were all envious of our stability here. Since they have this feeling, then the other soldiers must feel the same way. Peaceful integration into the base is the best outcome. Go to sleep. Qi Mingyu patted her back. He told Zhou Shuan to sleep, but after she fell asleep, he remained awake in the darkness, his eyes slightly deep, lost in thought. The next day, Tao Zheng and the other two had breakfast at the Zhou family home before reluctantly leaving. Apart from Grandma Pang and Moo Moo, who went to the hospital every 3 days, everyone else in the Zhou family had to work. After breakfast, almost the entire family went out together, wearing their air-conditioned uniforms. Qi Mingyu, being in the security team, had the most flexible hours, so he saw the three of them to the base entrance. As they parted, Xiao Lu quietly asked Qi Mingyu how much a typical 3-bedroom apartment at the base would cost. The Zhou family had indeed arranged 2 small apartments for Zhou Shuan's second uncle and third aunt's families, using the gasoline supplies they had left in Zhou Shuan's spatial storage. Therefore, Qi Mingyu knew the price. But now, because the base's population is growing rapidly, house prices have also skyrocketed, now doubling in price. Moreover, there are very few houses left in good locations. He told Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Captain, let's go back and think about it. Once we reach an agreement with Shangtian, Tao Zheng Sangzi, and I plan to buy a house too. Qi Mingyu patted his shoulder encouragingly. Of course. My wife and I will help you choose a house. One that's close to us. Great. Maybe the 3 of us can scrape together enough supplies to buy a villa near you. Xiao Lu grinned. The Zhou family's villa was indeed very nice, large and grand. Besides water, electricity, and heating, they could be self-sufficient in food, living their own little world behind closed doors. Xiao Lu and his friends were particularly envious of this. They also dreamed of living in a villa like that someday, learning from the Zhou family's example, and making their lives prosperous. Okay, we be neighbors from now on. 2 days later, it was time to go fishing at the Zhou family's house again. Qi Mingyu happened to be visiting General Zhao, so he took the opportunity to invite Tao Zheng and Xiao Lu to go fishing with him. The lake was outside the base, and General Zhao's men could go in and take a look as long as they didn't raid it. Tao Zheng couldn't go because of other commitments, so Xiao Lu and Sangzi happily went instead. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining brightly on the snow. Qi Mingyu, along with his family, Xiao Lu, and Sangzi, walked along the well-trodden snow path towards Mirror Cloud Lake. Xiao Lu looked around and, seeing many people on the lake, asked, Captain, Are there really that many fish in this lake? I see people from the base fishing here every day. Chi Mingyu smiled. Whether there are many or not, we find out by trying. Upon arriving at Mirror Cloud Lake, the surface was covered by a thick layer of ice, shimmering bluish-white in the sunlight. Many people were already ice fishing, their voices echoing across the empty lake. Because the base was helping to break the ice, although the ice holes easily refroze due to the low temperature, they weren't very secure. With a little effort, the holes were easily widened. Xiao Lu and Sangzi watched curiously. After breaking the ice, Chi Mingyu took out a fishing rod, skillfully baited it, and handed one to each of them, saying, "Try it." Xiao Lu eagerly took the rod and, imitating Chi Mingyu, lowered the line into the water. Chapter 372. Sangzi was even more cautious, carefully observing Chi Mingyu's movements for a while before starting to fish. However, ice fishing wasn't as easy as she had imagined. Xiao Lu and Sangzi waited for a long time without catching anything. Xiao Lu was a little frustrated. Why aren't the fish biting? This is different from regular fishing. You have to be patient, Chi Mingyu said, gently lifting the rod, and a plump fish was reeled in. Ice fishing is much harder than regular fishing. The fish are all hiding under the ice. The Zhou family had a total of 3 ice holes. After catching one, Chi Mingyu handed the fishing rod to Mu, who was waiting eagerly nearby. Grandma Pang and Zhong Tiyun were still at home today. Only Zhou Shuan, Chi Mingyu, his father, and Mu came out. 20 minutes later, Mu also caught one, and the quiet Sangzi finally caught one as well. Watching the cod, over an arm's length long, freeze into a curved icicle after being dragged off the ice, was quite a sight. That doesn't seem too slow, Xiao Lu said. This lake is quite large. There are probably many cod hiding under the ice. He asked, is it just cod? Chi Mingyu shook his head. Not exactly. We caught other fish with nets before, but in smaller numbers and smaller sizes. So we suspect that cod, evolved in this extreme cold, are at the top of the food chain. That's why we only catch cod. Xiao Lu nodded thoughtfully. Sangzi noticed something and said enviously, you use nets to catch fish? You can catch so many at once. Chi Mingyu nodded, but after that one time, the base issued new regulations the next day. To ensure the long-term use of the lake, no one is allowed to use fishing nets. You can only fish one fish at a time. How many you catch depends on your skill. Generally, each family is allocated ice caves based on the number of people, 2 people per cave. The Zhou family, with 6 people, received 3 ice caves. But for private teams like Shinfen's, allocating ice caves per person would be too many. Therefore, the base stipulates that supply teams can only receive a maximum of 10 ice caves. Single individuals, like Zhang Jia, are allocated 1 ice cave. Besides, Zhang Jia is capable and dares to fish alone. Single women or elderly people in the base don't even have air-conditioned clothing, so they can't come out. The base then reassigns the ice caves allocated to those who can't come out, giving the original ice cave owner 50% based on the number of fish caught each time. Xiao Lu and Sangzi listened to the regulations. Suddenly, Xiao Lu spoke up, Captain, your base chief is a very kind and compassionate manager. He even considers things meticulously like fishing. Chi Mingyu had brought them here specifically for this purpose. He smiled slowly, gazing at the lively scene on the lake, and said softly, yes, having such a base chief is our good fortune. He paused, then continued, now that we don't lack water, the base has decided to dig a new lake. The site has been chosen, but construction has been delayed due to the permafrost issue. Sangzi seemed to remember something and asked, Captain, the other day at your house, I saw you dug a big pit in your yard. Are you also planning to raise fish? Chi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan, who then chimed in, we want to give it a try. We have space at home. Digging a pond of 30 to 40 square meters isn't difficult. The real challenge is getting the cod back alive. That's right, Sangzi nodded. The cod freezes solid as soon as it's caught, so buckets definitely won't work. A large water tank would be a better option. They could pump the water and fish together into the tank and then transport it back. Leaving aside the issue of insulation, just transporting such a heavy and large tank back would be a hassle. That's why I'm eagerly awaiting the completion of the base's lake. That way, we can see how they transport live cod. If the base's lake is actually built, it'd probably just be hauling them in truckloads. It won't be a useful reference, Xiao Lu commented fairly. Zhou Shuan seriously considered how to transport the live fish. She squatted there, seemingly observing the situation below the ice hole. One hand supported her body beside the ice hole. In reality, her consciousness, like an invisible net, slowly seeped into the waters beneath the ice. The underwater world was shrouded in darkness, yet the icy lake water was exceptionally clear to her. She sensed schools of fish swimming in the current. There were indeed quite a few cod. Besides cod, there were other fish she had never seen before, with slender bodies and slightly silvery tails. She expanded her perception range, trying to catch more fish, but the lake was too vast. Her ability could only cover an area of a few dozen meters in radius. Anything beyond that was beyond her perception. Zhou Shuan withdrew her perception, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Because the lake is now the sole source of seafood for the entire base. She never considered using her spatial ability to cheat at fishing. After all, she had already caught enough fish for her family to eat for a lifetime back in the ocean and Jian Mountain Reservoir. The reason she fished at night was because she had tasted cod during the day and found it delicious, better than any other fish in her spatial storage. At that time, she guessed that this fish, like eggs after the apocalypse, likely contained some special nutritional value. Therefore, she and her family risked their lives to catch more fish at night. Unfortunately, live animals couldn't be stored in her spatial storage, so transporting the live fish back was a troublesome matter. Enough of that. When it was time for their group to finish work, everyone got up and carried the cod back to the base. Qi Mingyu said to Xiaolu and Sangzi, "Thanks to you two today, we caught 2 extra fish. We can go to your place to eat fish." They had caught a total of 6 fish today, a better harvest than before. Xiaolu and Sangzi knew perfectly well that their captain was looking after them. Both quickly declined, "Captain, no need, no need. We just wanted to see something rare. It's so rare to see live animals after the apocalypse, especially fish." Qi Mingyu, however, wouldn't let them have a chance to argue. He told Zhou Shuan to take her father and Mumu back to the villa first, and then they could meet up at Tao Zheng and Sangzi's tent later. Zhou Shuan smiled and agreed. Zhou Jianhai cheerfully greeted Xiaolu and the others, then turned and headed towards the base. Having been teammates for years, Xiaolu felt relaxed around Qi Mingyu. After Zhou Shuan's family left, Xiaolu softly complained to Qi Mingyu, "Captain, you didn't even say hello to your wife and uncle before giving us 2 fish. I wonder if your wife will think anything of it." Qi Mingyu was taken aback, then smiled. "You underestimate your wife. She's not that stingy." Chapter 373. Just 2 fish. If she wanted, at least several hundred cod from the lake would have ended up in her spatial dimension. Of course not before, but now resources are becoming increasingly precious, Sangzi whispered. "Alright, I understand your good intentions. I remember to discuss it with her next time," Qi Mingyu said gently. They returned to Tao Ning's tent. They had enough tents, but lacked a white flame stove, so many people had to squeeze together to use it for warmth. Tao Zheng, due to his status, was able to share a small tent with Xiaolu and Sangzi. This was very fortunate. The supplies Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan had delivered last time were all kept in their own tents, so they didn't have to worry about them getting lost. Upon arriving at their destination, Qi Mingyu went to see General Zhao first, but the messenger said that General Zhao had urgent business and couldn't see outsiders for the time being. Qi Mingyu had no choice but to return and began cooking. He turned down the temperature of the white flame stove, placed the soup pot on it, and started cooking soup. Qi Mingyu cut off the tail of the cleaned fish and stewed it with shiitake mushrooms to make fish soup. Then he sliced 3 plates of sashimi. The remaining fish was grilled on an iron rack. It was truly a multi-purpose fish. He used 1 fish, and had Xiaolu take the rest to store. The temperature inside the tent was above 0 degrees Celsius, but the white flame stove wasn't turned up too high, staying around 0 to 5 degrees Celsius, so keeping the fish inside for a few days wasn't a problem. Zhou Shuan and the others returned quickly after storing the fish. They also brought some other food. Xiaolu's mouth watered at the sight of it. "Sister-in-law, do you still have instant noodles at home?" Zhou Shuan smiled. Before the apocalypse, instant noodles were a convenient food. You get tired of them after a few meals. But after the apocalypse, for survivors surviving on compressed biscuits, a hot bowl of instant noodles was a true delicacy. The base still had instant noodles in stock, all expired. But they weren't distributed easily, only as bonuses or extra rewards. Giving out 2 packs of instant noodles was like having a feast. I was lucky back then. I stockpiled a lot, and after eating them slowly over the years, there's not much left. Today I'm taking out a few packs to satisfy my craving. Zhou Shuan distributed them according to the number of people. After the fish soup was cooked, she used another pot to cook the instant noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, she sprinkled on a few poached eggs, and finally added sauce and vegetables. The fragrant aroma filled the tent. The barbecue included not only cod, but also potatoes and mushrooms. The potatoes were sliced and grilled on an iron rack. Once grilled to a golden brown on both sides, brushed with sauce, and then plated with a few pieces of potato, a few slices of cod, and some shiitake mushrooms. Served with instant noodles, it was incredibly delicious. Add to that the fresh and tender white fish soup, and sashimi dipped in sauce. Everyone ate with great satisfaction. If only we had tofu, Taozheng suddenly said, it would be even more delicious with this fish soup. Tofu and fish soup is a classic combination. Where can you find tofu these days? Xiao Lu shook his head. I haven't even seen soybeans in years. Actually, growing soybeans isn't difficult. But because potatoes are better at solving the problem of food and clothing compared to soybeans, everyone at the base prefers to grow mutated potatoes. Zhou Shuan then chimed in. We have tofu. Grandma knows how to make it. Next time you come, I bring you 2 pieces. Xiao Lu and the other's eyes widened. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but laugh. We planted a batch of soybeans. Although the harvest wasn't plentiful, it's enough to make some tofu. How can people go a long time without eating soy products? Xiao Lu explained even more. Captain, once we're really in the base, I don't care, you absolutely have to get us a villa. I refuse to believe that the 3 of us, pooling all our belongings, wouldn't have enough money for a villa. Once we have a villa, we'd be like you, doing planting and raising livestock inside and out, digging a fish pond to raise fish. Even if the sky falls, we can still be self-sufficient. Her words made everyone laugh. Back home, Xiong Tiyun and Grandma Peng, who had been staying at home, told them that there were 2 small square stoves in the house. Qi Mingyu recognized them at a glance as the white flame stoves from General Zhao's place. The pale yellow light from the wall shone on the stoves, reflecting a soft glow. The 2 stoves sat quietly in the corner of the living room. Taozheng and the others must have been too embarrassed to come empty-handed, so they secretly left 2 white flame stoves here, Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan smiled. We're all family, no need to be so polite. She walked to the stoves, carefully examining the patterns on them. They were exquisite and intricate, clearly high-end. Grandma Peng asked doubtfully, are these white flame stoves very expensive? Grandma, these white flame stoves are no ordinary things, Qi Mingyu patiently explained. They use nanotechnology, and after burning, they can last for more than a month, raising the indoor temperature to 0 to 10 degrees Celsius. They're currently the most precious stoves, more expensive than air conditioners and heating systems. Upon hearing this, Grandma Peng said, we're just bringing some things for your teammates and treating them to a couple of meals. It's too much trouble to accept such precious things for nothing. It's all right, Grandma, I return them tomorrow. Zhou Shuan remembered that Xiao Lu had said he wanted to eat tofu, so she took out several pieces of pure white tofu from her spatial storage, wrapped them in a clean cloth, and also carried a plump chicken, several pounds of fresh eggs, and 2 bunches of vibrant green vegetables. The next day after get off work, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan went together to Taozheng and the others' tent, because they were worried about being seen and getting into trouble. Qi Mingyu deliberately put the 2 white flame furnaces in his backpack, only taking them out once inside the tent. He feigned anger, saying, sending such precious gifts without a word, you startled everyone at home. You're having a tough time right now, you can't be so extravagant. Before Taozheng could speak, Xiao Lu chimed in, Captain, you and your wife are clearly more extravagant. You only been reunited for a few days, and you're already sending loads of supplies. We only have 2 white flame furnaces. We wanted to send 3, but these things are getting more and more valuable, so we only managed 2. Z nodded. Yes, Captain, you and your wife don't need to be so polite. We're all brothers. Taozheng glanced at the 2 of them, then at the bag Qi Mingyu had left on the floor when he entered the room. Seeing how bulging it was probably supplies again. He said, Captain, if you really want to return this white flame furnace, then we can't accept the supplies you sent these past few days either. We have to return those too. That's right, they're all over there. Xiao Lu said, going over with Sangzi as if to pick up the items and return them. Qi Mingyu was amused and exasperated by their actions, and he jokingly scolded them without any restraint. You 2 brats, always putting on airs. Keep your act together. His scolding was reminiscent of his days in the army. Zhou Shuan was seeing him like this for the first time, with a touch of the roguish charm of the military, and couldn't help but glance at him several times. All right, we won't back down, and you can't back down either. Take the white flame furnace back, Taozheng said. Qi Mingyu paused, then finally said, fine, we're brothers, I won't stand on ceremony. Tell me if you have any difficulties. That's right, that's our captain. Xiao Lu came over and hooked his arm around Qi Mingyu's shoulder. Qi Mingyu exchanged a few punches with him. Finally, Taozheng and Sangzi and the others joined in, and the group engaged in a thoroughly enjoyable fight. Zhou Shuan sighed inwardly. These men. After a short break, Zhou Shuan picked up the bag and opened it. Xiao Lu, look what this is. She picked up several pieces of tofu. Sister-in-law, no, I can't accept any more of your things, he declined, but his gaze involuntarily fell on the tofu, his Adam's apple bobbing. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Zhou Shuan generously placed the items on the table. Xiao Lu said he wanted to eat tofu yesterday, so I brought 2 pieces. Try them. Then we gladly accept. Xiao Lu's face lit up with a delighted smile. Thank you, sister-in-law. Sangzi smiled shyly as well. On the way back, Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu, whose mood was clearly much better. Qi Mingyu noticed and immediately turned to look at her. What's wrong? Zhou Shuan couldn't help but laugh. I was just thinking, if it weren't for the apocalypse, you would definitely have stayed in the army, with Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and the others. You were so relaxed, a side of you I never seen before. Their banter, both playful and playful, carried a sincere camaraderie. Qi Mingyu paused, then gazed into the distance for a long while before softly saying, yes, looking back, although being in the army was tiring and dangerous, the relationships were the closest then. You could entrust your back to your comrades without hesitation. But I don't regret it. He suddenly looked at the thoughtful Zhou Shuan, focusing intently on her, and said in a deep voice, although I've been separated from my teammates, I met you, met Mom and Dad and Moo Moo, and received the love and family I had always longed for. I feel incredibly happy even in this apocalypse. So, I never regret my choice. I never regret my choice either. The two smiled at each other, their hands clasped tightly together. The fish pond at home was quickly dug, a rectangular pit of about 30 square meters, over 3 meters deep, located on the left side of the villa's yard, right next to the vegetable garden. Zhou Shuan then suggested the feasibility of using insulated water tanks to transport live fish, a suggestion the whole family found very feasible. We have water tanks, the base has plenty. The only problem is insulation, Zhou Jianhai said, frowning, poking at the frozen, hard clods of earth with a small shovel. We need to think about what to use for insulation, Zhong Tian said. The ice walls around us can actually provide insulation, Zhou Jianhai said, looking around. Zhou Shuan remained silent, lost in thought. After a while, she spoke, Dad, we can wrap the water tank with ice, ceramic shards, and blankets, then cover it with an electric blanket. That should keep it warm for a while. Qi Mingyu joined the discussion. The electric blanket needs a battery. A small one should be enough. Zhong Tiyun continued, the key is speed. The shorter the time from the lake to home, the better. Then we use our little cart. We won't try to fill it up too much at once. Just one small tank will do. We go back after that. We have an afternoon. Yes, that's settled then. Next time it's our turn to fish. We fill the tank with live fish. Zhou Shuan nodded, a hint of anticipation rising in her heart. They had dug a deep fish pond at home, but it was definitely not as deep as the lake, so they weren't sure how long the cod could survive there. But it was worth a try. As soon as Zhou Jianhai got home, he went inside to figure out how to make an insulated water tank. He found some discarded styrofoam boards, ceramic shards, and old quilts, and wrapped the tank layer by layer, following Zhou Shuan's design. Qi Mingyu helped prepare the battery and electric blanket, carefully connecting the wires. When it was time to go fishing at the lake again, they loaded the water tanks onto a small cart. The tanks were covered with a thick outer shell, so no one could tell what they were. Finally, before leaving, Zhong Tian piled some cardboard boxes around the tanks. If anyone asked, they said they were delivering supplies to Tao Zheng and Xiao Lu. Today, Moo Moo stayed home with Grandma Peng, while Zhong Tian went with the others. Upon arriving at her family's fishing spot on the lake, Zhou Shuan waited a while before placing her right hand on the ice to sense the water and the cod. The small cart was beside her. She placed her left hand on the water tank. From an outsider's perspective, she would simply appear to be testing the ice temperature, and wouldn't think much of it. This was her first attempt at moving objects this way, especially living creatures, so even she wasn't sure if she would succeed. She closed her eyes, exerted a slight force, and a strange sensation flowed through her body. It was as if the lake's water flowed through her body and into the water tank beside her, along with several large cod. She carefully sensed the cod in the tank. Yes, they were lively and jumping around. She opened her eyes, met Qi Mingyu's concerned gaze, and nodded, suppressing her excitement, whispering, "It's done." Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, who were helping to guard the area, couldn't help but turn around to look. Several people were wearing thick air-conditioned suits, but they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Zhou Shuan calmed down and continued to check the water tank. It was full. Because the cart wasn't large, she had been careful when loading the fish into the tank. There were about 6 fish swimming around inside. We shouldn't delay. The 2 of us will stay here to fish, and the other 2 will carry the cart home, Zhou Jianhai said in a low voice. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment. She realized she might need her spatial abilities to help with filling the fish pond at home. She said, Dad, I go with you. Let Xiaoyu and Mumu stay here. Qi Mingyu disagreed. The cart is heavy, it'd be difficult for the 2 of you to push it. His gaze lingered on Mumu for a moment, then he said, Mumu, you come back too. He wanted to go back as well, but leaving either Mumu or Zhou Jianhai alone here wasn't safe. Chapter 374. Only the strongest fighter, either him or Zhou Shuan, could possess it. But Zhou Shuan's spatial ability was irreplaceable. Mumu immediately nodded. Okay, I go back with you. They all trusted Qi Mingyu's martial prowess. The group pushed the cart together, quickly heading towards the base. In the extreme cold, people were bundled up and carried many tools for fishing, so no one else was interested in what others were doing. Now, because people fished almost every day, the road from the base to the lake had become unsafe. Robbery frequently occurred before. Later, the base specifically dispatched a militia team to patrol this road and maintain order. Yes, the militia. Not long ago, the base began selecting survivors with good fighting skills or archery abilities from the populace to join the militia, supplementing the base's resources. Although the base didn't explicitly say so, everyone knew that the militia's formation was related to the more than 10,000 people stationed outside. After Xiao Xiao was promoted to base commander, he issued 3 decrees, one of which was to publicize the military's combat techniques, then send instructors to teach the masses combat and archery skills, and finally select the best to join the security team. In the past 2 years, many skilled individuals in the security team have indeed been selected in this way. Now, a militia has been formed, but solely to enhance their own combat capabilities. Because the militia guarded the way back, it was relatively safe. After safely returning home, they dared not pour the fish from the tank directly into the pond. There was too little water and too few fish, and they were afraid the fish would freeze to death upon being moved. They moved the tank to the first floor. The second floor was too warm, and they couldn't be afraid. There was a large tank on the first floor that had been prepared beforehand, and they poured the fish and water into it. After observing for a while, the cod initially seemed a little unaccustomed to the new environment, remaining motionless at the bottom. Zhou Shuan was a little worried and watched nervously. After a while, one cod tentatively swam a little, and the other slowly followed suit, beginning to swim around in the tank. Seeing this, the whole family breathed a sigh of relief, and smiles of satisfaction appeared on their faces. Looks like they're adapting quite well, Zhou Shuan said with a smile. Yes. Then we have time to go and bring back a few more tanks. Right, while we still have time this afternoon, let's make a few more trips. Zhou Jianhai rubbed his hands together, eager to try. Zhou Shuan activated her supernatural ability again, transferring more cod and water from the lake to the large tank on the first floor of the villa. After several attempts, the number of fish in the tank was quite considerable. The cod swam happily in the water, their silver scales shimmering in the sunlight. Zhou Jianhai, watching the cod swimming in the tank, suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since these fish are swimming so well here, we could try keeping them in tanks on the first floor. The first floor is indoors, where the temperature is 30 or 40 degrees higher than on the terrace. These cod are extremely resilient and can adapt to extreme cold. It really could be a good idea to try it on the first floor. I think it's feasible, Zhou Shuan agreed, carefully observing the cod in the tank. They looked very energetic. This would also make it easier to observe their condition. Qi Mingyu nodded as well. If it's really feasible, and the space on the first floor is large enough, we can put in several tanks. Then we have the freedom to eat fish. The whole family eagerly anticipated that moment. They moved half of the fish to the pond in the yard, and continued to observe their condition. A thin layer of ice quickly formed on the surface of the pond. Several cod leaped out of the water, splashing tiny droplets, before quickly diving back to the bottom and disappearing beneath the ice. The bottom and sides of the pond were paved with cement, so there was no need to worry about water seepage. Zhou Jianhai picked up a shovel and leveled the surrounding ground to make it easier to walk on. He then dragged over a cotton-padded mat and placed it on top of the pond. No one was sure if the fish would survive, so placing the mat on top was a way to maintain secrecy for the time being. While the Zhou family checked on the smoked fish day and night, negotiations continued between the base and General Zhao. In the base's conference room, Xiao Xiao sat in the main seat, his expression serious. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, filled with tension. The base's intention is to accept civilians, but soldiers with weapons will be under its unified management once they enter, he said firmly, brooking no argument. General Zhao's representative, Tao Zheng, stood ramrod straight and said in a deep voice, General Zhao isn't unwilling to cooperate, but he's always worried that relinquishing all power and manpower would lead to disaster later. In the apocalypse, without military power, one is at the mercy of others. He paused, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He wants the base to designate a piece of land for them, and then send people to learn the base's techniques in planting, construction, and animal husbandry, so they can achieve self-governance. Xiao Xiao frowned. He understood General Zhao's concerns. In the apocalypse, the importance of military power was self-evident. But he also knew that a base couldn't have two leadership corps. I understand General Zhao's concerns, Xiao Xiao said slowly, his tone calm. I can arrange for General Zhao to join the base's management team, to hold a position. This is already our biggest concession. However, military power must be centrally managed. This is a matter of principle, and there's no room for negotiation. Tao Zheng was silent for a moment. He knew General Zhao was a man who was always prepared for the worst, and wouldn't easily relinquish military power. I will convey Base Commander Zhao's message to General Zhao. Tao Zheng stood up and said in a deep voice. I also hope the base will seriously consider General Zhao's proposal. After all, over 2,000 well-trained soldiers are a powerful asset to the base. We will consider it seriously. Xiao Xiao also stood up, watching Tao Zheng leave. Back home, Meng Mingwe, still worried about the negotiations' outcome, rushed to help him with his clothes and brought him a cup of hot tea. After the other party took a sip of tea, their brows relaxing completely, they asked, So? Did General Zhao agree to our conditions? Xiao Xiao shook her head. He refused for now, and we're unsure what will happen next. I don't know how things will unfold, but we must prepare for both possibilities. In any case, the stability and security of the base are paramount. Tao Zheng returned to General Zhao's residence and went straight into his tent. Inside the tent, simple tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and a white flame stove emitted a warm glow, dispelling the chill in the tent. General Zhao was sitting at the table, holding a map, his brow furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. General, I'm back. Tao Zheng stood at attention and saluted, his voice booming. General Zhao looked up, put down the map, and gestured for Tao Zheng to sit down. Tell me, what did they say from the base? Tao Zheng sat up straight, and gave a detailed report of his negotiations with Xiao Xiao. He spoke clearly and calmly, without embellishment. From the base's conditions to Xiao Zhao's attitude, he reported everything in detail. When he mentioned Xiao Zhao's insistence on unified military command, he noticed that General Zhao's expression darkened considerably. After listening, General Zhao frowned, pacing back and forth in the tent without saying a word, seemingly weighing something. The atmosphere inside the tent was somewhat oppressive. A soft hum emanated from the white flame furnace. After a long while, General Zhao stopped and said in a deep voice, It seems Xiao Xiao is unwilling to compromise. General, the base's situation is special, and base commander Xiao also has his difficulties, Tao Zheng said cautiously. If the two sides don't have unified command, it's easy for trouble to arise. General Zhao sighed, and waved his hand. I understand that principle, but how can I feel at ease handing over command like this? General, what do you mean? Tao Zheng asked tentatively. I decided to temporarily agree to the base's conditions, General Zhao said firmly. But we need to retain an elite squad. This squad will only answer to me. It will be our trump card. I understand, General. Tao Zheng nodded. General Zhao then summoned several trusted officers for a brief meeting in the tent. He told them his decision and explained in detail the necessity of retaining the elite squad. Several officers also expressed their opinions, ultimately all supporting General Zhao's decision. After the meeting, General Zhao again instructed everyone to maintain strict secrecy and not to disclose any information. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family home, something unexpected was happening. After dinner, Qi Mingyu took Mumu to the yard to routinely check the cod in the fish pond. However, when they lifted the cotton mat covering the fish pond, the scene before them shocked them. A thick layer of ice had formed on the surface of the water in the fish pond, and several frozen cod floated motionless on the surface. Several more frozen dead cod lay scattered at the bottom of the pond. What happened? Qi Mingyu asked in surprise. Reaching out to scoop up a cod floating on the surface, it was completely stiff. Mumu also looked puzzled. They were fine yesterday. How come they're like this today? Zhou Shuan, Zhou Jianhai, and Zhong Tiyun, hearing the commotion, quickly came out to investigate. Everyone was stunned by the state of the fish pond. Could it be that the temperature is too low, and the fish have frozen to death? Zhong Tiyun guessed. Zhou Jianhai frowned. But these cod can survive in Mirror Cloud Lake. How come they're like this in our fish pond? Zhou Shuan squatted down, carefully observing the situation in the fish pond. She touched the water in the fish pond. The water temperature was much lower than yesterday, almost frozen. She then looked at the surrounding environment. Although there was an ice wall in the courtyard, the temperature today was even lower than yesterday, and the wind was biting. Even with the ice wall's protection, it couldn't completely ward off the severe cold. I think the temperature suddenly dropped today, and the water in the fish pond was too cold, causing the cod to freeze to death, Zhou Shuan analyzed. What do we do now? It's such a waste that all these fish are dead. Don't worry, let's scoop them out first, Qi Mingyu comforted them. The family worked together to scoop all the cod out of the fish pond. Looking at the pile of frozen cod, everyone felt heavy-hearted. It seems the plan to raise cod in the outdoor fish pond won't work, Zhou Shuan sighed. We have to move them all to the indoor tank. The cod in the indoor tank were still fine. Zhou Jianhai also said, the temperature on the first floor is much higher than outside. It seems we can raise fish there. Then let's do it that way, Qi Mingyu decided. We treat these frozen cod first, and then raise them in the tank. The family scooped the frozen cod out of the fish pond. Zhou Shuan glanced at the frozen fish pond and said, let's leave this fish pond for now. We use it sometime later. The others nodded, all feeling a bit disappointed. The fish pond, built with so much effort, hadn't turned out to be effective. But using water tanks, which they hadn't initially considered, had unexpectedly worked. It was truly a case of an unintended consequence. Then they tidied up the first floor, making room, and took out 2 brand new large water tanks. Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu then considered adding filtration and water-changing systems to the tanks to ensure water quality, and allow the fish to live longer. Zhou Jianhai retrieved various pipes, connectors, and filters he had collected earlier and began designing a circulating filtration system for the tanks. He then used materials he found at the repair shop to create a simple water-changing device that could change the water in the tanks at set times, and in measured amounts, avoiding frequent manual operation. Qi Mingyu helped fill in the details. They also brought Mumu over to help. Besides learning traditional Chinese medicine from his sister, he should also learn how to operate some instruments. As the man of the family, mastering these skills is basic practical ability. In the living room, Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang were sorting through the frozen fish they had taken from the fish pond. Grandma Pang said with heartache, so many fish, all frozen to death, what a pity. Zhong Tiyun comforted her, Grandma Pang, don't be sad. At least we still have fish in the indoor tank. If we're careful next time, we can keep them alive. As she spoke, she deftly sorted the frozen fish, preparing to marinate some, and take the rest to the terrace to continue freezing. Zhou Shuan took some time, utilizing the space's convenience, to draw some nutrient-rich lake water from nearby Jingyan Lake. Upon returning, she carefully transferred the lake water to several large tanks prepared on the first floor. The clear lake water rippled in the tanks, as if one could see the fish swimming at the bottom. After finishing all this, she saw Qi Mingyu bending over to adjust the water changer, so she went over and asked, how's it going? Is it all done? Qi Mingyu looked up and smiled, saying, almost. We already have everything we need. Luckily, Dad used to run a hardware store, so we have everything we need. Zhou Jianhai said proudly, Wanwan advised me not to just throw away the hardware store stuff. We used these things a lot over the years. With a little more fiddling, the water changer was ready. By the time they finished, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. After a hasty dinner, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan were alone together before he told her about the negotiations between General Zhao and the base. Chapter 375. Zhou Shuan listened quietly, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, if I were General Zhao, I wouldn't easily hand over all my power. After all, in the apocalypse, possessing armed forces means possessing a voice and a guarantee of survival. She raised her head, looked at Qi Mingyu, and her eyes held a hint of understanding. General Zhao's actions can be considered a comprehensive preparation made after careful consideration, which is understandable. Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. He walked to Zhou Shuan's side and said softly, General Zhao used to be my superior, he's been kind to me. If we weren't on opposing sides this time, I would definitely be on his side. To maintain peace at the base and the safety of my family, I had to consider things from the base's perspective. I feel very sorry for him. Zhou Shuan smiled. Think about it from another angle. I believe General Zhao understands your difficulties. Think about it. General Zhao has been at the base for over a month, but he's never made any unreasonable demands on you. This shows he understands you and respects your choices. Qi Mingyu was taken aback, remained silent for a while, and then said softly, after this is over, I want to have a good drink with General Zhao. Zhou Shuan smiled and nodded. Okay, I accompany you then. Qi Mingyu held Zhou Shuan's hand, feeling the warmth from her palm, a warm current welling up in his heart. He thought how lucky he was to have found a soulmate in the post-apocalyptic world. No matter what happened, she would fight alongside him and face the challenges together. A few days later, news spread from the base that it would be receiving more than 10,000 people from the capital. The news was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar at the base. Panic spread rapidly through the crowd, like an invisible virus. In the greenhouses, people ate their meager meals while whispering amongst themselves. I heard they're taking in over 10,000 people? Is it true? Of course it's true. My cousin works in the management secretariat. His information is reliable. So many people? Can the base handle it? Food and supplies are already insufficient. Similar conversations played out in every corner of the base. Those below didn't understand the negotiations and decisions made above. They only knew that taking in so many people would inevitably squeeze out their own resources for survival. Especially given the scarcity of supplies, taking in these people could mean they would have to tighten their belts and even endure hunger again. Now, everything at the base was getting back on track, and people's lives seemed to be looking up. However, this news stirred up the long-dormant calm at the base once more. This panic quickly reached Xiao Zhao's ears. He sat in his office, brow furrowed, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. He knew he had to act quickly to stabilize morale, or the consequences would be dire. He immediately contacted Qi Mingyu, instructing him to increase patrols and security at the base to prevent any unrest. Night fell, and the base was shrouded in silence. Several security guards in air-conditioned uniforms, armed, patrolled the streets. Their steps were light, their eyes sharp, constantly alert to any movement around them. Suddenly, they noticed faint voices coming from a secluded warehouse. Slowing their pace, they quietly approached the warehouse and, through a crack in the window, saw a dozen or so residents dressed in air-conditioning suits gathered inside, whispering amongst themselves. We can't just sit here and wait to die. How are we supposed to survive with so many people being taken in by the base? A burly man exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms. Yes! We must find a way to stop the base from taking these people in. The security team members exchanged glances, immediately broke down the door, and subdued all the men. These men were taken to the security office. After interrogation, they admitted their mistakes and promised not to cause trouble again. The security office gave them a serious reprimand and imposed appropriate punishments. To deter others, the security office posted the results of their actions on the bulletin board for everyone to see. Amidst this minor commotion, General Zhao, as agreed with Xiao Xiao, divided the more than 10,000 people into 3 groups, who then entered the base in succession. The first 2 groups were ordinary survivors, traveling with their families and carrying only simple belongings, their faces etched with exhaustion and bewilderment. Upon entering the base, they were assigned to designated areas for accommodation. The last group consisted of armed soldiers, dressed in uniform military winter gear, marching in unison, displaying impeccable discipline and training. At the base entrance, Xiao Xiao and other high-ranking officers stood ready, establishing multiple layers of sentry posts, heightening security, and closely monitoring the soldiers' every move. This was a self-preservation habit developed after the apocalypse. They had to be extremely cautious to prevent the intruders from using entry into the base as a pretext for an attack. After entering the base, the soldiers, as agreed beforehand, handed over their weapons to the base for unified management. They were assigned to designated barracks and placed under the base's unified management. General Zhao stood at the rear of the column, a complex glint in his eyes, as he looked at Xiao Xiao and the others at the base entrance. He took a deep breath and entered the base. Base Commander Xiao, General Zhao said, bowing slightly, his tone steady. Thank you for your hard work, General Zhao, Xiao Xiao replied. His gaze swept over the soldiers behind General Zhao. These were the last batch of elite troops he had retained, numbering 500. Regardless of their assigned positions after entering the base, these 500 soldiers would be under his command. No one else had the authority to command them. These men, carefully selected from 2,000 soldiers, still exuded an undeniable aura of strength and upright posture. General Zhao's gaze swept over the towering ice walls and the patrolling security personnel, and he nodded slightly. This base is well constructed. His tone was calm, revealing no emotion. Xiao Xiao stood beside him, her hands clasped behind her back, a polite smile playing on her lips. General Zhao, you flatter me. The J-City base's development to this point is inseparable from the efforts of every survivor. He paused, subtly observing General Zhao's expression, and continued, we have arranged a welcoming banquet for General Zhao and your soldiers. Please follow me. Xiao Xiao stepped aside, gesturing for him to follow. General Zhao nodded slightly, indicating for Xiao Xiao to lead the way. Several trusted officers following behind General Zhao exchanged glances, and then followed. Chapter 376. The group traversed several streets, flanked by towering ice walls that reflected the sunlight, making them appear exceptionally dazzling. At the corners and overhead sentry posts, security personnel patrolled vigilantly, their heavy, air-conditioned suits creaking under their footsteps, a clear sound in the quiet streets. General Zhao noticed that these security personnel were well-equipped and highly disciplined, their actions orderly, and clearly the result of rigorous training. He nodded inwardly. It seemed this J-City base was even more powerful than he had imagined. This young man before him was indeed capable. Upon reaching the banquet hall entrance, 2 uniformed guards immediately stood at attention and saluted before opening the doors. General Zhao stepped into the banquet hall, a wave of warm air washing over him. General Zhao and his men were wearing cold-weather suits, newly developed in the capital specifically designed to combat extreme cold, far more suitable than air-conditioned suits. Upon entering the banquet hall, everyone removed their air-conditioned and winter coats, and then exchanged polite greetings. The tables were laden with sumptuous dishes, steaming hot and fragrant. Xiao Xiao walked to the head seat, gesturing for General Zhao to take his place, and then sat down opposite him. The other base leaders and officers also took their seats in turn. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan were among them, as were Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and Sang Zi. The group exchanged pleasantries and polite conversation. General Zhao, you must be tired from your journey. Xiao Xiao raised her glass with a smile. On behalf of the J-City base, I welcome you all. General Zhao also raised his glass, clinked it against Xiao Xiao's, and said in a deep voice, thank you for your hospitality, Commander Xiao. He took a small sip, set down his glass, and glanced at everyone present. His tone was calm as he said, our visit to the J-City base this time was truly a last resort. I hope that in the future, we can cooperate sincerely and overcome this difficult time together. Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded. General Zhao is absolutely right. Our J-City base has always maintained an open and inclusive attitude, welcoming all survivors willing to work with us. He paused, his gaze landing on General Zhao, his tone sincere. To show our sincerity, I propose that General Zhao serve as the base's military advisor, responsible for the base's defense. What does General Zhao think? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, and the atmosphere immediately became subtle. General Zhao's trusted officers exchanged glances, seemingly surprised. The base's high-ranking officers, on the other hand, looked at each other with varying expressions. General Zhao observed everyone's reactions discreetly, pondering inwardly. His purpose in coming here was to preserve his own power, and serving as the base's military advisor would undoubtedly be a very good opportunity. Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu, who was slightly surprised, apparently unaware of this matter. Xiao Zhao's invitation suited General Zhao's intentions perfectly. He nodded slightly, pondered for a moment without showing any emotion, and slowly said, since Base Commander Xiao is so kind, then I shall accept. Xiao Xiao smiled with satisfaction and raised her glass again. Then let's wish each other a pleasant cooperation. General Zhao raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Then he subtly observed Xiao Xiao. This young man, so young yet already holding the position of base commander, acts decisively and with a good sense of proportion. Truly someone of great potential. He pondered silently, but his face remained calm, merely a faint smile. Everyone raised their glasses, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall became lively again. During the meal, everyone chatted and laughed, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. However, amidst the clinking of glasses, only they themselves knew how many calculations were hidden in their hearts. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, this banquet was of a very high standard, the most lavish banquet since the base's establishment. The dishes on the table were plentiful, including sashimi, tofu stewed with fish, spicy stir-fried sweet and sour fish, a whole roasted chicken, stir-fried vegetables, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and so on. At first, everyone was reserved, But later they couldn't help but eat faster and faster, the entire table filled with the sight of people burying their heads in their food. Although they were all high-ranking members of the base, with conditions much better than ordinary survivors, they hadn't eaten such a sumptuous meal in a long time. Faced with such a sumptuous meal, only a few could resist the urge to eat. Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, Xiao Xiao, and General Zhao. Zhou Shuan glanced at General Zhao across from her. He was using his chopsticks to pick up a thin slice of sashimi, dipping it in soy sauce and wasabi, then savoring it slowly. He ate slowly and elegantly, a stark contrast to the others wolfing down their food. This fish is so fresh and tender. Is it made with cod from Mirror Cloud Lake? General Zhao put down his chopsticks, looking at Xiao Xiao with a hint of appreciation in his voice. Xiao Xiao smiled slightly and explained, yes. This kind of fish is cold resistant and has delicious flesh. It's one of the important food sources for our base. He then picked up the serving chopsticks, placed a piece of tofu stewed with fish in General Zhao's bowl, and said, General Zhao, try this tofu stewed with fish. It's also made with cod, it tastes very good. General Zhao nodded, picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, chewed slowly, and then nodded approvingly. The taste is indeed excellent. The fish is tender, the tofu is smooth, and the two complement each other perfectly. The atmosphere only relaxed halfway through the banquet, with everyone chatting and laughing. A high-ranking officer from the base smiled, and said to General Zhao, your white flame furnace is truly a wonderful thing. We wish our base had one too, winters wouldn't be so cold. A trusted officer of General Zhao also smiled and replied, we also envy the abundant supplies at the J City base. Especially these fresh vegetables. We rarely get to eat them back home. He pointed to the stir-fried vegetables on the table, his eyes filled with envy. Because the base was currently in a very special period, Xiao Xiao had strictly ordered that everyone at the banquet could only drink a small 2 glasses of wine. Having already raised their glasses together, they now stood up to toast each other. General Zhao, a toast to you. A high-ranking officer from the base raised his glass, his tone respectful. Good. General Zhao raised his glass, lightly clinked it with the others, and then drank it all in one gulp. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan also went to toast General Zhao. General Zhao, a toast to you. Qi Mingyu raised his glass, his tone respectful. Zhou Shuan also raised her glass. General Zhao, welcome. General Zhao looked at the 2 young men before him, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He patted Qi Mingyu on the shoulder and encouraged him. Little Yu, do a good job, don't waste your talent. Yes, Qi Mingyu replied in a deep voice, just as he had in the army. Chapter 377. Turning around, Tao Zheng, Sang Zi, and Xiao Lu came to toast them. Captain, sister-in-law, toast to you. Xiao Lu said excitedly with a bright smile. Captain, sister-in-law. Sang Zi also raised her glass, smiling shyly. Tao Zheng simply raised his glass quietly, looking at Qi Mingyu with a complex emotion in his eyes. Captain, now that we're here, we have to trouble you to take care of us. Qi Mingyu nodded without hesitation. Don't worry. We've been brothers for so many years. I'm very surprised and delighted to see you again. The 4 men looked at each other. Their camaraderie would never change. Come on, cheers. Qi Mingyu raised his glass, clinked it with the 3 men, and then drank it all in one gulp. After putting down his wine glass, Xiao Lu quietly said to Qi Mingyu, Captain, don't forget what I told you before. Qi Mingyu nodded with a smile. Okay. After the banquet, Zhou Shuan asked curiously, what did Xiao Lu say to you just now? He was so secretive. Qi Mingyu smiled and explained, it's about the same thing as last time. Xiao Lu wants to buy a villa with Tao Zheng and Mu Mu, one that's closer to our house. Zhou Shuan readily agreed. He said it's more lively with more people, and it'd be easier to look after each other. Thinking of something, she turned to Qi Mingyu and asked, where are General Zhao and the others living now? Are they in the civil servants' housing complex? The same complex as Xiao Xiao and Mingwe? Qi Mingyu nodded. Yes, there are many houses there, so it's easy to arrange. General Zhao didn't need us to move. His personal guards helped with the move while they were having the banquet. Resources are precious these days, and offering to help others move could be seen as probing their financial situation. So most people wisely avoid it. Back home, they told their families about the banquet. Zhong Tiyun sighed. General Zhao is truly remarkable. His actions are so cautious. Zhou Jianghai breathed a sigh of relief. We were worried about potential conflicts back home. You two were always at the forefront. It was really concerning. Now, we can relax a little. The Zhou family shared the same concerns as everyone else at the base. Were the more than 10,000 people the base had suddenly taken in truly united, or did they have ulterior motives? Would their peaceful life at the base be disrupted? Therefore, from the moment the base opened its gates today, no one at the base was at peace. Now that General Zhao has also become the base's security officer, we see what happens in the future. Everyone nodded. The following days were a period of constant chaos at the base. Having taken in over 10,000 people, a shortage of manpower was evident in every aspect. Not only was Zhou Shuwen's hospital overcrowded, but Qi Mingyu's security team was also extremely busy, and even Zhou Jianghai's maintenance department was bustling with activity, burning more coal for heating. Zhong Tian's situation was relatively better, except that 5 more new recruits had arrived at the base to learn mushroom cultivation techniques. When they saw the various cultivation areas, with mushrooms, mutated potatoes, and vegetables all growing luxuriantly, these recruits showed expressions of surprise, followed by undisguised envy. No wonder the people at this base all look so healthy, one of the new recruits said. They have fish and mushrooms for protein, vegetables for vitamins, and potatoes as their staple food. Their diet is quite abundant even after the apocalypse. Another trainee chimed in, yes, back at the capital base, the food wasn't this plentiful, and we couldn't even dream of vegetables. These 5 individuals already possess some planting experience, which is why they were selected to learn here. Seeing the thriving scene at the base, they were even more determined to study hard and master the planting techniques as soon as possible, so that more people could enjoy fresh vegetables and staple foods in the future. Late at night, Zhong Tian finished a busy day and returned home, rubbing her aching shoulders. The new trainee's enthusiasm for planting made her feel gratified, especially one middle-aged woman named Li Minai, who showed extraordinary passion and focus on mushroom cultivation. During the day in the planting area, Li Minai constantly asked questions about various details, diligently recording every step Zhou Shuwen explained, her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Then she learned that Li Minai had previously worked at the Agricultural Research Institute at the capital base, specializing in mushroom cultivation. Zhong Tian's eyes lit up immediately. This was a delightful surprise. That's wonderful. Sister Li, this is the perfect opportunity for us to collaborate more deeply, researching new types of mushroom cultivation to improve yield and nutritional value. Li Minai also became excited, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. That's exactly what I was thinking. The J City base already has a very good foundation in mushroom cultivation. If we study it carefully, we're sure we can cultivate new types of mushrooms that are more suitable for the post-apocalyptic environment. The two chatted more and more congenially, discussing almost everything from mushroom varieties and cultivation methods to nutritional value. So they got home a little late that night. Meanwhile, Qi Mingyu was also busy with Xiaolu's house-buying plan. The house-buying plan that Xiaolu mentioned at the last banquet had been on Qi Mingyu's mind. He knew that Xiaolu, Zhangzi, and Tao Zheng all dreamed of owning their own home, but the exorbitant housing prices were a daunting prospect. Using his position, Qi Mingyu researched villas for sale near the base and shortlisted several suitable properties. He organized the information and invited Xiaolu, Zhangzi, and Tao Zheng to his home to discuss it. These villas are all not far from Zhou Shuwen's house, and the environment is quite nice. Take a look and see if there's anything you like, Qi Mingyu said, handing the information to the 3 of them. The 3 of them took the information and carefully looked through it, their faces showing excitement. The pictures and descriptions of the villas were very appealing, especially one with a small garden, which Xiaolu particularly loved. This one. I love this one, Xiaolu said excitedly, pointing to the villa with the garden. Zhangzi agreed, this is indeed a good house, and it's close to Zhou Shuwen's house, making it convenient to visit each other in the future. Tao Zheng glanced at the villa's price and frowned slightly, the price is a bit high. Xiaolu's smile froze. Yes, the price was outrageously high. The 3 of them simply couldn't afford it. Seeing the 3's disappointed expressions, Zhou Shuwen said, don't worry about the money. We can think of a way together. We can lend you some supplies. The 3 of them looked at Zhou Shuwen and Qi Mingyu in surprise, their eyes filled with gratitude. Don't look at us like that, Qi Mingyu smiled. Consider this an early housewarming gift. Even so. But, this? How can we accept this? Xiaolu said somewhat embarrassed. We're all brothers, no need to be polite. Qi Mingyu patted Xiaolu's shoulder. Then, Captain, we will definitely repay you double. Zhangzi nodded vigorously. Chapter 378. Zhou Shuwen smiled and echoed, yes, we're all on the same side, no need to be polite with us. She turned to Tao Zheng, what do you think? Tao Zheng hesitated for a moment, his eyelids lowered to conceal the complex expression in his eyes, before finally raising his head and speaking sincerely, "Thank you, Captain, thank you, sister-in-law. We will find a way to return the supplies as soon as possible." Chi Mingyu understood Tao Jing's concerns and explained, "I inquired. The three of you are currently among the 500 personal guards left behind by General Zhao, but you belong to the security team. You just don't obey the security team's orders. The salary is the same as the security team, and maybe General Zhao will also provide compensation. Things will get better and better." Seeing Xiao Lu's smiling face, seemingly unconcerned about the debt, he asked curiously, "Do you have other ways to earn supplies?" Xiao Lu kept him in suspense. "I have a brilliant plan, Captain, just wait and see." Chi Mingyu became curious, but seeing his confident demeanor, he didn't ask further, only nodding, "Okay." He knew that although Xiao Lu was a bit impulsive, he was always reliable. Since he said that, he must have his own plans. The next morning was a weekend, and Chi Mingyu got up early. After washing up, he and Xiao Lu went to the base's real estate department to complete the villa purchase procedures. The real estate department was located in a 3-story building in the central area of the base, with a sign hanging at the door that read Base Real Estate Management Department. 2 uniformed guards stood ramrod straight at the door. Upon seeing Chi Mingyu and his group, they immediately stood at attention and saluted respectfully, "Captain Chi." Chi Mingyu nodded slightly, then led Xiao Lu and the other 2 into the real estate department. Because the amount of supplies needed to purchase a villa was enormous, today was only for signing the contract. The real estate department would then send people and vehicles to pick up the supplies. Therefore, they were traveling light. Upon entering, they were shocked. The hall was packed with people, all queuing to buy houses. "Wow, there are so many people," Sangzi exclaimed. "Looks like there are still a lot of rich people," Xiao Lu said. Unlike the 3 of them, single men, who had almost sold everything they owned just to buy a house, and now had no supplies left. Fortunately, the 3 of them still had some options, so they weren't under too much pressure. A young woman in business attire approached them with a professional smile. "Captain Chi, how can I help you?" Chi Mingyu briefly explained their purpose. Upon hearing that Captain Chi was personally accompanying them to complete the villa purchase procedures, the staff became even more respectful and immediately directed them to a special window. Chi Mingyu didn't see that in the crowded throng, a gaze was fixed on him with disbelief. By noon, the group, who had been busy all morning, returned. Xiao Lu, waving the keys in his hand, actually took them directly from him. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but laugh. Looks like the paperwork was done. It went very smoothly. Actually, because so many people were entering the base, the real estate department was incredibly busy. Luckily, the team leader made an appointment for me in advance, otherwise, if I had been half a day later, I wouldn't have gotten a single villa, Sangzi said. Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised. There were so many people. Absolutely, it was so crowded, we couldn't move at all. It was only thanks to the captain's influence that we, as soldiers, got to use the priority passage. Zhou Shuan seemed thoughtful. Because they were already exhausted, everyone decided to have lunch at home first, and then go to the villa in the afternoon. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng were busy in the kitchen, the aroma of stew gradually filling the entire house. Tao Zheng and the others were a little uneasy. "Captain, are you making another big meal?" Visiting someone's home, and having such a lavish meal is putting guests in a difficult position. They felt like they might eat the host family out of house and home. "It's alright, this meal is just a home-style meal, a stew, a specialty of northern China." Zhou Jianhai waved his hand. "Don't be shy, we're all the younger generation. Please sit down, please sit down." "Sit down, you're being too polite now," Chi Mingyu joked. They used to sneak bites from each other's bowls while on missions. But now, after being apart for so long, and with Chi Mingyu married and having a family, Tao Zheng and the others felt embarrassed. This remark made everyone laugh. Soon, the dishes were served: meat, fish, eggs, mushrooms, tofu skin, vermicelli, cabbage, a complete and varied selection. Tao Zheng and the others were all from the north, and hadn't had this kind of traditional northern cuisine in a long time. They thanked him profusely. They ate with great relish. The Zhou family no longer shared their rice and flour, so their lunch consisted of potato pancakes made with potatoes and greens, a filling and flavorful dish. These potato pancakes were a common dish among the base's inhabitants. Potatoes were mashed, mixed with greens and seasonings, stirred, and then fried into pancakes. The Zhou family was generous with the oil, making these potato pancakes especially fragrant. They were also delicious with the stew. The atmosphere at the dinner table was harmonious, with everyone eating and chatting. Zhou Jianghai put down his chopsticks and turned to Tao Zheng, asking, "Little Tao, you bought a villa. How's the generator setup going?" The base doesn't provide heating for the villa area anymore. Everyone has to rely on their own electricity. Tao Zheng put down his bowl, thought for a moment, and replied, "Uncle Zhou, don't worry. When we moved here from the capital, we brought a lot of stuff with us. We should be able to put together 2 sets of equipment." He didn't say it explicitly, so the Zhou family assumed he was referring to gasoline or a solar generator. Zhou Jianghai nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. "That's good. In our current environment, we can't function without electricity, especially in winter. We rely on it for heating. Otherwise, we have to live in the factory buildings." Zhong Tian chimed in, "I heard there's a huge queue at the factory buildings now. Everyone wants to live there, but there's nowhere available, and the higher-ups are in a bind." The only saving grace was that the new recruits all had new technology white flame furnaces, allowing them to warm their rooms without central heating, significantly reducing the base's heating burden. Given enough time, they could eventually solve the housing and heating problems. After dinner, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu went with Tao Zheng and the others to see the new villas. Their villas weren't far from the Zhou family home, just across the road, separated by 2 alleys. The exterior was similar to the Zhou family's, only this row of villas was slightly smaller, not as large as the Zhou family's, so the price was also cheaper. But they were still 3 stories high. They had yards and terraces. However, the thick snow had completely buried the courtyard on the first floor. Although the housing department had sent people to clear it, the work wasn't thorough enough. Therefore, the house needed proper cleaning and repairs before it could be habitable. To enter, they would have to go through the second floor, just like everyone else. Chapter 379. The second floor of the villa only had windows, no doors. The group filed in through the second floor windows. The wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, echoing in the quiet villa. The villa's interior structure was similar to the Zhou family villa, only slightly smaller. Through the windows, which were covered in a thin layer of dust, one could see the ground floor yard buried in snow. The second and third floors, except for the terrace covered in snow, were otherwise intact. "This house has a nice layout, similar to ours," Zhou Shuwan said, looking around. "It just needs a thorough cleaning." Xiaolu excitedly looked around, very satisfied. "This house is really nice. Now I won't envy the captain anymore." Right now, housing at the base is in high demand, and there are many areas that need repair. I doubt we can even find anyone to do it. So, since you all work during the day, our family can come and help after get off work, Qi Mingyu offered. Now that they were neighbors, they would definitely look out for and help each other in the future. Tao Zheng and the others didn't refuse too much. Zhou Shuan nodded with a smile. "That's good. Many hands make light work, and we can get it done faster." She looked around, her gaze landing on the snow-covered terrace. "Once it's all done, we need to replant and plant some vegetables, potatoes, and things like that." Xiaolu immediately perked up. "Yes, sister-in-law, that's why we're buying a villa. We need your help to teach us. We're all grown men, good at fighting and shooting, but farming is quite a challenge." They had all joined the army as soon as they came of age and didn't have much experience with planting. Zhou Shuan smiled and said, "It's all right. Your team leader never farmed before, but now he's quite the farming expert. You learn after a while." Xiaolu chuckled at Qi Mingyu. "That's right. Don't you know who taught our team leader his planting techniques? I never knew our team leader was so gentle after getting married." Everyone else laughed. Qi Mingyu glared helplessly at Xiaolu, but seeing Zhou Shuan's bright eyes and noticeably healthier complexion, he paused, then smiled too. This pleasant atmosphere lasted until Qi Mingyu returned home. It was the weekend, and apart from Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, the usually busy Zhou family members were enjoying some leisure time at home. The coal stove was the warmest spot, so everyone sat around it, busy with their own things. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door broke the tranquility. Zhou Jianhai got up to open the door, and saw a middle-aged man in a winter coat through the peephole. Who was this? The winter coat suggested he was from General Zhao's side. Was he looking for Tao Zheng and the others? In the post-apocalyptic world, everyone was wary, and wouldn't let strangers into their homes. So Zhou Jianhai didn't open the door, but asked through the window, "May I ask who you are?" The man outside paused for a moment before speaking. "My name is Qi Zhenmin." Zhou Jianhai felt the name sounded familiar, but couldn't quite place it. "Zhenmin? Is it Zhenmin?" Grandma Pang's surprised voice came from the living room, trembling slightly. She walked shakily to the window, and immediately saw the figure she had longed for. Although so many years had passed, and the man had aged considerably. It was undeniably her son. Jinmin! Grandma Peng exclaimed excitedly. Dehai, let him in quickly. Zhou Jianhai had also remembered who Qi Jinmin was. He opened the door in surprise. Qi Jinmin entered the house, took off his hat, revealing a weathered face. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on Grandma Peng, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Mom! Grandma Peng stood up tremblingly, tears blurring her vision. Jinmin, it really is you. When Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan returned home, before even entering, they heard Grandma Peng talking to a strange middle-aged man at the doorway. The atmosphere was somewhat unusual. The curtains in the house were always drawn. Qi Mingyu frowned. He had always been concerned about Grandma Peng's situation, and seeing this scene, he felt a vague unease. Shang Ti had opened the door, saw the two of them, hesitated, and her expression was complex. Mom, are we having guests today? Zhou Shuan asked. Qi Mingyu was about to go in when Zhong Tian stopped him. Xiaoyu, Zhong Tian said in a low, urgent voice, your father is here. Qi Mingyu froze. Then a cold glint flashed between his brows. Zhong Tian's expression was grave. She grabbed Qi Mingyu and whispered, Xiaoyu, calm down. Listen to what he has to say. She glanced inside and added, your father, he hasn't had a good time these past few years. Qi Mingyu pushed open the slightly ajar door without a word and strode into the house. Inside, a middle-aged man was catching up with Grandma Peng, the atmosphere strangely harmonious. The man was thin and composed, though somewhat aged, with deep wrinkles around his mouth and brow, suggesting a less-than-ideal life in recent years, yet his youthful handsomeness was still evident. He sat opposite Grandma Peng, wearing a faded old down jacket, his eyes filled with tears. Grandma Peng held his hand, tears streaming down her face, muttering something incoherently, occasionally patting the man's hand, as if comforting a child finally back in his father's arms. Qi Mingyu observed coldly, remaining silent. Zhou Shuan followed behind him, gently tugging at his sleeve, signaling him to calm down. The air in the room seemed to freeze, filled with an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. Qi Mingyu squeezed her hand, then took off his air-conditioned coat and tossed it onto the sofa. He took a deep breath, walked to Grandma Peng's side, and stood there stiffly, coldly calling out, Dad. Qi Jinmin trembled violently upon hearing Qi Mingyu's voice. Turning to look at him, tears streamed down his face. Xiaoyu, you're back. He stood up and took 2 steps forward, then seemed hesitant, stopping in place, his eyes greedily fixed on Qi Mingyu, his expression excited, as if he truly missed his son. You grown up? Came a sigh that was hard to tell whether it was pride or regret. Qi Mingyu had actually imagined countless times what his expression and state of mind would be when he saw his father again. Would he be too excited to speak? Would he pour out all the resentment and longing he had hidden in his heart for so many years? Or would he simply treat him as a stranger? But now he knew. He stood there tall and straight, like a pine tree on a cliff edge, looking at the aging man before him, who was already declining in age, and found himself actually quite calm. Yes, very calm. In his previous mindset, there were intense loves and hates, unspoken longings and resentments. But over the years, these emotions had somehow been smoothed over. Chapter 380. Someone came to his side. Then a delicate, soft hand was placed in his palm. It was Wan Wan. A faint smile appeared on Qi Mingyu's lips as he gripped her hand tightly. This was silent support from her. It was because of her, her family, and his grandmother that all the resentment and love at his heart had been soothed. His expression softened, and he simply looked quietly at his father, a hint of barely perceptible detachment in his eyes. He didn't speak first, not even offering any pleasantries. Grandma Peng and Qi Jinmin both sensed their son's indifference. The latter's initial excitement faded, replaced by embarrassment and unease. After the initial excitement of seeing her son subsided, Grandma Peng thought of all the things she had done to wrong him. She couldn't help but stand up and punch him twice. How dare you come here? How dare you come here? Just pretend we're dead, we don't need you anymore. How have you treated Xiaoyu all these years? What promises did you make to me when you sent him to school in the provincial capital? Grandma Peng used all her strength, and Qi Jinmin dared not dodge, only able to stand there and endure it. Grandma Peng was old after all. When she hit him again, she stumbled and almost fell. Qi Mingyu quickly stepped forward to support her. Grandma, be careful. Grandma Peng looked at her son, whose face was filled with grief, shame, and unspeakable shame, then at her grandson, whose face was solemn and indifferent. She sighed deeply, patted her grandson's hand, and sat down on the sofa, out of sight, out of mind. Well, Jinmin, sit down, everyone. It's not easy to reunite, so sit down and talk properly. Zhou Jianghai saw that the atmosphere was still so stiff, and his wife kept giving him meaningful glances, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and start speaking. Yes, please sit down. Shall you? I serve you some tea. Zhong Tian said, turning to go to the kitchen. Zhou Jianghai, Zhou Shuan, and Mumu followed, giving the family space. Qi Mingyu's gaze fell on Zhou Shuan's back. When he turned back, he found Qi Jinmin following his gaze, also looking at Zhou Shuan. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Qi Mingyu calmly withdrew his gaze, and sat down on a single sofa not far from Grandma Peng. Qi Jinmin looked away, sitting awkwardly on the sofa, and began to explain what had happened over the years. He recounted haltingly the various difficulties they faced after the floods began. Fortunately, he had been decisive. Some well-connected people in the province decided to take supplies and their families to the capital. He had made his fortune in business, and was certainly not short of money, so he quickly partnered with 2 other wealthy families to buy a boat and went to the capital as well. But later, all the currency became invalid. Although Yan's top technical talents were there were too many refugees fleeing from all over the country, leading to a shortage of supplies and housing. He, a nobody with no connections, could only struggle to survive. After finally getting through the first few years, once the capital base was completed, he painstakingly brought his new wife and 2 children to the base. But this didn't last long. Unrest broke out at the base, and in haste, he and his family followed General Zhao to the J-City base. Qi Mingyu listened silently, without interrupting or showing any emotion, only occasionally glancing at Grandma Peng, who sat silently weeping beside him. After Qi Jinmin finished speaking, Grandma Peng choked out, "Zi and Mingfeng, are they all right?" She wiped away her tears, her cloudy eyes filled with worry. Zi and Mingfeng are Qi Mingyu's half-sister and half-brother. Qi Jinmin glanced at Qi Mingyu, his expression somewhat embarrassed, and said with difficulty, They're both spoiled rotten by their mother, very pampered. In this day and age, the family can't afford to feed them properly, they're both terribly thin. Grandma Peng sighed and asked again, that Mingfeng, has he matured yet? Qi Jinmin shook his head, his brow furrowed, that child is already 14, but he's still stubborn, his mind is always unclear. But fortunately, he's strong, he'd do whatever you ask, and he can help with some chores around the house. Qi Mingyu remained silent. He knew what Qi Jinmin's glance meant. So many years have passed, and Qi Jinmin still believes that Mingfeng's fall and head injury was caused by Qi Mingyu. Back then, because of this incident, Qi Jinmin sent him to the army, forbidding him from attending school, and the relationship between father and son was completely broken. And that glance just now meant that Qi Jinmin no longer blamed him. How ridiculous. Qi Mingyu curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. Seeing Qi Mingyu's cold smile, Qi Jinmin's face darkened further. His lips moved a few times, as if he wanted to explain something, but he ultimately remained silent. The father and son hadn't seen each other for over 10 years, the rift was too deep to be erased in a few words. So there was no need to rush. He thought for a moment, then got up to help in the kitchen. "Dahai, do you need my help?" They used to be neighbors, and weren't strangers. Zhou Jianghai came out of the kitchen. "Jinmin, please sit down. The kitchen is small, you can't move around much." Qi Jinmin smiled awkwardly and chatted with Zhou Jianghai. "Dahai, I never imagined our 2 families would have such a connection, becoming in-laws." Zhou Jianghai forced a smile. "Yes, it's fate." Just then, Zhong Tian came out of the kitchen with tea and gestured for everyone to sit down. "Don't stand there, everyone, sit down and have some tea." She placed the teacups on the coffee table, and then a plate of golden fried potato strips. Qi Jinmin was, after all, Grandma Peng's son and Qi Mingyu's father, so it wasn't appropriate to be too dismissive. Other fruits and snacks weren't suitable to be displayed, and after thinking it over, only these potato strips were inconspicuous enough to qualify as snacks. Qi Jinmin finally found a way to save face, and sat back on the sofa. He cautiously observed Qi Mingyu's expression, his hands clasped on his knees, his posture stiff. After a moment of silence, he tentatively began, "Shall you, all these years? Dad has been so sorry for you and Mom. Dad wants to make it up to you. Our family, can we?" He paused, a hint of pleading in his voice. "Can we still be a family?" Qi Mingyu didn't respond immediately, but instead looked at Grandma Peng. He knew Grandma was getting old, and had recently been missing her only son. He worried that Grandma might want to live with Qi Jinmin, but would prioritize his feelings and not want to put him in a difficult position. "Where do you live now?" Qi Mingyu turned to ask Qi Jinmin, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. Qi Jinmin quickly replied, "I bought a small house near the base." It's not big, but at least the family has a place to stay. He looked at Grandma Pang expectantly, seemingly wanting to bring his mother to live with them. Grandma Pang looked at her son, then at her grandson, sighed deeply, and said, "We see about that later."